If it wasn't for the Ling family's action this time, with his strength, he might not be able to kill all the three who were madly fleeing. Any one of these 5 ancestors running away is a great threat to Lingzhou. In the late stage of the 9-layer, it is already the top powerhouse in Kyushu. As strong as the current Lin Chen, without the premise of nirvana, facing the late stage of Jiuzhong can only be defeated by sneak attacks, and under the premise that the 3 of them run separately, it is really possible for them to escape. Are you really Lin Chen? Ling Rushue, who was unlocked by Ling Mo, walked in front of Lin Chen and asked, in a dreamlike way, "Otherwise, have you seen someone more handsome than me in Kyushu?" Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Suddenly, Ling Rushue pursed her lips, her eyes flashed with brilliance, and she looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Then, "Young Master Lin Chen, can I hug you?" Someone Lin was stunned. Focusing on picking up girls for 30 years, this is the first time he has met such an active girl. Ling Mo supported her forehead. This daughter is really. Outside of Kyushu, there is an endless starry sky, a small continental plate, an incomplete planet, an independent space plane. All the creatures lurking within, who are retreating and adjusting their breath, seem to have a heart, and open their eyes at the same time. Dead? All the relatives I'm waiting to cultivate are dead? Impossible. Who has the strength to kill them at the same time? Could it be that kid? Lin Chen. Damn wild dog, a mere mortal, dare to interfere with my waiting until this seat comes to Lingzhou in person, and kills this son in person. In less than 3 months, I will be able to refine all the core energy, come to Lingzhou, kill. Completely destroy this child. The endless roar echoed in the starry sky. Weeping blood plain. Lin Chen didn't have time to make a choice for Ling Rushue. A beam of light bloomed in his arms without warning. The beam of light shot straight into the sky, and the momentum was shocking. A faint sense of crisis enveloped Lin Chen, his pupils trembled, and he stared at the figure in the beam of light. In the beam of light, the beautiful woman's long dress is like a cloud of smoke, and it is extremely beautiful. The snow-white fire marks constantly burning and flickering between the eyebrows make the beautiful woman look more noble and holy, like an exiled immortal, descending from the sky. In the snow-white fire seal at the center of the snow-white eyebrows, ripples of flames like ripples flashed in the virtual space, as if a world was hidden. Sister Ruoyan? What's going on here? Lin Chen sucked in the air slightly. The current by Ruoyan's cultivation base is still at the peak of the early stage of the 9th layer, but the sense of oppression it reveals is stronger than any ancestor of the pseudo-god family. Could it be that it's the orange level mentality? Lin Chen was shocked. He originally agreed with Bai Ruoyan to help him at a critical moment, but just now he didn't see Bai Ruoyan's action. He also wondered why Sister Ruoyan didn't take action. It turned out to be the Shenyan Heart Sutra. Insights and breakthroughs. In a starry sky that is infinitely far away from Kyushu, a star field turns like a roulette wheel, and each star contains a world. In the very center of the star field, a magnificent and indescribable continental plate, surrounded by a magical barrier that turned decay into a magical barrier, rising endless human civilization. Holy world. And in the south of the holy realm, the infinite divine flames burned into a sea of fire, and a waterfall like fiery Tianhe flowed in the sea of fire. The fiery Tianhe is like a sky-sweeping haze, and its colors are constantly changing as it interweaves and rotates. Every color is a flame that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Like 2 flying dragons, going straight to the 9 heavens. The most mysterious thing is that in the sea of fire stands a vast and majestic red palace. Inside the crimson palace, a figure with a red veil and bright red robe appeared. When he slowly opened his beautiful eyes, there was a trace of surprise and surprise. Someone in the mortal world practiced the Xinyan Heart Sutra of my Xinyan palace without authorization, and has it been completed? The red-robed Qianying's eyes flashed with a faint flame as if seeing through time and space. Her eyes were deep, she stared for a long time and finally retracted her gaze. So that's the case, is it the Kyushu continent in the mortal world? It's interesting, it actually controls the eternal holy fire that controls the origin of all things. Weeping Blood Plain. Bai Ruoyan slowly floated down, opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward to hold her soft weeds, and secretly said through voice transmission, "How is it, are you all right?" In the entire Kyushu, no one knows what the consequences of cultivating the orange rank heart method will bring. Even if Bai Ruoyan fits perfectly with this Xinyan Heart Sutra, Lin Chen is still worried about any side effects. Well, it's fine. It's just that I realized the basics of this Heart Sutra. This heart method is indeed tailor-made for me. Just by cultivating to the basic level, my strength has soared more than 10 times. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly. 10 times. Lin Chen's mouth trembled a few times. Without using the holy fire realm, Bai Ruoyan could go all out to match the vast majority of the mid-9th level war emperors. This one breath increased tenfold. Wouldn't it be possible to easily leapfrog the 9th level early stage to defeat the 9th level late stage? Maybe, even the ancestors of the pseudo-god family who launched the holy body are not their opponents. Orange level mentality, it's really perverted, this is still just getting started. Lin Chen was amazed, and he was looking forward to Tai Ifu Tianju more and more in his heart. There was a hint of worry in Bai Ruoyan's smiling eyes. She didn't tell Lin Chen that because she practiced the Xinyan Heart Sutra, the eternal holy flame in her body seemed to have turned on some kind of switch. At this rate, within half a month, even if he doesn't cultivate on his own, Bai Ruoyan will advance to the mid-9th level cultivation level. For the cultivation base of the 9-layered War Emperor, each level of improvement is breaking through the bottleneck of life. Some War Emperors are stuck in a small realm and have not broken through until they die. A breakthrough speed like Bai Ruoyan's is completely anomalous. And in the near future, the ever-increasing energy of the eternal flame will be beyond her control. When Ling Rushue saw that there was such an immortal person beside Lin Chen, she lowered her head and did not dare to mention her previous request. However, Lin Chen turned to smile and walked in front of her. Under her surprised eyes, he generously gave a friend a hug. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you from the Ling family, and you, Miss Ling family, but I don't have time this time. Next time I will definitely go to your Ling family to sit down." Lin Chen grinned, and Ling Rushue smiled charmingly. "That's good, next time I want to learn from you." "Little friend Lin Chen, what are your plans after this time?" "If you kill someone from the true God family, the true God behind you will never let you go. If there is someone from the Ling family who can help, I will do it. We will do this time. Your actions are not worthy of the gift you gave us." Ling Mo asked worriedly. In fact, in the entire Kyushu, only a very small number of forces know the history of the ancient 100 saints, and almost everyone has been brainwashed by the history covered up by false gods, thinking that only the true gods are the creators of this Kyushu. It's okay, I'm going to the Sky Tower next. Lin Chen said with a smile, and did not break the secret of false gods with Ling Mo. Lin Chen said goodbye to the Ling family, and the two sides made good friends. The Ling family wanted to open up the Lingzhou Space Channel to join the Tianga Academy. As soon as the superdimensional teleportation was activated, Lin Chen teleported to the number 1 space position, pointing directly to the Shenzhou Mountain. The extreme east of Shenzhou, the Soul Family area, the true sacred mountain. The space beam of light broke open, and Lin Chen came. As you hover in the air, look around. The current Soul Family has long since been in a state of dilapidation and has been abandoned by the Soul Family. And those believers of false gods still rebuild the true mountain and worship. Every day, tens of thousands of false god believers stationed in the true God Mountain found Lin Chen and exclaimed, "Hey, who is that? It seems that Lin Chen, has he come again? Damn Lin Chen, how can you disobey the true God? You will go to hell. It's you who caused us such hardships, many disasters, and lost the protection of the true God. Do you know how our homeland has been devastated? Lin Chen, Lingzhou. You should smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. And you should not die. God's majesty cannot be blasphemed, and God's will surely eradicate you." Countless believers of false gods were furious, but no one dared to come forward. They all blamed Lin Chen for a series of sufferings caused by false gods after the dissolution of the true God family. Lin Chen looked down at all living beings, and more false god believers gathered at his feet. More and more false god believers in the Soul Home area gathered together. Lin Chen faced millions, tens of millions, nearly 100 million people. He shouted, "On the continent of Kyushu, there is no God. Kyushu, there is no God." This sentence is powerful and decisive. The boy's shocking shout was mixed with majestic fighting spirit and boundless spiritual power, and it spread across thousands of miles. Like a giant dragon sleeping for thousands of years, the roar of recovery, the roar of awakening. Lin Chen flew away in front of hundreds of millions of false god believers. And no one dared to stop him. He believes that as long as he is still alive, as long as he can destroy the false gods, one day, he will reveal the blank hundreds of thousands of years of history in Kyushu. At that time, Kyushu will no longer have these ghosts and ghosts walking here. And this prosperous history will surely be as the sages wished. Sky Tower, somewhere in the attic. A figure in a blue shirt stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the far east, shaking his head in amazement. It's really a god. At a young age, he dared to refuse the request of the envoy of the Holy Realm and coexist with the Kyushu. If every man in the Kyushu can have such a spirit and a righteous heart, a group of rats who only dare to hide in the dark will never be able to. Erosion of this beautiful continent. When he arrived at the Sky Tower, Lin Chen urged the Golden Eye twins, and when he looked up at the entire tower, he still couldn't see through any special vision, like an eternal thing standing between heaven and earth, as if from the beginning of its birth. It is convenient for this to open up the world. The Sky Tower is not an ordinary holy artifact. With Lin Chen's current vision, he can feel a little of the Sky Tower is not bad. It may be an extremely powerful holy weapon. Maybe even stronger. It is rumored that the owner of the Sky Tower is the most mysterious powerhouse in Kyushu. I wonder if there will be a chance to meet him in this operation. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan entered the Sky Tower again. Sky Tower, number 1 main city. Lin Chen did not immediately go to the main city number 10 to find the location. of the magic eye, but went to the treasure hall in the main city. Because, this time he's going to sell something. During the war, the pseudo-god family and the powerhouses of the 5 halls and the dark society had almost no weapons left, and all of them were damaged in the battle, leaving only the ring of the pseudo-god family. The vice president personally instructed not to approach the magic eye without authorization if he did not have the combat power beyond the empress of the 9-layer war. Therefore, he has to stop for a while to accumulate strength and digest the resources at hand. Lin Chen has 2 complete top-level purple-rank low-level combat skills and 2 top-level low-level combat skills at hand. Except for the 7-star sword manual, he needs to practice infusion techniques. But no matter how it is used in the system, it is not the result that Lin Chen needs most. Attack, defense, body, and combat skills, he is not lacking for the time being. Needless to say, no matter how many combat skills you learn, you will only be a soft-footed shrimp if your foundation is not strong. What he needs is the improvement of cultivation base and attribute value. The most intuitive is the essence of battle chi and the intermediate element. Attribute value, improving the 9 great robbery battle bodies, and improving the power of the mind, is to comprehensively improve his strength. Elemental attribute values are very important. Previously, Lin Chen could use the Godslayer talent to reach the initial stage of the 9th level. Cultivation. At that time, the average of the 9 elemental attribute values was less than 200,000 points. Now his element attribute value averages more than 900,000 points. If you enter the early stage of the 9th level again, your strength will be very different from that of yourself in the state of God Killer. In the apse of the treasure hall, a dozen elders were gathered together, and even the city lord of the main city number 1 was alarmed. Purple rank intermediate grade alchemy handprint 1 Sonju, 1 top grade purple rank low grade combat technique, 2 top grade purple rank low grade complete mental methods, and 1 top grade 7th grade medicinal pill. The city lord of the main city number 1 personally counted many things for sale for Lin Chen, and every kind of treasure made the elders stationed in the main city gasping for air. Are all the top purple level mind tricks sold, or too crazy? According to the estimate of the value in the tower, the total price is 99.5 million sky coins. The middle-aged fat man city lord asked Lin Chen cautiously. Your Excellency Lin Chen, are you really willing to sell these treasures to the Sky Tower? Once confirmed, you will not regret it. The matter is important, and the city owner must confirm it again and again. Because this is an unprecedented transaction. On the current list of the Sky Tower, there is only 1 volume of the top purple level mind art left for sale, and the price is nearly 30 million sky coins. This time, there are people who sell 2 copies, plus a volume of purple level middle grade alchemy handprints? I can't even think about it. Sure. Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, and he didn't care at all. The city lord took a deep breath and waved his hand to inform the elder. After a while, the elder handed a receiving ring tremblingly. Here is 99.5 million sky coins, please count them. Lin Chen took it at will, and the fighting spirit rushed into the ring, and the sky coins piled up into mountains were dozens of feet high and nearly 100 million huge sums of money. No problem. Lin Chen got up, and the city lord personally sent him away. An hour later, a 12-magnitude earthquake hit the top 10 major cities. In the list of treasures in the sky, 2 new top-level purple-level mental techniques have been added, plus a top-level purple-level combat skill, a roll of purple level intermediate level alchemy handprints, and a 7th level. Top level middle level medicinal pill 9 rank Minglong pill. The famous top powerhouses in the 10 major cities have been born for this reason. But Lin Chen, who created the storm, had already left and went to the secret hall of the main city number 1. The Sky Tower has one of the top secret cultivation resources in the entire Kyushu, and it is the driving force for all the war emperors who want to enter the tower. Lin Chen exchanged all the top treasures in his hand for sky coins, and he could even enter the blue level and purple level trial secret realms coveted by countless war emperors. The attribute value can also hit a wave of higher values. In the secret hall, Lin Chen flipped through the sale price of the trial order. Blue order trial order, price, 100,000 sky coins. Blue order trial order. Price, 500,000 sky coins. Blue order top level trial order, price, 1 million sky coins. Purple order trial order, price, 5 million sky coins. The trial secret realms above the purple rank are very limited, there are only 5, and 2 of them are the top purple rank. After scrolling to the end, Lin Chen's eyes stayed on the last 2 columns. Purple rank top trial order, price, 10 million sky coins. Orange level trial order, price, 50 million sky coins. Orange level trial secret realm. It is said that only 3 people have entered in history, and there is only one trial secret realm in the entire Sky Tower that is orange. Interesting, then go to all the top secret realms. Lin Chen purchased 3 purple level, 2 purple level top level, 1 orange level trial order, and 10 blue level top level trial orders. A total of 95 million sky coins were consumed, and more than 9/10 of it was consumed in an instant. The green level trial secret realm is suitable for low-level battle emperors. The blue level is suitable for high-level battle emperors, and the blue level top level starting is also qualified for top-level battle emperors. With his current level of cultivation at the early stage of the 7th level, ordinary secret realms have no effect. Lin Chen expects that only the top blue rank and above will be effective. The blue level top level trial secret realm, Tianyan secret realm. Lin Chen turned into a stream of light and descended. The secret territory was filled with bluish-white flames, and blue-white fire dragons that were several meters long wandered in the void, containing a strong fire-type aura. The temperature here is comparable to the hell volcano of the Red Lotus Yanlong clan. If you are a practitioner of fire-type exercises, you don't need to run your mind at all, and the strong fire-type aura will enter his body on his own. In Lin Chen's eyes, whether it is the void, the ground, or the ground, there are red attribute light balls everywhere. All of them are high intermediate fire energy attribute values. After entering here, Lin Chen's body belongs to the fire robbery battle body, automatically running, absorbing this strong fire aura. Get 1450 ignition energy, 1490 ignition energy, 1200 ignition energy, 2 million battle spirit essence. Lin Chen activated the phantom clone and collected attribute light balls for himself. It's a good place to retreat. In 2 days, I can take away all the attribute light balls here. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the void, turned his palms over, the jade bottle appeared, and inside was an incandescent and flickering medicinal pill. Circulating white circles of light, very mysterious. This is the Aurora pill, which is obtained when the powerhouses of the 5 halls bid for their clones. It is refined from the essence of the 9-day sunlight and 4 top-level 7th-order light-type beast cores. Lin Chen swallowed the aurora pill in one go, and the light energy that was dazzling like a round of sunlight rising from the body surged into the body. Get 2,200 points of light energy, 1,800 points of light energy, 2,500 points of light energy, 3,000 points of light energy, 29.9 million battle spirit. Essence. Refining the light essence rushing around in the body, Lin Chen's light attribute value skyrocketed in a straight line, and his fighting spirit cultivation base was also steadily improving. When Lin Chen's attribute value continued to rise, the turmoil in Kyushu became more and more chaotic. The true God is coming, and the whole world celebrates. Countless strong people, the believers of the gods cheered, but behind the scenes there was a surging undercurrent. 20 days after Lin Chen entered the Sky Tower, Kyushu held the ancient convention for the first time. Most of the ancient families and hidden powerhouses in Kyushu were all present and gathered in Shenzhou. The purpose is to discuss the true God Advent ceremony. Shenzhou, Void Temple. Ranked in the extreme south of Shenzhou, a space plane of 100,000 zhang in the void. Hundreds of figures are gathered here, and these figures are at least above the cultivation level of the 8th layer battle emperor. Among them, there are many strong people from the Sky Tower. Although some strong people have not yet arrived, they are always concerned about the discussion in the conference with their spiritual thoughts. In the south of Shantai, Shen Lianyun and Xing Zhan led the strong men of the Lingzhou alliance to sit on one side, standing still and listening to the content of the meeting. In the east of Shantai, an old man in a green robe with a sword frowned. He said, Everyone has heard about the arrival of the true God. Let's open the door and speak eloquently. If this so-called true God descends, we will have nowhere to live. Previously, the core energy of Shenzhou was beaten by His Excellency Lin Chen of Lingzhou. Flying to all parts of Kyushu is the most obvious result. Fuck you. The red-haired old man who also belonged to Shenzhou stood up angrily. The true God comes to the world, my Kyushu will be sheltered by the gods, go to a new peak, create a new civilization, and there is no place to live. I think it is your wolf ambitions, afraid that the coming of the true God will threaten your own ambitions. Tianzhou's Lei Tianhuang spit out a mouthful of spit, slapped the table, and cursed. How many people know that in the ancient battle of the 100 saints, it is not the gods who defend the Kyushu, but the sages of countless Kyushu? There are no gods in the Kyushu, those are just a group of olding ratios. The two indifferent middle-aged men sitting with swords in their arms did not conceal their killing intent at all, and said coldly, Keep your mouth clean. Emperor Lei, if you dare to insult the true God again, I don't mind tearing your mouth with a sword now. The so-called ancient 100 saints are just a fabricated lie. What do you use to prove that they really did merits for my Kyushu? They are just some losers trying to compete with the true God. They want to leave their lingering will to blaspheme the true God. Who dares to insult the great true God? Ask the old man about the sickle in his hand first. The black-robed old man with the single-edged scythe on his shoulder scanned the audience, and the aura of the early stage of the 9th layer leaked out. And the killing intent was violent. God created history, God created life, but you don't know what to pay back. You don't understand gifts, and you try to go against God's will. How stupid. Another beautiful woman in a moon robe in the middle stage of the 9th level sneered. This time, almost 80% of the ancient forces tended to be true gods. You? Lei Tianhuang's veins were exposed, and he was angry. Finally, Shen Lianyun, who had been silent for a long time, raised his hand. Slightly, Your Excellency Lei Tianhuang, don't be angry, let alone stupid. People, we will never wake up some people who pretend to be asleep. Our ancestors once fought for us to continue to be human beings. Some people want to be dogs, let them be. The Tianga Academy in Lingzhou is very arrogant. I heard that you are the #1 person who goes against the will of the great true God. 2 gray-shirted swordsmen, with sharp-edged swords and awe-inspiring murderous aura. The dignified sword sovereign is still going to be a dog for the false gods. Living for 100,000 years, what a bunch of rubbish. Several pharmacy giants in Danzhou couldn't help scolding, standing in the Lingzhou Tianga Academy. The immortals of Danzhou. Many powerhouses narrowed their eyes, revealing a bit of fear. There's nothing to talk about, we'd rather die standing than live on our knees. Shen Lianyun was the first to get up and leave, and Emperor Lei followed closely behind. This ancient conference opened with arrows and arrows. Although there was no fight, there was only one fuse missing. After this ancient convention, the world was divided into 2 factions. One was resisting the true God, but most of them still chose to accept the blessing of the true God. In Kyushu, those who know the truth and those who still have backbone began to move closer to Lingzhou Tianga Academy. There are not many top powerhouses who know the truth, but there are not many. But why is there so many strong people standing in the true God in this ancient conference? Because even if the power of Kyushu is assembled, it is difficult to be an opponent of the 6 true gods. Instead of fighting a battle with no chance of winning, it is better to become a part of the true God, and you can also get a fortune, become like the ancestor of the 6 true God family, have a holy body. After all, they are all smart people who have lived for 100,000 years. After the ancient conference, the Kyushu situation was divided, various heroes were born, and wars broke out. The forces headed by the Tianga Academy issued a brand new history of the 100 saints of ancient times, proclaiming the merits of the sages, while the other party kept promoting the remarks that the God created Kyushu. The middle and low-level human races have been subversively impacted. Some people accept the history of the existence of the 100 saints, while others sneer and cheer for the advent of the true God. In short, today's Kyushu is no longer in the past, and has completely turned into a chaotic storm. Thousands of trillions of creatures were involved in this unprecedented storm. Lin Chen entered the Sky Tower on the 40th day. In the top secret realm of the purple rank, the Tianqiu secret realm, in the gray world, a dawnxia shot straight into the sky, and the pale golden elixir, flowing with brilliant golden light, fell into Lin Chen's palm. Success! Lin Chen was out of breath. This 7th rank top middle grade purple life will pill was extremely difficult to refine, causing him to fail twice in the middle. In the end, Lin Chen collected a large wave of mental power attribute values in this Tianqiu secret realm, and after gathering the power of the 3 avatars, he finally succeeded in refining. If it weren't for the 8,000 kinds of top medicinal materials above the 7th order advanced level left by the 5 temple powerhouses at the auction, he may not be able to refine them. In the past 40 days, Lin Chen has collected 10 blue-level top secret realms, 3 purple-level secret realms, 2 leftover or generated attribute light balls and purple-level top secret realms, and his strength has skyrocketed. Lin Chen swallowed the purple life wheel pill in one go. This elixir has the miraculous effect of breaking through the bottleneck, and it is still effective when taken by the 9 war emperors. Not to mention that Lin Chen is a 7-layer war emperor. His 7-9-color battle chi life wheel spins extremely fast, and the battle chi like rivers and mountains merges into the life wheel, and the light of the 9 kinds of calamity battle chi becomes more and more dazzling, like the 9 suns hanging. Lin Chen's cultivation base climbed fast. A day later, a powerful wave of war energy exploded from Lin Chen's body. Boom! Thousands of 9-color fighting spirits burst out of the body, and then was brought back into the body by Lin Chen. After 40 days of accumulation, Lin Chen broke through the middle stage of the 7th level, and there is only a little distance left before the late stage of the 7th level. Compared to before, Lin Chen is several times stronger. The secret realm of the purple rank is really extraordinary. This time, whether it is pure power or spiritual power, battle spirit cultivation base, and element attribute values, there has been an unprecedented increase. Lin Chen opened the system in a single thought. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, middle stage of the 7th level of the Battle Emperor. Realm intermediate battle chi essence, 13.9 billion points. Ultimate strength, 8.9999 million. Dragon power, talent blessing, 9.3 million. Intermediate blood energy, 17.6 billion points. Intermediate spiritual power, 760,000 points, midterm of Tong Tian realm. Intermediate cultivation technique essence, 52.8 million points. Intermediate rune energy, 46.84 million points. Heavenly Dao value, 45.53 million points. Talent points, 46.8 million points. Intermediate element energy, fire 4.5 million, earth 4.1 million, wood 3.95 million, gold 4.55 million, water 4.8 million, thunder 4.15 million, wind 4.02 million, light 3.85 million, dark 3.99 million points. Exercise status bar, open or not, blood status bar, open or not. Passive talent bar, open or not, nirvana column, open or not. Active talents, blue rank, omen of stealing, blue rank, deadly bloodthirsty. Purple rank, ultra-dimensional teleportation, purple rank, ultimate moment. Purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank one time, super, full. Counterattack, purple rank, king of the world, orange rank one time, god. Killer, shard 2/3, quasi-orange rank, desperate life and death, orange rank. One time, sun god. Characteristic rune column, open or not, talent combination skills, deadly. Bloodthirsty, superdimensional teleportation, reigning the world. Desperate life and death. Hold the blank attribute, 59,660 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. Treasures in possession. Before entering the secret realm, Lin Chen's intermediate element attribute value was only 900,000 points on average, and his fighting spirit was less than 7.5 billion points. Now it is tens of billions of blood. 10 billion fighting spirit essence. Million element attribute value. Although there is no breakthrough in the spiritual realm, it is several times stronger than before, and the attribute value has tripled or quadrupled. Lin Chen's combat power is more than 10 times stronger than before. System, I have to spend learning Infinite Dark Step, Qijua Jin, Meridian. 7-star sword manual. The system receives it, consumes 51.5 million intermediate level exercises, and begins to learn the designated combat skills. Massive spiritual memories poured into Lin Chen's spiritual bridge, and the speed of memory fusion was unprecedentedly fast. This Tianqiu secret realm belongs to the essence mystery realm, which can maximize the spiritual touch of practitioners. It is because Lin Chen entered this secret realm that his mental power attribute value has skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands. In this secret realm, Lin Chen absorbed this cultivation memory and completed it in less than a day, which is really fast. Infinite Dark Steps Proficiency, 100%, Qijue Jin Proficiency 100%. Meridian Qixing Jianpu Proficiency, 65%. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the ripples of 9-color battle aura revolved in his pupils, and there was a hint of the power to rule the world. 10 blue level top secret realms, 3 purple level top secret realms, and 2 purple level top secret realms have brought him a boost that is extremely terrifying, more perverted than the attribute light balls he has harvested in any war. The Dragon Emperor also benefited from this, and absorbed Lin Chen's massive Qi and blood attribute light balls in the first Purple Order secret realm, Chongqing body refinement domain. And by Ruoyan's breath has been in retreat, her holy fire energy has been refining her cultivation to the middle stage of the 9th level 30 days ago. And it is still climbing unstoppably. Unfortunately, unless it is a top-level blue-level secret realm, there are almost only 1 or 2 attribute light spheres that exist in an ordinary blue level secret realm, and I have already been to all the top-level blue level secret realms. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed with regret. He had been to the ordinary blue level trial secret realm, and the attribute light balls that he could obtain were very few, almost less than 10, and it was a waste of sky coins to go. And above the top of the blue rank, he has all been there, and all the attribute light balls have been swept away by him, leaving only the last orange rank trial secret realm. Within Kyushu, if I don't encounter a battle emperor or a holy realm with a calamity cultivation level or above, I am invincible in the ordinary battle emperor. After going to the orange level trial secret realm, I don't know how much my combat power can soar. Lin Chen activated the orange rank trial order in the Tianshu secret realm. Wow. A space vortex took Lin Chen into it and disappeared. At the time of goodbye, Lin Chen was already standing in the stone statue mansion thousands of feet high. When Lin Chen saw it, his pupils shrank. This mansion is weird. Filled with a mysterious energy, even if he bombarded with all his strength, it might be difficult to shake a trace of dust. Song Tower, Main City number 10, in a secret room. The figure in the blue shirt suddenly turned his head, staring into the distance, his eyes narrowed. Good guy, after 200,000 years, has someone finally entered the secret realm of the orange rank? The last person who entered seems to be the dean of the Song Academy that day? Hey, it's that boy Lin Chen. This person is the tower master. There was a ray of white light flowing around the edge of his pupil, insight into the void, and always pay attention to the situation in the secret of the Orange Order. Orange Order Secret Realm, Sky Secret Realm. The sky of the ancient gods stands in the mansion. The stronger the will of the ancient gods is, the more precious the opportunity will be. When Lin Chen saw the name of the cave mansion, he was struck by lightning. The mansion of the ancient gods? Could it be that this mansion was left by a former god? In an instant, Lin Chen thought of countless things, as if all events were connected together. Why are the 6 prisoners of the holy prison able to drive the demon race? They are really just to extract the core energy to heal the wounded? Why the demon race desperately wants to attack the Kyushu continent and the 9 demon eyes under the Kyushu, it is impossible for the ancient 100 saints not to know. The threat of the 9 demon eyes is so huge, why didn't even the ancient 100 saints destroy the demon race in the demon eye? What is the head of the demon eye that even the 100 saints are helpless? What can suppress it? God. Only true gods may have this qualification. Could it be that the goal of those false gods is the Sky Tower? Everything seems to point to the Sky Tower, but Lin Chen is still not sure. The real God is too illusory. In the Holy Realm, he has seen a wisp of will of the Sword Saint Li Changsheng, and he has seen the 8th Order Holy Dragon, the Heavenly Royal Holy Dragon. But aside from the lies created by the false gods, he had never even heard of the legends about the real deeds of the gods. It's useless to think wildly, just go in and know. Lin Chen pushed open the giant door of the mansion, and there was only a long row of steps inside. The steps are 1 step to 5 feet, a total of 100 steps, and the peak is as high as a mountain. When he saw the steps, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. At the 30th and 40th steps, there are 2 orange crystal treasure chests suspended. Interesting, try it out. Without saying a word, Lin Chen jumped up and jumped onto the steps. Boom. A terrifying pressure of spiritual will came down like Wanyu, suppressing Lin Chen's whole body, and the fighting spirit revolved like a turtle. Hey! It's so heavy, so hard. Lin Chen took a breath. This coercion instantly suppressed 99% of his strength. Dark step. A dark robbery was flowing all over his body, a dark vortex twisted under Lin Chen's feet, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When Lin Chen stepped into the 3rd, 7th, 12th, and 20th steps, his willpower was like a huge wave, and he slapped Lin Chen angrily, almost flipping him back down. Come again. The dragon power exploded all over his body, his legs exerted force, and the purple phoenix wings that were several meters long spread out, and Lin Chen's speed soared. Bang! 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 A few steps in a row of dark steps exploded. Lin Chen cooperated with the purple phoenix wings, and pure power to bless the dark steps, rushed to the 30th order in one breath, and grabbed the first orange crystal treasure chest with one hand. Open the orange crystal treasure chest. The host will get 25 million talent points. Hiss. With such a high amount of talent points, even he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is cool. There is also an orange crystal treasure chest, take it. The speed of dark step has increased again. The speed of this movement technique has already surpassed the existing movement techniques in the entire Kyushu. Its characteristics are that apart from the distorted space affecting close opponents and the strange movement trajectory, there is another unlimited. The more you continue to use it, the more battle energy the dark step consumes, and the faster the speed will be. Extreme return. When rushing to the 37th order, Lin Chen activated his talent to fill the huge consumption of battle energy, costing 60,000 talent points. Sigh. The purple phoenix wings burst open, and the pressure on the stone platform at this time was extremely strong. Lin Chen launched the triple transformation, and his cultivation base temporarily broke through the late 7th stage. Boom! With a swipe of purple flames, Lin Chen rushed to the 40th step and took down the second orange crystal treasure chest. Inside the secret room of number 10 main city, the tower owner was stunned and almost choked while drinking the tea. This kid is so terrifying. The record was broken in an instant. At that time, he, the previous tower master, and the dean of Tianga Academy had all entered the orange rank trial secret realm, the highest record. Lin Chen's easygoing appearance is indeed a bit terrifying. As expected of a kid who dares to challenge the pseudo-god family, this Talent is really the first in Kyushu. Maybe he has a chance to hit the 50th rank and above. Not daring to look away from Lin Chen's body, the tower owner concentrated on it. In front of the stone platform of the mansion, after opening the orange crystal treasure chest, the system light screen pops up, and someone Lin is ecstatic. Open the orange crystal treasure chest, the host will get a one-time orange level talent fragment, Godslayer fragment, 3/3, which has been automatically merged into the complete talent. Please check the host in the talent column. The 5th Godslayer talent is finally here. Now, Lin Chen has 2 orange level talents in his body. Continue to rush up, the 40th order is far from the limit. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen continued to charge upwards. Just reached the 55th order, the pressure suddenly increased. 6 transformations. Lin Chen directly liberated the 6th transformation. The cultivation base is temporarily promoted to the peak of the middle stage of the 8th layer. If it is not for the skyrocketing of the intermediate element attribute value, it is difficult for the Zura Jiuhuang transformation to cross the shocking gap between the 7th layer and the 8th layer. Boom! Lin Chen rushed to the 70th step in one breath, and the willpower of each step increased exponentially. 7 changes. The cultivation base is temporarily promoted to the late 8th stage. Cultivation base. Lin Chen's dark step was like a shuttle, turning into a flash of darkness. At the 80th level, the coercion was as powerful as the sky, and the tide was like an abyss. It was like thousands of giant dragons slammed into it, squeezing Lin Chen's bones into a creaking sound, making him dizzy. Kneel down. Damn, who dares to make me kneel? I, Lin Chen, will not kneel, whether you are a god or a saint. Lin Chen roared, the whole body circulated with green light, and the breath of the heavenly tribulation battle body suddenly soared. The ultimate moment is activated. The power of the exercises is quadrupled. Lin Chen took a dark step again, the vortex twisted, turned into an afterimage, and rushed to the 90th order. Hey! 90 level, this kid's talent is so abnormal? The tower master was stunned and took a few breaths of air conditioning. This ancient god's mansion has the power to measure talent according to a person's potential, background, willpower, and mood, to measure a person's comprehensive talent. Climbing to the 20th level has a certain potential for sanctification. The 40th level is a middle-level holy realm, the 60th level is a high-level holy realm, and the 90th level has a peak holy realm. Lin Chen, who activated the ultimate moment and superimposed the sevenfold transformation, rushed to the 91st order in one breath. In other words, doesn't this child have the potential to become a peak holy place in the future? It's not over yet. Lin Chen roared, the purple phoenix wings flapped, and the blood continued to rush. He stepped on the dark step and turned into a ray of darkness, rushing to the 92nd order. Slow rune. Lin Chen pushed his hand, and the gray-white talisman shattered the void. Bursting into countless gray-white rays of light, the rune energy plummeted by 4 million points, and the terrifying will pressure in the void instantly diminished at this moment. It's now. Lin Chen's eyes are bright. Lin Chen took the opportunity to rush to the 7th rank again, and actually rushed to the 99th rank with the slow rune. At the 99th level, the solidified space shuddered, the effect of the slow rune was about to be lifted, and the willpower increased sharply. Phantom rune. 3-inch tribulation. At the moment of rushing to the 99th order, Lin Chen called out 2 avatars like lightning, and the two avatars punched the main body with all their strength. The violent dragon force exploded, bombarding the 3-inch tribulation. And Lin Chen's own movement speed suddenly pushed Lin Chen to the 100th order. Pass the highest test of the ancient god's mansion directly. The pressure subsided, and someone Lin turned 360 degrees in the air, landed, put on sunglasses, and lit a cigarette, all in one go. Damn it, it's exciting. Lin Chen let out a long smoke ring and looked around, except for a stone platform, there was nothing. Isn't this a trick to me? Isn't this the secret realm of the orange level? Trial, why are there no farts, and it consumes so much of my attribute value? When Lin Chen's mouth was twitching slightly, a voice of eternal vicissitudes came from the void. Fate is nothing, and the heart is like a mirror. Ambition is high, limitless. Infinite possibilities. The simple 20-word evaluation made the tower owner slammed like a thunderbolt. This evaluation means that even the former owner of the Sky Tower, the sovereign, could not predict the potential and fate of this child. This son must be handed over. The tower master in the secret room was full of eyes. If it was before, Lin Chen's potential was not enough to impress him, but now it is different. Being able to climb to the 100th order of the ancient god's mansion will have infinite possibilities in the future. In the mansion, when the quaint and vicissitudes of voice surrounded, a radiance like a god suddenly descended, making Lin Chen bathe in the radiance. His 9-color life will seem to have something more. Death to death, and sanctification after breaking. In the void, the voice of the vicissitudes gradually disappeared. In my life wheel, there is an orange circle? That's it? Lin Chen didn't hear the last sentence, his face was bewildered. Damn, I'm afraid I didn't enter a fake orange-level trial secret realm. Lin Chen, who almost yelled at him, finally had to forcibly comfort himself. And he bought 2 orange crystal treasure chests as 50 million sky coins, no loss. Well, it should be fine. After confirming again and again that there was nothing else in the orange rank secret realm, Lin Chen left, and the mansion returned to silence again. As if it were eternal. Outside the main city on the first, Lin Chen just left the city, the seal of battle aura was lifted, and his battle aura cultivation base was like a river running on the ground, and it burst out in an instant. Boom. All things are lonely, the mountains and birds are flying, and the 9 kinds of heaven and earth are swept away, like the catastrophe of the doomsday. As expected of the secret cultivation realm that makes all the war emperors in Kyushu go crazy, it is indeed terrifying. If I encounter the 6 great ancestors again this time, it will not be a problem for me to go head to head. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth faintly outlines an arc of absolute confidence. The hurricane of the element attribute value has made his 9 great robbery battle bodies soar by several grades. Just like the Golden Tribulation battle body, the Golden Tribulation battle body activated by 500,000 points of intermediate gold energy can make Lin Chen's meat shell have the hardness of a 7th order low-level defense weapon when there is no foreign object defense. And now, with 4.55 million points of gold energy, Lin Chen is only activating the golden robbery body, and the hardness of the meat shell is comparable to the 7th order advanced defense treasure. In addition to the 3-inch tribulation and the golden prison flying dragon armor, it is not at all cowardly to resist the attack of the 9 war emperors. He's harder, more durable, and more perverted than ever. If the 6 great patriarchs all use that false holy body, even if they are defeated head-on, they will not be able to stop me if someone wants to leave. Besides, I have a series of talents at hand, such as reigning over the world, and desperate life and death, etc. The trump card, facing the bombardment, it is still unknown who will kill the deer. The powerful strength made Lin Chen extremely at ease. In his eyes, there was a flash of cold light, and Bai Ruoyan appeared. Where are we going now? Go, 10,000 demons battlefield. The battlefield of 10,000 demons is a place that is only qualified to be known by those who belong to the 4th layer War Emperor or above, and only. The main cities of number 6 to 10 exist in the area. The 10,000 demons battlefield is the domain of the demon race. In the Sky Tower, performing tasks to obtain sky coins is only the work of Yuan, Xuanjing and low-level war emperors. The powerful will hunt and kill the demon race. Lin Chen called out the Dragon Emperor and moved forward at full speed. In less than 2 days, he arrived at the area of the main city number 6. The 10,000 demons battlefield has been connected to the main cities of number 6 to number 10. It is very vast and is the widest area in the Sky Tower. The battlefield of 10,000 demons is a world full of gray and white. Whether it is mountains, rivers, plains, jungles, all are gray and white. This is the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Bai Ruoyan frowned. This place is extremely suffocating, even a low-level war emperor may not be able to resist the suffocating energy, and it is a problem to exert half of his strength. That's the demon race? The two landed on the top of a gray-white mountain, and Lin Chen pointed to the plain not far away, where thousands of humanoid creatures walked back and forth. Their heads were born with horns, their bodies were red, their heights were over 100 feet tall, their fingers were like blades of blades, their red skin was pierced with horned dragon-like veins, and they had human-like facial features, but their eyes were hollow, with only one red spot in their dry, hollow eyes. The pace of their walking is very strange. Every step they take, they flash a few feet or a dozen feet away. They are huge and ferocious, but they are like ghostly shadows, which makes people shudder. Demons are the third race in Kyushu except for beasts and humans. They only exist in the Sky Tower and were born from the magic eye. High-level people of every era will enter the Sky Tower to hunt demons. The strength of the demons is divided into Demon Soldier, Demon General, Demon King, Demon Lord, and the higher one is the Holy Demon King. Among them, the Demon Sovereign has a strength equal to or higher than the human race's 5th layer War Sovereign. The Demon Sovereign is at least the Battle Sovereign, the Devil General is the Half-Step Sovereign, and the Devil Pawn is the Yuanzun realm. And the Devil is at least the cultivation base of the 9-layer War Emperor. The intermediate level Devil is at least equal to the 1-nok War Emperor. The Holy Demon King is at least comparable to the Holy Realm. This powerful existence only exists in the magic cave within the Devil's eyes. Damn, we came to the wrong place. The information is wrong, there are not 1,000 demon soldiers here, but 5,000. There is even a demon emperor. What to do? These guys didn't find us, but we were surrounded. In the valley below the top of the mountain, a team of 4 lurks inside, 2 men and 2 women. It is the Heavenly Sword Squad in the main city of number 6, teaming up to hunt down demons. The cultivation base of these 4 people is no more than the first stage of the 6th stage, and the lowest is the middle stage of the 4th stage. It is extremely difficult to kill this group of demons. They came here to hunt and kill this group of demons. I didn't expect that the number of demons here would increase. As a result, they can't even withdraw. Now, and if they withdraw, they will move their whole body. Lin Chen glanced at the figure below, and immediately turned his attention to the demons. These 5,000 demon soldiers, plus 100 demon generals, and 5 demon kings, 1 demon emperor. If they meet the 7th level war emperor, it will be extremely difficult to escape, and they will die. Lin Chen felt that the energy in the bodies of these demon races was very violent, and they did not possess much wisdom. If so many demon races were not afraid of death, they would be able to slaughter the emperor by leaps and bounds. In addition, the evil spirit here is extremely heavy, and without the cultivation base of the 5th layer war emperor, the strength cannot be exerted at all. It's these things that have caused our Kyushu to suffer from disasters, one after another. The killing intent flashed past, and Lin Chen led by rune to fly to the high altitude of the plane. While the Tianjian team was thinking about how to break through, they suddenly noticed a man and a woman in the sky. Hey! Are these two crazy? What young men and women, are they trying to find death? 5 demon kings and 1 demon king are terrifying enough. There are so many demon generals. The corner of the Tianjian team's mouth trembled a few times. Where is this lifeless guy? Leave him alone, slip away. With the former attracting attention, the Tianjian team was planning to apply oil to the soles of their feet. Roar! Qi Shushua's brutal gaze immediately locked on Lin Chen and by rune, and a large number of demon soldiers and demon generals rushed towards them. Lin Chen slapped his backhand, and the dragon power exploded between his 5 fingers. The pure power, like the destruction of ghosts and gods, traverses the sky, crushes the void with 1 palm, and destroys countless demons. Boom! The space crystal wall was broken, and countless thumb-sized magic crystals scattered in the void, and they were scattered like a goddess. Scattered flowers. The 4 members of the Tianjian squad stared blankly at a man and a woman who had left countless demons to death, and they didn't even want a magic crystal. He swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. It's too dangling. What kind of fairy is this? I don't even need magic crystals. I can kill with 1 palm. This requires at least the strength of the middle stage of the 7th layer, right? Why have I never had the impression that there are these 2 figures in the main cities? Civil War Emperor list? Lin Chen went all the way, unstoppable. Standing on top of the Dragon Emperor's head, in his open palm was a blood-colored diamond-shaped crystal jade. This is the Evil Emperor crystal, the energy crystal after the Demon Emperor's death. If it is sold in the main city, it is extremely valuable, and it can be worth tens of thousands of sky coins. This crystal jade flickers with the light of the attribute light ball that only he can see. After sucking the attribute light ball inside, the system pops up. Get 50 blank attributes. Only the Demon Emperor crystal will drop attributes, and it is the rarest blank attribute? Lin Chen's heart moved. This is a good thing. The blank attribute can also be exchanged for any attribute at the critical moment, and he can even use it to make a nirvana. Although Lin Chen's strength is not what it used to be, the nirvana is still a killer for him. Just because he can fight several late-stage 9-layer battle emperors at the same time does not mean that he can fight dozens of them at the same time. But if there is a nirvana in hand, then you will not be at all cowardly. It seems that before I go to the vicinity of the magic eye, I have to kill enough books. On the edge of the number 6 main city, the Skycrow Forest, with a radius of 10,000 miles, rolled up a blood wave. It was an overwhelming number of demon generals, demon kings, and even a small number of demon emperors, surging like a giant wave. Dozens of war emperors are waiting in battle. They are all well known powerhouses in the number 6 main city. The purpose of forming a team today is to destroy the demon lair near the Skycrow forest. At this time, they were in a cold sweat, and there was an urge to turn around and run away. The momentum of this demon race was too terrifying. Indestructible, as if sweeping everything. Everyone, be careful, there are 21 demon kings, 100 demon kings, more than 10,000 demon generals, and 100,000 demon soldiers. This is a matter of life and death in our respective territories in the number 6 main city. The yellow-robed old man at the head was in a cold sweat, and his cultivation in the early 8th stage was also crushed by this monstrous weather. But the 61 of them cannot retreat today, and the demons are growing faster and faster recently, and they must fight to the death. Just when the two sides were still thousands of miles away and were about to fight, an understated voice descended into the void. Well, there are 21 demon emperors, SOSO? Hearing this sentence, many war emperors' scalps go numb. 21 war emperors still SOSO? This is at least able to fight more than 35-layer battle emperors, and bragging is not bragging at this juncture. Everyone looked at it intently, and a cyan blue-tailed giant dragon with flapping purple phoenix wings was born. Above the dragon's head, a young man stood upright, and there was a beautiful woman of peerless beauty standing beside him. The young man crossed his chest with both hands, facing the aggressive demon army. He leaped into the air, his fingertips dotted the void. Boom! The vast 8-colored prehistoric energy fingers were born, mixed with majestic and violent pure power, and slammed into the infinite demons. Boom! 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 One finger shatters the stars and pushes the wild. The 8-colored energy fingers crushed countless demons, and the magic crystals scattered all over the sky. All the war emperors were stunned in place, with a ghostly expression on their faces. With one finger, slaughter 100,000 demons. What kind of domineering and fierce offensive is this son, who is holy? He took away the magic crystal, he stepped on the giant dragon, the dragon danced in the sky, and in the scattered magic crystal rain, he left gracefully, came in a hurry, left in a hurry, and left behind the next surprise. On this day, a new legend has been added to the number 6 main city. However, this legend seems to have only just begun, and within 2 days, even more exciting news came out from the number 7 main city. Number 7 main city, number 17 on the Battle King list, Li Jianming, the Sword King. In the middle stage of the 8th layer, straight into the Devil King's territory in the Wild Dragon Canyon, and was besieged by 70 Devil Kings. Destroy all the demon emperors with one finger. On the 3rd day, there was new news from the number 7 main city. On the edge of the great desert, a wise demon was born. Millions of demons gathered. The top 10 players in the number 7 main city have teamed up to fight. There are only magic crystals left everywhere. On the 4th day, the scene of the long-planned Shuama suppression operation in the number 8 main city, Kangming Mountain and Dijia Valley. Hundreds of high-level war emperors gathered here to engage in a monstrous battle with millions of demons. 3 low-level demon emperors who were comparable to the 9th-level war emperors led the team. The battle was extremely fierce, and all major cities were paying attention to this battle. The battle continued for a day and a night, and the battle kings in the main city on the 8th were collectively injured, and 7 battle kings have fallen. When everyone thought that this battle was about to be defeated, with a bang, a 1,000-foot-long blue dragon entered the battlefield. Qinglong slaughtered hundreds of thousands of demons head-on. Under the demon king, the dragon breathed into ashes, and the demon king couldn't hold the dragon's claws. Even if he attacked the dragon without fear of death, he couldn't even break its defense. What followed was a beautiful woman in a white dress fluttering like a fairy, and stopped a demon lord from the front. What's even more terrifying is that the boy who drew the bow last appeared, fighting the 2 demon lords alone. 8 desolate fingers, 7 absolute cruelty. The 6-fold transformation and the ultimate moment were launched, and Lin Chen pushed back the 2 demon kings with 1 finger and 1 palm. The cutting strength was like a knife, tearing the defense of the 100 zhang tall monarch. Lin Chen flashed and held the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear, and shot brilliant and quiet, piercing the body of one of the monarchs. What a powerful lethal power! The pure power has reached more than 9 million. Dragon power, the marksmanship is perfect and sharp, and it has a penetrating characteristic that ignores defense. It is terrible. Where is this young man from? Why has never heard of such a young generation? Against the sky in the sky tower. The 3 leading battle emperors in the early stage of the 9th level, and the top 3 in the battle list of the number 8 main city, couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The power of that shot was too strong for them to take. The other devil lord died under Lin Chen's gun within 10 rounds. The 3-headed devil was eliminated by Lin Chen and by Rune together. This almost miraculously reversed battle situation stunned all the war emperors who were paying attention to this battle. Especially those war emperors who were reborn from despair after participating in the war. Their admiration for Lin Chen is even more overwhelming. The host gains 4,500 blank attributes. A low-level demon king's crystal core has 1,500 blank attributes. Lin Chen was unceremonious, and took away all the crystal cores above the evil emperor level, and the blank attribute increased again. Those war emperors dare not speak. If it weren't for Lin Chen, it would be a problem for them to be half alive now. It is only natural for him to take away the demon emperor crystal, not to mention his strength. No one dares to accept it. Dare to ask your name? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, many war emperors hurriedly asked. Lin Chen ignored it, took the Dragon Emperor, and flew away. After the mysterious demon encirclement and suppression, Lin Chen's legend reached its climax in the Sky Tower, when countless war emperors collected his information and finally determined his identity. They were even more excited, surprised, and applauded. Ling Zhou, Lin Chen. On the 7th day of entering the battlefield of 10,000 demons, Lin Chen arrived at the area of the main city on the 9th, where there are even more terrifying demon emperors. Each territory has at least dozens of demon emperors. Some large-scale territories with more than 100 demon sovereigns are even crouching at the level of evil sovereign. As strong as Lin Chen, after advancing here, the speed has also slowed down a lot. Relying on the blue dragon shadow repellent, he avoided several areas with densely populated areas. The demon lord has wisdom, and Lin Chen is not afraid of a large territory. But provoking one will disturb the other demon lord, which is equivalent to provoking one and provoking a group. If you are besieged by hundreds of thousands of demon emperors, and there are more than 2-digit magic emperors, it will be sour and unparalleled. On the 8th day, Lin Chen arrived at Jietian Mountain in the main city of Number 10, the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Inside Jietian Mountain is the Location of Shenzhou's magic eye. The demons in the Jietian Mountains are almost no lower than the demon generals, and there are a large number of demon emperors, and even the intermediate demon lords and high-level demon lords are wandering here. Among the 10 major cities, the only area that the human race dare not set foot in is Jietian Mountain. The intermediate level demon lord is comparable to the war emperor of 1 tribulation to 2 tribulations, and the advanced demon lord is comparable to the war emperor of 3 tribulations and above. For a creature of this level, Lin Chen has to take a detour when he sees it. I see, the Dean's holy vein energy falls in Jietian Mountain. On the periphery of Jietian Mountain, in the 2 mountain gorges, Lin Chen is hidden in the cliffs. The purple gold pupil radiates light, and in the center of Jietian Mountain, there is a very strong blue light energy flowing. 1,000,000 miles away, Jietian Mountain is divided into 2 halves. The center is a vast dark red magic eye. Not far from the magic eye, there are blue light crystals with 7 sections and several zhonglong scattered, as beautiful as splendid jade. These are the sage's sacred vein energy. It is the energy of battle energy, condensed from the blood essence in the saint's body, which can be transformed into an entity, and the sacred power is infinite. Dozens of low-level demon lords, a dozen intermediate-level and high-level demon lords are entrenched next to this sacred vein energy, and they dare not get too close. The one who can really swallow the sacred vein directly is at least the sacred demon king. Only the holy demon king can absorb the energy of the holy vessel. Even if the devil absorbs a little bit, he will be blasted by the energy of the holy vessel, but they can lie down near the holy vessel and absorb a little residual energy of the holy vein leaking out from the side. For them, it is the same great supplement. The energy contained in the blood essence of a saint is very different from the imperial realm. Even a drop of holy blood has the infinite power to fill up thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, so the vicinity of this magic eye is so dangerous. And a large number of devil lords are lurking nearby to absorb this sacred vein energy leaking from the side. The key is how to avoid the perception of those intermediate and high-level demon kings, as well as the terrifying coercion of the demon eye, which is simply not something that ordinary creatures can approach. Lin Chen frowned. Only after he arrived in person did he know what the concept of the invincible hand in Kyushu that the vice president said to him was qualified to approach. With his current strength, it is still not enough. If you encounter 2 or more intermediate-level demon lords, you may press him to the ground and rub him. Lin Chen moved on. Bai Ruoyan turned into a snow-white jade slip and hit on him. With the possession of the blue dragon, he unfolded the blue dragon's shading hidden aura, and approached cautiously, very slowly, not even daring to fly. The 1000 Zhonghai demon sovereign was lying on the ground thousands of miles away from the energy of the 7 holy veins, closing his eyes, and resting. When Lin Chen approached the inner area of Jietian Mountain, he didn't dare to take a breath. When there was still 40,000 miles away from the devil's eye, Lin Chen's bones heard the oppressive sound of clucking, and the pervasive, demonic suffocation rushed into his body. He almost relied on the pure power of the flesh to resist this coercion. Erosion. It's such a terrifying coercion. If I keep getting closer, I will have to use my fighting spirit to resist this coercion. Lin Chen stopped, lost in thought. If you run the battle gas hell, you will definitely expose your position, and dozens of demon kings will be surrounded by endless demon emperors. Even if he is a 9th level cultivation base, he must die here. Back then, the magic eye under Lingzhou was suppressed by the dean's holy body and did not release such a terrifying coercion. The seal of the sky. Pagoda was broken once, and the seal was incomplete again. While Lin Chen was distressed, his palm suddenly flashed purple-black light, covering Lin Chen's whole body. Brush. 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 Countless demon pressure washed over Lin Chen's body, the purple-black light that enveloped Lin Chen trembled slightly, sucking all the demon breath into his palm. This is the magic mark that the mysterious person left me. Staring at the magic seal in his palm, Lin Chen was a little stunned. The purple and black magic seal flickered like a vortex that swallowed thousands of miles. All the pressure of the demons was swallowed up. The pressure on Lin Chen immediately disintegrated. It's gone, no pressure. It turns out that this magic seal is used like this. Lin Chen was ecstatic, walking like flying, jumping up and down without fear of being discovered. Keep going. The 40,000 li gradually shortened, and after climbing over several hills, Lin Chen arrived at the central store of Jietian Mountain. There were still 10,000 li from the magic eye, 8,000 li of energy from the holy vein, and 7,000 li of many demon kings. The last question remains, how to lure these guys away, fight head-on, and the intermediate level demon lord can still escape and deal with it for a few minutes. If it is a high-level demon monarch, except for the stars of the 9 tribulations, or the use of the azure blue moon, I have no chance to contend. Lin Chen was lost in thought. As long as he took 7 pieces of sacred vein energy, he could start the superdimensional teleportation run. But even a little bit of anomaly may alarm more than a dozen monarchs. Right. Now, there is only one possibility: try to use phantom clones to attract firepower. Let's fight. I hope my 4 phantom clones can attract them all to a sufficient distance. Lin Chen held his breath and focused his attention. If he were to be dispatched from behind the clone, even if there were 2 advanced demon lords, he might not be able to grab the energy of the 7 holy veins. A high-level demon lord may still be able to deal with it. System, activate the phantom talisman. Wait a minute. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and on the other side of the hill on his left, there were 12 figures, and they were also the human race that sneaked in here. Of these 12 people, 11 people are in the late stage of the 9 layer. Almost complete most of the top powerhouses in Kyushu. The youth in green shirts headed by him is the avatar of the pseudo-god who drank the blood of a mathematician. The youth in the green shirt held a green feather umbrella and kept spinning, spreading out the mysterious space fluctuations like ripples, hiding everyone's breath. That green feather umbrella is a top-notch fortune teller. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's spiritual power soaring, the purple gold eye would rise, and he would never have found it. They also come to steal the energy of the holy vein? Ha ha ha. It's cool, what? A goddamn thing is that when you fall asleep, you have a pillow. At this moment, someone Lin grinned. He smiles like a child. I haven't sang for a long time. Is it because you are too beautiful on the record player, or do you sing that mice love rice? Or do you want to burn calories with one hand? We will divide you into 2 groups later. Long Can and I will attract the attention of Diming, and you will wait for the opportunity to capture all the energy of the holy vessel. The youth in the green shirt said indifferently, you know, if I die, it won't do anything for you to get the holy vein energy. Therefore, you must move quickly. Everyone nodded. Except for Long Can, the other 10 people were all old monsters from Kyushu. Some are even more hidden old monsters who haven't been born in 100,000 years. Terribly strong. In the late stage of Kunu, they are all ruthless characters. Characters like them can't get out of the border without any substantial benefits, all because the true God Avatar promised them that if they can grab the energy of the holy vessel, they will share a part of the energy too. Shape the holy body for them. Said to be the Eucharist, in fact, it is nothing more than absorbing a little holy air or the energy of a saint. But for them it is the only chance after countless years. In the past, the pseudo-gods were still afraid, but now they have completely showdown, and Yuji forcibly descended on Kyushu, using all possibilities to increase their strength, forcibly strangling Lin Chen and even eroding Kyushu. Just as the 10 people continued to approach, they began to divide into 2 teams, one south and one west. At this time, someone Lin, who was lurking on a cliff, put on homemade sunglasses. His demeanor was solemn to himself. You may not know what it is to sing in Jitian Mountain. I usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of person: do show. Ambush it with one hand, and don't fight in front of it. Don't worry about this wave of operations. I, someone from Lin, are determined. I sing, look here with my backhand and make a fortune in a silent voice. Suddenly, 2 silver-robed silhouettes emerged from the sky, descending from the void without warning, without any means to conceal the breath, appearing out of thin air. It's Lin Chen's 2 avatars. The clones were one south and one west, and they happened to appear 100 miles behind the team of 12 people divided into 2 teams, standing on the top of the mountain. If you ask how flamboyant Lin Chen is, let's see how high the sky is. The young man's laughter sounded, and the pupils of the youth in the green shirt in front of the team shrank. Today, he has been bloody mildew for 8 lifetimes, and he can meet Lin Chen here? I saw that Lin Chen was holding a self-made red sandalwood guitar, using a dragon's beard as a string, with Erlang's legs up on the hill, holding the guitar in his left hand, his bangs in his right hand, and the corner of his mouth outlined a sullen smile. If you ask how flamboyant Lin Chen is, let's see how high the sky is. What does he want to do? Seeing the guitar in his hand, Long Can's legs were weak and his teeth were chattering. He was really afraid of Lin Chen, the goddess. From the moment he challenged the pseudo-god family, the behavior of this kid made people dare not even think about it. The next moment, he suddenly injected a trace of fighting spirit into his homemade guitar, plucked the strings of the guitar with his fingertips, and the delicate and graceful sound of the strings floated out. Then, the laughter of the young man who condensed the majestic spiritual power. And the fighting spirit spread throughout the 100,000 miles and millions of miles. The devil on the opposite side, look here, look here, look here. The operation here is very exciting, please don't pretend to ignore it. The devil on the opposite side, look here, look here, look here. Don't be frightened by my appearance, in fact, I am very cute. Hiss. At this moment, the 12 people, including the teenager in the teenage shirt, gasped for air, and their scalps went numb. Where did this strange thing come from? Nima actually sang in the magic eye area of these dozens of demon kings and tens of thousands of demon emperors? Also look over here, look at your sister. You are so cute. Boom. The singing started to make the demon sovereigns open their bloody eyes. Their breath moved suddenly, and they reacted immediately. The sadness of the most handsome boy, tell me, who understands? Please throw a wink over me, coax me, and make me laugh. I looked left and right, looked up and down. It turns out that every demon is Not simple. I thought and thought, guessed, and the thoughts of. The demons are really strange. Crazy. Must be crazy. Let the devil give you a wink? Lost my mind. The wall is insane. Also let the devil coax you? Are you crazy? This song is mixed with Lin's midterm spiritual power and 9 kinds of heavenly robbery fighting spirit. This voice is not only spread out of Jia Tianshan, but also dozens of top battle emperors in the Terran territory. Outside the main city of number 10. I heard it. What's the situation? Who's singing? It seems to be in the direction of Jietian Mountain. Impossible, there are even high-level devils over there. Except for the tower owner, who would dare to approach that ghost place? Fuck. It's really a goddamn position in Jietian Mountain. What's the situation? What kind of immortal dares to sing in Jietian Mountain? No, I didn't drink high last night. Lao Lin, give me a slap and try. Am I dreaming? Grass, you fucking really hit me. Dozens of 8th and 9th level war emperors came out one after another, flashing to the sky above 10,000 feet, their expressions panicked and stunned, and they were so frightened that they stared at each other with big eyes. Weird. It's so weird. Where is Jiaishanshan? That is known as one of the most dangerous areas in the battlefield of 10,000 demons. Except for the tower owner and the few people in history, no one has dared to enter. No one knows what the hell is in there. The only certainty is that there are as many demon emperors as dogs, and there are a lot of demon kings, including the legendary high-level demon kings. Even if the 10 major cities are condensed, plus all the battle power of the battle emperor in Kyushu, it is impossible to enter. Because that's not a place that mortals can enter at all. If it wasn't for the demons being unable to rush out of the sky tower, Kyushu would have been ruined long ago. And that kind of ghost place where the bird doesn't poop and the war emperor died instantly, someone actually sings in it? Isn't this Nima alive? I saw that the hearty singing voice came again, causing the scalps of many war emperors to explode in an instant. The devil on the opposite side, look here, look here, look here. The most handsome boy is in love, I need you to give me some love. Grass. Crazy. See you soon. There are still people in the Jia Tianshan who want a little love against the devil in these years? Excuse me. Really can't afford it. This love is so damn heavy, I'm afraid I'll be beaten out if I love it. Then, the singing and chords continued to come. Hi. Hi. I look left and right, up and down. It turns out that every demon is not simple. I thought and thought, guessed, and the thoughts of. The demons are really strange. All the powerhouses were shocked and racked their brains. What kind of gods have such magical powers? Is it the birth of the Holy Land? Among the many war emperors, a handsome and compelling man nodded thoughtfully. Well, it sounds good. In the Jietian Mountain, the roar shook the sky and the earth, the desire tore apart the sky, and the demons boiled. Fried. All exploded. Whether it is a strong human race, or a demon king and a group of emperors, at this moment, it almost exploded on the spot. For so many years, no human race has dared to intrude in Jietian Mountain, and today more than a dozen people broke in one breath. I'm so stupid, where is this wonderful work? Is your brain sick? Put it on. The Tianshan Mountain to sing? Grass. It's over, we've been discovered. The corners of the mouths of some of the hidden old monsters who were leaving The customs for the first time were twitching wildly. Lin's two avatars jumped up and jumped to the position of the two teams. Suddenly, hundreds of demon emperors rushed in their direction. A few devil lords also started to move. Love is so strange, come, 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 come. Come, 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 come and come. 12 people trembled in their hearts, what time is this, and he is still singing, what a day. It's obvious that we want to pull them together and perish together. This attraction is very likely to be besieged to death by 10,000 demons. And there is no need to fight at all, and even escaping is a life and death. Two of the old monsters couldn't help but yelled, come on, I'm fighting with you as a bastard today. The 5 fingerprints were shot out, and the 1,000 zhong palm prints exploded like knife marks, and someone Lin avoided with a dark step. Volleying and laughing. His figure swirled in the air, and he was still playing his guitar to sing, madly attracting more monsters over. Ha ha ha, I'm sassy on the left and right on the other. It turns out that every handsome guy is not easy. I'm handsome and handsome, I guess and guess, the minds of handsome guys are really strange. Handsome is really strange. Come, come, come oh hey. Lin Chen's clone sang loudly, and even blinked at a few old monsters, almost spitting blood from them. Don't fight with him, this is the avatar of that kid, the real body must be hidden in the dark and want to take advantage of the fisherman. The youth in the green shirt gritted his teeth, retreated sharply, quickly deduced the secrets, and looked for opportunities in this desperate situation. Hundreds of demon sovereigns and 3 mid-level magic sovereigns took the lead in killing within 2,000 miles. The 2 teams of young men in green shirts were immediately exposed to them. There was no point in hiding them anymore. The 10 hidden old monsters were sweating coldly. Although they were the late stage of the 9th level, the mid-level demon monarch had a cultivation level that rivaled that of the King of War. At most, 10 of them could barely stop 2 and 3 were not at all opponent. In addition, there are so many demon emperors, if they are swarmed, they will surely die. Lin Chen lurked on the cliff, never acted rashly, rubbing his chin to observe the situation and opportunities, trying to seduce all the high-level devils as much as possible. Boom. At this time, 2 more intermediate-level demon lords and 1 high-level demon monarch stood up, separated by more than 20,000 miles, staring at 12 people with bloody eyes. Not good. Senior demon lords are coming too. Longkin was shocked and lost his voice, looking at the master behind him in horror. The youth in the green shirt gritted his teeth with hatred, and his hatred for Lin Chen could be said to be hard to wash away. Mother Sheepy, a mere mortal, can actually destroy the plan of this seat over and over again, but it's just an ant. If it is in front of the body of this seat, it is a garbage, an ant that can be crushed with a finger. This sacred vein energy is close at hand, and it was difficult to escape the detection of the Sky Tower, and it was mixed up to this point, but it was disturbed by this Lin Chen again. Lin Chen's strength is like an ant to him, too weak to be mentioned. But he returned again and again because of this ant pale, and no creature could accept this shame. Go southeast, retreat. Long can, use the holy body again, rush out. The youth in the green shirt burst into a drink. Long can only gritted his teeth and pushed the holy body, his body twisted and turned into a golden dragon. The use of the holy body this time was overused, and he would pay a heavy price. Boom. The golden dragon collided with the first intermediate demon lord that came head-on, and fought fiercely in all directions. Sigh. Boom. The four old monsters were instantly blown away by a senior demon lord, severely injured, and suffocating. A high-level demon lord, at least comparable to the Three Tribulations battle. Emperor, in the late stage of the 9 stages, there is no way to fight it in front of it. The youth in the green shirt had a solemn expression on his face, turned around, and the green feather umbrella revolved extremely fast, and countless silver lights as thin as a hairspring shrouded away. Spring silkworms spin silk. The silver light is like a net, and it catches the senior devil at the other end. He originally planned to leave this trick to Lin Chen, but he didn't expect it to be used here. Retreat. The youth in the green shirt turned pale, and his mental strength and chi and blood rapidly diminished. 12 people rushed to the southeast, the area with the weakest number of demon emperors, trying to break through. The 2 clones also began to be chased by many demon emperors. The clones launched the 7th level transformation, and their cultivation base temporarily broke through to the late 8th level. The host continues to activate the charging runes, consuming 30,000 rune energy, 30,000 rune energy. Start to activate the talent of Zijia Jun Lin Tianxia, which consumes 690,000 talent points, cooldown time, 29 days. Begin to enter the state of accumulating energy, 0 points. The energy value will increase the host's next attack. The avatar circulated through the whole body, and launched the ultimate moment. The 9 tribulations battle body was activated, and the dragon force broke out. In the avatar's hand, the meridian sword, which is as bright as a star jade, slashed down with a sword fight, and there was a azure light on the tip of the sword. Flaming moon slash. Thousands of feet of blue slashing light is like a tornado twisting, sweeping across the sky, piercing through countless demon emperors. Even though the demon sovereign is in groups and has a strong aura of being brave and not afraid of death, Lin Chen's pure power is now comparable to that of the 9 war sovereigns. He is blessed with the sharpness, swordsmanship, talent, and 9 robbery battle body of the meridian sword. Come out, as if sweeping the mountains and rivers. Brush brush. The energy value is soaring, the system pops up a progress bar, and the value keeps skyrocketing. In Lin Chen's eyes, this is not enough. His cultivation base is not what it used to be, and he must need a higher energy value in exchange for more amplification. With the Wind Emperor bow in hand, he pulled the bow and smashed the sky with an arrow. The arrow that twisted the wind blade fell like a pole star, blasting countless demon emperors. Laugh. 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 A large number of demon sovereign disappeared under the light of the arrows. Except for the penetrating rune, Lin Chen's 2 clones almost exerted all their strength. The dark steps continued to step, the stars moved, the clone took away all the demon emperor crystals, and the blank attribute was mad. The avatars drew their bows, and shot arrows like aurora, and each arrow killed several demon emperors like killing chickens. Deadly Bloodthirsty is successfully launched, 29% of the damage treatment is obtained from the damage, and the talent combination skill is triggered successfully. Clone trigger talent combo skills. Lin Chen was ecstatic, and he used the talent combination of Journey to the World. Brush. The system pops up another progress bar, and the accumulated energy value is 0 points. The host uses the double purple rank King's Landing talent at the same time and begins to divide into two states of accumulating energy, which will increase the host's next attack. 2 progress bars? Double kings. Damn it, it's so time. Lin, are going to hit his mother this time. Lin Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up, and his mouth was fragrant. Tear. Between the vertical and horizontal flashes of sword energy, the two clones covered each other, fought each other, and cooperated perfectly. Boom. Finally, 4 more intermediate demon lords stood up, and their bloody and brutal empty eyes flashed with violent blood. They finally realized Lin Chen's threat. They didn't expect this tiny human race to have such power. They have never seen a human race with such a low level of cultivation and such a powerful combat power. These demon lords are not low-level demons, and have high spiritual wisdom. Unless a major event occurs, they will not easily leave the vicinity of the sacred vein energy. It's finally here. The fighting spirit is monstrous, and the clone even pulls Ziwu and swipes out 7 swords. Meridian Meteorite. This sword, like the 7 stars from the west, slashed and slashed 2 intermediate demon lords in a chain. Take the 1x 7th order advanced arrow Long Ming arrow, and the clone shoots an arrow. The arrow screams like a dragon, and the dark light flashes. Shadow. The 3-headed devil roared, his claws shoved horizontally, and the savage dragon collided, blasting a mushroom cloud, and both sides retreated. There was a trace of humanistic consternation in the eyes of the devil. How could the attack of this human race still have the power to penetrate into their bodies? I can fight. As long as the penetration and charging runes are kept on, my 2 clones can barely stop 3 intermediate demon kings. Lin Chen dodged slightly and dodged sideways, sneaking into the other side, where there was only a senior devil left. Those 12 guys have already attracted more than half of the demon emperors, and several demon emperors in Jiatianshan. There are still 6 demon emperors who have not moved, so they can only take risks. Once the demon emperors outside Jietian Mountain are involved, the situation will be more complicated. Changeable, this is the only chance to fight hard. Brush. 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 Another 2 avatars escaped from thousands of miles, and the 4 avatars came out together. The 4th avatar held the long yao and entered a large number of demon emperors that rushed over. Mirror Moon was perfectly displayed, with both offensive and defensive speed, and a perfect integration. The demon emperors were defeated and retreated, and their domineering intentions were violent. Get 10 blank attributes, 20 blank attributes, 10 blank attributes. One-time accumulation of energy, 500,000, 520,000, 530,000. Secondary accumulation of energy, 150,000, 160,000, 180,000. The 2 energy accumulation progress bars rose wildly, and Lin Chen's 2 moves, Journey to the World, kept accumulating energy. Boom. Finally, 1 middle-level and 1 high-level demon king noticed the abnormality and rushed out again. The 3rd avatar stood ready, retreating step by step, deliberately dragging them away from the position where they left the sacred pulse energy. Suddenly, a beautiful snow-white shadow descended from the sky, and the dragon emperor was born, protecting the beauty closely. Sister Ruoyan, be careful. Lin Chen instructed. The beauty nodded with a smile. Before the release of the Shanqing dragon domain, the dragon's tail swayed, and a piece of azure blue dragon sword slashed down at the high-level demon monarch who flew out. Clang! The Peerless dragon sword that divides the mountains, rivers, and seas slashed on the body of the high-level devil, and was blocked by its wave. Without hurting the slightest. Although the Dragon Emperor is strong, the opponent, after all, is the opponent of the Three Tribulations Battle Emperor, and it is extremely difficult to even delay the time. The senior demon lord raised his hand to take a picture, and there was a cracking sound in the air. At the same time as he easily broke the Shanqing Dragon domain, he wanted to completely tear apart the dragon scale defense of the Dragon Emperor, and he would be defeated almost in a single encounter. 7 absolutes. Boom. Boom. The terrifying style of boxing was like a dragon whistling, and the ghostly avatar stepped into the upper body of the high-level devil with one punch. Boom. The space is cracked, and the explosion is shocking. This punch, cutting, tearing, pulling, and all 3 types of absolutely bursting. The high-level demon sovereign, who was several hundred meters tall, was knocked back 2 small steps, and his avatar was soaring, his fists with both hands were like a gust of wind and rain, and every punch was a 7 extreme strength. Pulling. Squeeze. Squeeze. Double penetration, the energy penetrates like a dragon, and the twist is like a wild dragon, and it has smashed the high-level devil head-on with 9.3 million dragon power. Bang. Bang. The clones approached desperately, punched 100 punches with half a breath, and the violent dragon strength and energy entered the body of the senior demon in different ways with the penetrating rune. Click. The split arm is broken and overused. Lin Chen's dragon power can only barely exert the first 5 kinds of power. And the last 2 kinds of Qijua Jin, explosive power and killing power. Not enough conditions. Boom. Crushed with one palm, the clone burst. The violent eyes of the high-ranking demon monarch bristled with anger, and he was actually injured by such a weak human race. The host activates phantom runes, consuming 250,000 rune energy. Brush. The space was distorted, and Lin Chen's clone, who was walking in the dark, appeared again, with a mean smile on his face. Spicy chicken demon lord, come and beat me. The devil roared, his violent eyes swept past the brutal killing intent. Rushed towards the clone, and the fierce battle resumed. At this moment when the scene was extremely chaotic, Lin Chen almost held his breath, and when he was 3,000 miles away from the sacred vein crystal, he was about to urge the Tianyin rune to start the fight. OM. 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 The fighting spirit fluctuated like ripples, and a rapidly spinning blue feather umbrella exploded on top of Lin Chen's head. The feather umbrella azure light shines between the mountain gorges, attracting the attention of the four-headed devil, and Lin Chen's position is exposed. He actually gave up his life calculator and wanted to drag Lin Chen to die. Here? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and 3 intermediate-level demon lords and a high-level demon lord locked him in an instant. The suffocating energy suddenly hit, and the chill was all over the body. The phoenix wing spread furiously, stepped secretly, and Lin Chen, who was quickly retreating, suddenly felt an infinite evil spirit behind him, like a savage dragon biting at him. A large number of demon emperors rushed out from the top of the mountain behind him, and the youth in the green shirt let go of the other 11 people, and killed them again with 2 demon emperors and a large group of demon emperors. The teenage boy laughs. Haha, Lin Chen, I didn't expect that this time, even if I give up the backhand of this clone, you will die. Lin Chen raised his brows. This pseudo-god, Lao Yin, can still have a hand of Yin Lao Tzu at this juncture? There are tigers in front and wolves in the back, and now it is not look at. The devil on the opposite side but pounces. Come here, Lin, will turn the world upside down. The superdimensional talent is successfully used, and the current position of the host's fixed point is the space coordinate of number 6. When his talent was activated, Lin Chen actually rushed towards the densely packed demon emperor and youths in green shirts. This wave of action made even the youth in the teenage shirt stunned for a moment. This kid can't escape? There are 2 middle-level demon monarchs behind him. And the one who discovered Lin Chen was the 6-headed demon monarch. The 4 elements are in a state of sympathy in body and mind, and immediately evacuated, the Dragon Emperor took by rune to escape into the void. Then come to the end. The 4 demon monarchs behind him approached step by step, the 2 demon monarchs and thousands of demon monarchs in front of them blocked their retreat, and Lin Chen grinned wildly. Have begun to target those who are hostile to the host in a radius of 100,000 miles, and started to strike with the nirvana of 5 thunders. Boom! The 5-color thunderclouds of the sky and the earth rise like a tide. All demons, all locked. This kid actually still has this trump card? The youth in the green shirt has a numb scalp, and this is the ultimate move that he can't even dodge. Even as a saint-level mathematician, he has never seen such a strange attack in this world, which can completely lock a living being. What a fucking day. 5 thunders hit the top, give me a fuck. With pride, Lin Chen pointed to the sky, and when he was shaking, the situation changed suddenly. Sigh. Boom. 5-color thunderclouds, tearing through the sky, smashed down 1,000. Zhang thick, 10,000 zhang long 5-color thunder. Boom. 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 At this moment, between the heavens and the earth, there are endless 5-color thunders, colorful, and the beauty reflects the beautiful murderous intent. What kind of scene was that? The war emperors of the number 10 main city outside Jietian Mountain, which is countless miles away, clearly saw that in the center of Jietian Mountain, the colorful thunder light shot straight to Shaohan, and the candle shone in the sky, as if it was about to tear the world apart. Under the demon lord, ashes vanished. The sky-filled demon emperor crystal was torn apart, leaving only the white attribute ball. The low-level demon monarch was severely injured in 3 strikes and 5 strikes, and continued to be bombed to death. The middle-level demon king, although he was not seriously injured, most of them were involved. Senior demon lord, directly ignoring the power of the 5 thunders, and continued to charge at Lin Chen. Annihilation. Boom. The 1,000 zhang spiritual beam of annihilation energy swayed at extreme speed across the void, and hit the young man in the green shirt, who was being slashed by the 5 thunders and continued to accumulate injuries. Pfft. The teenage boy vomits blood. At the moment when the vortex of dark calamity was reversed, Lin Chen emerged from 100 meters away from the youth in the green shirt, and his fists that were ready to go were violently attacked. Tear. If there is a boxing style with the momentum of the galloping dragon, it will destroy the dry and the rotten, and hit it in a row. One after another boxing, weathering knife cutting, tearing like a dragon, pulling like an eagle, and several completely different strengths merged and penetrated the body of the young man in the teenage shirt, knocking him out alive. Brush. More than a dozen human-shaped spherical-shaped attribute light balls fell from the void, which was extremely mysterious. It was the first time that Lin Chen saw such a large attribute light ball. But he didn't have a chance to care at all. He turned around abruptly, 200 high-level demon monarchs and 4 intermediate-level demon monarchs were only within 1,000 miles of him. The King's Landing is launched, and the first energy accumulation is 1.95 million points. Will boost the host's next attack. Boom. The 9-color Heavenly Tribulation Battle Chi wheel turned to the palm, merged into a star, and Lin Chen threw it out. A bunch of shit, try this. The 9 Tribulation star glows with 9 aurora, like a meteor slamming into the 6-headed devil head-on, and instinctive fear emerges in their sullen eyes. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a magnificent beam of light that suddenly rotated and bloomed, with 9 colors, reaching the sky. During the rotation of the beam of light, it seems that everything has been extinguished. Except for the sacred vein crystal, standing still, all the devils are involved in the 9-color beam of light, as if falling into destruction. The energy crystal layer of Sansuan Jia protected himself. Lin Chen took a dark step, his body flashed and retreated, and stared into the 9-color beam of light. The 9 robbery stars this time are infinitely close to the 9 robbery stars superimposed by the 4 great talents in Lingzhou. With my current cultivation base and element attribute value, using the 9 tribulation stars in normal state can threaten the second tribulation war emperor at most. Among the 2 high-level demon sovereigns, one of them is the strongest, and it may be comparable to the 4 tribulations war emperor. The vitality of the demon race is extremely tenacious, and he has no absolute certainty about the 9 robbery stars so strong. When the 9-color beam of light dissipated, Lin Chen's heart moved, and the body of the demon king, with 2 heads and hundreds of feet, was still standing. A body more than half mutilated, still not dead. The ferocious pupils are a little more fearful. The other end, nearly seriously injured, with a gap of 10 feet in the upper body, is the high-level demon lord who is comparable to the 4 tribulations battle emperor. It has become the main force to resist Lin Chen's 9 tribulation stars. This time, but this is the case, the 4 middle-level demon kings have already disappeared. Brush. Just when the 2 demon kings wanted to fight Lin Chen desperately, at this moment, 4 figures, even by Ruoyan and the Dragon Emperor, appeared at the same time at the 7 sacred vein crystals, opened the special jade box prepared by the vice principal, and placed the holy sage. The pulse crystals are all included in the jade box. Pretty. Lin Chen clapped his hands in amazement. 2 of the clones activated the superdimensional teleportation, teleported to Lin Chen's side, and hid the 7 sacred vein crystals into the ring. Done. Just yo-yo run. The other 2 clones pretended to rush to the 2 demon kings, desperately, but in fact, they were going to take away the blank attribute light balls that the demon kings fell. Boom. After the attributes were collected, the clone was punched to death by the advanced demon. Lin Chen consumes talent points to speed up the cooling of the super dimensional teleportation talent, leaving 50 seconds of cooling time. Brother Lin Chen, it's too bad. By Ruoyan swept to Lin Chen's side, her expression changed slightly. 50,000 miles outside of Jietian Mountain, 2 suffocating creatures descended, and looking at their momentum, they were completely above the high-level devil. Is it the peak demon lord? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The peak demon king, that is, the demon creatures. Second only to the holy demon king, and equal to the 5 tribulation war emperors of the human race. The peak demon lord will roam the battlefield of 10,000 demons outside the Jietian Mountains. They have higher intelligence and always want to find An opportunity to break through the sky tower and rush out of the outside. Kyushu. Now they sense Lin Chen's intrusion and rush there. World Tianshan. Boom. The gust of wind swept through, and Lin Chen pulled by Ruan back. Frantically. The two high-level demon lords are chasing after them. There is still a 30-second cooldown for ultradimensional teleportation, and it must be delayed for 30 seconds. Sister Ruan. Come in. Lin Chen drank heavily, Bai Ruan bit his teeth lightly, and turned into a snow-white jade slip and escaped into Lin Chen's arms. She couldn't even stop a creature of this level, so she had to hand it over to Lin Chen. Combination skill, King's Landing, is activated, and the accumulated energy is 3.95 million points. Will boost the host's next attack. 3.95 million points. For the second time of Journey to the World, the value will be doubled compared to the previous one. Sigh. The overwhelming crimson suffocating energy appeared along with 200 Zhang figures, and the two human-shaped peak demons stepped out. Stepping on the ground like a river, spanning thousands of miles in one step. The shivering space crystal wall was broken by cracks, and Lin Chen felt that if they fought at close range, the opponent could crush him to death with just his momentum. The 5 Tribulations War Emperor, you can crush the 9-layer War Emperor with the lift of your hand. It is not the power of 2 classes at all. Humans, trespass our habitat, die. The peak demon lord headed by him is still able to speak out. I don't have a high IQ, but I have a thick skin. This is the territory of my human race. When will it become your habitat? Don't be more stinky than your face, Kijwaijin. Lin Chen, who quickly retreated to the magic eye, sneered, his shoulders trembled, and the whole person was turning like an angry dragon, with a monstrous aura. When the 9.3 million dragons gathered together like 10,000 dragons, and condensed on Lin Chen's right arm, he faced the 4-headed devil who was less than 1,000 miles away from him, and punched out angrily. 7 absolute strengths and 5 strengths in one. Boom. Long Jin, who turned the world upside down, exploded with a punch. Lin Chen gasped slightly, his right arm was broken. This move is too reluctant for him. The 5 kinds of energy were in different ways, and when the fist wind rolled towards the 4 demon kings, the peak demon king-headed couldn't help sneering, poorly weak attack. Boom. The devil wanted to resist the punch, but before he finished speaking, the power of Lin Chen's punch suddenly skyrocketed. More than 9.3 million dragon power. The moment the boundary was broken, it completely broke through 10 million dragon power. I don't know yet. Above 10 million, it has skyrocketed to 20 million dragon power. Even Lin Chen himself didn't know to what extent the power of this punch was increased by the talent of Jun Lin Tian in an instant. What? Boom. The fist wind slammed into front of them, exploded in an instant, and the raging waves lifted the sky. At the same time of vitality, the 4 great devils were blown away. With blood dripping from his arm, Lin Chen still kept retreating at full speed. The next moment, the vision suddenly changed. Sigh. The dark red magic eye burst out with a suffocating energy, and a strange dark red palm protruded from the inside, rushed for 100 miles, and caught Lin Chen like lightning. In front of this dark red palm, Lin Chen was powerless to resist, and was instantly suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Quack, what a young human boy, become the king's food. There was an evil cry in the devil's eye, and Lin Chen's pupils shrank. In a single thought, He connected to the system's three major talents: Sun, God, God-Killer, and Despairing Life and Death. He has no choice. The palm protruding from the magic eye is no less than the peak of the demon. Sovereign. A face-to-face suppressed Lin Chen. Because of the mysterious man's magic seal, Lin Chen was protected from the magic power of the magic eye, causing him to almost forget the existence of the magic eye. Concentrating on keeping a distance from the two-peaked demon lords, the result is that he was attacked in an instant. When Lin Chen was desperately trying to use the three strongest talents to buy time, the purple and black magic seal in his palm suddenly glowed with aurora and attracted the stars, as if the sea was roaring. Tear. The terrifying suction force suddenly erupted in Lin Chen's palm, and endless demonic energy poured out from the demon's eyes, all absorbed into the magic seal, and the dark red palm was also torn off, all refining into Lin Chen's demon inner G. Why do you have the scent of that race? Damn, is it that old? Group of people. Is there still a legacy alive after millions of years? There was a sharp scream in the devil's eye. Lin Chen took a breath, and subconsciously used the battle aura and spiritual power to probe the body, and there was nothing abnormal. Just in time, system, space orientation of number 4. Teleport to the 4th space position, consuming 2.15 million talent points. Brush. The space beam of light was broken above his head, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. The storm seemed to calm down in an instant, and the countless demon emperors and low-level demon lords who came to look around, but did not see the aura of their human race. On this day, the demons of Jiaishanshan suffered unprecedented heavy losses. More than half of the middle-level demons fell, more than half of the low-level demons died, and more than 1/3 of the demons died. These guys actually woke up? In the main city of number 10, the tower owner stepped into the air and suspended, his eyes staring into the distance. In the last battle, his injuries have not recovered as before, and it is precisely because the seal of the magic eye is incomplete that the guys under the devil's nest can extend some of their power to the outside world. Even him, he can't get close to the magic eye easily. Once he gets close, it will startle those creatures. Number 1 main city, the Golden Prison Mountains. Lin Chen fell on the edge of a cliff, and he was still a little frightened. While breathing rapidly, entering the Jietian mountain this time, it can be said that it is a life and death line in the end. Jade simplified by Wang, by rune appeared, took his palm, and looked worried. Brother Lin Chen, are you all right? Do you feel anything unusual? No. It's weird. Lin Chen shook his head, staring at the magic seal in the palm of his left hand. After the purple and black magic seal flickered for a moment, it dimmed and hid in Lin Chen's body. After absorbing the palm of that demon creature, this thing still hides in my body, but I have no influence. Lin Chen's expression was extremely solemn. It is precisely because of such a big change that this magic seal has not changed. This is serious. This proves that this magic seal is completely out of Lin Chen's control, and even the creatures above the peak demon can be completely crushed. That demon race calls itself the king. Is it possible that it is still a holy demon king? Lin Chen was in a cold sweat. The holy demon king, compared to the existence of a saint. This magic seal can even intercept the creatures who are suspected of being the holy demon king, and no one knows what will happen to this thing in the next moment. The mysterious person who gave me this magic seal can't be good intentions or lack of strength. I'm still too weak. If I have the strength of the holy realm, this is not even a fart. Damn, my life hangs on my waist. Up. After several thoughts and struggles, with Bai Ruoyan's company, Lin Chen's mind finally recovered. Return to the academy. Maybe after the dean wakes up, there may be a solution to this magic seal, and if I can get other parts of the Teofusionju, and I can practice the orange level mental method, my strength can be improved. Progress a few notches. Lin Chen has seen the power of the orange level mentality. Bai Ruoyan's cultivation in the middle stage of the 9th level, against an intermediate level devil who is comparable to the emperor of a catastrophe, she can go beyond the level to fight without falling behind. The improvement of the orange level mentality is too heaven-defying. Tai Fu Tianju, he is determined to win. After swallowing the 2 pills, Lin Chen's injury on his right arm was temporarily stabilized, and he still needed a little time to recuperate. 5. Forces in 1 foot had too high requirements on strength and shell strength. It's fortunate to be broken. Leaving the Sky Tower, Lin Chen did not intend to waste time. He used the superdimensional teleportation again, teleported back to the number 2 space orientation, arrived at Wanlinghai, and then returned to the academy. This time, a large number of demons were destroyed in the Sky Tower, which increased my blank attribute value to 130,000 points, which is a good harvest. It can be converted into other attributes at any time, which is necessary for emergency. Lin Chen turned off the system, and when he opened his eyes, the dragon emperor had already returned to the academy. Tiange Academy, the main hall of Baidao. Lin Chen, who just returned, received an unexpected news. Mr. Yueqi and everyone were picked up by people from the Holy Realm? Facing Shen Lianyun's words, Lin Chen's heart sank. Everyone must have their own plans to leave. From the eyes of those old foxes in the Holy Realm, there is no need to move them. Lin Chen pondered for a while, and let down half of his suspended heart. The sectarian messengers of the holy world picked them up, and the motive and possibility of harm were not great. Looking at his motives, hurting the people around Lin Chen will do them no harm. However, if he can win against the false gods this time, Lin Chen still wants to go to the holy world to confirm everyone's safety as soon as possible. Especially Sister Yueqi and Manqing, Qingxian, if people from the holy world dare to bully them, with Lin Chen's temperament, I am afraid they can turn everything upside down. You really went to the magic eye and brought back his holy vein energy? In the main hall, Lin Chen handed over the 7 jade boxes. Shen Lianyun took them, and tears of excitement flashed. How many years of waiting, just for the moment when he wakes up again. For the will of Tiange Academy and the dean, what they are waiting for is the appearance of a person who can bear the burden of history. But for Shen Lianyun alone, she just wants to see him again. These hundreds of thousands of waits were not in vain after all. These countless days and nights, I don't want to rush into the Sky Tower all the time, I want to wake you up again. Caressing Shen Lianyun of the jade box, she wept with joy and shed happy tears. Bai Ruoyan and Lin Chen looked at each other, and unconsciously held each other's hands tightly. Some of the college elders in the main hall couldn't help wiping the tears from the corners of their eyes. In order to inherit the will of the dean, Shen Lianyun has adhered to Tiange Academy for countless years. This waiting and agreement for her beloved is touching, and it also makes Lin Chen cherish the people in front of her. I will return the holy vein energy to him first. Shen Lianyun was so excited that her cheeks were stained with a touch of red. Like a girl who was about to see her lover again, she took away all the jade boxes. As soon as Shen Lianyun went to the secret room, an elder immediately came out and handed a few secret letters to Lin Chen. Little friend Lin Chen, this is what your partner left for you before he left. Lin Chen took all the letters, opened them one by one, and everyone from class 66, Ning Qingxian, Yan Qianyun, and Man Qing, all left a lot of words for him. But they seem to have a heart-to-heart, and they all have an obsessive confidence in Lin Chen, that is, they firmly believe that Lin Chen can overcome this disaster and reach the holy world safely. Even if I'm the most handsome, everyone looks down on me, someone Lin. That's the true God who blows up to the sky. Do you really think of me as the true God? Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. One of his jokes, the elders in the main hall, did not take it as a joke, they can fully understand the mood of everyone who went to the holy world. Thinking back to Lin Chen 3 years ago, he was just a young man who first arrived in Lingzhou, but the deeds he created were more shocking than the last. Every time something earth-shattering happened to him, when everyone thought that was his end and limit, what happened next time subverted everyone's cognition countless times. The top 10 geniuses and 4 heavenly kings of the same generation are now only Yuan Zun realm. But he has already stood on the top of Kyushu. Who can imagine it, who dares to imagine it? They also firmly believe that in this crisis of the advent of the true God, if there is Lin Chen, it is hope. Haha, little friend Lin Chen, stay safe. It is worthy of being the first legend in Kyushu's history. It is better to meet with fame. It is worthy of being a person who dares to challenge false gods. It's really even a blessing for the human race to have Lin Chen's little friend. Hearty laughter spread throughout the hall, a group of strong men stepped in. And Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. There are the big 3 of Danzhou, Emperor Lei of Tianzhou, and even most of the ancient alliance of Tianzhou, as well as those who used to be the inheritors of the sacred monument of the town. All of them are first-class powerhouses, who are fighting against false gods this time. The strong. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that even the 3 most secretive dragon clans of the Dragon Clan also sent strong men to arrive. The girl with green dragon horns, hid behind the ancestor in white, turned her curious eyes, and looked at Lin Chen timidly. Everyone opened the space channel to Tiange Academy overnight and formed a real big alliance. It will also be the first time that the human race and the dragon race have joined forces collectively from ancient times to the present. However, the opponent of this alliance is an unprecedented level. I didn't expect so many people to know my handsome name. Lin Chen laughed, everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere dissipated a bit. Everyone sat down. Lin Chen sat at the head of the hall, with Bai Ruian by his side. Little friend Lin Chen, what do you think we have in this battle? Suddenly, Emperor Lei of Tianzhou asked, with a solemn expression. The atmosphere in the hall became tense again. In all fairness, the powerhouses who can gather here today are all arrogant people, but they put their lives on the line. Against true God, lose or die. This is the fate of all the forces behind them. They must know what they are fighting for and why they are mortgaged for this battle. Who are their enemies? Not only the 6 false gods, but the entire Kyushu who succumb to the false gods. The enemies are still all over Kyushu. This time, they are going to challenge the world and challenge history. How much is this victory? I am afraid that only Lin Chen can answer this question. I have recovered the energy of the sacred veins for the senior dean of our college. Presumably, the dean will be able to wake up soon, and there will be at least one saint on our side. Lin Chen's remarks raised the morale of the powerhouses in the entire first hall. However, the calculation of this victory is still infinitely close to zero. Lin Chen changed his voice and answered seriously. When I learned that the answer was not unexpected, everyone's faces were as heavy as water, and the atmosphere became more and more dignified. Everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives, and Lin Chen must let them know the truth. The actual situation of the dean is not optimistic. He killed the two holy demon kings with one person, and then killed them out of the demon eye. Even if the energy of the holy vein was recovered, it would only be seriously injured. Facing the 6 false gods, the odds are indeed infinitely close to zero. In fact, some strong people know that there are still some holy places in Kyushu. But this other holy realm powerhouse has never intervened in the affairs of Kyushu, and it is almost impossible for them to stand in line, because even if the false gods come in, they can calmly evacuate and find a new foothold in the mortal world. Lin Chen stood up, straightened his waist, and sounded like a bell. I'm not the one who deceives everyone. Everyone sitting here is a person who is betting on their lives. Now Kyushu has come to the moment of life and death. The honor and spirit that the ancient sages guarded for us with their lives, we cannot give up. The ancient sages, they are also the favored sons of heaven, but as saints, they have no choice. I fled, but defended Kyushu with all my heart. Now that it's time for life and death, my generation can only fight to the death without caring for our lives. If we don't fight, we will be wiped out. It's better to die standing up than to die on your knees. If you don't fight, you will be wiped out. The 8-character sentence, like a sword hanging in the heart, is engraved in everyone's heart. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the vibration shook the entire academy. The space barrier was damaged, and a large area of tyrannical aura was destroyed like wind and rain. Ha ha ha, it's really a barbarian place. Even the people stationed in the enchantment are low-level war emperors. How dare you challenge Lord True God in such a small place? Be a court. Death. There is no need for Lord True God to take action, and I can personally pacify your alliance. Lin Chen, get out of here for this old man. The earth-shattering shouts, and sneering sounds, mixed with a vigorous voice, spread to the entire Tianga Academy, making Lin Chen's eyes narrow, and he came to the door so quickly. Damn, these traitors. Emperor Lei was furious. Standing up abruptly, obviously, he also sensed the familiar aura, and the top powerhouses of Tianzhou have also arrived. Tianzhou has always been a relatively peaceful state, and most of the ancient families are alliances. But only in this matter, the alliance of Tianzhou is divided into 2 parts. Don't worry, everyone, we will meet them if we don't. Lin Chen smiled casually, and did not hide the monstrous fighting intent in his eyes. Fight to fight. Today's Lin Chen, outside the sacred realm, most places in Kyushu, he can come and go freely without fear. Brush. The purple phoenix wings spread furiously. Lin Chen took a step to turn the dark step. His figure flashed, Bai Ruoyan walked like a light. Smoke followed closely behind. All the powerhouses in the first hall have sharp eyes and are dispatched one after another. Whether it is the powerhouse of the dragon or the human race. At this moment, it seems that they are united and act together. This battle is inevitable. More than 200 figures are floating in the void, and everyone's aura is as strong as a sea, and all of them are high-level war emperors. Humph, I don't believe it, this is a small place, what qualifications do I have to offend Lord True God, die? The old man with the cane in front of the team sneered disdainfully, the tip of the cane tapped the void lightly, the fighting spirit galloped and condensed, and a finger light broke through the sky. Pointing to the sky of Wanyue, a piece of gray light and vast energy rolled down with your fingers, and it was so vast that it almost wanted to crush the Academy Mountain area directly to shreds. The crystal wall of the space was cracked, and countless Academy elders and students in the mountain range showed despair. This finger, there is no way to retreat, it can almost destroy the core area of the entire mountain range. Tear. The sound of breaking wind roared, the figure revolved like a light wheel, and a whip leg was swept out in the air, the dragon force exploded, and the energy was like a knife, cutting across. Cut the power. Bang. The shadow of the leg swept across the sky, cutting the energy finger into pieces, turning it into a starry sky, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone's eyes widened. The 9-layer battle emperor's powerful blow was broken so easily? Countless eyes stared at the void. The young man rolled up in a silver robe, folded his arms around his chest, and had a cynical, confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Well, as the opening show, the fireworks are not gorgeous enough. The silver-robed figure patted his shoulder and smiled jokingly. The stars adorned the void, sprinkled on the back of the young man, looking extraordinary, looking down on the world. It seems that only one person can carry the whole world. It's Senior Lin Chen. Don't be afraid, Senior Lin Chen is here, ha ha ha. Fuck it. Senior Lin Chen is #1 in the world. The single king is the most. We have a traitor, beat him. When many young students recognized Lin Chen, they couldn't hold back their excitement, they waved their arms and shouted, spitting out fragrance. Some hidden old monsters who saw Lin Chen for the first time couldn't help but put away the last trace of contempt in their hearts. That leg just now, the exquisite control of pure power, was the first time they saw it. The potential is indeed very powerful, but in front of Lord True God, it is an ant. On the contrary, the old man wants to experience the strength of this son. He is just a young boy, but he has a little brute force. The 3 hidden old monsters in the late stage of the 9 stages laughed slyly, as if they were not afraid of Lin Chen. Heh, a bunch of guys who are eager to be dogs, they are eager to wag their tails before the dog's chain is put on? Just because the false god threw a few pieces of flying for you, you can't wait to kneel down and be a dog? Lin Chen flicked his fingernails, and in a single sentence, several hidden old monsters were so angry that their blue veins were exposed. I thought I would shake my old dog by wagging its tail and begging for pity. And eating shit, and it never ended well. Lin Chen sneered. With his current golden-eyed twins, he can naturally see through the 3 hidden old monsters who have obtained a touch of holy chi, creating a pseudo-holy body similar to the ancestors of the 6 great families. If activated, their strength can be matched. The King of War. That's why they rushed over so fearlessly. It's a pity that if they knew that someone Lin was in the Jietian Mountain Inn, the battlefield of 10,000 demons, the deeds of the demon lord on the opposite side came over, I am afraid they would not dare to be so arrogant if they were given 8 leopards. Lin Chen. The ancestors of the 7 great dragon clan, the supreme elder, saw Lin Chen once again, with awe-inspiring murderous aura and monstrous aura. Last time, Lin Chen's 5 thunders hit the entire dragon clan high level, and now they have not recovered. Oh? You dragon traders have recovered too? Lin Chen raised his brows. Although the powerhouses of the 7 dragon races have not fully recovered, they have at least recovered more than 70%. The injury recovered so quickly, there must be external factors intervening. So that's the case. Are there high-level pharmacists from Danzhou in their team? In the middle stage of Tongtian realm, the spiritual power was swept away, and Lin Chen immediately understood. Traitor? Fuck you, it's your turn to point me to the affairs of my dragon clan? Several ancestors became angry with shame. He is not qualified to give pointers, then I can wait. The resolute cold drink mixed with a bit of dragon roar resounded all over the sky. Boom. The 3 powerful dragon clans stepped into the air and suspended, and the white-haired ancestor headed by him had rage brewing in his eyes. The void white dragon, the Heaven Dao Jin Ganglong, the living dragon, and the 3 dragon clans really joined them? The hearts of the 3 hidden old monsters jumped. 2 of these 3 dragon clans ranked first and second. The 3 clans as a whole accounted for nearly 40% of the collective combat power of the top 10 dragon clans. You traitors, how did your ancestors die back then? Don't you all forget? It's fine if you don't know the young descendants. You old guys don't know what to do. It's like joining forces with these inhumane things. Insulting the glory of my dragon clan. The ancestor of the empty white dragon, the head of the 10 clans, the white-haired old man, scolded the 7 oldest ancestors. You immortal, don't talk about righteousness. How ugly is your face? It's disgusting. You 3 clans occupy the best cultivation resources of the 10 clans, and of course you can teach us a condescending lesson. What kind of saints are you pretending to be? The ancestors of the 7 clans roared, and the ancestors of the white dragon sneered. If it wasn't for your wolf ambitions, trying to occupy the ancestral altar, how could I block the ancestral altar? The cultivation resources of the dragon clan should be reserved for the younger generation. Not for you. These bastards who are running dogs. At least, we dare to stand here and risk our lives for the glory of the ancestors of the dragon clan. Even if we die in battle, the honor of our dragon clan will live on forever. Tongue sword lip gun, tit for tat. At this time, many powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance emerged one after another, Tianzhou, Danzhou, Shenzhou Luofu, and others. The attention of the enemies, more than 200 war emperors, shifted slightly to the powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance. Boom. Suddenly, at the moment when the entire opponent was slightly distracted, 4 fingers of 8-colored energy appeared in the sky, and a azure blue dragon's lightened sword edge slashed violently in the sky. The powerhouses of the dragon race from all sides were instantly frightened. And in an instant, they changed their body, the dragon breath burst out, and the dragon force slammed into the void, forcibly taking the blow. Lin Chen, are you fucking making a sneak attack? The ancestors of the 7 clans suddenly roared when they saw 4 figures standing in the void below. Sorry, my hand slipped. I originally wanted to hit these old bastards here. Lin Chen apologized very politely, with a smile on his face and an extremely sincere attitude. The corners of the mouths of many strong men twitched wildly. Your motherfucking hand slipped. The blow just now was a real killer move, forcing the ancestors of the dragon clan to use the body to dare to face it. Suddenly, the faces of the 3 hidden old monsters belonging to Danzhou, the opponent's large team, changed. Their mental power vaguely felt that Lin Chen's mental power was drained like a well, and there was no sign of it This kid is still doing it. Activating the heavenly hidden rune has concealed the host's spiritual aura of combat skills. Consumes 1.4 million runic energy, cooldown, 39 seconds. Vaguely aware that Lin Chen's mental power is depleting at a high speed, the expressions of the old monsters in Danzhou changed. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this kid. Be careful. The 3 old Danzhou monsters didn't have time to remind the powerhouses around them. They subconsciously unfolded the spiritual hood, covering the sun and the moon, protecting the radius of thousands of miles, and protecting more than 200 war emperors. Boom. Bang. The second half of the breath, motivated by the spiritual mask, burst into a violent explosion of spiritual energy without warning. Twisted and annihilated the blue light column like a dragon colliding, smashing the spiritual shroud alive, and the 3 Danzhou old monsters vomited blood and retreated, their faces pale. All the powerhouses have been subjected to different degrees of spiritual shock with the characteristic of penetration, which shook their spirits and made the sea of consciousness turbulent. However, the leading monsters were still able to keep their senses. The more than 200 battle emperors suffered very limited mental damage, and most of the power of annihilation was blocked by the 3 Danzhou monsters. Cut, didn't the sneak attack succeed? Lin Chen pouted, and the fierceness in his eyes disappeared in a flash. Have you got a hammer, Lin Chen? Are you fucking playing with shit? The 3 ancestors headed were furious. Ah? How could it be? I just shot a little mental shock during the practice. State very normally, everyone just happened to be within my range, and I accidentally bumped into it again. If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for shooting too much. It's far away, how could it be a sneak attack? Cool thing, can that be called a sneak attack? That's called friendly communication, right? Someone Lin immediately returned to his smiling appearance, so angry that many strong men had blue veins exposed, and almost didn't rush up to fight him. The most difficult to defend spiritual attack was launched at the moment when they were distracted by the other powerhouses in the alliance. If it weren't for the 3 Danzhou old monsters, all of their war emperors would be injured. The technique is so skillful, like a prostitute taking off his pants and picking flowers into the house. Even the powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance can't help but feel ashamed. This little friend Lin Chen really has no taboos. Lin Chen waved his hand again. What's more, is it possible that you all came to me today to brag? Okay, that guy named Zhang Deshui, hurry up and bring the bull up. Pull the cow up? Many strong men were stunned. Stop talking nonsense, our great Lord, true God has an imperial decree to pass on to you, kneel down to receive the decree. The old monster in gray, who was leaning on a cane, sneered, and opened a magic eye stone in the palm of his hand. A beam of light was radiated from the magic eye stone into a light screen, and a hoarse voice came out. The mortals of the Lingzhou alliance, this seat is the true God of the holy world. The light screen was pitch black, but there was an aura that was almost invincible, and the powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance were shocked. This is by no means the momentum of the emperor, it is those true gods. Then, the voice in the magic eye stone continued with endless bewitchment and majesty. Kyushu was originally created by me and others. You were only blinded by the ancient saints, and you return to this seat. You will gain eternal life. Obtain the protection of the holy body, and know the real calendar. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 avatars that appeared like ghosts instantly launched the ultimate moment and 6 changes. The three clones drew their swords, pulled their bows, and drew their knives. With the blessing of two major attack runes, one move Meridian Liangxing, and a knife Mirror of Speed to directly greet the opponent's back row. Three strengths in one, pull and tear. The fourth avatar appeared like a ghost, and when a fist smashed into the void, a mysterious force that turned the stars pressed the void and twisted it, pulling and bending the space crystal wall. The strength of this dragon force twisted the space where the magic eye stone was located, and even the old monster in gray couldn't react. The false god's bewitching voice stopped abruptly. Outside Kyushu, the outer starry sky, a space plane. A ferocious and furious roar resounded through the starry sky. This kid actually attacked and interrupted the announcement of the seat? Lingzhou, Tiange Academy. Sigh. Boom. The fighting spirit surged, the sky burst apart, and the powerhouses on both sides retreated one after another, becoming arrogant. The afterglow of the energy dissipated, and more than 30 strong men joined forces to block the offensive of the four clones. They were affected by the penetrating rune, and they were slightly injured to varying degrees, with a gloomy expression on their faces. It's so crap. This kid actually attacked again. This little bastard's sneak attack is superb. In ratio. Definitely an old in ratio. You put a green onion in your pig's nose, what are you pretending to be? What are you doing? You created Kyushu and paid Nima's imperial decree. Bah, fuck. Your mother. Lin Chen laughed in anger, spit out a mouthful, and showed a rare look of contempt, looking at all directions. Even if it is only a 1 in 10,000 probability, he will never give the opponent a chance to rebel against the alliance. This time, the opponent's goal is clearly to throw an olive branch, wanting to add another heavy hammer in this desperate and urgent atmosphere, completely dismantling the military heart of the Lingzhou alliance. Once a strong party is bewitched, the consequences are unimaginable. Lin Chen could not have this chance for them. Do justice to these people? He Lin is not a Western knight in the 15th century. Since it is already a mortal enemy, there is only one sentence. At all costs and means, ruthlessly fuck these people to death, until they die. Between the two sides, there is no way out. All the powerhouses in the alliance listen to the order. Kyushu is at the moment of life and death, give me a hard blow to these bastards. Lin Chen pulled out the 5 dragons dynasty emperor spear and rushed towards the grey-clothed old monster at the same time. Thunderous shouted. It seems that the powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance take him as their backbone, and his shocking shout made everyone's blood boil, and all the lineups that surrounded and attacked. Some of the academy elders retreated to the bottom of the academy first to protect their own students. Shame on the face, a group of ignorant dogs, beat. The grey old monster shouted angrily, and countless strong men spread out in all directions. Dragon clan to dragon clan, human clan to human clan. But seeing the 5-colored dragon spear slaying like a shock, old grey's silver crutch slammed onto the tip of the spear, and the terrifying aftermath of the dragon's power and fighting spirit erupted in anger, and the two sides retreated violently. The old guy is quite durable. Lin Chen's eyes froze. This grey-clothed old monster is not only a late-stage 9-layer cultivation base, but also a top-level body refining emperor with 9.2 million dragon power. The Kyushu continent is indeed a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. The turmoil of the coming of the false gods has forced these old monsters who have been hidden for countless years to come out. Body refinement and battle chi cultivation are both top-notch, even if it's a One-on-one fight, Lin Chen may not be able to avoid him if he wants to win. With a backhand punch, the two sides were shaken back 10 miles away. Lin Chen made up his mind. There is no time to entangle with him, the strong men of the alliance cannot be damaged here. The 20,000 blank attribute value began to be converted into 20,000 Tian Gang. Thunder attribute value, consuming 200,000 Tian Dao value, and the production of the top Nirvana 5 Thunder Boom was successful. Lin Chen was about to send 5 thunderbolts to the friends present, and a light laughter reverberated in the heaven and earth. Sure enough, today's continent is still occupied in this way. The laughter was bland, but it seemed to contain an invisible power. The sound spread like ripples. At the moment when ripples appeared in the space through the void, the invisible power bombarded all the enemy battle kings. Boom! 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 The war emperors from all walks of life continued to vomit blood and retreat. And the injuries were uneven. The war emperors of the pseudo-god camp looked shocked and horrified. Which unparalleled powerhouse is this? In today's Kyushu, how can there be top powerhouses who have severely damaged more than 200 of them without showing up? Difficult. Could it be that the guy hasn't died yet? The old monster in gray seemed to realize something. His old face changed suddenly, and the two old monsters around him tore apart the pseudo-god family like lightning and passed it on to them specially made jade slips. Boom! The jade slip rolled up a space passage, and more than 200 war emperors within a radius of more than 10,000 miles reflected a special space light. The space passage devoured their figures in an instant and incorporated them into the deep crack. Lin Chen's eyes moved, and he instantly communicated the nirvana function. Laugh. The cracks in the space closed, and more than 200 war emperors disappeared in an instant. Such a large-scale space transfer technique like this is definitely not something that can be performed in the war emperor realm. The spirits of the Lingzhou Alliance powerhouses are shocked, and more than 200 war emperors can be injured in words. I am afraid that only one person has it in the current alliance. Dean of Tianga Academy. Is the Dean awake? This is a space jade slip with holy power, which can drive the designated target to teleport thousands of miles. It is definitely not a treasure that can exist in today's Kyushu, but it is from those despicable pseudo-gods. The white-clothed ancestor of the Void White Dragon clan stared in the direction of his departure, his eyes narrowed. Regarding the achievement of space power among the creatures of the same level, there are no creatures in Kyushu today, and half of the Void Dragon. They have the most authoritative talent. What a pity. Let them run away. The girl with green dragon horns was so angry that her face flushed red and she stomped her feet. Don't worry, little sister, they won't run away so easily. Someone Lin smiled casually and rubbed the girl's cute soft hair and dragon horns. The latter's face flushed red, and her watery blue eyes stared at him timidly and asked, why? Lin Chen pointed to the top, put on his homemade sunglasses, looked up at the void, and laughed. In this weather, thunder is the easiest, especially those who deceive their teachers and destroy their ancestors, are most likely to be struck by thunder. Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm condensed the energy of the sky and the earth, and nearly 200 groups of 5-color thunderclouds exploded. Boom! 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 The thunder explosion kept exploding from the 5-color thunder cloud, shocking the battle emperor powerhouses of the alliance, stunned, shocked, and scared. My God, what is this? This? What the hell is going on? How could such a near-world annihilating natural disaster appear in our alliance area? Oops. The destructive energy contained in the thunderclouds is even more difficult for me to resist the 9 war emperors. Some of the ancestors from Tianzhou and Danzhou took a deep breath and hurriedly prepared for the battle. Even some of the elders of the college showed a look of despair. Those 5 color thunderclouds, any one group, are the power to destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Nearly 200 thunderclouds? What is that concept? The Academy territory of Tianga Academy, which is 1,000,000 miles away, will be razed to the ground in an instant. We can only pin our last hope on the dean. The girl with green dragon horns lightly covered her red lips, her eyes flashing with brilliance. How could she not recognize this splendid 5-color thundercloud? The dragon clan, including the void dragon, the living dragon, and the Tiando Jingang dragon, all stared at the 5-color thundercloud in shock. It was this thunder that devastated the 7 great dragons that day. Cut the history of the dragon clan into 2 halves since ancient times. The Nirvana 5 thunder strikes was successfully launched, the designated target has been locked, and the tracking has begun. Ha ha ha, don't worry everyone, these thunderclouds will not attack us. They are the guys who were just the lackeys of the false gods. Someone Lin laughed, and everyone was shocked and stunned. Can this thing still recognize the master? As soon as the laughter fell, nearly 200 groups of 5-color thunderclouds condensed and formed, and flashed to the east in a flash, and disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. This scene made the inheritors of Tianzhou, Danzhou, Shenzhou, and many other sacred monuments in the town all look at Lin Chen with the eyes of doubting. Life. Is there such an operation? Could it be that Lin Chen can still control the thunderclouds of natural disasters? Lin Chen knew that once the Nirvana was successfully launched on the enemy, it would stop until he died. It will be tracked until the Nirvana power is exhausted. According to the energy table listed in the system, the number of lightning strikes on the top of the 5 thunders is 50. If you lock and track the enemy across several large states, it will consume about 40% of the energy, and there will be at least 25 to 30 lightning strikes. The moving speed of the 5-color thundercloud is extremely fast. Unless the opponent still has a Holy Chi Jade Slip jumping space, it is impossible to avoid the locked bombardment of thundercloud, only hard resistance. Wherever their jade slips are teleported, Layun will chase after them. If they teleport to their headquarters, then this 5 thunderbolts will land on their headquarters, which is sour. Lin Chen wiped his saliva, stared at the direction where the 5-colored thundercloud swept away, and touched his chin very narcissistically. Yeah, according to my speculation, the single machine king of the most handsome little spinning top with 5 thunders, banging the top and exploding. In place exclusively presented by someone Lin has watched the epic feast of 10,000 Thunder Guizong who wants to hit people, and it will be staged in less than 4 days. If you don't surrender to the false gods, no one will come near their headquarters, but if you sincerely want to be a dog for the false gods, you will definitely be on the scene, and it will be awesome. Many strong people are extremely terrified. Nima, this is too perverted. So many thunderclouds that destroy the world will all track each other to the ends of the earth? What if this falls at their headquarters? Many people shuddered and dared not think. I really can't think of it. This guy's methods are too defiant. In the first hall, all parties of the alliance gathered. Shen Lianyun supported a handsome middle-aged man in green robe. His complexion was as pale as paper, his blue eyes were dark and calm, and all Restless emotions would be smoothed out when he saw his eyes. Although the breath is weak, like a hand without the power to bind a chicken, the holy power that destroys the sky and the earth is faintly filled with it, making it difficult for any strong person present to feel contempt. This existence must be one of the strongest existences in Kyushu today. Shen Lianyun helped him to the nearest seat and sat down slowly. I've seen the dean. The strong men from all sides clasped their fists and greeted respectfully, their expressions both excited and excited. Dean of Tianga Academy, the land of Kyushu 200,000 years ago was full of legends about him. In some respects, without him, Kyushu might have fallen into the era of the chaotic times of the demon race. The man in green robe waved his hand and smiled calmly. You don't need to be more polite, I'm just a knockout of an era. This remnant really made you laugh. If it wasn't for the instability of the realm caused by just absorbing the energy of the holy vein, they wouldn't have a chance to escape. The ancestor of the void white dragon Fusho smiled and said, Your Excellency President is polite, even if you can't personally kill the enemy. For the time being, but you have the best students and descendants in Kyushu to complete this thing for you, isn't it? What? The dean said with a smile. His eyes turned to Lin Chen, and he was even more amazed. He never thought that the academy he founded could recruit such outstanding and defying students. Under the age of 22, a top-body refining emperor, a mid-7th level cultivation base, and a mid-stage spiritual power in the Tongtian realm, with a body of heavenly robbery battle body, single-struck the sky tower to regain my holy vein energy, overturning the family of pseudo-gods in Shenzhou. Small guy, how much are you trying to be a monster? After all, he is a saint, his eyes are indeed vicious, and he can see through himself at a glance. With a sigh in his heart, Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled. The students have seen the dean, these are not worth a slap compared to the dean's achievements. Stinky boy, how old are you? When I was as old as you, I was only below the 8th level of Yuan Zuanjing, and I was thinking about picking up girls all day long, ha ha ha. The dean laughed, and Shen Lianyun next to him blushed slightly, and rolled his eyes at him. This girl. When the dean's eyes focused on Bai Ruoyan beside Lin Chen, his expression was a little dignified. Shen Lianyun and Lin Chen briefly said Bai Ruoyan's deeds and adventures, and the dean was amazed. Sure enough, it is the eternal holy fire. I didn't expect such a drastic change in Lingzhou while I was sleeping. When I was still waiting, the holy fire did not show signs of gathering spirits. It is as strong as the era when all the saints came out, and no one has ever surrendered to the eternal holy fire, which shows how defiant this thing is. The eternal sacred fire was once called the origin of the creation of all things, and even the Holy Land could not be easily approached, let alone controlled. Its divine power has the power to destroy the world. Nizi, you. The dean hesitated when he was about to speak. Thank you for your concern, the juniors have their own points. Bai Ruoyan interrupted him. She knew that the dean would definitely be able to see through her current state. The energy of the holy fire begins to grow more and more because of the Shinyan Heart Sutra, and it will be beyond his control in a short time. False gods come. The war is coming, full of unknowns. Right now, Bai Ruoyan just wanted to accompany Lin Chen quietly in her heart. The dean nodded. The battle is coming, and this may not be the time to solve this problem. Lin Chen wondered, what were these two talking about? Why can't I understand it? Dean, what state are you in your current state? Lin Chen went straight to the point. No nonsense, and asked the question that everyone present wanted to know. The dean smiled lightly and smiled, "It will take a few days to integrate the energy of my holy veins. Except for the part that suppresses the demon eye, it is probably between the dividing point between the second-level holy realm and the first-level holy realm. If there is no eighth-order holy pill that defies the sky, the lifespan will be lost in just 1,000 years. If the false gods come, I can delay 1 or 2. After the war, it is up to fate to survive. At that time, Kyushu will depend on you, boy Lin Chen." Shen Lianyun unconsciously grasped the dean's sleeve. Lin Chen frowned. This battle strength is still disparate. Moreover, the dean said that it is completely unrealistic to be able to delay the 2 false gods. After he killed 2 holy demon kings, the serious injury seemed to be more serious than that of several false gods. If 2 false gods were delayed unless they tried their best. Those guys' abacus is quite loud enough. They chose to come in. Lingzhou. Now there are less than 30 sacred monuments in Kyushu, and there are only 2 sacred monuments in Lingzhou. At that time only need one of them can drag the town's holy monument. The dean's blue eyes radiated a wise and deep light. In addition to the many guardian heritage that the ancient family has retained, it may be able to avoid the temporary difficulties of the aftermath of the battle, but the long battle will definitely affect the entire Lingzhou. Don't worry, Your Excellency, this war concerns all of us in Kyushu. We will not hide it privately. The Holy Dragon Pond formation of our 3 clans will start to help the alliance. Ancestor Void White Dragon said seriously, and the dean shook his head. It's not that simple. You will activate the Holy Dragon Pool, and the other 7 clans will also use it, so your opponents have to deal with their compatriots instead. Actually, we still have another chance, and that is the Tower Master of the Sky Tower. We have met several times, but if the boy Lin Chen came forward to negotiate with him, we might be able to win him over. In this way, our lineup will have 2 saints, plus many trump cards. There is still a chance to repel them. The dean turned to look at Lin Chen, and everyone was shocked. The Master of the Sky Tower? The most mysterious existence in Kyushu is actually a holy place. Me? If I were a woman, I could still consider selling my color to make a handsome man, but what would I do if it was a man? There is no real benefit. People may leave Kyushu at any time, so why risk their lives to help us? Lin Chen shrugged, and the dean smiled mysteriously. You will know when you go. By the way, Dean, do you have any other information about the incomplete heart method and the crystal ball? That volume of heart method is very important to me. Suddenly, Lin Chen secretly transmitted the voice to the dean. Seeing the dean's current situation, it was difficult to walk, so he simply asked him directly through voice transmission if he can collect 3 fragments of the Tai Ifu Tianju at the moment. Then Lin Chen can be considered a person who holds the orange level mental method. At that time, with the orange level mentality and 2 major orange level talents, he may not be able to fight a few false gods. The incomplete mind method is really strong. According to my consideration, it is at least orange rank, maybe even more. But I have no way of knowing about it, because it was exchanged from a friend. Come, that person may have news of its other incomplete parts, but he has been locked in the holy prison of the holy world. The dean's voice transmission to Lin Chen made his mind fall to the bottom. The holy prison exists in the holy realm, and he doesn't even know how to go to the holy realm, let alone enter the holy prison. What's more, what kind of beings are being held in the holy prison? He is a battle emperor, how can he enter there to find the practice? It seems that there is no possibility for Tai Fu Tianju for the time being, so we can only try another possibility. Lin Chen abruptly stood up and looked at the elders of the academy. Elder, prepare me the best secret room, I'm going to retreat for 2 days. The elders acted immediately. Lin Chen clenched his fists at the dean and followed behind the elder. Everyone has no complaints, the time is short, they should give Lin Chen enough time to prepare. In the main hall, the dean and the powerful people from all sides are still discussing the preparations before the war. Inside the secret room, Lin Chen fell into contemplation and turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, middle stage of the 7th level of the Battle Emperor. Realm Intermediate Battle Chi Essence, 14.1 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 8.9999 million. Dragon Power, Talent Blessing, 9.2 million. Intermediate Blood Energy, 17.7 billion points. Intermediate Spiritual Power, 760,000 points, Midterm of Tong Tian Realm. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 0 points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 38.84 million points. Heavenly Dao Value, 46.13 million points. Talent Points, 88.8 million points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 4.5 million, Earth 4.1 million, Wood 3.95 million, Gold 4.55 million, Water 4.8 million, Thunder 4.15 million, Wind 4.02 million, Light 3.85 million, Dark 3.99 million points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not, Nirvana Column, Open or Not. Active Talents, Blue Rank, Omen of Stealing, Blue Rank, Deadly Bloodthirsty. Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank One Time, Super, Full. Counterattack, Purple Rank, King of the World, Cooldown, 28 days, Orange. Rank One Time, God Killer, Quasi-Orange Rank, Desperate Life and Death. Orange Rank One Time, Sun God. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not, Talent Combination Skills, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Superdimensional Teleportation, Reigning the World. Desperate Life and Death. Hold the blank attribute, 115,220 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. System, I want to activate the fusion function. The fusion attribute values are 100,000 talent points, 100,000 rune energy, and 100,000 heavenly Dao points. Lin Chen turned on the fusion function and started to fuse like crazy. Consumes 30,000 heavenly Dao points, successfully merges, and obtains the Purple Rank Intermediate Heart Technique. Consumes 30,000 heavenly Dao points, successfully merges, and obtains Green Level Talent. Consumes 30,000 heavenly Dao points, successfully merges, and obtains 7th Order Intermediate Medicinal Materials. Lin Chen continuously activates the fusion function. Each activation consumes 100,000 rune energy, 100,000 talent points, and 100,000 heavenly Dao points. And constantly fuses new medicinal herbs, exercises, weapons, heaven and earth. Treasures. New talents appear, but they are still tasteless and useless. It's been combined almost 70 times, and not even a Godslayer fragment. And talent combo box came out. Lin Chen is a little impatient, this fusion function is too random, and anything can be fused. Every now and then, as soon as it is sent into the soul, a combo box or a Godslayer fragment will appear. The only thing that is valuable is that the passive blue level talent Destiny appeared in the 59th fusion, which can heal the host once when it is on the verge of death. My attribute values are limited and cannot be merged anymore. After consuming 8 million of the 3 attribute values, Lin Chen stopped the fusion. Although the chances of this battle are small, there is still a chance, and that is his 2 orange rank talents, Godslayer and Sun God. If the 2 talents can make him temporarily possess the strength of the saint level, then it may not be impossible to fight. Moreover, he still has desperate life and death and journey to the world. If he can temporarily break through to enter the holy realm, he can still use a stronger ultimate move. However, Lin Chen felt a sense of suffocation in the face of high-level demon lords, not to mention the sacred realm that was countless times stronger than the demon monarchs. Even if he superimposed the 4 great talents, he wanted to create a peerless ultimate move to hit the opponent. This chance is still very slim. Suddenly, Lin Chen slapped his thigh. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. As soon as he connected the system, Lin Chen opened the orange level talent enhancer from the system. This enhancer can strengthen the orange talent once, with a greatly improved power. Click on the talent bar, drag the Sun God talent into the enhancer, and the system will pop up options. Enhanced, one-time orange level talent, Sun God, the required target values. 100,000 blank attributes, 30 million Tian Dao points, 80 million talent points. Expected talent enhancement effect. In the state of the Sun God, the more the Sun essence is, the power of the Sun will double on the original basis, and the duration of the increase in the state of the Sun God will be doubled. And get the gift of the Sun, condensed into the Sun God armor with the power of the Sun God, with absolute defense in the same level. Lin Chen sighed slightly, and the multiplier increased, which would mean that his use of the enhanced version of the Sun God talent would be twice as strong as the original. The duration has been increased from 60 seconds to 120 seconds, and the effect of the Sun's blessing has been obtained, with absolute defense. The system prompts the host, if the orange level talent enhancer is used for a one-time talent, the effect is also one-time, and the strengthened talent will not be upgraded. If the host obtains the same talent next time, the original effect will still be used. The light screen popped up by the system made Lin Chen's mouth twitch, and the careful thoughts in his heart suddenly disappeared. It's your monkey. I thought that after strengthening the designated talent, it will be the effect of the enhanced version in the future. I'm happy. If Lin Chen has a permanent orange level talent, using this talent enhancer is indeed a permanent enhancement effect, but he doesn't have it. His 2 major orange rank talents are all one-offs, and the strongest permanent talent is the life and death of the quasi-orange rank, who has not reached the orange rank. Lin Chen can't even ask for it, and it's not an exaggeration to say that his orange level talent is against the sky. Since the system started the talent function, the orange level talent has always been his strongest trump card, and it is also the capital for him to create many miracles. No trick can replace it. It is too difficult to obtain a permanent orange level talent. The system didn't even point out how to obtain permanent orange rank talent. This thing is simply the ultimate luxury. Although the enhanced version of the Sun God's talent is strong, the gambling component is too great. If the false gods come at night, the other party will not give me enough time to find an area where the power of the sun is strong. Lin Chen didn't make a decision for the time being, and then moved the God Killer talent to the enhancer. Enhanced, one-time orange level talent, God Killer, the required target. Values, 100,000 blank attributes, 25 million Tian Dao points, 85 million talent points. Expected talent enhancement effect, Godslayer's search range has been greatly expanded, and those who are clearly hostile to the host can be turned into enemy targets. Is it just an increase in the enemy's search range? What kind of enhancement is this? Then I might as well strengthen the talent of the sun god. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This is too much. Does this count as reinforcement? Consuming such a high attribute value in exchange for an increase in enemy search range? It seems that we can only bet on the talent of the sun god. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed, put the sun god talent into the enhancer again, and clicked OK. Suddenly, the system pops up a light screen. The attribute value of talent points is insufficient. Lin Chen glanced at it. His Heavenly Dao value and blank attributes are enough, but the talent points are still missing a few million points. At this juncture, do you still need to find talent point attribute values? It's really numb. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, his whole body was struck by lightning. He re-clicked the booster and the enhanced Godslayer talent description, and the sharp edge of his eyes became more and more fierce. After a while, Lin wiped away a cold sweat. I'm such an immortal, I almost got killed by myself. Lin Chen really wants to thank the lack of talent points this time. Maybe he even saved half his life. Increased search range? This effect is difficult to attract Lin Chen's attention on any trick. But what is the core of the Godslayer talent? The strength and number of enemies. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the host, the more enemies, the stronger the host. That's right. In the past Godslayer talent, it is true that the more enemies there are, the stronger Lin Chen will be, but the target of this talent calculation with hostility should be classified within the specified range. Otherwise, every time Lin Chen activates Godslayer, those enemies of life and death in the past will also become Godslayer talent to calculate hostile targets. But he had launched the God Killer several times before, and there was no such sign. Only the enemy in front of him turned into an enemy target for calculating the God Killer. But what if this calculation range is increased? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart beat faster. An unprecedented bold idea came into being. The moment this idea came into existence, Lin Chen's cerebral cortex was trembling. In his eyes, the flickering light became more and more turbulent, crazy, and just like a crazy gambler. In just one day, Lin Chen left the customs by Ruoyan quietly and elegantly sat on the bench outside the secret room and waited, along with dozens of inheritors of the town's sacred monument. They had to see Lin Chen for the first time, and asked curiously, "How is it? Has Your Excellency Lin Chen come up with a solution?" The inheritors of the sacred monument are almost the last young blood and hope other than Lin Chen in the Kyushu continent. They can choose to live and die together with him in the same camp. Lin Chen still appreciates them quite a bit. Well, there is a direction for now. First, follow the Dean's method to find the tower owner, but before I go to the Sky Tower, I have more important things to do. Seeing that the corners of his mouth rose wildly, more than 20 holy monument, Tianjiao gathered here with strong curiosity. Now that time is running out, is there anything more important than finding the master of the Sky Tower? Lin, Your Excellency Lin Chen. Behind Tianjiao came the graceful and timid voice of a woman. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the beautiful woman was cold and moving, beautiful and alluring, and her pretty face was dyed with a flush of excitement. "Are you, the woman at the pseudo-god ceremony?" Lin Chen recalled a little. "This woman seems to be called Yun Qingxue?" Yun Qingxue was rescued after being attacked by Lin Chen on the true sacred mountain, exhausted all his energy to avoid the family's investigation, and came to Lingzhou in order to thank Lin Chen in person. "Well, little girl Yun Qingxue, I came to Lingzhou to thank you in person, and thank your Excellency Lin Chen for your life-saving grace. Great kindness is hard to repay, only by life." Halfway through Yun Qingxue's excited words, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Seeing this sudden realization, ridicule and laughter from everyone around her, her pretty face flushed red. "Hey, brother Lin Chen is really lucky. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. Brother, what a blessing, if one day I am caught by a false god's lackey, and you rescue me, I will give you a promise." Several super geniuses laughed, and Yun Qingxue waved her hands quickly. "No, everyone has misunderstood. How can the little girl dare to belittle herself? How can he indeed be worthy of your Excellency Lin Chen? Just want to show that this little girl's life is only saved by your Excellency Lin Chen. I am willing to do my best for the Lingzhou alliance." Lin Chen snorted. "You're too polite. I admit that Lin, are handsome, but no one is born noble, and no one is worthy of anyone. Since the girl is determined to face Kyushu with us at the most critical moment, please stand up and live proudly as a citizen of Kyushu." After that, Lin Chen rose into the air, followed by Ruoyan, waving goodbye to everyone. Looking at his back, Yun Qingxue muttered to herself, "Proud to live." Lin Chenjia returned to the first hall and asked Vice President Shen Lianyun for a list. This list will list the attitudes of each ancient family in Kyushu towards the Lingzhou alliance. Some remain neutral, and most of them have become the minions of false gods of force. Now that the dean is in charge of the academy, unless the false gods come or the saints come in person, it will be impregnable. I can let go of my hands and feet and work hard. Closing the list, Lin Chen's eyes were full of ferocity. His only goal is to turn the continent of Kyushu upside down. All the way to do everything, fight everything. Kyushu has begun to turmoil. Some areas were encircled and suppressed because some forces did not support the true God, and the battle situation was quite serious. An hour later, Tianzhou Qingjia. The Qing family was originally a part of the ancient alliance of Tianzhou, and later split from the alliance because of their support for the true God, and the background is still strong and powerful. All are transferred to warehouse number 1. These are all resources to be given to Lord True God to gather strength. In the apse of the Qing family, a large number of heaven and earth treasures, medicinal materials, are constantly being sent into the warehouse of the powerful space enchantment. "Hey, Elder Qingwan, something is wrong. Why are our things missing?" The 3 elders guarding the outer door of the warehouse suddenly shouted in surprise, and the 2 grand elders frowned and stepped into the warehouse. I saw that the space enchantment was safe and sound, but most of the treasures, resources, and exercises in the enchantment disappeared mysteriously. What's the matter with this? Stealing so many things, without triggering the space barrier? Impossible. The Emperor of War in the late stage of the 9 layers doesn't have this strength. When the 2 supreme elders were shocked and lost their voices, a silver-robed figure with Erlang's legs crossed, sitting in the center of the warehouse, and Beside him was a crystal counter that condensed the space enchantment. Inside were 3 7th-order high-grade treasures, as if it was a tribute prepared by their Qing family. Who are you? There is an enemy attack, everyone is ready. The elders scolded abruptly, and many Qing family war emperors dispatched, like lightning, surrounding the entire warehouse. I can't change my name, I can't change my surname, the most handsome, Longli. Little Black Dragon in Kyushu is the king of robbery, Lin Chen. Lin Chen? This name, like a god of plague, made the strong man of the Qing family tremble, retreating 3 feet, and waiting for it. Do you know what I'm here for today? Lin Chen smiled strangely. The 2 elders did not dare to answer. With the strength of their 8th battle emperor, they might not be able to stop this. Lin Chen. I'm here today to bully you group of scumbags. No, I'm here to perform magic. For you group of great people. In front of the Qing family powerhouse, Lin Chen stretched out his hand to touch the crystal counter, and said with a smile, everyone, please see, the next magic trick to perform is right on the neck and shit on your head, bully. You hard. I saw that Lin Chen touched the counter in the palm of his hand, not even destroying the space barrier, and the 3 high-grade 7th-order high-grade treasures inside, slowly turning into a flash of brilliance, are disappearing rapidly. Consumes 20,000 Heavenly Dao points, decomposes the target weapon, and obtains attribute values, 985 points of fire energy, 880,000 points of battle spirit, 3,999 points of talent, 3,000 points of rune energy. No. That's the heirloom of my Qing family. You devil, what have you done? The 2 elders let out a shrill cry as if they were being cut into flesh. The family heirlooms have been given to the false gods. This thing that deceives the ancestors and betrays the ancestors, it seems that the strength will be increased. Lin Chen stretched out his hand again, and wiped out another purple rank intermediate level low-grade mental method, and decomposed it into a series of attribute values in front of everyone. All the strong men in the Qing family took a deep breath. What kind of weird magic is this? Just reach out and touch it? This is not an income ring, but a direct erasure. Look, this volume of purple rank high-level low-grade combat skills, I heard that it is the unique skill of your Qing family, right? Someone Lin smiled and raised his hand to wipe the counter, and another roll of exercises disappeared. Robbery. And also Nima is a clear grab. The 2 supreme elders were furious and ran away on the spot. Lin Chen, you are so deceiving. Boom. 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 With 2 loud noises, the 2nd old man was blasted away, vomiting blood, and was injured. That's right, Lin, are here to bully people. I want you to be dogs for false gods, look at Laozi's handsome face, and accept it. Lin Chen shouted angrily, shocking the collective powerhouses of the Qing family. Among them, the strong hurriedly succumbed to the softness. Fu, we all do, Mr. Lin Chen, we also have no way to survive, you just raise your hand and let us go. Brush. As soon as he raised his hand and wiped it, Lin Chen decomposed a bottle of the 7th order intermediate level top grade medicinal pill, and the attribute value increased. All the powerhouses were stunned. Grass. This is too soft to do it? It's none of my business whether you accept it or not. I, Lin, made it clear today that I want to bully you. What's the matter? Come and beat me up, come on, my skin is itchy. Lin Chen brought his face up and patted it, and said arrogantly, Don't hit me? Just do it if you don't hit me. Without saying a word, Lin Chen decomposed all the remaining high-level exercises. The many strong men of the Qing family were shocked and angry. It was too fucked up. What the hell is this devil? How can there be such a scumbag? Robbed all their belongings in front of their Qing family? Are their Qing family shameless? However, the entire Qing family couldn't beat him. It was so irritating. Detected that the number of people hostile to the host has begun to increase. The system pops up a light screen, and the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rises slightly. Just when many powerhouses were planning to fight Lin Chen to the death, he jumped into the air and laughed at everyone. Those present here who refused to obey, welcome to come to Lingzhou to challenge someone. Lin. Arrogant Lin Chen, wait for you to beat him up. The purple phoenix wings raged and flew high, and Lin Chen's wild laughter was like thunder and thunder, resounding for hundreds of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha, surrender to the false gods, I am here. If tomorrow is the end of Kyushu, then today will make Kyushu covered with my legends. Life and death are bearish. If you don't agree, just do it. The crazy laughter is majestic and shocking, like a generation of ghost heroes born in the sky. Tianzhou Mu family. Staring at the completely evacuated treasure hall warehouse, many elders of the Mu family looked sluggish, and their faces were hollowed out in despair. How is it possible that our space restriction seal was not damaged at all? Why is everything gone? The head of the Mu family was almost mad, and the killing intent surged. That is the tribute they have to offer to the true God. If it is gone, they will suffer the crime of deceiving the true God. At that time, let alone praying for the blessing of the true God, even a small life will not be guaranteed. Look at the master, there are words on the wall. The two elders spoke in unison, all staring at the high wall of the palace. A vigorous and powerful line of words was engraved on the wall. You are really poor, Lin Chen. Grass. The whole Mu family, men and women, young and old, burst out with quality greetings from the heart. Is this motherfucker still a person? Stealing all the Mu family's property, still think they are poor? So fucking deceiving. Lin Chen. I am your grandma. Tianzhou Zhao's house, in a room in a secret attic. Zhao Wuyan, you, what did you drink for me? The beauty's clothes are a little messy, revealing a little snow-white skin. Her hand is covering her lips, her face is flushed, and she is angry. The one-eyed man in the room laughed weirdly. Hey, that's the legendary dry wood and fire to seek happiness. You'll know what cruelty is in a quarter of an hour. I like to see you, a arrogant girl who doesn't want to give in. Will stay in front of me and show the appearance of begging for love. The one-eyed man seems to be the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuyan. At this moment, the Zhao family leader was very high-spirited, and even thought that he had become the most handsome man in Tianzhou. Because he coerced and lured many ancient families in Tianzhou into the true God alliance, and was praised by the high-level officials of the true God alliance. He was extremely happy, and on the way back, he forcibly kidnapped an arrogant girl who was unwilling to submit to the true God, ready to satisfy his special hobby. Patriarch, our tribute has been filled, you still need to take a look at it yourself, you see. A secret voice transmission came from a distance of hundreds of miles. Zhao Wuyan frowned, and then laughed wickedly. I will come back to play with you after I accept the tribute. After speaking, Zhao Wuyan left and set up a space barrier in the room. Only the beautiful woman whose face became more and more flushed was left. After a while, the space barrier was untied, and the beauty was surprised. I saw that a teenager led a dozen fierce black spot dogs to enter The silver-robed boy is Lin Chen. With a wave of his hand, with tribulation. Fighting chi broke into the beauty's body, releasing her medicinal properties. The beauty was stunned and immediately reacted. When she put on her clothes, she was so grateful. Thank you for saving your life, Amor is grateful. You hide first, I'm going to have some fun with him. As soon as Lin Chen waved his hand, he took out his big treasure. The treasures in his hands are all bottles and jars with the words immortals. Descend to the world, 7 in and 7 out of Xilongsun, after the sun rises 10 coherently, all of them are among the best in Kyushu. Medicine. At this moment, someone Lin smiled, like a child. You dare to kidnap and sell lewd women. You really are someone who treats false gods as dogs. There is no good thing. After a quarter of an hour, I will let you know what cruelty is. Squeeze the jade bottle, and the powder of countless extraordinary medicines all fled into the large mouths of a dozen black spot dogs. More than a dozen male black-spotted dogs, whose blood was boiling, suddenly barked. Then, Lin Chen immediately launched Blue Dragon's shadow removal and hid in the room with Zhou Mor. Seeing his smile of harmless to humans and animals, Zhou Mor felt a little creepy. This young man looks harmless to humans and animals, how does he feel? He is very skilled at this kind of thing. After a while, the door of the room opened again, and Zhao Wuyan's voice came. Little beauty, the drug is on, I'm here. Brush. A gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air, and millions of rune energy produced a slow rune. Zhao Wuyan was caught off guard, and his cultivation in the middle stage of the 8th layer was immediately blocked to more than 90%. Oops, what the hell is this? Zhao Wuyan suddenly felt bad, and he was afraid. Boom. Lin Chen lifted the blue dragon's shadow repelling, jumped out, and slapped Zhao Wuyan's body with the palm of his Qijue twisting force. Bang! 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 The terrifying dragon strength is like a mad dragon twisting and twisting, completely shattering the battle chi life wheel in Zhao Wuyan's body was scrapped. At the moment when Zhao Wuyan was sealed by the slow rune, it was useless to let him have more cards. Lin Chen's 9.3 million dragon powers are enough to match the 9-layer battle Emperor, and Qijue Jin is the top combat skill of the purple rank. This palm directly abolished Zhao Wuyan. Are you Lin Chen? With blood in his mouth, Zhao Wuyan stared dumbfounded at the young man standing in front of him. Guess the prize right. Lin Chen pulled Zhou Mor away, waved his palm, and perfected the space barrier. Zhao Wuyan, who had lost his cultivation, could not open the barrier at all. Hoo-ho-ho. More than a dozen black-spotted dogs swarmed up, they only had one male instinct, and that was pan him. Zhao Wuyan knew at this moment, what is cruel. Before leaving, Zhou Mor gently covered her lips with her hands. This scene is so awesome. 2 hours later, Zhao Wuyan, who was sitting in the first pavilion, had messy hair, torn clothes, trembling hands holding the teacup, sluggish expression, and a look of kidney deficiency. The ancestors and elders in the first pavilion were furious and frightened. Lin Chen actually sneaked into them. Also abolished their Zhao family head. Zhao Wuyan? What's even more frustrating is that when everyone knew that Zhao Wuyan had an accident, he actually turned the Zhao family's treasure house upside down. Even the seal of the space prohibition has not been triggered, it can be said that the entire treasure trove has been stolen without knowing it. In the entire Zhao family, except for Zhao Wuyan, there is no loss of personnel, but but it has almost lost thousands of years of accumulation. Ha ha ha. It's over, it's over. Zhao Wuyan laughed in despair, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this scene, the two ancestors of the Zhao family were furious. Lin Chen, my Zhao family will never die with you. In the void, two figures flew fast. Do you think I was cruel to Zhao Wuyan just now? Lin Chen asked Zhou Amor with a smile. The beauty was stunned for a moment, and then she said very seriously, no. It's not cruel at all, and it's the way of the other person. If the son of Lin Chen didn't save me, my fate might be even more miserable. Amor is willing to serve the sun. Your work. Don't be a dog or a horse, don't be a dog to a false god, just do what a person from Kyushu should do. Lin Chen turned transparent in a flash, leaving Zhou Amor alone. After her eyes flickered for a few minutes, she rushed towards Lingzhou. On this day, Tianzhou is in chaos. However, this seems to be just the beginning. Just the next day, a more terrifying storm centered on Lin Chen himself began to sweep across the land of Kyushu. Nether state, devouring ghostly mist area. An ancient ruins cave dwelling thousands of feet high, standing in the center of the spirit-devouring mist area. Dozens of high-level war emperors from Tianyu Mansion formed a powerful team, sneaked into the spirit-devouring mist area, and entered the ancient ruins. Tianyu Mansion is composed of the three sects of the blood state, second only to the 5 halls, Wangquanzhuang, Diingzong, Wanzong, and the 7 sects of Mingzhou. There are many dangers in the ruins, such as the ancient sword chi formation, the 9 eclipses and the poison, and if you make a single mistake, you will be forever lost. And the powerhouses of Tianyu Mansion have avoided these dangers again and again, and finally reached the end of the cave. Standing in front of the giant gate of the cave, a group of strong men sighed. It's been 10,000 years. We have joined forces to decipher 10,000 years, and finally let us get here. It is said that there were countless inheritances left by the arrogant generation here, and now, it belongs to us. If there is this batch of inheritance, maybe we will be the strongest combination alliance accepted by the true God in the future. The powerhouses of Tianyufu pushed open the giant gate, and their eyes full of yearning and excitement poured into the giant gate. Behind the giant gate of the ruins is a desolate and silent tomb. Every tombstone once had a token of condolences, and its aura was strong, and it once told the honor of its owner. But everyone was stunned. The ancient tomb is actually empty? In front of these tombstones, is there nothing? Impossible. I remember it clearly in the annals of the past. Nearly 100 supreme emperors and arrogances fell here. Their talents were the highest in the entire early period of ancient times. It was rumored that they had the aptitude for sanctification. It is impossible to leave nothing behind. The two ancestors roared hysterically, unable to accept the reality in front of them. My grass. Look at the content on the stone pillar. Suddenly, the two supreme elders shouted curses. Everyone looked at it in response, and there were 2 lines of words written on the stone pillar. Lin Chen is handsome, he has just arrived in Mingzhou. 22 years old. The 7th level war emperor. He is handsome and coquettish, thank you for your invitation. Thank you for cracking the secrets of the ruins. Lin took it first, and he was very happy. A taste of the small wine is blissful. You great people are really the ultimate wage earners. All the powerhouses in Tianyu Mansion fell into a state of sluggishness and ignorance. Is it actually Lin Chen from the Lingzhou Alliance? For today, for this moment, their Tianyu mansion has been united for nearly 10,000 years, layout, cracking the 8 ancient mysteries, collecting countless information, and some of them rely on the important information they desperately snatched back. To this end, I also searched for hundreds of historical records, read the historical comparison of nearly 200,000 years, and learned about the many hidden murderous intentions of the cave. This is the result of safely stepping into the cave today. Everything was prepared for nearly 10,000 years, and the painstaking efforts of countless battle emperors. But this is Nima's being taken first? This is simply an old bachelor who hasn't met a woman for thousands of years. It's hard to wait until the moment when the meat is opened. He's by the bed. His pants are torn, but suddenly he finds that the other party is bigger than you. This is simply shitting on the neck and bullying people. Are you making fun of them for being wage earners? The more you take a step back, the more you get angry, and the more you think about it for a while, the more you lose. I'll fuck his immortal Lin Chen. This old man is a goddamn bloody mildew for 8 lifetimes. Dead. This man must die. He doesn't die, I die. All the powerhouses of Tianyu Mansion burst out with hysterical roars, like wild beasts, unable to control their emotions at all. Boom. The powerhouses of Tianyu Mansion rushed out of the tomb mansion aggressively. Just after leaving the spirit-devouring fog area, the battle jade slips around the waists of many powerhouses suddenly burst. Their complexions changed again. This was the ultra-long-distance sound transmission jade slip carefully crafted by them. If it was crushed and used, it would prove that a major accident had occurred. They quickly picked up the jade slip, and there was a hurried report from the other end. Elders, something is wrong. Lin Chen broke into our treasure house and robbed him. We couldn't stop him. Before the words were finished, everyone's heart was stunned again. Is it Lin Chen again? Only a young man's laughter could be heard in the battle spirit jade slip. Hi. Hi. I looked left and right, looked up and down, and it turns out that every treasure house is not easy. I thought and thought, I guessed and guessed. The action of the handsome man is really hard to guess. The atmosphere is weird. Is this Nima still a person? While singing songs, they robbed the treasure house of their Tianyu mansion? All the powerhouses in Tianyu mansion, WDNMD. Since then, after Tianzhou, Mingzhou has also started a spiral explosion. Wherever Lin has passed, it has swept across the 8 wastelands, decomposed along the way, and all kinds of cool. Someone Lin, who flew high in the sky in Mingzhou, sighed when he saw his attributes soaring to an unprecedented level. I didn't expect that the ancient tomb house would allow me to obtain tens of millions of exercises in one breath. If this goes on, I might have a chance to update the 6.0 version of the system, so don't be too happy. And Lin Chen's talent points broke through the unprecedented 100 million points. When Lin Chen first saw the new version of the enhanced function system, when the almost abnormal update conditions required attribute values, he couldn't help but scolded. Is it possible to rob the entire Kyushu? Even he himself did not expect that one day he would actually embark on this path. Lin Chen put on his self-made sunglasses and laughed arrogantly. King of robbery, I, Lin Chen, are determined. In less than a day and a half, someone from Terran sacked all the families of false gods in the 2 big states of Tianzhou and Mingzhou. There are countless enemies, and more powerful warriors of the War Emperor hate Lin Chen to the core, and they can't wait to get cramps and bones. And those families who deliberately remain neutral have not let go. Many ancient aristocratic families deliberately maintained neutrality, seemingly in the dark, but in fact they were secretly manipulating the abacus. On both sides. Among them are old monsters who have lived for countless years, and they are so skilled that they don't want to let themselves suffer at all. Most of these forces are just sloppy, trying to wait and see the situation. If Lin Chen succeeded in repelling the false gods and defending Kyushu then, they would still be able to claim that they did not take refuge in the enemy camp. Backhand to join the Lingzhou alliance in a friendly way and make a fortune in silence. With this operation, these grasshoppers can directly enjoy the peace that the Lingzhou alliance fought so hard to fight back. If the Lingzhou alliance were defeated, they would immediately fall to the false gods. Wag your tail and beg for pity, even a dog can survive. For this kind of stuff, Lin Chen has not let go of any sloppy power. He brought a Heidaleu to all these forces and aristocratic families, and they all decomposed their family property cleanly. Not even a root hair is left. With Lin Chen's strength and his movement technique, plus the Tian hidden rune and blue dragon's shadow elimination, the two great tricks to eliminate the breath, the other party couldn't stop him at all. Even if he could stop someone Lin, how could he stop his 4 clones and the Dragon Emperor? As long as there is a clone that breaks into the enemy's treasure house, the decomposition function is fully activated, and the opponent's background will be directly unobtainable. If you want to do it thoroughly. As long as it is in the league list, and there is no noble family from the Lingzhou League in the lineup, someone in his forest will be robbed. If you want to be a villain, then be the end. The attribute value of the essence of war has skyrocketed by more than 4 billion points. Perhaps soon, I will be able to step into the late 7th stage. One turned on this superdimensional teleportation, and Lin Chen teleported to the blood state this time. As the most chaotic state in the Kyushu, the blood state has lost one of the top power since the peak powerhouse of the 5 temples was destroyed by Lin Chen in the Weeping Blood Plain. In addition, the news of the arrival of the true god spread throughout the blood state continent, and all the powers were lost into chaos. Some joined the true god camp, some regarded it as the last doomsday in Kyushu, frantically burned and plundered, and enjoyed the last time. Blood State Panmong City. Countless slave boys and girls who were liberated by Lin Chen looked around blankly. Why, you appear here, Lin Chen. The future dominance of this seat will one day be repaid with your life. The 2 old men in black clothes of the 8th layer battle emperor were seriously injured and fled into the void. Lin Chen didn't pursue him, he had looted the entire Panmong city, and most of the rare treasures were all broken down. Unexpectedly, the layout of false gods has penetrated into Kyushu, and even the blood state has their minions. The 4 top forces that were destroyed earlier all have strongholds to extract the energy of the Earth's core, and the energy has been extracted. It can be seen that this blood state has long been planted by false gods. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If these pseudo-gods are allowed to infiltrate Kyushu for another 10,000 years, no, maybe within 5,000 years, the core energy of Kyushu will be taken away by 1/3 of them. Too little energy in the Earth's core will cause the big state to collapse and separate, and it will not be able to support a large state land plate that can support trillions of creatures. The loss of 1/3 of the core energy of a large state will cause large-scale natural disasters such as landslides, tsunamis, and space storms, which are enough to threaten all creatures under the War Emperor. If you lose more than half, the continent will start to split. In a certain way, the appearance of Lin Chen made the false gods extremely jealous and came into the world ahead of time, but instead avoided these extremely dangerous situations, otherwise Kyushu would break out in a terrible disaster thousands of years later, covering every major state. By then, I don't know how many people will die. Lin Chen mobilized a ray of spiritual power and poured it into the spiritual sea of the rescued teenagers and girls. Their eyes, after becoming slaves, showed their fighting spirit and vitality. For the first time. Thank you, benefactor, for the opportunity, life-saving grace, I will never forget it. Many slave teenagers knelt down excitedly. The spiritual power that Lin Chen gave them was nothing but the spiritual idea of Lin Chen's fighting will. Scored them a point. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, a space passage was spread out. This space passage leads to the edge of the blood state. Whether you little guys can survive depends on yourselves. After that, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan, who were beside him, flashed and moved the void. Leave the last option for all freed slaves. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan swept the entire blood state in almost one day. Lin Chen, I want to kill you. The devil, this guy is an unparalleled devil. I have accumulated tens of thousands of years in the 9 dragons, and all of them have been swept away by this bastard. Go to your Lingzhou alliance, young people, let's go all out and kill Lingzhou. We have only one goal, and that is Lin Chen. We have to take his head no matter what. Wherever Lin Chen passed, the speed of the scolding sound was almost the same as the growth speed of his attribute value. In the past day, Lin Chen, who had swept away 90% of the forces in the blood state, had gained nearly 2 billion points of fighting spirit. It seems that there is only a trace left to pierce the 7th layer late stage. Fallen Soul City, Yunj Hall. At this time, Lin Chen was holding the neck of the man in blood with one hand. His robe was embroidered with the words dedicated to the true God, and he was covered in blood. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, what if you can kill me? Lord Jian Tianming has already commanded all the forces in Danzhou, and is ready to go to the headquarters of Shenzhou in one fell swoop, and you are just a prodigal dog. The man in the blood-clothed sneer smiled. Lord Jian Tianming is a descendant of the first generation of true gods, and his strength is enough to crush you, such a scumbag. If he hadn't retreated for thousands of years, and only left the customs recently, how can you have the legend of Lin Chen in this Kyushu? Oh? Descendants of the first false gods? Lin Chen raised his brows. Since he stepped into the imperial realm, the descendants of the pseudo-gods are no longer in his eyes. Can't he imagine that there is still a first-generation descendant hidden in the family of pseudo-gods? The blood-robed man with blood on his mouth laughed ferociously. Ha ha ha. When the true God comes, we will have eternal life. And you are destined to turn into a smear of lust under the power of the true God. I heard that, Lord Jian Tianming, but I am very interested in the woman around you. After you die, Lord Tianming will definitely make your woman comfortable. Click. Lin Chen snapped his neck, his cynical smile gradually disappeared, and his expression was extremely dull. Bai Ruoyan quietly accompanied him. She knew that Jian Tianming might be finished. Dragons have inverse scales, and those who touch them die. Jian Tianming, isn't it? I'm so you can't see Tianming. Activate the superdimensional teleportation talent to teleport the host to the 5th space position, consuming 2.3 million talent points. Brush. The beam of light in the space broke open, and Lin Chen, who cast the blue dragon's shadow repelling, sneaked into the void and descended to the holy Pill City. The holy pill city of Dam province, once a holy place in the hearts of countless pharmacists, an extremely dignified and solemn area, has now become a gathering place for countless 3 religions and 9 elites. Blue Dragon's shadow body protection, Lin Chen released 4 phantom clones. This time, the holy pill city has gathered countless forces. Lin Chen will not only kill people on this trip, but his avatar will also take the opportunity to decompose. Go. The 4 avatars escaped into the void, the aura was hidden, and the spiritual power of the avatars was like 2 big nets, covering all the auras and escaping to the 4 directions of Xingdan City. Without saying a word, Lin Chen unfolded his purple phoenix wings and headed straight to the true temple in Xingdan City. The true temple was cast at the back of the summit hall of the alchemy meeting. In the true temple, all the forces from different states of Kyushu gathered together, sitting quietly in the hall. Lin Chen didn't dare to sneak into the hall directly. These forces are no better than ordinary ancient families. There are some strong people who are very powerful. They may be able to capture the clues of Qinglong's shadow removal. If they are discovered, they will be attacked by a group. Lin Chen is not afraid of these powerhouses, but he is afraid that Jian Tianming will slip away in the chaos. Lord Tianming, how long will it take? Hee, what's the hurry? Lord Tianming is the first descendant of the true God. He said that the Lord True God will reward us with the holy body, and it will definitely be there. Once the golden mouth is opened, it is not wrong. Quack, but it seems that Lord Jian Tianming was very angry before. Lin Chen, who had lost his breath, quietly stood at a window position, quietly eavesdropping on the internal conversation. A large number of power leaders are curious and discuss. It's normal to be in a bad mood. After Mr. Jian Tianming left the customs and heard the rumors of Lin Chen and Ling Zhou, he was eager to attack himself. It seems that the great true God doesn't want Jian Tianming to contact Lin Chen, and has always banned him. Action. Although he can't act, Lord Jian Tianming has a natural instinct for food, sex, and taste. After knowing those arrogant girls related to Lin Chen, he personally dispatched them, but he has been returning without success. Naturally, this mood is not much better. Old demon, even you know this, it seems that you are already a celebrity. Beside Lord Tianming, Lin Chen, who eavesdropped on these conversations, had sharp eyebrows and a particularly violent murderous aura. It turns out that this beast has been secretly eyeing my friends around me. If it wasn't for the messenger of the Holy Realm to pick up everyone, there might have been an irreversible result. With awe-inspiring murderous intent, Lin Chen decided that Jian Tianming must die. Danzhou has almost gathered the number and power of powerhouses second only to the headquarters of the Shenzhou Pseudo-God Alliance. The forces in the Sky Tower generally do not contact Kyushu. They only hang out in the Sky Tower, but this time at least more than half of the forces in the tower are involved. In the main cities of number 5 to 10, most of the famous powerhouses on the battle list are dispatched. But what kind of blood has been invested in this pseudo-god alliance? In terms of the number of strong people, the power in Danzhou is already equal to the Lingzhou alliance. This is still part of the strength of the pseudo-god alliance, and it can be seen that the headquarters will be stronger. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He was not afraid of fighting, but how to confront so many forces head-on and ensure that the large amount of resources they gathered here are converted into attribute values, which is much harder than fighting. You have to create opportunities to attract everyone's firepower. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about countermeasures, a powerful voice came out. Lord Tianming is back. Hearing this rumor, Lin Chen instantly became murderous. The 9 great heavenly tribulations are ready to move. Outside the temple, Yu Jian came to a young man with a 3-foot green front. His hands behind his back, eyebrows like swords, handsome and unrestrained. The young man's scarlet and demonic eyes looked a little cold, not like an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years, but a slightly evil scholar. Swordsman. The golden pupil twins turned, and Lin Chen was shocked to discover that this person was actually a mid-9th level cultivation base, and he was also a sword emperor. He held the iron chain in his hand, and the iron chain bound the 2 beautiful women with thin clothes. Jian Tianming pulled the 2 daughters into the hall. Like a dog. All the leaders of the forces in the hall stood up and were in awe. I have seen Lord Tianming. Jian Tianming nodded lightly and asked casually. Well, it's all here, right? The dragon's power surged violently, and the energy flickered in all directions when Lin Chen, who was at the window on the left side of the palace, was about to shoot. Suddenly, his eyes changed, revealing a smile of interest. Interesting, the clone actually encountered such a thing? Lin Chen's thoughts escaped into the 4th clone. Lin Chen's body temporarily evacuated from the true temple. Holy Dan City, southeast. A palace with a special enchantment. The palace is majestic, carved with jade, and divided into mountain gorges on both sides. Birds and flowers are fragrant. The blue dragon possession was in the 4th avatar, and the azure dragons shadowing completely eliminated his breath. Doppelganger lying on the ceiling in a room. The view from the room is amazing. Damn, why are you so useless? I came to you with Tianming on my back. Don't worry, it's still a long time today, ha 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 ha. No one will find out about this place. The old man and the woman faced each other calmly, the sheets were turned over and over again, and Lin Chen was very happy. However, the most important thing is the conversation between the 2. Is this woman still Jian Tianming's concubine? Interesting, haha. The clone Lin touched his chin and took out his big treasure, the magic eye stone. Then, he pointed the magic eye stone towards the 2 of them. At the same moment, Lin Chen's body in Xingdan Square smiled evilly. Lin Chen's body also opened the magic eye stone and placed it on the empty seat at the highest position in Xingdan Square. Moreover, he connected the light and shadow refraction of another magic eye stone brush. At this moment, a light screen that was 100 feet wide and 100 feet long appeared. This sudden appearance caught everyone's attention. You must know that after these few days of assembly, too many forces and powerhouses have gathered in Xingdan City. This time, millions of people have been attracted to look at the light screen thrown by the magic eye stone. In the light screen, there are 2 white figures rolling the sheets back and forth, and they are normal people who know what they are doing. Pfft. My day, who did this? You shouldn't get the magic eye stone if you want to do it. Absolutely. What's the situation? Seeing a lot of powerhouses with dazed expressions, this is truly amazing. Can this kind of thing use the magic eye stone? Dead ghost, you are amazing, much stronger than that Jian Tianming. At this moment, the woman's soft, cat-like voice came out from the magic eye stone, causing countless powerful people to instantly explode their scalps. The woman in the light screen was actually the woman of Lord Jian Tianming. At this time, a juvenile voice with a strong voice, mixed with a vigorous fighting spirit spread over tens of thousands of miles, covering the entire square. Welcome to watch the birth scene of the Big Green Hat King. I am the commentator this time. You can also affectionately call me the Big Handsome Eagle. More people looked at it in response, and the twisting figures in the light screen kept attracting new eyes. Okay, now let's focus on the screen. You can see that our male number 1 is taking a passive defense at this time, but his next game is very stable. He seems to be panicked, but he is actually stable. The old dog, breaking with stillness, attacking others without losing the courageous momentum, is really a master among the masters of Huatsong. Lin's serious commentary caused waves of forces from all sides to take a cold breath. Well, let's look at our female number 1 again. Her skills are superb, like a jade-faced flying dragon, looking straight into the Milky Way, looking for the sun and the moon. She is really wonderful, exquisite, and energetic, so fine that my scalp is hairy. Hey, our male number 1 suddenly changed his offensive. Difficult. Is this the legendary mud bull into the sea? At this moment, directly below the square, a handsome young man suddenly drank coldly. No, this is making fire across the mountain. To make fire across the mountain? I rely on it. I'm convinced. It's really a sea of lust, and it's a boat with no end, and it's absolutely invincible. Is this Nima now admiring it? Inside and outside the Holy Pill Square, and even all the Battle Emperor powerhouses suspended in the void suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Crazy. This must be crazy. Who the hell is this immortal dare to do such a ridiculous thing? The woman of Lord Jian Tianming gave him a green hat and was released on the spot. This is Shou Xinggong hanged himself, and his life is too long. Boom. Then, in the southwest direction, on the other side of the Holy Pill Square, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the area of the Pill Emperor Palace, another light screen was projected. The scene presented by this light screen is exactly the same as that of Xingdan Square, but its angle has been changed to the side. Countless strong people almost didn't squint their eyes. This Nima also changed the viewing angle? Why don't you go to heaven? Is this thing still so important? The actual situation is, Lin Chen's clone only needs to fix the position of the magic eye stone, and it will not be discovered at all. He quietly placed the second magic eye stone in the room, in order to let more people see it and attract the attention of more powerhouses. In this way, he has the opportunity to sneak into the most heavily guarded area and decompose many resources allocated for false gods. Boom. The two battle streams shot up into the sky, trying to destroy the light screen that the magic eye stone turned to, and was instantly smashed into scum by Lin Chen with a punch of 9.4 million dragon power. The voice of the commentary continued. At this time, it can be seen that the male and female number 1 battles are indistinguishable. From the perspective of posture and momentum, the two sides are about 5-5 at this time. Stand still, move like a mountain, and sway like a wave. Huh? Look at everyone. At this time our female number 1 resorted to a trick to root an old tree. Wow. This male number 1 is stronger. He actually gave our female number 1 a few backflips, and then twisting freely 250 degrees is just a trick for the little eel to find her mother. Damn it, it's wonderful. It's so fucking wonderful. I'm almost moved to tears. At this time, our female number 1 offensive is retreating. Is it coming? It's the sea of hysterical hysteria that never collapses and calls you in the face? No, she didn't. Our female number 1 player is very tough. If you don't pull it out, she actually resorted to a trick of a beggar to cook rice. Lin's excited commentary, combined with the wonderful scene, made the forces of all parties stay in a daze and look stupid. Some of the little pure and cute people even watch it with relish. Lin Mao from Lingzhou is really a genius of interpretation who was delayed by the pretending world. To the northwest, at the top of Lingjian Mountain, 2 more light screens were erected. It was Lin Chen's third clone who took out 2 new magic eye stones. These 2 light screens are even more terrifying. The location is just right. In the middle of where countless Yuan Zuanjing and Tianganging are located, so the splendid scenery has been seen by more people. This is clearer than the other 2 light screens, and is slowly moving, showing a different perspective. Some older generation powerhouses are even more foolish. What the hell is a rotating perspective? In the true temple, when Jian Tianming was talking with the leaders of the various forces, Lord Tianming, no, it's not good. The 2 war emperors broke into the hall and knelt down on one knee, sweating coldly. Lord Jian Tianming, something happened outside. Jian Tianming frowned, what's the matter? The 2 war emperors looked at each other, trembling all over, and said tremblingly, I don't know how to describe it in words, but I hope Lord Tianming will take a trip in person. Jian Tianming saw that the outside world was getting more and more noisy. With a flick of his sleeves, 2 strong winds blasted through the bodies of the 2, vomiting blood and coma. 2 wastes, the report will not say, what is the use of you? Boom. Jian Tianming turned into a sword light, and the suzerain and ancestor of the strength of all parties were also curious and followed closely. Hundreds of powerful war emperor breaths emerged from the true temple, and they went straight to the Holy Pill Square. When Jian Tianming, headed by him, arrived at the square, the picture, reflected by the light screen in the void, made him stunned for a moment. The woman in the picture is his personal concubine. Dead ghost, you are much stronger than Tianming, oh. The unbearable moan came from the magic eye stone, which made the brows of the strong men who had just arrived frantically jump. Damn, this woman Jian Tianming has played with all his life, this time his own woman was played by others. Looking at the old man's face again, he was actually Jian Tianming's uncle, the 8th war emperor, and one of the most respected elders of the true God family. Jian Tianming burst into anger, only to hear the excited commentary from Lingjian Mountain that sounded like a bell. Now our male number 1 is still full of explosive momentum. He is looking for opportunities. What? His speed is still increasing. It can be seen that he can actually reach a higher level. There are so many afterimages, I can't see clearly. Is this the long-lost snake and eel dance together? It's too damn strong. Could it be that the outcome is about to be announced? Are you coming? The sea of hysteria that the female contestant does not collapse will call your face. No, she didn't. She got up. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chen even applauded. The people in charge standing behind Jian Tianming felt their scalps go numb. This Nima actually even gave an explanation? Wonderful, very wonderful. I have never seen such a wonderful love action scene. At this moment, this situation and this scene are really a wonderful scene in the world. Only a poem of my handsome eagle can express the admiration in my heart. One stream and valley opened slightly on both sides of the Peach Peaks, and the 3-foot guns killed the navy. There were 4 turns, 5 turns, 6 chance and 7 volts. Bang! Tear! The light of the sword is like a dragon, the light screen refracted by the crushed magic eye stone. Jian Tianming turns his head and the people around him roar. Quick, go find this bitch for me, damn it, I'm going to kill these two bastards with my own hands. What a shame to throw it at Grandma's house. To actually be given such a picture in front of so many people, must the green be known to the whole world? Lin Chen jumped, flashed to Jian Tianming and others not far away, and laughed wildly. It turns out that it's our Lord Jian Tianming, so good to come. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen violently threw a crown made of emeralds at Jian Tianming. I, Lin Chen, would like to call you the greenest Green Hat King. Bang! Fingers shuttled and flashed across the sky. Jian Tianming smashed the green crown with one finger, his expression uncertain. Lin Chen? How about it, don't be surprised, don't be surprised. Lin Chen jumped up and launched the GoldenEye twins. Today, nearly 80% of the forces have gathered in the square, and almost all the top powerhouses in the true temple are gathered here. It's right now, delay the time first, and give them a Haidalayu backhand. He made up his mind to notice that Lin Chen's first clone seemed to have sneaked into the back of the true God temple. It was located in front of a sky island, where two giant spaceships with a length of 2,000 meters were parked. There are 5 battle emperors in the 7th layer, and more than 20 low-level battle emperors. My mother, there are even 7th order top treasures in it. Lin Chen's avatar's purple gold pupils looked at it for a while, his eyes lit up. It is worthy of the strength of the gathering, second only to the headquarters of the pseudo-god. This kind of background, at least hundreds of ancient families have moved in. The pupils of the golden-eyes twins trembled slightly. Lin Chen vaguely hides a little girl in the heavenly astral realm at the head of the space giant ship? What's even weirder is that this little girl seems to have the spiritual power of the perfect state of the law. How is that possible? The spiritual power of the perfect state of law is not even possessed by many war emperors. Lin Chen's avatar showed a hint of shock, the snow-white jade slip on his chest flickered with light, and a figure by Ruan appeared, a little worried. Are you okay? There are too many powerhouses in Xingdan City, and even she doesn't want Lin Chen to go deep into the enemy camp to such an extent that almost all the combat power of more than 3 major states is gathered. If a group is besieged, the variables are too great. Don't worry, there's a war over there, we'll start. Lin Chen avatar smiled. The other side he pointed was naturally the holy pill square. This son is Lin Chen? I can't believe that I have not been born in the retreat tower for 10,000 years, and there are such extraordinary talents in Kyushu. It's crazy enough to break into our headquarters alone. Some of the old monsters in the sky tower showed a look of interest in Lin Chen, but Jian Tianming was so angry that his eyes were red, and he drew his sword and pointed at Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen? Very well, before this seat can find you, you will send it to the door to find you to die. Ah. No way, old ghost, I'm going to die. The woman's moans came from the magic eye stones on the other sides. Lin Chen was still serious a moment ago, and suddenly Pucci. Lin Chen, Mr. Jian, I have received strict training. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh unless I can't help it. Fuck. Don't hurry up and shut the magic eye stone for Lao Tzu. Jian Tianming's neck was flushed with anger, and he yelled at the 8-layer war emperors beside him. The latter hurriedly rushed in the direction of Lingjian Mountain. Who can abolish this son? I will reward him with a chance to forge the holy body. Although Jian Tianming was furious, but Lin Chen was able to turn Kyushu upside down. He was definitely not a softie. He would not be naive enough to let himself take the lead. Brush. 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 As soon as the words fell, the hidden old monsters from the Tsang Pagoda stepped into the air, and their silhouettes jumped like star pills, sealing all Lin Chen's escape routes. Hey, the old man is worried that he doesn't have any credit. Little guy, you have come to the door. Two black mist-shaped skeletons appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes, and suddenly a black chi palm stretched out and grabbed Lin Chen, trying to tear his chest and ribs to smash Lin Chen. Sigh. Bang. The black fog surging, Lin was motionless, the 3-inch tribulation on his chest was sparkling, and the golden prison flying dragon armor was even more radiant, staring at the figure inside the skull with a playful smile. What's the matter? Didn't you eat? Use some force. How is this possible? The black-robed old man in the black fog was shocked and lost his voice. His cultivation in the middle stage of the 9th level, even in the late stage of the 9th stage, did not dare to take his attack so lightly and unscathed. Tear. Boom. Lin Chen punched the Chijua pull and twisted the space. The black-robed old man's proud movement lost most of its power. When his face was horrified, the fist wind blasted through his body angrily, vomiting blood and retreating. Roll down a few attribute light balls. Let's do it together. This kid is weird. Many powerhouses shouted angrily, but Lin Chen ignored them completely. With a tear strength whip, the old man in black robes flew away, his flesh and blood swayed and blurred. An inch of light is like a star, and the fingers are embellished. A dragon like sword chi was cut from the top of Lin Chen's head, and the sword beams from all directions twisted the wind and clouds. Countless attacks were formed in an instant, and the space was frozen by the enchantment of the strong man in the tower. Boom. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles was instantly exploded, and Lin Chen's position rolled up a hurricane of energy. Something's wrong. That kid rushed out. Suddenly, the powerhouse of Tongtian realm's spiritual power shouted loudly. A dark vortex twisted, like a star shuttle, and went straight to Jian Tianming. And skate? Sure enough, it's a bit of a ghost, sword body. Jian Tianming mobilized the holy body, and his whole body was swept away by 10,000 sword chi, his chi rushing to Shaohan, reflecting the entire holy Pill Square. The encirclement and suppression war, led by Jian Tianming against Lin Chen, immediately started from Xingdan Square. Countless forces were involved in this battle, but Jian Tianming and others did not care about the lives of these people and focused on attacking Lin Chen. Roar. A dragon roar shook the sky, and a 10,000-foot blue dragon was born. The azure blue dragon tail was like a divine sword slashing violently in the sky, and the dragon sword slashed horizontally, repelling more than 70 strong warriors. The sword cut off the front row of 3 8-layer late-stage warriors, with their heads fly away. Many strong men took a deep breath of cold air. What kind of dragon clan is this? It's impossible for even the clan chief of the dragon clan or the ancestors of the top 10 dragon clan to get close to them with one sword. In Lingjian Mountain Danhuang Palace, a battle broke out in both directions at the same time, and Lin Chen's clone was in battle. While the battle was in full swing here, the giant ship in the space behind. The true temple was violently attacked by the clone. Lord Jian Tianming, here is. Tear. A snowflake like a mirror moon flashed, and the last 8-layer war. Emperor was cut into 2 pieces, and he picked up a few attribute light balls. That fell, and Lin Chen decisively rushed into the giant ship. No one would have thought that Lin Chen would personally arrive at Xingdan City to challenge so many powerhouses. In addition, the space giant ship was less than 100 miles away from the true temple. Jian Tianming did not send too many powerhouses to guard here. All gathered in the true temple. Sigh. Pure milky white flames burned the entire sky, sealing off all the space. Bai Ruoyan protected Lin Chen's avatar in person. Breaking into the first space giant ship, there are many top-level treasures. Piled up like mountains, some are cold like iceberg purgatory, some are blazing like a fire dragon rolling and roaring, or a piece of ancient keel. That condenses the power of extraterrestrial stars, all of them are special. Treasures that can't be placed in a ring, or an entire row of high-end rings. But Lin Chen's clone didn't seem to be interested in these things, and rushed into the first cabin of the space giant ship. What a strong attribute light, what is the origin of this little girl? Before Lin Chen entered the cabin, he felt the arrogant radiance of the sun. And pushed the first cabin away. No. No. The voice of the girl struggling and fear came, and her mouth was covered. She looked like a 16-year-old girl, with long hair like a waterfall, a small goose egg face, a creamy skin, and blue eyes flowing with autumn waves, but she was full of fear and fear. What's even more mysterious is her dark purple pupils. Lin Chen felt that extraordinary spiritual power emerged in her pupils. If it wasn't for a special spiritual seal, I'm afraid he would have already launched a spiritual attack on Lin Chen. What a strong mental power. What kind of special physique is this? Almost blinded by the attribute light, this girl was actually filled with yellow attribute light balls and cyan spiritual power attribute values. Lin Chen roughly estimated that the intermediate level martial arts essence attribute value of this girl should be at least tens of millions. This terrible value made Lin Chen's scalp numb. You must know that he decomposed a roll of purple level intermediate grade exercises, and it was only less than 30,000 points of intermediate level exercises. This girl actually has tens of thousands of points? How holy is it? Now that the situation is urgent, Lin Chen has no time to ask about the girl's origin. Seeing her expression of horror and fear, it must be even more impossible to answer normally. Lin Chen put his hand on the girl's fragrant shoulder. The other party thought he was going to commit an infringement. His mental power was skyrocketing, and he was about to explode his spirit. As soon as his mind moved, a massive amount of mental power immediately appeared to calm the panic in the girl's heart, trying to stop her from self-destructing. The next moment, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. With my spiritual power in the middle stage of Tong Tian realm, few people in the entire Kyushu can surpass it, and I still can't stop a little girl's spiritual self-destruction? Lin Chen was a little stunned. There are more and more abnormal accidents on this girl. Just when Lin Chen was about to stop it with the slow rune, the spiritual light that circulated in the girl's body suddenly dimmed, and a series of attribute light balls in her body were madly sucked away by Lin Chen. Get 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 000 points. Get 4800 mental power, 4100 mental power, 4500 mental power, 8500 mental power. The attribute value is soaring. Lin Chen's intermediate cultivation technique. Essence and intermediate spiritual power attribute values increased by 24.9 million points and 280,000 points. Lin Chen's mental aura has skyrocketed, approaching the midterm peak of the Tongtian realm, and his mental power attribute value has broken through 1.2 million points. Hey! What kind of fairy is this? Lin Chen was stunned. Just the cultivation of the astral realm can make his attribute value rise. Even more than the attribute points obtained by copying 7 or 8 ancient families. According to common sense, for those who are lower than Lin Chen's cultivation, the attribute light balls dropped are quite rare or even none. Even if it is the 7th battle emperor, for Lin Chen, he will hardly drop the attribute light ball. The girl who was taken away by Lin Chen did not lose anything, just like Shangguan Bihan, Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball, but instead let the girl offload some of the burdens. Her eyebrows stretched, and she was calm. Fell asleep. It's amazing, the 16-year-old heavenly astral realm is still complete in the Dharma phase realm, and Iji's phantom physique is several grades stronger. What kind of enchanting talent is this? Lin Chen's clone couldn't help but be moved, but there was no time to think about or understand too much right now. What he can be sure of is that if this woman falls into the hands of a false god, the consequences will be disastrous. Picking up the girl in white, Lin Chen turned on the decomposition function and frantically decomposed the countless exotic treasures in the space giant ship. Consume 20,000 Heavenly Dao points, continue to activate the decomposition function. The host will obtain 45.55 million blood energy, 8,900 ignition energy, 45 million battle spirit essence, 1,200 mental power, 1,000 blank attribute, 40,000 talent points. All the treasures of heaven, earth, and medicinal materials. Lin Chen took all of them and received them according to the order. Everything touched by the palm of the hand is decomposed into infinite attribute values. After Lin Chen set off from Lingzhou, he raided countless forces along the way, and his element attribute value and spiritual power had skyrocketed. The essence of the fighting spirit is even more than a mad collection of billions of points. Boom! At the moment when Lin Chen decomposed all the treasures and resources in the first space giant ship, a more powerful wave of war energy surged from within, like an angry dragon roaring. His cultivation has finally broken through to the late 7th stage. The better the potential, the stronger the foundation, and the stronger the breakthrough cultivation base. The average value of Lin Chen's intermediate element attribute values is around 4 million, and he has a solid background. This time he broke through the cultivation base, and the intermediate battle spirit essence attribute value broke the 20 billion mark. Like a real dragon breaking the world. Roaring in rage. Brother Lin Chen, we have been discovered. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan heard a reminder, and then she saw that Lin Chen was actually carrying a girl in white, a beautiful girl with a beautiful appearance, and she couldn't help being stunned. This robbery is a robbery. Why did she even rob a girl and come out? Lin Chen's clone replied, give me a little more time, if Sister Ruoyan delays them. After speaking, he immediately jumped into the second space giant ship. Xingdan Square, Lin Chen's body, 3 clones, and the Dragon Emperor were besieged by all the powerhouses. Lin Chen relied on the ultimate moment to support infinite dark steps, and his figure flashed several times. No matter how strong the opponent's lineup was, he could not be trapped. In addition to his speed, the attacks that hit him were very limited. Today's Lin Chen can be called a perfect combination of attack and defense. Speed. His gold energy exceeds 5 million points. The hardness of the flesh shell body that launched the golden robbery body is comparable to the 7th order high-quality defense treasure. The high element attribute value and then launch the 3-inch tribulation. Combined with the golden prison flying dragon armor, the opponent's attack below the late stage of the 9th layer can't impress him at all. Lin Chen. Boom. Terrible fluctuations of war energy came out of Lin Chen's body, and his body cultivation had broken through to the late 7th stage. Advance with all the clones together. Breakthrough cultivation? Something's wrong, this kid didn't plan to fight us at all. This kid is stalling for time. No, our stuff. Many powerhouses reacted quickly, with eyes like electricity, and immediately locked the position of the spaceship behind the true temple. Sure enough, the space orientation has been blocked by some mysterious power, blocking the space crystal wall, and even they can't perceive it. Some of the hidden old monsters were previously bewildered by the reward of forging the holy body. After recovering, they rushed to the space giant ship. For the first time. Okay, Lin Chen, you dare to sneak in Chinsong and steal something onto this seat. The sword Tianming, who launched the thunder fire sword body, shrouded the whole body of infinite electric arc thunder light. His eyes were like fire, and his expression was furious. Okay, now is the time to fight. Lin Chen shouted in shock, launched the 7th transformation, his breath suddenly soared, and he broke through a higher realm like a broken bamboo. Lin Chen, whose cultivation base temporarily entered the late 8th stage, continued to climb even if it was the 7th stage change of Shura Jiuhuang transformation. It still stopped before the 9th stage. Is this the bottleneck of the 9th level battle emperor? I'm afraid I can only break this limit by launching the 7th level transformation when I truly break through the 8th level cultivation base. The later the battle emperor's cultivation level is, the more Lin Chen can feel the absolute gap between this level and the cultivation level. Tear. Boom. The clone that pulled the Fenghuangbao shot through the 2 Yaffled war emperors who wanted to track the position of the spaceship. A beam of sword light came, and the stars and rivers were shot in all directions. More than 50 old war emperors had solemn eyes, and they showed their unique skills. One move, the unique skills of the middle level and above of the purple rank, kept blasting out. Boom. The sword broke through the 9 directions, the chi rushed to the Shaohan, and the sword divided the offensive of many strong men. Boom. 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 The first 2 8-layer war emperors exploded and died, and one 9-layer war emperor was injured and retreated. The other war emperors were injured to varying degrees, and their expressions were frightened and frightened. What is this attack? It even has the characteristics of penetrating battle gas. Defense and treasure defense. With the midden sword in hand, with one sword and one bow, the 2 avatars stand on each side, standing proudly among the heroes. The clouds are light, and the wind is light. Clang. The spear broke through the sky, and a star-like spear shone through Jian Tianming's thunder and fire sword body. Jian Tianming raised his hand and slashed across with a sword. Between the sword's edge and the spear's stranglehold, his figure took several dozen steps back to stabilize his figure. Lin Chen was knocked back a few steps by a sword, spun in the air, rolled up in a silver robe, and landed neatly on the dragon's head. Now is the beginning of the good show, don't worry. Holding the 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor spear in his hand, Lin Chen's waist is as straight as a spear, majestic, standing proudly on top of the Dragon Emperor's head. The corners of his mouth evoke a sinister arc, and Jian Tianming's pupil shrank. Damn, he can actually improve the secret techniques of several great realms. It turns out that this is his true strength. This kid hides so deeply. Previously, Lin Chen had been using his body technique and pure power to deal with them, which led Jian Tianming to think that his combat aura cultivation base was not worth a single blow. Don't be afraid. We have more than 200 people in the 7th Battle Emperor, 100 people in the 8th Battle Emperor, and 37 people in the 9th Battle Emperor. Why should we be afraid of this son? Let's go together. Kill him, the true God will reward us heavily, the day of ascension, just today. The 2 hidden old monsters of Songqiong Tower stabilized their military hearts, and everyone was dazzled by the benefits, and slammed at Lin Chen with a roar. I have to say that the 2 names of True God are too loud. With a roar, even these old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands or 100,000 years can work hard for it. The temptation of power is enough to make people crazy. The 3 avatars held swords and bows, their fists were as fierce as dragons and tigers. The dragon sovereign has a frightening dragon traveling technique, rushing straight into the numerous battle sovereign groups. It has already opened 960,000 dragon veins, and has a strong natural defense. It does not need to be afraid of the opponent's attack. Boom! The offensive to tear the sky broke out again, and the Holy Pill Square, which had not been damaged after more than 100,000 years of changes, began to show signs of rupture for the first time. Lin Chen's body was opposite to Jian Tianming, and the 4 sides were allowed to fight without interruption, but they did not disturb the 2 of them in the slightest. Why, are you afraid? Seeing Jian Tianming's serious expression, Lin Chen laughed jokingly. Counsel? You are not qualified to let me mention this word. You have trump cards, and I have the same. Jian Tianming sneered, and Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Well, as expected of the Green Hat King, the words are different, I admire it. Jian Tianming, my Nima. Tear. Lin Chen waited for the machine gun to shoot out like a dragon, with one move Do Huang 86 moon breaks the galaxy, one shot opened the sky, and the dragon force rolled and galloped. The sword marks as thin as gossamer smash into the void, the swords and guns collide, tearing apart the sky. The power of this sword was not small, and Lin Chen retreated dozens of miles. But he was still able to handle it with ease. At this time, a steady stream of healing power poured into the body, nourishing Lin Chen's little injury. Consuming 10,000 talent points, the fatal bloodthirsty was successfully activated, and 28% of the healing effect has been obtained from the actual damage. If the talent combo is triggered successfully, the host can unconditionally activate the active talent in the talent combo. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he started combination skills, King of the World. The host opens the talent combination, King's Landing, and begins to enter the state of accumulating energy value, 0 points. Every battle emperor killed by the 3 clones, in addition to dropping attribute light balls, began to turn into energy values and accumulated in the talent of Jun's landing. Pfft. On the other side, Jian Tianming, who was fighting against Lin Chen, didn't retreat, but he spat out a mouthful of blood, full of astonishment. His attack penetrated my defense. It's too weird to give him a chance. Quick. Fight. In a single thought, Jian Tianming mobilized the power of the blood in his body, and with a buzzing sound, Huang's aura was like the sun and the moon hanging high in the sky, hanging straight into the sky, like a sage king, suppressing all beings. The sword Tianming displayed by Wang, the whole body is filled with the brilliance of flames like a coiled dragon, like a giant of thunder and fire, descending from the sky to Kyushu. Combined with his sharp and unstoppable kendo cultivation, there is a sense of oppression unmatched by the powerhouses here. In the middle stage of the 9th level, the superposition of holy body and blood power is not inferior to Lin Chen's encounter in the Sky Tower and some intermediate-level demon monarchs, and the strength is comparable to the King of War. Is that the power of the bloodline of the descendants of the first generation of false gods? It's interesting. I want to see how strong it is. Even if Daluo Jingxian is here today, you have to die. Lin Chen clenched the body of the gun, and suddenly, a flash of flame flashed. In shock, so close to the battle that it was hard to catch the naked eye. Jian Tianming's sword tip pierced through Lin Chen almost instantly. Clang! The body of the gun reverberated, more than 9 million dragon power erupted. And the sword edge was opened, and Lin Chen's arm was numb. Jian Tianming was shocked to kill with one sword, and he slashed 10 swords horizontally like lightning. Lin Chen retreated again, and a cutting force whipped his legs to take advantage of the gap and cut the opponent's waist. This time, the charge and piercing runes are activated together. The razor sharp leg strength penetrated Jian Tianming's defense, his bones were broken, and he vomited blood. Lin Chen angrily smashed the tip of the spear down, causing his sword edge to creak, and then he took a dark step again, flashing ghostly to his back and slapped it with a palm. Mysterious dragon claw. Jian Tianming poked his claws out, and the two sides clashed and collided. Like two shocking electric lights, constantly flashing between the sky, destroying all buildings or blocking objects wherever they passed. Lin Chen, who has always crushed the enemy with speed, was overtaken by his opponent for the first time in his infinite dark step. This place is not Lingzhou. Lin Chen can completely let go of his hands and feet and fight the sky alone. His blood power is the thunder sword bloodline, and he can use the secondary lightning power to increase a lot of speed with the holy body and the suppression of the cultivation base forced to catch up with Lin Chen's infinite dark steps. Today's Lin Chen, if he uses the 4 avatars to besiege, the power of the main body's one-on-one battle is just equal to the battle emperor, and he has a chess match with Jian Tianming. 8 desolate fingers. Longyang Jin. Blood Shura. Eternal Night 1000 sword break. All kinds of top-level combat skills erupted on the two of them, and countless powerhouses were stunned. They were constantly affected by the aftermath of their battles, and they had to give the battlefield to them. On the other side, the position of the spaceship was discovered, and the 3 9-layer war emperors led people to encircle and suppress by Ruan. And she easily blocked it by herself, with ease. And Lin Chen's clone is decomposing all the rare treasures at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning infinite resources into his attribute values. After fighting for dozens of breaths, no one knew that the treasures and resources they had carefully prepared had been completely decomposed by Lin Chen. Bang. The spear and sword collided, the blade of the sword rotated, the tip of the spear was strangled, and the spear turned around, the sword body blocked, turned around, and slashed vertically. The five-color dragon spear parried in the air, and Lin Chen's power was overwhelming. One punch rages on his lower abdomen, and the space is torn apart. Layers of thunder light condensed into a thunder curtain in Jian Tianming's body, and when the fist wind was blocked, a sword stabbed into the space of Lin Chen's space. Sure enough, he's a monster, a rubbish that doesn't have a ninth level cultivation base, and can fight this seat to such a degree that even my holy body and the power of blood can't take him down. Jian Tianming frowned. He never fought an unsure battle, and now he is fighting against Lin Chen. He just knew why his fathers wanted to prevent him from contacting Lin Chen. A guy who doesn't even have a cultivation base in the early stage of the ninth layer can actually fight him evenly. This is simply an unprecedented anomaly. You have more than one kind of blood power, you kid, you are a bastard. Suddenly, Lin Chen sneered. It is no wonder that Jian Tianming is so special. I am afraid that he is not only with the blood of one false god, but maybe two. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel sick. Shut up. This seat's identity and bloodline are countless times nobler than you, a mortal stray dog. Which round will you come to speak? Like a fox whose tail has been stepped on, Jian Tianming roared angrily, and said with a hysterical grin, my father, the supreme true gods are about to come to Lingzhou, then your women, relatives, I will take care of you. If you entertain them, I will humiliate them in front of you, ha ha ha. Activate the hidden rune, which has hidden the host's spiritual attack. Consuming 300,000 rune energy. Cooling time, 40 seconds. Lin Chen's face was as deep as water, and his eyes became even more cold as a knife. Don't worry, you don't have this chance. The voice just fell, bang. The blue spiritual light beam across the sky contains the energy of annihilation that destroys the world, running through Jian Tianming's body, and his sea of spiritual consciousness, like a mad dragon. Ah. What is this? Click. His spiritual defense weapon was broken, and the whole person burst out with screams like killing a pig. However, he still retains the last trace of his sanity, and immediately unfolds his body technique and flees as he desires. Brush. Lin Chen's avatar projected the Wind Emperor Bao, and the main body reached out and took it. His face was cold and ruthless. I saw, Lin Chen held a bow with one hand, used the Five Dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear as an arrow, and placed it on the bowstring? I will let you die miserably. At the moment when the bowstring was fully drawn, a gray-white talisman was born from the sky and fell from the sky. Activate the combo skill, the talent of King's Landing, and accumulate energy, 650,000 points, which will increase the host's next attack. The rune energy plummeted by 3.5 million points, the space solidified, and the fighting spirit was sluggish, blocking Jian Tianming's actions. Shadow-breaking arrow. The fingertips let go of the bowstring, and the Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear is like the sharpest arrow in the world, with a dark light and lightning. The arrow light carries a spiral wind blade and a ray of dark light, as if it jumped into space, and shot to the sword sky in an instant. Ming in front of you. What kind of combat skill is this? Jian Tianming's pupils trembled with fear, and he almost tried his best to break free from the shackles of the slow rune, and the Five Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear was still blazing in front of him. Before he had time to use the space jade slip that contained holy power at His waist, the spear turned into an arrow and swept away. Tear. Boom. The Emperor Spear of the Five Dragons penetrated Jian Tianming's body. The increase of King's Landing increased Lin Chen's attack by more than 30 times. Taking Lin Chen's current cultivation base to increase 30 times, it is far superior to the past. Bang! Jian Tianming's body shattered like a cracked stone and exploded violently. The Lingjian mountain behind him was turned into powder, smashing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and an arrow shattered the entire earth. Veins, and the ground blocks turned over, shocking. At the moment when its body bursts, it scatters a sphere of attribute light that fills the sky. Unlike ordinary powerhouses, Jian Tianming is the descendant of the first generation of pseudo-gods, and is very likely to be more than two kinds of pseudo-god bloodlines. He drops hundreds of attribute light balls, showing an amazing quantity and super high quality. The colorful attribute light balls are connected together, like a splendid galaxy. Lin Chen, slightly air-conditioned. This is at least a value that can only be dropped by the 4 late-stage 9-layer war emperors. The descendants of the first generation of false gods are not covered. Lin Chen urged the Dragon Emperor, without saying a word, and swept away all the attribute light balls. Get 4,500 points of gold energy, 9,800 points of spiritual power, 400,000 points of rune energy, 48.5 million points of fighting spirit essence, 290,000 points of martial arts essence. Open 9 amethyst treasure chests, get 800,000 talent points, 1 million rune energy points, 3,000 blank attributes. When included in the attribute light ball, Lin Chen also grabbed a space jade slip containing sacred energy. Everything in Jian Tianming was blown up, but this one was safe. This jade slip is the space jade slip that shielded hundreds of war emperors from Lingzhou to leave safely that day. It was cast by saints and above. This space jade seems to go directly to the headquarters of the pseudo-god? Ha ha ha. Good thing, just my 5 thunders are ready to be staged. The corner of his mouth traced a ruthless laughter that his bare feet were not afraid of wearing shoes, and Lin Chen put away the jade slip. Originally, Lin Chen only came here to rob, and did not intend to take away the heads of these guys now, but this Jian Tianming is a potential threat. If he doesn't kill this person, Lin Chen is completely clueless. People live forever, there are some people and beliefs to protect, and there is no potential threat. At this time, the powerhouses from all directions scattered one after another. And the shock was undecided. The power of that arrow was really terrifying. Lord Jian Tianming was actually shot through by this kid? It's terrifying. This son's combat power is far beyond the ordinary late stage 9-layer war emperor. In the entire Kyushu, no one can suppress his edge. When the leaders of the various forces were shocked and fearful, several of Lin Chen's clones and the Dragon Emperor suddenly broke out of the siege, and no one dared to stop them. 8 desolate fingers. Lin Chen and his clones erupted with an 8-colored energy finger, smashing to the bottom of the Holy Pill Square, smashing the true temple. The smoke of the wolf was billowing, and countless powerhouses did not dare to stop Lin Chen from leaving. When they looked at the direction of the space ship behind the true temple again, the expressions of many powerhouses changed. Oops, our people couldn't stop the person who looted the spaceship. Grass. My family has accumulated thousands of years, and it will be destroyed in one fell swoop. I also plan to pay tribute to the true God for a chance to purify the holy body. Only the 5 late-stage 9th-level monsters headed by them showed horror in their eyes. They flashed, moved the void, quickly rushed into the spaceship, and looked around. No, that little girl is gone? How is that possible? You have to see a corpse even if you die. That little girl is the one who the great true God personally named Lin Chen. He's fucking stupid. Countless roars and roars continued to rise and fall, killing intent soared to the sky, and the Holy Pill City was in chaos. If Lin Chen insists on fighting again, he will definitely be able to destroy a group of enemies, but this is by no means the purpose of his trip. Robbery is only part of his action, and hatred is his main purpose. However, the little girl in white encountered in the space giant ship was indeed beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Donjo Starry Sky Desert. The little girl in white covered her bright arms, her ears were red and her blue eyes were like stars. She stared at Lin Chen with a smirk in front of her, with a vigilant expression. I saw someone. Lin rubbed his hands and laughed. Little sister, don't worry, I'll rub it, it won't flow out. I don't believe a bad guy like you. You must be a big bad guy. Nizi snorted, seeing that the seal was gone, her spiritual power emerged again, condensed into a giant hammer of dozens of feet and aimed it at Lin Chen and knocked it down. Bang! Lin Chen's spiritual power in the midterm of the Tongtian realm swept out a wind blade like a storm ripple, easily smashing the spiritual giant. Hammer. Okay, you still know this superb spiritual method at such a young age. Tell me honestly, where did you come from? That's right, my brother will give you a lollipop. Seeing that Lin Chen was light and windy, the girl in white was frightened and this person was as terrifying as those people. I won't trust you unless you let me go. Nizi is clever and clever, her white teeth biting her cherry lips. Don't worry, if I want to plot against you, why would I have to untie your seal and save you from it? Right, besides your strength, even if I let you go. Given the current chaotic situation in Kyushu, do you think you can escape those people's pursuit? Lin Chen has a trick to coax girls. Seeing that Xiao Nizi doesn't do it, he is happy to quarrel, slowly. After saying this, the little girl really calmed down. She looked at this weird handsome brother and pouted, maybe you are with them, you are just here to gain my trust. Someone. Lin smiled, then do you want me to send you back? Little girl. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Chen stepped forward to bandage her wound. Grabbed the snow-white arm on her hand, and smeared ointment from the wound. You, don't disturb me. The little girl in white, who resisted at first, finally saw Lin Chen's serious eyes, her vigilance relaxed a little for some reason, and the mental fluctuations of self-destruction also subsided. On the other side, Bai Ruoyan stared at the little girl in white and fell into contemplation. Okay, the injury is stable. You have 2 choices now. If you don't trust me, I can send you back now. I am such a person of good moral character. Girl. Or you can tell me your experience, and I'm covering you. Lin Chen sat in the desert and looked at Xiao Nizi. She stared at Lin Chen in a daze, and after a while, Hao arm hugged the snow white jade legs, and said slowly, I don't have parents. My memory is only after I was 12 years old. I woke up from a great wasteland. Since then, I have been wandering in Mingzhou. Finally, I was adopted by the Shen family. After the Shen family was destroyed, I was taken away by those people. When answering this question, the girl was a little lonely. Lin Chen was startled, he only had memory after the age of 12. Could it be that he lost his memory? Little sister, can you practice this scroll and show it to my sister? Bai Ruoyan's smile was like a flower, and she was so beautiful that she was like a pure and holy angel. She infected the little girl. She stared at it for a while, and nodded obediently. Well. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruoyan suspiciously, and he saw that the scroll called 5 Spirits Light Smoke Palm was at the top of the green rank. This little girl is only in the heavenly astral realm, and their current situation has no time to give this girl time for the top-level cultivation. Technique of the green rank. It will take 3 months to get started. Bai Ruoyan returned Lin Chen's patiently waiting look, only to see Xiaonizi taking the scroll of jade slip, her eyes unconsciously showing a touch of disdain, sending war energy into the jade slip, and quickly read the exercise. Next, a mysterious scene appeared. Xiaonizi's whole body is radiating clear and splendid rays of light, all of these rays of light are the color of the attribute light balls, and most of them are the essence of exercises. Lin was stunned. A quarter of an hour later. Sigh. Boom. The momentum of the thunderous explosion went straight to Xiaohan, and a huge pit of dozens of meters was blasted open in the desert. The spiritual energy rioted, and the space rippled. Seeing Xiaonizi's delicate jade hands, the 5-colored clouds shone like smoke. She turned her head and stared at her white-skirted sister, and asked with a smile, "Sister, is this all right?" Bai Ruoyan stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Well, you did a great job. The little girl in white is very useful. The big sister gives her a feeling of peace of mind all the time, which makes her like being by her side very much. And she trusts her unconsciously. But this scene Lin Chen is so shocking. What the hell kind of genius is this? The top-level exercises of the youth level, learned in just a quarter of an hour? Thinking back when Lin Chen was studying 9 techniques of the gods and desolation in the Tianga branch of the desolate domain, it would take half an hour to integrate the cultivation memory with the skill essence attribute value and full proficiency in the practice technique. Seeing Lin Chen's surprised face, the little girl in white put her hands on her hips, straightened her little Cheong nose, and said proudly, "It's just cultivating a green-level exercise, what's surprising?" The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. He seemed to understand at this moment how others looked at him, and it took a quarter of an hour to cultivate and complete the green-level exercises. This is too nonsense. It was rare to see Lin Chen surprised. Bai Ruoyan chuckled lightly and said to Lin Chen, through voice transmission, "Brother Lin Chen, don't be too surprised. With her talent, it's quite normal to do this level. If my guess is correct, this girl should be born with the blood of the martial saint, or even the blood of the martial god. This kind of bloodline has been awakened since the age of 12, and the spiritual power and cultivation will skyrocket. It is almost self-taught in combat skills and exercises, and there are very few bottlenecks in cultivation. 1. But after awakening the bloodline, the previous memory will be lost. Even in the records of ancient times, there are only 2 instances of such talent, and they are only the bloodline of the martial saint, and the bloodline of the martial god, which is only a legend. Bai Ruoyan's guess made Lin Chen's scalp numb. He couldn't help whining at the system. "System, your motherfucker isn't a fake, right? System." Unexpectedly, someone from Talon picked up all kinds of attributes, exercises, talents, runes, and weapons, and today he actually picked up a girl with the blood of the martial saint, or even the blood of the martial god? He patted the little girl in white on the head, and the spirit of the exercises in her body poured into Lin Chen's palm. Acquire 7,800 points of the Spirit of the Practice, 12,500 points of the Spirit of the Practice, 11,580 points of the Spirit of the Practice. Seeing that this little girl was able to derive the attribute value of the soul essence of the exercises by herself, Lin Chen smiled and said, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name, but the sister of the Shen family named me Shen Lingshuang." Seemingly recalling the enemies who once slaughtered the entire Shen family, Shen Lingshuang nibbled her teeth and pursed her lips unwillingly. Shen Lingshuang, right, Nizi, let me ask you, do you want to avenge the Shen family? Shen Lingshuang nodded heavily, of course I do. Then you will be my apprentice. From today onwards, as long as you hang out with Lin Chen, I promise to bring you revenge. Shen Lingshuang hesitated, but thinking that the Shen family had taken in her sisters, a look of determination appeared on her charming little face, and she nodded heavily. Lin Chen stretched out his fist, and Shen Lingshuang raised her delicate pink fist to touch his fist. That's what you said. I want to avenge my sisters. Lin Chen gave Shen Lingshuang 2 blue-level combat skills in one breath. He found that every time Shen Lingshuang activated the power of blood to learn combat skills, the light of Gong method essence would be derived from the body. Every time he learns new combat skills, Lin Chen can always obtain tens of thousands of martial arts spirits from Shen Lingshuang. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, being talented can really do whatever you want. At the beginning, he desperately collected a large number of martial arts essences in order to quickly learn the high-level combat skills that penetrated, but for Shen Lingshuang, it only took a few moments. Just resting for a moment in the desert, Lin Chen activated the Holy Qi Space Jade Slip left by Jian Tianming. The spatial end of this jade slip is the headquarters of the Pseudo-God Alliance, China and the extreme east region. The voices are full of people, and the waves come from all directions. The previously dilapidated family of pseudo-gods had a new look and transformed into the headquarters of the so-called True God Alliance. Except for Lingzhou and Kyushu, countless strong people flock here almost every day, squeezing their scalps in order to seek the protection and care of the True God. In the past, the dragon family was now the headquarters of the True God. Inside the headquarters, a hall. Now that the powerhouses of the Sky Pagoda are coming out, and all the heroes of Kyushu are gathered together, as long as the true gods come, we can destroy the Lingzhou Alliance in one go. I don't know how the situation is on the side of Lord Jian Tianming. It seems that it is time to enter the space channel. Why is there no movement at all? The powerhouses who attacked the Lingzhou Alliance a few days ago gathered in the hall of the headquarters, as well as the 10 old monsters and the ancestor Long Can who sneaked into the Sky Tower that day. I didn't expect to attract so many devils next to the Devil's Eyes, and even the avatar of Lord True God couldn't pull him and die together. This child is really weird. Long Can sat in a corner of the hall, shaking his head and sighing. Now the True God headquarters is headless, and the leaders, hidden old monsters, and eternity giants who came here are not accepting each other. The True God headquarters, which was originally led by Jian Tianming, has disappeared at this time. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Everyone, it's not good. There is an enemy attack. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many strong men sank like water. Now there are countless top forces in Kyushu gathered here, and the only forces who dare to attack here are the Lingzhou Alliance. Do they want to start a decisive battle in advance? How many enemies are there? Long Chen immediately questioned the war emperor who had notified him in a deep voice. There are only two people, a man and a woman. This answer caused a brief silence and stunned silence in the hall. Two people dared to break into their true god headquarters, who gave the courage and courage? Brush. 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 The forces of all parties disappeared in the hall like lightning, the space moved, the stars changed, and they reached the outside in an instant. But when you see the dragon pagoda of the dragon family rushing to the top of the sky, if you look carefully, you will find two figures standing on the top of the tower. When the foreign forces and powerhouses in the headquarters below looked up, some were horrified, some were puzzled, and some recognized the two figures on the top of the tower. Isn't that kid Lin Chen from Lingzhou? What a big darling, he dares to go straight to our headquarters. Does it mean that he thinks he can compete with all of us alone? It's just contempt for Shenwei. All ancestors, please capture this son. A large number of powerhouses below walked in the air, shouting to the people in charge of the ancient family who flew out of the hall. On the top of the tower, Shen Lingshuang next to Lin Chen's jade legs trembled. She never imagined that Lin Chen would actually take herself to the other party's base camp. She once doubted whether her master was crazy. Even asking yourself to sing before you set off? What the hell does he want? Shen Lingshuang hid behind Lin Chen in fear, looking up at his profile. Lin Chen smiled casually. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to single out everyone in the opponent's headquarters, even if his strength skyrocketed. If the strong people present attacked together, he could grind him to death. Look at you, what are you afraid of? Lin Chen glared at Shen Lingshuang, who was holding his thighs behind him, as if he hated iron, and laughed wildly. Today, I am not targeting all of you here, I just want to say that those who take refuge in false gods are all garbage. I just want to hammer you to death. Or be hammered to death by you. The sound was like a tidal wave, spreading across the entire extreme eastern region, and countless strong people laughed in anger. Fuck you, you alone want to beat so many of us? It seems that Lin Chen doesn't know how high the sky is. You must know that the current extreme eastern region has gathered the forces of half of the Sky Tower, and even most of the forces of Kyushu. No matter how strong he is, Lin Chen alone cannot compete with this lineup. What do you think? Long Chen turned around and asked the 10 hidden old monsters who were traveling with the Sky Pagoda. No matter how strong this son is, he can't fight against all of us by himself, unless he is the cultivation level of the three tribulations battle. Emperor or above, or the saint comes in person. The other old monsters shook their heads and laughed. This kid is still young and energetic. Forget it, let's do it together. This guy is tricky, don't give him time. I don't know which ancestor spoke up, and hundreds of battle emperor powerhouses above the 8th level quickly rushed into the sky. Sigh. Bang. Before the ancestors of the parties attacked Lin Chen, the terrifying muffled thunder exploded like a loud noise, smashing the sky and breaking the space barrier. There is thunder, and there is a space barrier that I waited for to set up here, and it is impossible for any thunder tribulation to penetrate. There seems to be something wrong, everyone be careful. Some sensitive ancestors and monsters suddenly became alert. Lin Chen, who was standing at the top of the tower, smiled, which was exactly the time he expected. When his 5 Thunders Nirvana was activated earlier, those war emperors used the sacred air space jade slip to temporarily escape. Well, more than half of the energy of the 5 thunderstorms is left. Although it is not as durable as last time, 200 thunderclouds are bombed together, and they are concentrated in one area, which is enough for The pseudo-god alliance to drink a pot. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, countless thunderclouds seemed to move from the southeast to the space in an instant, descending on the false god. Headquarters. Half of the battle emperors who rose to the void had 5-color thunderclouds suspended above their heads, and Lei Wei, who swallowed the stars and absorbed the moon, surged like a thunder wave. Damn it, it's this again. Long Can's eyeballs popped out, but this was the trick again? In the dragon clan of the wild state, he has personally experienced the power of this 5 thunderbolts, and he can't even escape. Only hard connection. He never expected that Lin Chen would be able to play such a terrible trump card again. This kid is not human. The rolling thunder of the world-destroying thunderstorm swept through the entire sky like a tidal wave. Countless powerhouses shivered in the vast splendid thunder clouds, as if angering the endless power of heaven, and they wanted to impose a world annihilating thunder penalty on them. What's the matter? Shouldn't Lord True God shelter us? I'm waiting for the true God with sincerity and convincing. Could it be that I still angered Tianwei? There was no time for the locked powerhouses to react. The lightning burst. The 5 lights were splendid, and the arc was like a dragon. Suddenly, a high-pitched male voice came slowly from the top of the tower. Invincible is how lonely. Invincible is how empty alone in the peak. The cold wind is blowing constantly. Who can understand my loneliness? Grass, stinky shameless must have a degree. You are invincible ass. Just when this thought in countless people's hearts just arose, the thunder exploded. Boom. 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 200 groups of 5-color thunderclouds split the sky, and the thunderbolts that were as fast as a mad dragon continued to split down. Countless thunders descended, and in the gust of wind, the girl's crisp voice came out. How invincible, how lonely. How invincible, how empty. The voice is wrapped in the spirit of war, spreading thousands of miles and thousands of miles. She who is hiding in the sky, can you listen to me, my loneliness, endless loneliness. Countless people were dumbfounded. What kind of scene was that? Lin Chen and Shenling Shuang stood on the top of the tower, and countless thunder lights crisscrossed and flashed by the 2 of them, but they stood still, like invincible powerhouses on the top of the tower. Thunder's agitation became their accompaniment, and the explosion of electric light was like a hammer drum, as if every thunderstorm was accompanied by the 2 of them singing. Ah! What kind of ghost thunder is this? Why can't this old man's ever changing profound steps be avoided? It hurts, damn it, I'm going to tear my life wheel of fighting spirit torn apart. How could this bastard do such a trick? Countless powerhouses mobilized defensive combat skills, treasures, pills, and many trump cards in the void. Those sputtering Lei Wei, like colorful electric snakes, broke into the headquarters of the pseudo-god alliance, and the entire headquarters suffered a devastating blow. Howling, screaming, everywhere. Some Yuan Zuanjing and Tiangang realm that do not even have the cultivation base of the Emperor of War being affected by Lei Wei melting like snow. There is no possibility of life at all. The top war emperors who were not locked by the 5 thunders retreated in all directions, and there was no spare energy to attack Lin Chen, only to defend the entire headquarters with all their strength. Otherwise, these 200 thunderclouds would be enough to subvert the entire headquarters. The beams of space beams stretched open and blocked the space barriers, which made a large number of false god believers saved, and deep fear was branded in their hearts. Within 1,000,000 miles of the Long family area, the splendid light of the 5-color thunder shone together like stars. If the remaining top battle emperors joined forces, this place would have been razed to the ground. The defending warriors were also shocked, staring at the powerhouses who were smashed and screamed in the void, and they didn't even have a chance to dodge. Then Lin Chen has such a perverted trump card. This is the first time this old man has seen an unavoidable attack. Damn, this Lin Chen is hiding too deep. I almost got his way. Below the 9-layer battle emperor, it is almost difficult to survive 10 thunders in the 5 thunders. Finally, when the 200 groups of 5-color thunderclouds dissipated, the alliance of false gods caused countless casualties. In the early stage of the 9-layer war emperor, 25 fell and 14 were seriously injured. In the middle stage of the 9th level, 11 were seriously injured, and in the late stage of the 9th level, 9 were injured. The 8th battle emperor has fallen over 100. More than a miserable word. Because the 5 thunder boom moved several major states to track it, this time the 5-color thundercloud descended the 5 thunder boom only half of the last time, but this way, it still destroyed most of the pseudo-god alliance. All the forces that looked down on Lin Chen before were all stuck in place. One move to hit so many strong men? Such means are truly invincible in this world. The Dragon Emperor soared into the sky and took away massive attribute light balls and more than 20 amethyst treasure chests. Lin Chen's attribute value finally began to soar towards the requirements of the updated version. Witnessing this scene, Shen Lingshuang felt surging and her heart trembled. Pride is born. Lin Chen patted her shoulder and asked with a smile. How is it? How are you? Shen Lingshuang nodded excitedly. Cool. After she finished speaking, the light of the cultivation technique and soul attribute in her body began to grow again. Which of your enemies, you go up and beat him now, remember, don't be afraid. Fighting is right. In order to build confidence for Shen Lingshuang, Lin Chen pointed at all the powerhouses in the audience. He and him and this old man. Shen Lingshuang pointed with a slender jade, and immediately pointed to the 3 seriously injured 9-layer early battle emperors. Without saying a word, Lin Chen used a trick of 7 Jew pulling to make a false grasp, and the 9.4 million dragon power exploded. Between the curved space, he pulled the seriously injured 3 people over, and even let the Dragon Emperor release the Shanqing Dragon Domain, suppressing the 3 people. Action. Hit him. Lin Chen pointed, Shen Lingshuang summoned up his courage, and slapped the seal of 5 spirits light smoke palm on the 3 of them. The gray-white talisman fell from the sky. Lin Chen deliberately activated the slow rune to bind the 3 people's cultivation base, and finally let Shen Lingshuang, who only had the heavenly astral realm, smash the heavenly spirit cover, and died of anger. Sister Shenling, Sister Qingxiao, I finally avenged you. With tears in her eyes, Shen Lingshuang muttered to herself. At the moment when the 3 of them were destroyed, Shen Lingshuang seemed to be energized, her thoughts were mastered, the blood in her body increased by 1 point, and her attributes radiated again. At this time, Lin Chen said seriously. From today onwards, you have to remember that our motto is, take your life and death lightly. If you don't accept it, do it. Whoever dares to bully you, you will hit the fuck. Shen Lingshuang's blue eyes flickered, her fists clenched, and she murmured. Life and death are bearish. If you don't agree, do it. Whoever dares to bully me, I'll beat the fuck up. Bai Ruoyan in the snow-white jade slip couldn't help but be speechless. What did this younger brother Lin Chen teach? At the moment of epiphany, the power of Shen Lingshuang's bloodline was like a sea of clouds, and new attributes of light were constantly emerging. Today's song, Invincible, is a welcome gift from me. If you dare to die, just come to me, Lin Chen, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen deliberately burst into laughter, activated the superdimensional teleportation, took Shenling Shuang away, and disappeared. Everyone witnessed their three top powerhouses fall into the hands of a little girl, but no one dared to step forward to stop Lin Chen. Next, the alliance only needs to prevent the 6 false gods from coming, and the remaining enemies will be nothing to worry about. Lin Chen's image of being invincible has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present at the headquarters today. His general trend has been forged, completely shocking the pseudo-god alliance. This trend will be crucial. It is even more important than the attribute light ball that Lin Chen obtained now. As long as Lin Chen doesn't die in the future, no matter how the people of the pseudo-god alliance start a war against the Lingzhou alliance, they will be underpowered and only show their signs, because they will always live in the shadow of Lin Chen's power. This is a fatal step. After leaving the false god headquarters, Lin Chen looted all the remaining forces, and mourned everywhere he went. 2 days later, Lin Chen went to the Sky Tower. When he arrived at the entrance of the Sky Tower, he stepped into the space passage, moved in the void, and was teleporting Lin Chen into the Sky Tower. Stepping into the Sky Tower, Lin Chen rushed to the number 10 main city at full speed. Lin Chen has not yet reached the main city number 3, the indifferent voice across the space echoed in the void. Little Lin Chen, are you here to find me? Lin Chen froze for a moment, cupped his hands and clasped his fists. Junior Lin Chen, come to visit the Tower Master. Since your dean woke up, I have a hunch that you will come to the door. Come in and talk. As soon as the voice fell, the floating light drifted away, the silhouette of the human figure was like light and shadow, and Lin Chen disappeared. When he looked around, he was already on the top of the mountain. On the cliff, the tower owner stood with his hands behind his back, and his eyes were free from mysterious rays of light, as if he could see through the starry sky. In the face of such a strong man, small means and one-sided words are useless. Lin Chen said straight to the point, Senior, at the moment of life and death. In Kyushu, false gods are coming, tampering with history, and occupying Kyushu. If no action is taken, Kyushu will fall into a false state. Hand of God. Younger Lin Chen, dare to ask the Tower Master to help Kyushu. I have already guessed your intention, but the duty of this seat is to guard the Sky Tower will not fall, and the hope and civilization of the human race still exist. The Tower Master was expressionless, and Lin Chen drank coldly. No, if this battle fails, all Kyushu civilization will be meaningless. The Kyushu continent will be the puppet continent where those evil spirits are rampant. Senior guards this place to suppress the demons. But if the Kyushu is gone, what's the point of suppressing the demons? Humans without humanity are not humans. Without human civilization, how can it be called civilization? The tower owner's body trembled unconsciously, and he didn't understand this truth. He has been consecrated for 400,000 years, and has read the history of Kyushu for 10,000 years. He has been waiting for a human race that can eradicate all the demons under the eyes of the 9 great demons. Could that person be Lin Chen? But at least, he doesn't have this qualification now. But he is the most promising person in the history of Kyushu to inherit the will of the ancient gods. If you miss him, maybe Kyushu will have no chance to turn over again. If you let go of the battle and the Sky Tower loses his guard, it will definitely be noticed by the holy devil under the devil eyes. At that time, regardless of the success or failure of the battle, if the holy devil under the devil's cave forcibly tears the seal, he will surely rush out of countless demons. Clan, trouble Kyushu. If you don't participate in the war, you can suppress it for a while, and when the false gods come, they can only occupy Lingzhou first. There are still some sacred monuments in the town boundary of the remaining 8 states, and they cannot invade the entire Kyushu continent in a short time. It is only a matter of time before they can overwhelm the sacred monument of the town that destroyed the 8 states. War will lead to the chaos of the demon race. If you don't fight, you will lose both Lin Chen and the last hope of Kyushu. Whether it is the pseudo-god occupying Kyushu, or the demons invading the Kyushu mainland, it is a devastating disaster. But from the standpoint of the tower owner, as long as the demon eye can be suppressed, and there is the protection of the sky tower, even a false god can't force open the sky tower, or even dare not approach. Because the sky tower is an artifact. Even the tower owner can't drive the sky tower, it contains the will of the ancient god. If you don't participate in the war, the worst result is that at least China can continue. I can go to war, but only on one condition. Suddenly, the tower master's eyes were sharp and he turned to Lin Chen. That is you, Lin Chen, leave Kyushu. If you give up this battle, I will defend Kyushu with my life and death fighting spirit. Lin Chen was shocked. The tower owner actually left his last hope on Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen does not die, the hope of Kyushu will not be extinguished. Even if the false gods are defeated in the first battle, if Lin Chen who has left can become a saint in the future, or even a higher level holy king, then there is still hope to revitalize Kyushu. His potential, the tower master has already seen from the ancient gods' mansion in the orange level secret realm. This may be the only option. Impossible. I, Lin Chen, can't do such a thing of abandoning a partner in danger. The Kyushu man stands upright, doing something and not doing something. Lin Chen's deep drink was like a roaring dragon, his fighting spirit was like a peerless war gun, and he was about to pierce the sky. Senior, give me a straightforward answer. Except for asking me to escape. Other things can still be discussed. The tower master shook his head. The moment before the pseudo-god comes, if I don't arrive in Lingzhou, then that's my answer, let's go. Although the tower owner did not change his face, there was a struggle between his brows. Lin Chen never thought that even a person of his level would hesitate so much. At this juncture, Songqiong Pagoda has gone through 5 generations of tower owners, passed down countless years, and experienced the changes of the 3 major eras of ancient times, and ancient times. He also needs time to think. I hope this is not the last time I will meet the tower owner. Lin Chen bowed his hands and said goodbye, his figure flashed into the void. And he left the top of the pavilion. A day later, Tianga Academy. Really, isn't the tower master here? With his wisdom, he may have already seen through the situation. Since he didn't answer clearly, it's very likely that he won't help. He only keeps a glimmer of hope that our alliances military will not easily disintegrate. Looks like we're going to have to fight alone. The dean sat calmly in the secret room, as if he didn't care about the result. He turned to look at Lin Chen and said with a smile, actually, I also agree with the tower owner's statement. If you can leave, you will definitely be able to subvert these holy prison criminals in the future. It's a pity that your heart is like a mirror, and you would rather bend than bend. Lin Chen spreads his hands, this time is completely different from the previous Lingzhou ancient change. That time, with the deputy dean and all the colleges there, the army of the sacred fire spirit still has the power to fight, and Lingzhou will not hence destroyed. The arrival of false gods is different. Their goal is to take Lin Chen first, and then to occupy Lingzhou to extract the core energy, which is equivalent to pushing Kyushu to annihilation. If they even leave the dean or tower alone. Lord, I'm afraid it's really bad luck. The previous dean had not yet refined the energy of the holy veins and could not move around easily, but now he has perfected the holy veins he left behind. His whole body is shining with holy light, and every strand of hair seems to contain mountains, rivers, and seas, which are limitless. Lin Chen was shocked. This is the power of a saint, even if the dean deliberately suppresses it, he can clearly feel that the Emperor of War is in front of the saint, but it can be destroyed at the touch of a finger. In addition, Lin Chen asked about the red silk and satin obtained from the dean's inheritance. The dean admitted that this thing was obtained from a visit to other continents. It seemed to record some ancient civilizations, and even he could not spy on many secrets. Only by collecting the complete red satin or meeting certain conditions can the secrets it contained be revealed. Before the enemy, Lin Chen didn't have time to analyze the magic of this thing, and threw it directly into the ring. As for Shunling Xuan's bloodline and origin, even the dean couldn't see through it, which made Lin Chen a little more curious about this girl. However, the top priority is to prepare all the cards for Lin Chen. He found a secret room and began to retreat. He turned Kyushu upside down, and all the layouts were only bet on the result. This time, in the secret room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. In one thought, the system was turned on. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage 7th stage of the Battle Emperor realm. Intermediate Battle Chi Essence, 23.1 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 9 million. Dragon Power, Talent Blessing, 9.5 million. Intermediate Blood Energy, 26 billion points. Intermediate Mental Power, 1.45 million points, the midterm peak of Tongtian realm. Intermediate Cultivation Technique Essence, 125.45 million points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 94.5 million points. Heavenly Dao Value, 54.65 million points. Talent Points, 134.8 million points. Intermediate Element Energy, Fire 8.21 million, Earth 7.9 million, Wood 7.33 million, Gold 8.02 million, Water 7.3 million, Thunder 7.5 million, Wind 7.99 million, Light 5.2 million, Dark 5.8 million points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Open or Not, Nirvana Column, Open or Not. Active Talents, Blue Rank, Omen of Stealing, Blue Rank, Deadly Bloodthirsty. Purple Rank, Ultradimensional Teleportation, Purple Rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple Rank, Ultimate Return, Purple Rank One Time, Super, Full. Counterattack, Purple Rank, King of the World, Cooldown, 24 days, Orange. Rank One Time, God Killer, Quasi-Orange Rank, Desperate Life and Death. Orange Rank One Time, Sun God. Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not, Talent Combination Skills, Deadly. Bloodthirsty, Superdimensional Teleportation, Reigning the World. Desperate Life and Death. Hold the Blank Attribute, 230,660 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. With an intermediate element attribute value that exceeds the average value of 6.8 million. Lin Chen's strength is even stronger than before. There are also more than 200,000 blank attributes, which is definitely one of Xian's trump cards. However, this is by no means his goal of action. The reason why he disturbed Kyushu and robbed a large number of ancient forces is only for the sublimation of the Godslayer talent. The host uses an orange-level talent enhancer to strengthen the target. Talent, orange level 1 time, God Killer. Consumes 100,000 blank attributes. 25 million Heavenly Dao points, and 85 million talent points. Are you sure to consume the specified attribute value and enhancer for strengthening? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Everything was done in one fell swoop. I'm sure. Boom. The orange level enhancer swayed and ran, incorporating the Godslayer talent. After a while, the booster disappeared, and a new light screen popped up. Ding. The enhancement is successful, and the host obtains the one-time orange level, enhanced version of the Godslayer talent. The range of finding enemies is increased, and the talent level is orange intermediate. The light screen popped up by the system did not allow Lin Chen to be ecstatic, and the next series of instructions made him gasp. Within the scope of innate hostility detection, 2,475.4 billion creatures have been perceived to be hostile to the host, including dragons, humans. Number of astral realms, 98.74 million. The number of Yuan Zuanjing, 7.09 million. The number of war emperors, 13,580 people. Fifth order, vicious beasts. Number of seventh order, vicious beasts, 8,950. 2 trillion creatures. More than 2 trillion creatures are hostile to him, Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was full of excitement and excitement. He bet right. That's right, Lin Chen turned Kyushu upside down this time, not just for attribute values, but more importantly, increasing enemies. He put everything down on the enhanced version of the Godslayer talent. The stronger the enemy with this talent, the greater the number, the stronger the power of the temporary booster user. However, the ordinary Godslayer talent has a limited range of judging hostility, and the effect of the enhanced version is completely different. Lin Chen preliminarily deduced that the enhanced version of the God Killer can detect hostility dozens of times as much as before. It completely covers the entire Kyushu. That is to say, now in the entire Kyushu continent, there are more than 2 trillion beings who are hostile to Lin Chen. It is not easy to generate hostility. If every living being does not have the belief that they really want to kill the other party, the attacks they send out cannot be judged to be hostile. Just anger without hostility is definitely not an enemy. Those who are angry with Lin Chen may not dare to resist Lin Chen. But those who are hostile can't wait to kill Lin Chen first and then quickly, as long as people are in front of them, they will definitely rush up and fight Lin Chen to the death. The systematic judgment is that hostility can hardly be disguised, otherwise Lin Chen would still want to use the entire Lingzhou alliance as an enemy to activate the conditions of the Godslayer. At this time, the number of enemies is still increasing, and it is still rising, because Lin Chen has almost sacked all the non-ally forces of the 8 states except Lingzhou, occupying 3/4 of the total combat power of Kyushu. This number of enemies will become the strongest capital for him to challenge the false gods. The things that can be done have been done. Next, it depends on who can seize the secret. Lin Chen pushed open the secret room, but what caught his eye was the sky above the many islands of Tianga Academy, rising with radiance. The vast dragon aura looks down on the world, is absolutely domineering. Carries the brilliance of the dragon clan, and illuminates the entire academy. And even the high sky of Lingzhou. Lin Chen shook his head in amazement. The dragon clan's holy dragon pond has also moved out. With the action of the Dean and the ancestor of the void dragon, the dragons have migrated their holy dragon pond space to the top of the Tiange Academy in the past few days, which will be used in the final decisive battle. And the other forces were not idle either. With the assistance of the Dean, many ancient forces moved out their ultimate heritage. Brush. 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 The fighting spirit rushes into the sky, condensed into a sword altar, and there is a hidden edge of 10,000 swords hanging in the sky. This is the sword altar of Tianzhou Divine Sword Valley, created by the Kaishan Sword Saint. The afterimage of the dragon's breath that was emptied thousands of feet was cloud-like and condensed into 10 dragons, nestled directly above Lingzhou. This is Emperor Lei's trump card Wanlei Xuanwu Dragon Qi, which was created with the spirit of the holy dragon. The towering red trees descended like a sea of trees, spreading their lush branches and leaves, dyeing the clouds and the sky red, and the majestic shores were like the arrival of a holy miracle. Lingzhou Ling. Family's red flame tattered golden tree, which gathers the power of 100,000 years of red flames, can burst out in an instant, triggering the world destroying power. Lin Chen was amazed. These ultimate heritages were once ancient things, left by the holy realm that had emerged in the ancient family, and only when the family faced a life and death crisis would it be activated. In the past, it was not at all that the Battle Emperor realm could be controlled or activated independently, but now there is a Dean who is a saint. The creation of all phenomena has actively activated the ultimate heritage of many ancient families, and moved them to Tiange Academy. However, the control is still held by the descendants of the ancient family. After these ultimate backgrounds are activated, they can only be controlled by their blood descendants. The Dean is just a matchmaker. This is the last moment of life and death, and almost no one will hide it. This battle will divide the history of Kyushu in two. Squad leader, are you out? Qin Xiaofeng came over with a happy face. Due to his special background, the second elder in the family was still unattended, so he did not choose to go to the Holy Realm, but stayed in Kyushu. Everyone is waiting for you in the first hall, squad leader. Hearing what Qin Xiaofeng said, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, and went to the first hall with him. Tonight, there were tens of thousands of banquet tables in the main hall, and countless familiar faces came into Lin Chen's eyes. In the vast starry sky, the twinkling light of the 6 stars went from dim to bright and blazing, and it only took a few months. Boom! In 6 special and different space planes, the monstrous aura erupted in an instant, and the boundless fighting energy swept like a giant wave. Finally absorbed the core energy. It didn't even recover 40% of its strength. This mortal world is really barren. Destroy that kid, and after occupying Kyushu, don't you have everything? Little Lin Chen, I'm going to personally peel you for cramps. Shenzhou, the true temple, is empty. The faces of the powerhouses headed by Long Chen changed slightly, and they immediately burst into ecstasy. Lord True God's talisman has arrived, everyone is dispatched, the goal is to smash Lingzhou and kill Lin Chen. Roar. Tread Lingzhou, kill Lin Chen. Countless Heavenly Gang realm, Yuan Zuanjing realm, and even a large number of War Emperor realm shouted in unison, tearing apart the sky, and the strong men in the sky descended the mountain like tigers and lions scurrying, swept into 15 space passages, and went to Lingzhou. The Shenzhou desert is desolate. A black-robed figure's eyes were like a faint fire, his eyes were sharp like a sword, pierced through time and space, and stared at the sky island of Lingzhou Tiange Academy. At the same time, countless wind and clouds and powerhouses gathered from Kyushu to turmoil. Kill the bastard Lin Chen, damn, we have no competition with the world, just because he didn't join his lineup, will he also loot our treasure house? Damn it, my Dragon Cloud Palace has accumulated tens of thousands of years of destruction by this son's hands. If I don't kill this son, I swear I will not be a human being. It's bearable or unbearable, no matter how mad Lin Chen is, he can't withstand the encirclement and suppression of so many of our forces, and destroy him. I dare to be presumptuous on the basis of my own ability, whether it is a true god or an alliance, I just want to destroy him now. Booing, shouting, roaring. All over every land in Kyushu, those sectarian families and ancient forces that had been robbed by Lin Chen were so fierce, angry, and murderous that it was difficult to wash them away. They spontaneously united as if they had a heart, and they all pointed at Lingzhou. It's very simple, because it's so irritating. Lin Chen's previous actions were not stealing at all, but stealing. In front of countless powerhouses, they have looted their treasure house again, and sometimes they even let go of the ring on their body. From the moment Lin Chen sacked the 8 major states, all the forces moved their whole bodies and began to gather towards Lingzhou at the fastest speed. I have seen Your Excellency Lin Chen. The Shangguan family, the Bai family in the wasteland, the Yangxiamen, the branch in the wasteland, the Lung family, the Han family, the Luofu in Shenzhou, the 3 elders in Danzhou, and the strongmen of the Dragon family. Seeing those familiar faces, Lin Chen seemed to see himself walking along the way. Reflections and memories. Unexpectedly, everyone came this time. Lin Chen said with a smile, everyone looked at each other, the past festivals and confrontations with each other seemed to pass with a smile, united as one. And everyone's sighs are even more mixed and unparalleled. When they met Lin Chen, the former was just an unknown young man, or he was just beginning to show his edge. Now it has only been 5 or 6 years, but he has already stood on the top of Kyushu, leading all the top powerhouses with his own power, and the legendary The True God in the showdown. The winners write history, and the losers leave no bones. This is the last banquet before the war. Let everyone relax and celebrate. And wait for work. It's not a good thing to be too tight before the war. Besides, I have already noticed their breath. It is expected that they will come at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The dean smiled casually, and Shen Lianyun quietly accompanied him. Delicate and slender hands held Lin Chen's 5 fingers. Bai Ruoyan looked at him quietly and gracefully. Shen Lingshuang stood beside him. Lin Chen smiled lightly. There are times in life when you need to go all out to the point of ignoring life and death. That night, Lingzhou was brightly lit, thousands of families didn't sleep, and tens of billions of human races were enjoying their drinks, even the college headquarters. In the middle of the night, everyone just resisted and dispelled the alcohol with their fighting spirit, and began to leave, step into the space passage, and return to their positions. At this time, Lingzhou is like a fortress that is impregnable. The massive space barriers that are as majestic as abyss are like transparent curtains. Tiange Academy, the giant gate of purgatory. Lin Chen stood proudly at the entrance to the secret realm of purgatory above the clouds. His eyes were deep, and he stared into the distance. The secret realm of purgatory is the highest point in Lingzhou, and Lin Chen will also be the first person to meet the enemy. Thousands of miles away in Lingzhou, countless Lingzhou people held their breaths and looked at the sky above with resolute eyes. Lin Chen glanced at the system's enhanced version God Killer talent again. Within the scope of innate hostility detection, 2,875.4 billion creatures have been perceived to be hostile to the host, including the dragon race, the human race, the number of Tiangang realms, 99.79 million. The number of Yuan Zuanjing, 10.09 million. The number of war emperors, 15,440 people. Fifth order vicious beasts. Number of seventh order vicious beasts, 9,250. Lin Chen exhaled, the fierceness in his eyes flickered, and hundreds of millions of hostility would turn into his last strength against false gods. The dean came without warning and stood beside Lin Chen with solemn eyes. They're here. You can't let these guys land in Lingzhou, you have to stop them on the outer starry sky. As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud noise like a dragon. Boom! In the southwest, the space barrier of Wanlinghai was blasted through, and the silhouettes of Wandao appeared like giants through the sky and latitudes of the ages. 10,000 people broke into the area in 4 different directions, and all of them were Battle Emperor-level powerhouses. It is the war emperors of the False God Alliance. They arrived first. In fact, except for the Blood State, each major state in Kyushu has a population of more than 1 trillion, and the sea is inclusive of hundreds of rivers. These tens of thousands of war emperors are the top powerhouses born in the history of hundreds of thousands of Kyushu. Lin Chen, come up and lead to death. The 10 old monsters in the late stage of the 9th level burst into roars, shaking the sea of all spirits with raging waves. Those who destroy my dragon clan will let you see the background of my dragon clan today. The ancestors of the 7 dragon clans screamed wildly, turned into a huge dragon, and roared in the sky. A group of traitors, you are not qualified to let your excellency Lin Chen take action in person. Roar. The beautiful and white dragon body of the void dragon was born, and the vigorous and powerful dragon body is like a white cloud covering the rain, blocking the front of the 7 clan giant dragons. Followed by the 3 powerful dragons, tens of thousands of giant dragons were born one after another, and the dragons fought in chaos, and the sky and the earth were torn apart. The sea of fire is empty, the red lotus hell. The red lotus flame dragon clan swayed the dragon tail, and the meteor shower like flame dragon breath descended into the world like a tide, rolling out the endless sea of fire. Frost cold Kyushu. A large number of ice-robbing dragons wandered in the void, spit out 10,000 pieces of ice blades. The wind swept across the sky, and the ice was frozen for thousands of miles, like a god statue descending, and the dragons' aura was everywhere. Void shifting extreme primordial life. Not to be outdone, the void dragon and the living dragon unleashed their own magical powers, and the battlefield was chaotic. Everyone, since peace is in sight, and the history of Kyushu has been carried on our shoulders, let's fight. Lei Tianhuang held the Thunder Dragon war gun in his hand, and with a roar, many war emperors rushed towards the False God Alliance. Shun Lianyun brought a large number of college elders and raided from the position of the Flame Mountain to the south, intercepting a large number of powerhouses of the Pseudo-God Alliance. This is a sneak attack team, trying to sneak attack directly to the headquarters. The fighting spirit flickered wildly, and the War Emperor took action, shaking the world. One after another, Yuheng-like fighting spirits drilled through the Wanling Sea, divided the sea surface, and fractured the faults that were hundreds of feet deep. All kinds of combat skills emerge in an endless stream, and all kinds of high-level secret techniques and weapons are played from both camps. Even if they unite with many ancient families, it is still difficult to resist the offensive of the false god alliance. There are too many strong people in them. In particular, the other party has also joined forces with more than half of the Sky Tower forces to join in, plus a large number of ancient families in the 8 states. The number of war emperors has almost doubled. When this serious confrontation was about to collapse, hundreds of silhouettes appeared in the Cloud Dragon mountain range in the north, blocking thousands of war emperors. The head of the person, the white dress flutters like smoke, and the beauty is like a fairy, descending to earth. Qiankuan sacred fire, silentness. The milky white eternal holy flame burned into the sky, like a pillar of fire. Standing between the heavens and the earth, more than 300 Lingzhou war emperors were united, as if they were one body, and the joint combat skills broke out in an instant. This is the power of the eternal flame? Not good. Back. Several hidden old monsters suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and their movements were urged, and they quickly retreated with the large team. Bai Ruoyan single-handedly led more than 300 war emperors to fight together. And all the war emperors were under her control. The famous war emperor, there is even a hint of counterattack. Boom. 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 The frenzied energy shocks continue to sway above the solid space barriers. If the space barriers were not reinforced by the Dean himself, these battles would have already spread to Tiange Academy. Let the outer circle be slaughtered, the inner circle with Tiange Academy as the center, stand still, all kinds of ultimate heritage, all remain in the center of the inner circle. Because this is the ultimate move against false gods, it cannot be used easily. The morning light shone into the earth with a ray of brilliance, and there was a melee fight in all directions in Lingzhou. The two people standing in front of the giant gate of purgatory, their expressions became more and more solemn. Lin Chen's mental power unfolded with a single thought, and the situation of the battle thousands of miles away had a panoramic view. The combat power is too great. It seems that my clone is going to enter the peripheral battlefield ahead of schedule. Lin Chen secretly thought in his heart, and then the system immediately popped up a light screen. The successful production of the top-level nirvana of the green rank, 5 Thunderstrikes, consumes 100,000 heavenly astral thunder attributes and 1 million heavenly Dao value. Usable times, 5 times. The successful production of the blue-level nirvana red lotus karmic fire consumes 30,000 hellfire attributes and 300,000 heavenly Dao points. Usable times, 3 times. After using the orange level talent enhancer, Lin Chen still has 130,000 blank attributes left, all of which are used to make nirvana. The power of the nirvana will determine the life and death at the critical moment of the outer battlefield. Brush. 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 Lin Chen's 4 avatars were airborne on the battlefield, and the morale of all the academy powerhouses was boosted. Coming. The dean spit out 2 words, Lin Chen raised his head, and the light of Zijintong flowed into his pupils. Above hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, the atmosphere is heavy, and 6 strong auras are turned into meteors, like a king over the world, dominating the 8 wastes. Quack, Lin Chen, I want to gnaw your bones by myself. Ha ha ha, Tiange Academy, is this how you greet the gods? There is only one saint on the verge of death? This is too much to look down on us. The sneer full of madness was transmitted to Tiange Academy like a sound wave. And 6 meteors fell into the world, approaching Lingzhou continent at an extreme speed. Boom. 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 The earth shook, the ground shook, and 3 pillars of light rose from the Lingzhou continent. They were the last 3 sacred monuments in the town boundary. They sensed the aura of the pseudo-god and activated it for the first time. Keep them out of the stars. As soon as the dean stepped, he rushed into the sky and swept away. The dean made a move with one hand, and the heavenly spirit battle tower, standing between the heavens and the earth, responded to his call. Device? With the Tianling battle tower in hand, the dean's power skyrocketed and he rushed out of the clouds in Lingzhou. Enhanced version of the Godslayer, let me see how strong you are. Lin Chen laughed domineeringly, and flew into the air. The Dragon Emperor's purple phoenix wings flapped under his feet, and moved out an extremely fast light, rushing into the sky. Within the range of innate hostility detection, 2,900.5 billion creatures have been perceived to be hostile to the host, the number of war emperors 15,509, the number of 7th order beasts 9,250, and 6 people in the holy realm. The host's instruction has been received, and the orange level talent has been activated. Enhanced version Godslayer. Bang. Click. Click. An orange gold talisman flashed above Lin Chen's head, and the space crystal wall shattered. Lin Chen's whole body released an infinite tide of battle chi, and the battle chi life wheel condensed 9 like lightning, and then broke through to a higher realm. At this moment, Lin Chen is like a newly born sun, illuminating the entire Lingzhou. The orange gold light rushes through his body, the earth roars, the infinite spiritual energy gathers around Lin Chen, and Kyushu shakes. Everyone couldn't help turning their heads and witnessed this scene with their own eyes. His aura was soaring to the sky, and his anger was soaring into the sky, like a round of blazing sun rushing away the haze that had covered the Kyushu for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone was stunned. Whether it is the pseudo-god alliance or the Lingzhou alliance, the people from the 2 camps are completely dumbfounded. Lin Chen's power skyrocketed 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 5,000 times, 10,000 times, 50,000 times, 100,000 times, 200,000 times. His battle chi and life will broke through the doom in an instant, and every ray of battle chi released the glorious holy prestige. His body, stalwart and shocking, opened up the world, and contained the stars of the universe. Dragon power has broken through unprecedented boundaries. 10 million dragon power, 90 million dragon power, and more than 100 million. In an instant, his spirit, reversing the sky, shines for eternity. The spiritual bridge has turned into a vast ocean, and at a glance it is like the creation and death of 10,000 years of history, and all of them are included. Those who are infected by his spiritual fighting spirit will have infinite power and fighting spirit in their hearts. Whether it's Lin Chen's pure power, fighting spirit cultivation, or his spiritual power, in just half a breath, it is like the arrival of the Azura god of war, dominating the heavens and the world. One after another holy light piled up from the top of Lin Chen's head, the glorious holy majesty poured out like brilliance, the sky fell down, and the holy aura of the 9 great catastrophe reflected the land of Lingzhou, like divine light sheltering everyone. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the legendary holy realm. He stepped on the giant dragon, wearing a silver robe flowing with rolling Orange-gold brilliance, the azure sword was like a bright moon with him. The giant dragon rushed through the sky, and a shocking shout resounded all over the land of Kyushu. Pseudo-god, get out of Kyushu. Infinite hostility turned into Lin Chen's power to reverse life and death. This enhanced edition God Killer talent increased Lin Chen's overall combat power by nearly 300,000 times. The vast starry sky, weaving a brilliant starlight, endless, star sand-like. The sea. Above the atmosphere of Lingzhou continent, the golden robbery is like a blade, the wood robbery is like the sea, the water robbery is surging, the fire robbery is in the sky, the earth robbery casts a barrier, the wind robbery is like a storm, the thunder robbery turns into a dragon, the light robbery condenses the moon, the dark robbery cover the sky. The power of the 9 great calamities is like the 9 layers of clouds pouring down the sky of Lingzhou, the entire land of Lingzhou, excitedly shouting the name of Lin Chen. Your Excellency Lin Chen is righteous. Let's go together, and never yield to false gods. Cries full of blood and fighting spirit spread all over the land of Lingzhou. Whether it is Tiangang realm, Yuanzun realm, Battle Emperor realm, as long as it is the people of Lingzhou, all of them have inspired blood. All back. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Lin Chen's clone was in 3 different directions, and simultaneously launched the Red Lotus Karmic Fire 3 times. The fiery red lotus that spread out from the scarlet brilliance turned into a sea of fire, locking the Battle Emperor realm of every pseudo-god alliance. It's this kind of weird attack that can't be avoided again. Hurry up, start the big formation. Hundreds of war emperors began to form a group, as if they had long anticipated, and they mobilized their war energy into 3 groups. Rao is so, the army is still hit hard. Dozens of war emperors have fallen. Lin Chen's 4 avatars activated the ultimate moment, and when the 7th level transformation was activated, the breath suddenly rose to the 8th level peak cultivation level, and his arm suddenly waved. Go. Don't give them a chance to survive. Follow the footsteps of your Excellency Lin Chen, kill. The meridian sword transforms the 7 stars into chaos. The Long Yao knife rotates like a bright moon, dividing the sky and the dawn, and slashing horizontally. The 3 clones launched aggressive raids from 3 different directions. And the group of emperors who had experienced the Red Lotus Karmic Fire Nirvana were defeated and were defeated steadily. The 4th avatar occupies the highest sky, and the light from the purple gold pupils flows between the eyes, giving insight into the entire battlefield. From time to time, the arm draws the bow and shoots, and the arrow pierces the clouds and breaks the sun. Every arrow plays a key role, and supports the 3 major battlefields. 1 palm injured 2 7th level battle emperors, by Ruoyan, turned to stare at the 9th level catastrophe in the void, and whispered to herself. Brother Lin Chen, you must be safe and sound. Sky Tower, the main city of number 10. The tower owner stared at the direction of Lingzhou's void in astonishment. Shocking unbelievably. Is there a holy place born? This is actually Lin Chen? Above the 9 heavens tribulation, a giant dragon hovers in the void, a young man stands with a knife, his silver robe is rolled up, no wind is automatic. Divine power is unparalleled, and he looks down on Kyushu. Boom. The imposing meteor fell and struck, the bright moon blade shook slightly, and the snow-like blade light flashed past, easily cutting the meteor into 2 halves. A giant dragon on his feet, a silver robe like snow, a jade belt around his waist, and his whole body is surging with scarlet sky divine flower, a pair of divine eyes piercing the universe, and the azure blue moon is held in his hands trembling softly, as if he only needs to wave it a little. Cut off the sun, moon, and sky. Seeing Lin Chen approaching the Lingzhou starry sky almost in the form of a god of war, the dean who controls the Tianling battle tower can't help laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. God bless me, Lingzhou. He had thought that Lin Chen would hide some trump cards that could fight against false gods, but he didn't expect this little guy to go beyond everyone's expectations and directly boost his cultivation to the holy realm. Even if it is compared to the current him, it is not much better. What? Is the experience as strong as the 6 false gods, completely stagnant? Could this kid be the reincarnation of the eternal saint? If that's the case, then let him be headed here. Boom. Clang. 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 Wang swept the sky, and the sword light was fierce. The pseudo-god of the sword family pulls his incomplete holy sword. The vicious aura of the ancient times was blowing towards the face, the holy gas transformed into a pung, and the body of a pseudo-god transformed into a Kuimping flew into the world. Above the starry sky, Lin Chen's eyes collided with 6 false gods. Sigh. Boom. Boom. The 2 majestic holy majesty collided with both sides as the center, stirring up the starry sky, and the meteorites floating along the way were smashed into powder. This is the coercion that only saints have, representing a level that surpasses hundreds of millions of living beings. Boom. Lin Chen moved slightly, took a dark step, turned the stars, and when he stepped into a void, the fist wind smashed into a roar of hundreds of millions of giant dragons, and the Qijue pull twisted the void, the pseudo god of the soul family headed by him. Pull over. In a face-to-face meeting, Lin Chen actually shot without saying a word. Court death. The pseudo-god of the soul family grinned and slapped the backhand. The rolling holy energy glowed with the brilliance of eternity. Wherever he passed, it collapsed into an inch of light. Boom. The fists and palms of the 2 sides collided and exploded a blurred nebula. The 2 sides each took 10 steps back, and the pseudo-god of the soul family was horrified. Hundreds of millions of dragon power, this child has actually stepped into the realm of body refining holy realm? As soon as the voice fell, with a snort, the arm of the pseudo-god of the soul family cracked with a bloodstain, and the holy blood flowed. This is the 7 Jiwa 5 forces in one, and the final penetration force penetrated his defense, and only one punch caused the injury. Lin Chen, who has more than 100 million dragon powers, can easily use the last 2 great powers of the Qijue gene. This is the power of the Holy Land. Lin Chen's expression couldn't help revealing a moment of intoxication. This feeling of transformation and desoliteration is really wonderful. It seems that only a single thought can smash the stars, the pure power of more than 100 million dragon power, only needs one finger, it can pierce the continental plate and push the stars horizontally. Even his spiritual power is far beyond the heaven-penetrating realm, reaching the legendary sacred realm. Lin Chen looked around the 6 people. At this time, the 6 pseudo-gods were all in jade robes and brocade belts, wearing crowns on their heads, tall and handsome, with a mighty temperament. Between the washing of holy air, it looks extraordinary and refined, and the brows are full of pity for all living beings, and the appearance of the common people. This look makes Lin Chen nauseous. Come to occupy the Kyushu mainland, and package yourself like a god. Fuck, when you invade Kyushu, you are afraid to show your body. Why, you are afraid that the world will see your body clearly? Don't you dare to show your true face? Lin Chen took a sip and sneered. The stinky little devil, the cultivation base that temporarily stepped into the holy realm, let me die for this seat. Mo family pseudo-god turned into anger from shame, his finger was like a gust of wind, his finger turned into 10,000 beams and shot, condensed, and swept away into a sharp sword. The momentum is not strong, but it can be pointed to the past, but it has fallen into a state of loneliness and destruction. Clang. Boom. A beam of holy light turned from the Tianling battle tower, and 100 ghosts turned away, blocking the finger of the sword family pseudo-god, and the dean stood proudly beside Lin Chen. If he is not enough, is it enough to add me? Dean Xingwei is unparalleled in the world, the blue holy light is rolled into a vast tianhe, his eyes are shining like stars, sharp as swords, and there is no fear at all. Squeak. Squeak. Grumble. Grumble. The weird cry seemed to be biting at the bones, and the tens of thousands of human faces were surging like a sea of ghosts. Lin Chen smiled lightly, raised his fingertips and made a horizontal stroke, and his spirit, suddenly, turned into a horizontal line, and the starry sky split into an abyss. Tear. Off all the spiritual ghosts. One of the pseudo-gods sighed and stepped back, his face stunned. It's still a saint-level spiritual power? The 6 pseudo-gods and even the dean showed shock, the spiritual power of entering the holy realm, and this kind of spiritual will is also a first-class level in the holy realm. Body refinement, holy body, holy realm, cultivation base, holy spiritual power. Trinity, Lin Chen at this moment is simply impeccable. Lin Chen glanced at the system like lightning, and there were less than 50 million talent points and 94 million rune energy left. The cultivation base of the Holy Realm is different from the Battle Emperor realm. Lin Chen's cultivation base in the Battle Emperor realm activates the rechargeable runes once, which consumes less than 10,000 rune energy, but the cultivation base in the Holy Realm can be activated, at least 1 million points. Not to mention penetrating runes, at least twice as many as charging runes. Lin Chen's 2 major attack runes cannot be used arbitrarily like in the Battle Emperor realm, they must be used in the decisive moment. The characteristic rune depends on the host's cultivation base and the use of combat skills to determine the consumption of rune energy, unlike talent that only consumes the specified attribute value. When the pseudo-gods were shocked, Lin Chen quickly recovered his mind and swooped away with the dark step. Choke. The sword roared like a dragon. Lin Chen swung it violently. The power of billions of dragons exploded. The water robbery battle body was blessed, and the azure blue moon glowed with a majestic and bright sword. Light. The mirror of attack. Tear. The sonic boom ravaged the world, and the snowflakes that were as bright as a mirror flashed by, like a mirror moon in the water, cutting across and upside down. The mere tricks of carving insects, broken. Saint Hymanyan, the pseudo-god of the Mo family, attacked on the waves, majestic and shocking, and rolled down a wave of wind blades, which looked like a waterfall in Yinchuan from a distance. Bang! The sword light and wind blade swayed, scattering infinite silver light, and it bounced back to the false god of the Mo family. The edge passed by, his face changed slightly, his body trembled slightly, and when he moved the void, a strand of hair was cut off, and he was almost cut off one arm. Dangerous and dangerous to avoid. To be able to rebound the seat's attack, is this the unique skill of sword? Sagely Chongsheng? This son uses this sword technique to bless his pure power, even surpassing Li Chongxing. Don't be afraid, let's do it together. Follow the original plan. The 6 pseudo-gods were immediately divided into several streams of light, blazing towards the Lingzhou continent. Lin Chen's eyes flashed fiercely, frantically mobilizing the fighting spirit of water robbery, waving his arms. Azure blue bright moon, and firing 3 moves speedy in one breath moon. Because of the spiritual power of the holy realm, Lin Chen mobilized his fighting spirit extremely fast, and his reaction speed was even faster than that of the pseudo-gods. 9 days and 10 places. Sun Luo 100 holy hands. The pseudo-god of the soul family was so powerful that he shattered the void with one palm, and actually grabbed Lin Chen's moonlight sword light out of thin air. The sword glow is like snow, the faint frost dots the starry sky, and the sky explodes like a light wave, smashing the moon of speed. Roar. The pseudo-god Wang, who turned into Kuanping, is even more fierce, swallowing Lin Chen's moonlight knife light in one bite. This kid is handed over to the 3 of us, and you will be responsible for the sacred monument of the town. The sword family, the soul family, and the Wang family pseudo-gods all spoke in unison, and Lin Chen blocked the 3 pseudo-gods in an instant, fighting against the vast starry sky. But the situation is not optimistic. In a face-to-face, Lin Chen was suppressed by the 3 false gods, and he was completely at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the 3 pseudo-gods with murderous intentions and wanted to eradicate Lin Chen, it would be impossible for him to stop the 3 people on the opposite side. Diantian Battle Spirit Town. Boom. The Tianling Battle Tower transformed into a giant tower of tens of thousands of feet like lightning, suppressing the world like a continental plate colliding diagonally, pushing the galaxy horizontally, and suddenly overturning the pseudo-god of the Long family. The terrifying force shocked his mouth to bleed and retreat. It's the Dean's shot. The Dean was alone, and with the fear of life and death, he controlled the Tianling Battle Tower and brazenly killed the other 3 false gods. Holy Word Road, blood raindrops pour out tens of thousands of miles. The pseudo-god of the Mo family spit out a few blood-colored characters of the holy light, and when it burst open, weeping and blood, the blood poured down from the head. Every drop of blood rain contains the power to penetrate all things. It is stronger than the peak demon in the sky tower before, and it may not be able to take it. These tens of thousands of blood rain bombard one place, and the power can penetrate the stars. If it falls on Lingzhou, it will be a catastrophe. Diantian Fortune Palm. The holy aura is blue, and the mountains and rivers are thousands of miles away. The Dean raised his hand, and the holy light purifies and shines brightly. It purifies most of the power of the blood rain, smashing the endless blood rain, and a sullen voice came from the throat, backlash hurt. It's too naive to want to stop the 3 of me just because you are a dying person. The pseudo-god of the Mo family sneered. He is a saint-level mathematician. Among the 6 major pseudo-gods, he has discovered the secrets and has already discovered that the Dean is full of scars. Long Disha, this person's holy body is incomplete, he doesn't need to fight with fighting spirit, he can just crush him with pure strength, forcing him to melee combat. This is his weakness. The pseudo-god of the Mo family drank the sound transmission coldly, and the Dean's expression changed. Roar. The dragon sound broke the stars, and the golden dragon of hundreds of thousands of feet was born. It was completely transformed from the holy body. This is the golden dragon crossing the Tao of the pseudo-god of the Long family, which can turn the holy energy into a dragon. I'll stop him. The golden dragon swept the dragon's tail, and the mighty dragon forced the Dean to mobilize the Tianling battle tower to block the front of the body and take the opponent's slap. Too bad, I didn't expect these false gods to be so strong, and the mathematician deduced my situation and weaknesses. The Dean whispered badly. He originally thought that he could stop the two. But he did not expect that only the pseudo-god of the Long family could only concentrate on dealing with one person because of his weakness. The remaining two false gods, the Mo family and the Lei family, mobilized their holy energy to penetrate the protective shield of Lingzhou continent and rushed into the atmosphere. My people, fight hard, your true God has come, give your life to your hearts content, and you will be blessed by God in the end. At the moment when the two false gods approached the atmosphere of Lingzhou, the sound transmission spread all over Lingzhou. When the holy prestige that dominates all living beings is faintly passed from a height of 1,000,000 zhang, the morale of all the powerhouses of the pseudo-god alliance suddenly soars. The great Lord True God is here. Lord True God, I am willing to sacrifice my life for the miracle. Bloodthirsty and brutal cries rise and fall in every part of Lingzhou continent. The people of the pseudo-god alliance seem to have been beaten by chicken blood. No matter Tiangang realm, Yuanzhuan realm or Battle Emperor realm, they launch a crazy offensive at this time. Fuck your god, we don't need gods in Kyushu. Han Shuzi, the ancestor of the Han family, shouted angrily. He waved the alliance flag and took the lead, leading the Han family to launch the final raid, and he was not afraid of death. Terror. The two war emperors who were good at lurking were like a wandering shadow and a hidden dragon, like a transparent sheet of paper. I do not know. When they had raided behind Han Shuzi, the daggers pierced his chest like lightning, and the sharp blades cut off his arms. Ancestor. The eyes of the Han family's people were split, and their eyes were red. When Han Shuzi's blood was soaring, his aged and vicissitudes face grinned. You are fooled. He unleashed the strongest punch with all his powers, blasting the attackers' head in an instant. His teeth clenched the blade of the condensed fighting spirit, and his body rotated, slashing another assassin of the war emperor, and exchanged his life for his life. Han Shuzi was covered in blood, and the bloody dagger was still stuck on his chest. He held the flag with one hand, waved his arm up, and used his last strength to shout. Children of the Han family, come on. Tell the scumbags of the false gods, we Lingzhou have no cowards. That shout seemed to penetrate deep into the hearts of everyone, making them an eternal fighting spirit. That is the pride that belongs to the ancient family. The pride of the people of Kyushu. The blue and bright moon slashed vertically, and the sword light pierced through the void. Clang. The sword stirred, the sword family pseudo-god swept back with a sword, and swept away the sword energy in the sky. The pseudo-god of the soul family came out of the palm like a dragon, and the strange fluctuations of the corroding holy energy flowed in the palm, and patted Lin Chen's heart. Unexpectedly, he was swept away by Lin Chen's seven-legged cutting force, devouring the starry sky. Kuanping's huge mouth opened like a vast sky. Lin Chen clenched his fist with his backhand. The billions of dragons were ready to go, and he punched the void with one punch. 7 absolutes explosive. Boom. 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 The style of the boxing is like a raging dragon and the waves, running through the bombardment to the body of Kuanping, transformed by the pseudo-god of the Wang family. Long Li Eugene rolled up hundreds of explosions in a row. Heart-seeking hand. The claws were fierce, and they rushed out from behind Lin Chen like a ghost. If the blow was real, even the heart in the saint's body would have to be dug out. The majestic and profound spiritual power condensed into a golden beam of light that shot out from the top of Lin Chen's head, intercepting the spiritual hand of the false god of the soul family. Not only that. The sharp sword stabbed at Lin Chen's pupils, he stepped on the body, backhanded with a knife, the aftermath of the sword's collision, like the stars and sand, the rays of light trembled, smashing the nearby meteorites and turning them into powder. The three false gods joined forces, and Lin Chen was at a disadvantage, leaving only the strength to parry. The enhanced version of Godslayer's talent is indeed very powerful, and the nearly 300,000-fold increase in strength has elevated all areas of Lin Chen to the sacred realm. In terms of cultivation, Lin Chen is equivalent to the Dean at this time, between the first and second levels. But the realm of the six great false gods, even if they are seriously injured, can only exert less than 40% of their power, and the cultivation base is also in the early stage of the holy realm or higher. Coupled with the ruthless experience and combat experience of these old monsters under the joint siege, even if Lin Chen combines the spiritual power of saint level, the power of billions of dragons, and the power of the eighth order sword, he can still only be parried. Just relying on this kind of strength, you are arrogantly fighting against us. Boy, you look down on yourself too much. Give it up, Lin Chen, your talent is even cherished by the seat, why don't you rely on us, and we will unite Kyushu together in the future. You will have the opportunity to grow to the same level as us, and even step into the peak holy realm, no problem. As long as you abandon the darkness and turn to the light, we can help you. Condense the holy body, even the eighth order holy artifact can be found in your hands. Why stay in such a mortal world where there is no spiritual energy? Soaring with us is the real you. The way to go. While fighting, the three false gods used bewitching language to confuse Lin Chen, trying to shake Lin Chen's fighting spirit. They knew that this son must be eliminated, and tried to use this method to shake his performance in battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen completely thought they were farting, and the offensive became more and more fierce. Lin Chen's swordsmanship Mirror Bright Moon is both offensive and defensive. And the other hand's Qijue Jin is close to looking for opportunities to attack. Boom. 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 The four of them turned into 4 streaks of starlight, and in a few breaths they fought hundreds of times and nearly 1,000 times. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the battle range of the 4 of them became farther and farther away from Lingzhou, and they rushed to the farther starry sky. The host starts charging and penetrating runes, consuming 8.1 million rune energy. The ultimate moment, the ultimate return. The moon of speed. Suddenly the 3 pseudo-gods felt bad. Lin Chen suddenly became violent, waiting for the opportunity to find the opportunity to launch the ultimate moment, and the sword moon of speed hit the false god of the sword family, who was caught off guard. He blocked the sword horizontally, but the incomplete holy sword did not completely block the sword. The aftertaste of the sword energy pierced through his sword, penetrated into his body, and the holy blood overflowed. How is this possible? Seeing with his own eyes that Lin Chen's swordsmanship was several times sharper than before, the 3 false gods were shocked and stunned. This kid's cultivation hasn't improved at all. How come the power of swordsmanship has skyrocketed by 3 grades? And it has a weird penetration characteristic. I saw that Lin Chen's whole body was full of azure brilliance, superimposed with the brilliance of Qixia, wearing a silver robe and rolling endless brilliance, his eyebrows were fierce and domineering, like a god descending to earth. His fighting spirit has been depleted, and it has actually returned to its heyday. The pupils of the pseudo-god of the Soul family trembled. This is not the Battle Emperor realm. If you want to make up for the battle gas consumed by the Holy Realm in an instant, only the 8th Order Holy Pill can do it. No matter how you look at it, this child doesn't want to look like an 8th Order Holy Pill. It's terrifying. After entering the Holy Realm, it will cost 7.8 million talent points to use the ultimate return talent once. Lin Chen has some lingering fears. He deliberately shows strength by showing weakness, in order to wait for an opportunity to find an opportunity to hurt a false god of the other side. Moreover, he knew that the opponent's target was him, and the two sides would die. While showing strength by showing weakness, his purpose was to attract the opponent away from the high sky of Lingzhou. Lin Chen glanced at the distant sun behind him and exhaled heavily. Then it's time to decide. Although Han Shuzi has perished, in return, countless bloody Lingzhou people have burst into battle again and again, and fought with blood again and again. The terrifying death battle seems to be an unprecedented meat grinder. The two sides are fighting for their lives, and the melee does not stop, and the blood stains Lingzhou. Blood casts hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. This is an unprecedented melee. The earth trembled and the sky wailed. On the day of blood rain, the sky bursts. Peripheral Dragon Tiger Mountains. The patriarch of the Lingyue family was seriously injured in the battle, and when it was difficult to move, he still burst out shouting as if his soul had burned out. Kill your motherfucker. These people are not qualified to be people from Kyushu. All the Ling family members obey orders, and they are not allowed to retire for Lao Tzu. Whoever retires will lose my Ling family's face. Patriarch Ling Yu's flesh was torn apart, his chest, thighs, and shoulders were all exposed, and he was blind in his right eye, but he continued to get up and move forward. Fighting. Fighting. Go ahead. Go ahead. It seems that no one has stopped moving forward. The disparity in combat power between the two sides is too great. The difference in the number of people is almost doubled. Even with Lin Chen's 4 clones, it is still difficult to balance the disparity in mid-range power. Despair began to spread in everyone's heart. On the other side of the Dragon Tiger mountain range, Yuan Lao, who had sheltered Lin Chen when he first entered the academy, and Yuan Zuanjing's cultivation base shot dozens of palms in a row, repelling a large number of Heavenly Astral Realm. But the monstrous War Emperor Realm and Yuan Zun Realm are still coming, like the division of tigers and wolves, swallowing mountains and rivers. Tear. There was a sword light from the sky, and the sword slashed in the direction of Yuan Lao. He was caught off guard and could avoid it, and his right arm and right leg were slashed diagonally. Old Yuan. The students who fought with blood couldn't help exclaiming, but the rolling momentum seemed to be continuous, especially the momentum of the group of emperors that was pressing down step by step, which made these students who only had Tiangang realm and a small amount of Yuanzuan realm feel the pressure of suffocation rout from the battle. On the other hand, old Yuan showed a relieved smile for the first time ever. He was lying beside a cliff, and his old eyes were staring at the endless starry sky. There seemed to be a few stars that kept flashing. Little guy, you really didn't disappoint the ancestors of the academy. This old man is here. It's worth dying to witness the moment you've come to. Today, Lingzhou is full of melee, bloody, and such a large-scale war has only appeared in ancient times. The scope of influence can be described as unprecedented, from the top to the battle emperor down to the realm of the earth, all of them are involved in this meat grinder. The melee of the dragon clan was particularly fierce, and the two sides fought until the holy dragon pond was about to start. In terms of the background of the sacred dragon pond, the 7 clans are superior to the other 3 clans, but the 7 clans have to beware of false gods and reserve at least 2 sacred dragon ponds that cannot be used on the battlefield. Lin Chen drained the energy of the 2 holy dragon ponds before, so it happens that the 7 dragons are also 3 holy dragon ponds. The war spread to Tianzhou, and the main battlefield unfolded between the 2 states. The overall combat power gap between the Lingzhou alliance and the pseudo-god alliance is more than double, which is an overwhelming disadvantage. If it weren't for the alliance, the pharmacists in Danzhou, before the war, deployed and refined medicine day and night, but the alliance of pseudo-gods was frequently raided by Lin Chen, and there was no time to make better combat adjustments. It was a mess. This is the case, the absolute strength difference is still overwhelming the Lingzhou alliance. This tragic battle is in the eyes of Lin Chen's clone. Each of Lin Chen's clones worked hard to delay the opponents more than 50 top battle emperors, all of whom were above the 8th level battle emperor, and they were stunned and inexplicable. 150, the alliance between the masters is far from as simple as 1 + 1. If Lin Chen's intermediate gold energy exceeds 6 million points, his clone would have died several times. The hardness of its golden tribulation body is infinitely close to the top of the 7th order, and the speed of the dark step in the final moment is extremely fast. Only Lin Chen's 4 clones can make the high-end battle situation with a huge gap barely stabilized. Live. He is waiting for a chance. Now is not the best time. His 5 thunder strikes nirvana still has 5 times in hand, or don't use it. Once it is used, it must play a role in affecting the overall situation. This overall situation includes the battle between Lin Chen and the false god. The 2 pseudo-gods of the Mo family and the Lei family tore apart Lin Chen's 9 heavens tribulation. Before they officially landed in Lingzhou, they encountered an unexpected counterattack. Boom. 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 Clang. The mysterious fog is condensed like clouds and rain, mixed with thousands of thunders, and turned into a tidal dragon, which is spit out in waves, swallowing the stars and receiving the moon. There is also a giant tree with red flames swaying and pouring out red gold fireworks, condensing into an infinite fire and shooting high into the sky. Shuangguang's sword energy is emptied like a waterfall of swords, and the columns hang upside down in the void, condensing into a wave of swords and shattering the sky. There is also a giant sword of Lingtian energy, which flips and slashes the holy light fist wind of the false god, blocking the attack of the false god again and again. Damn it, I didn't expect that in addition to the sacred monument of the town, this Lingzhou still has so many trump cards. The pseudo-god of the Mo family said calmly, "Don't worry, these things are limited. As long as they use up their energy, they can be pushed to the town's holy monument." Sigh. Suddenly, the vast and majestic blue-gold shimmering holy hammer pounded. This was an attack from the town's holy monument. Be careful. As soon as the sound of the pseudo-mythology of the Lei family fell, another energy finger jumped like a star ball, tearing the universe and embellishing the space between the two. Bang! The terrifying attack set off a wave of energy frenzy again and again, which was constantly covered up by the sacred barrier of the town's sacred monument, and the branches and leaves of the red flame golden tree, protecting Lingzhou from harm. Hum. 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 The sparkling waves, the holy clouds are like a shuttle, and the only 3 remaining sacred monuments in the town boundary of Lingzhou are full of holy power. They are separated by thousands of miles, but they attack together. The golden light fist seal suppresses the world, the dark green sickle shadow divides the heaven and the earth, the sharp sickle blade hooks the sky, and cuts away. The faces of the 2 false gods changed slightly. This kind of attack is no trivial matter. It is better that they must face it seriously. The last sacred monument in the town boundary, but faintly glowed with a colorful and holy fairy figure. Holy realm cultivation base, unparalleled creation, can leave the mainland to explore the vast starry sky, many dangers and energy turbulence in the starry sky are also able to contend, no longer limited to some spaceplanes, and even go to the legendary Holy Realm. The brightness of attack. The azure blue moon is shining brightly, and the dazzling light of the sword is slashed out with one sword, like 2 rounds of bright mirrors, merging vertically and horizontally, swiftly slashing the false gods of the sword family. Clang! The swords intersected, agitating thousands of broken beams and blasting the starry sky. The azure blue moon was missing, but the holy sword of the pseudo god of the sword family was also incomplete, and the weapons of the 2 sides were equally divided. The longer the battle, the more Lin Chen discovers why Mirror Bright Moon has become Li Chongqing's unique skill. Although this sword technique is only a high-end purple-ranked sword, it has extremely comprehensive abilities. The swordsman's pseudo-god was knocked back with a knife, his mental power was like a sea of waves. He slapped the huge Kuanping body head-on, and the moment he knocked it back, Lin Chen was covered in blood, and the speed of the dark step surged, and he punched in the air, fighting the false god of the soul family. 7 absolutes explosive. Hundreds of millions of dragon-shaped energy pierced through the void, shooting out a splendid real dragon phantom and angered the galaxy, and the pseudo-god of the soul family was solemn, urging the holy force to unfold the blood energy shield, but the next moment his face changed greatly. Activate charging and penetrating runes, consuming 8.8 million rune energy. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's punch, 7 explosive power, suddenly became difficult. Its power soared by 5 times, with a 25% penetration power. It directly smashed the defense of the false god of the soul family, and caused hundreds of thousands of attacks on his holy body. Thousands of dragon power explosions. Brush. 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 4 attribute light balls rolled out of the soul family pseudo-god, and Lin Chen took the opportunity to grab them. All of them were non-growth attribute values, but they were of extremely high quality. Acquired 46 million points of rune energy, 32.3 million points of martial arts essence, 38 million points of talent points, 50,000 points of blank attributes. The attribute light ball dropped by the pseudo-god is of extremely high quality, and even he is suffocating. The blue fluorescence surged, and Lin Chen's injury partially recovered. Consumes 20,000 talent points, the fatal bloodthirsty is successfully activated, and the actual damage is 30% of the healing effect. Triggering the talent combo is successful, and the host can use the talent combo. Seeing this scene, he was ecstatic. Finally here. Talent combo. His journey to the world fell into a cooldown, and Lin Chen waited for so long, just waiting for the launch of the talent combo. The Soul Family pseudo-god bled from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How could this kid's attack suddenly soar by 2 levels? Thousands of heaven and earth swords. Tear. The sword light, which is as thin as a gossamer thread, is sharp, like a spring silkworm spinning silk, and a poisonous spider weaving a web. Lin Chen's heart throbbed. If this type of swordsmanship fell on Lingzhou continent, it would be enough to divide Tiange Academy into countless pieces. Brush. Lin Chen's figure flickered in shock and disappeared, and the overwhelming gossamer sword light flew into the air. This Sich Chankuan sword art has been hidden? Impossible, his movement has not yet reached this level. What kind of ghost trick is this? The pseudo-god of the sword family is stunned. His Chankuan sword art can block the void in the sky. If he runs the body method without authorization, he will be cut into tofu cubes by the sword light on the spot. The host activates the talent combination, superdimensional teleportation, and teleports to the designated target. 5 forces in 1. The shadow of the leg slashed horizontally like a sword, and the pupils of the pseudo-god of the soul family trembled in fear. This son not only avoided the Chankuan sword art, but also approached him quietly. Kuanping Nayue. At the critical moment, a mysterious yellow holy light was shot, which pulled Lin Chen's space to shreds at an extreme speed, causing his figure to slump. The killing blow. Damn, these old foxes are hard to deal with. Lin Chen's heart is heavy, and he can even avoid the sneak attack of super dimensional teleportation. This is the first time he has encountered such an opponent. However, starting now is the time to decide the outcome. Activate the talent combination, King's Landing, start accumulating energy. 0 points. Lin Chen's eyes are sharp. This time, he will surpass the superposition of the 4 major talents last time and use an unprecedented one-shot to determine the outcome. To this end, he wants to use the large number of war emperors below to become the energy value of the innate talent of King Landing. The Holy Realm is by no means the Battle Emperor realm. The energy value required to double the power in the Holy Realm is 10,000 times more difficult than the Battle Emperor realm. The 3 false gods on the other side were suspended in the air, and they stared at Lin Chen, finally showing a bit of fear. Lin Chen, who used the superimposed enhanced version of the ultimate moment God Killer, made them feel a deadly threat. Go all out. If we don't pay a price, we won't be able to win this kid. Forget it, this pseudo-body can be created again after a while. Tear. The tearing sound of cracking brocade sounded, and finally, the 3 false gods tore off their camouflage. They are no longer the ones who have the world in their hearts and are pitiful and sympathetic, but show their original body. Soul Family pseudo-god, Solin, is a short and deformed old man, leaning on crutches, full of yellow teeth, and centipede-like scars all over his left face. The pseudo-god of the Jian family, Jian Chuan Yi, an old man with a broken holy sword, only 5 feet tall, one-eyed, and the scar of the sword remains ferocious. The pseudo-god of the Wang family, Wang Yiquang, a sullen middle-aged man with Kuanping wings, with only half of his face left. The left side of his face is in the shape of a skeleton, extremely strange. This is their body. The 3 of them are all vicious criminals in the Holy Realm prison. They are not at all as handsome and mighty as they portrayed in their fabricated history, but they are quite the opposite. one by one is full of traitors and chaos, which makes people shudder. What's the matter? Don't you continue to pretend to be your gods? Lin Chen sneered and sneered, but his heart became more and more solemn. The next step is to start. It is time for both sides to work hard. Slippery boy, presumably the holy place beside you also told you about our weaknesses. The three of them were calm, and Yin, the pseudo-spiritual soul of the soul family, had a tone of control over the situation, and his yellow teeth creaked with laughter. Previously, the three of them retained their strength, just because they were seriously injured, and they had to stay behind a part of their strength to protect the injured body, otherwise Lin Chen, who was as strong as the current one, would not have been able to fight the three of them for so long. But, once they liberate all the strength they hold at the current stage, it means that Lin Chen will really face the powerhouses above the initial stage of the three holy realms. Fortunately, the attribute light orbs dropped by them are extremely high, and I can still fight to support the battle. Except for the slow rune, other runes and talents can be used according to the situation, but this is my only chance. Lin Chen once heard the dean say that the serious injury in the holy realm is no trivial matter. Even if the cultivation base is suppressed to suppress the injury, it does not mean that the injury is healed. If you release your strength in a state of serious injury, the body will be very fragile. In other words, although they are the strength of the Holy Land third stage, their resistance and vitality are far inferior to the complete Holy Land third. This is Lin Chen's chance. If he wants to walk on the tip of a knife, one wrong move is a loss. This seat's own weaknesses are much clearer than you. Today, I will let you, a mortal, know how big the world is. Han Yin sneered loudly, come out, the heavenly Yin crystal of this seat. Boom. Boom. The terrifying and ferocious aura is like the cold yellow spring under hell. The air is like an explosion, and it shatters several nearby stars into powder. In an instant, and then turns into a faint frost and floats. Lin Chen retreats. Again and again, his eyes are horrified. Through the golden eye twins, he seemed to see the Soul Yin's body, and there was a Nor kyanite shining like a star. The energy of this kyanite, combined with his holy power, was like a tiger with wings. If it passes through the sky and the latitude, it can erode all the living things in one breath. What is this? Holy artifact? No, it's more like some kind of powerful energy crystal. It seems that the holy artifact is more threatening. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, dark steps continued, and he quickly retreated. As soon as Han Yin raised his hand, he sneered, the sky is cloudy, and freezing. Brush brush. The gloomy and sinister cold air that is as cold as a prison is like a candle. Dragon swept through the sky. Wherever it passes, it condenses into a sinister river, instantly covering all of Lin Chen's retreats. Lin Chen's left leg was covered with a layer of suffocating cold air, and the ice crystals were frozen. Lin Chen's full-scale operation of the fire tribulation battle body burst out the violent flames that burned the mountains and boiled the sea. Even my 9 tribulations battle chi can erode. What a terrifying power. Lin Chen's pupils trembled. These old guys didn't make a move, and if they made a move, they were murderous. They are very aware of their weaknesses, and while showing their physical strength, they even played their own killer moves. This is a different crystal, a crystal of super powerful energy that can only be born in the holy world or advanced space planes. Combining holy power is even more powerful. The wild boys of the mortal world now know the gap between us. Resist us, you are sure to die. Soul Yin laughed wildly, which shocked Lin Chen. There is still such a powerful exotic treasure in the holy realm. The power of this alien crystal is enough to double the strength of a holy realm. Wang, the pseudo-god of the Wang family, slammed the soles of his feet. Into the void, flapped Kuanping's wings, and swept over like lightning. His Kuanping wings are by no means stronger than Lin Chen's purple phoenix. Wings. Guardian mirror. Lin Chen swung the azure blue bright moon, and the swordsmanship was like a curtain, and he immediately entered a defensive state, rebounding half of the opponent's attack power. Wang is the holy body of body refining, with the bloodline of the ancient Kuanping, and is the only one of the three who dares to fight against Lin Chen. The streamer collided. Lin Chen had a knife in his hand, and he fought head to head with Wang and Jian Chuanya. Before Wang rampaged, afterward there was a sneak attack by Jian Chuan's knight swordsmanship, and there was a cover by Soul Yin. Lin Chen was completely in a desperate situation. Fuck, you only have trump cards, I have them too. Lin Chen bleeds alive, allowing his body to be eroded by the yin and cold energy of Heavenly Yin heterogeneous crystal, and his mind drives the system. Activate the life and death talent. Psi. Start the talent combination, desperate life and death talent. A streak of orange brilliance shot up 9 days across the galaxy. In Lin Chen's surging azure brilliance and Qi Xia Shenhua, there is an orange light lingering around, and the strong and stalwart Qi and blood energy burns together with the battle Qi cultivation base. Click. Click. The ice crystals condensed by the suffocating cold began to fall off Lin Chen's body, and there was an orange light on the edge of his pupils. Lin Chen's life begins to count down. Lin Chen activated the talent of desperate life and death to select targets. As if he was Soul Yin. Goo what? Soul Yin's throat made a sound like an L. Choke. In Lin Chen's hands, the azure blue moon glows even brighter, like a bright moon hanging in the starry sky. Due to the host's activation of the enhanced version of the Godslayer talent, the duration of the life and death talent has been extended. Lin Chen used the holy body to launch desperate life and death, although the multiplier of the boosted power is still calculated based on the cultivation base of the original Battle Emperor realm. The sustainable time has also become longer. Lin Chen's short hair lit up with orange flames, and with a knife in his hand. His aura was overwhelming, his eyes were as sharp as the stars and the moon. Wearing a silver robe, the fighting spirit of 9 tribulations galloped like the glow, and Lin Chen looked like a god descending to earth. He started to break my Heavenly Yin variation. How is this possible? Han Yin's expression was horrified. Lin Chen held the knife in both hands, and in an instant, he was possessed by a sword saint, and the sword technique exploded. The mirror of attack, the moon of attack. The mirror of defense, the moon of speed. Brush. Brush. Boom. Boom. The sword that swallowed the sky and killed the earth slashed like a bright moon, illuminating the universe, and frantically bombarded Wang and Jianchuani. The three looked horrified. Where did this boy come from? What the hell am I doing, you false god? Come on, don't stop. Those who offend me and Kyushu will be executed. His vitality was burning. Lin Chen was overflowing with madness, his hair fluttered like flames, and his swordsmanship was like a mad sword in a chaotic world. His dragon power is still being derived, his spiritual power is growing. Crazily, his battle aura cultivation base is constantly rising and rising to a stronger height, and his powerful 9 tribulations battle body is constantly exuding glorious holy might. With more than 100 million dragon power, every knife of his has the domineering power of whoever gives it to me. Walking in the dark like a shuttle, Lin Chen swept away as a dark light and aimed a vertical slash at the head of Jianchuan Yeto, trying to divide the world. Moon of Speed. Activate charging and penetrating runes, consuming 9.3 million rune energy. Eternal Sword. Jianchuan Yi swept out his sword awe-inspiringly, the tip of the sword burst into a shocking rainbow, and the sword seemed to be extremely slow. But it smashed the space crystal wall into a vacuum zone with a sword. Bang! The swords collided, rolling up the monstrous waves. The aftertaste of the sword was raging like a tide, and between the scattered light of the sword, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Jianchuan Ye's mouth. There are 2 attribute light balls falling around. Damn, this kid's attack is too weird. It's completely unpredictable when he will use this weird penetration technique. With a single strike, Lin Chen did not pursue the victory, but smashed the other side of the void with a backhand punch. As Kuanping's wings trembled, his fists and palms intersected, and the Qijue of force was continuously displayed. Tianyin, Great Ice Prison. Honey made another shot, and with one palm, he shot out the vast ice prison of evil spirit that enveloped Lin Chen. The terrifying different crystal invaded Lin Chen's body again. He gritted his teeth and held on. The mental power that was ready to go erupted like a sea tide. Annihilation. Boom. The azure spiritual light beam spanned the starry sky, and the spiritual annihilation energy that destroyed the sky and the earth shattered most of the big ice prison. Hun Yan's face changed slightly, and he lost his voice. The secret of mental attack? Cooperating with the Heavenly Dao variation crystal, his big ice prison is enough to trap the first-level holy realm to death, so Lin Chen can be broken so easily? Before the start of the war, Lin Chen had already learned the practice of annihilation to 100% proficiency. With his saint-level mental power, it is no exaggeration to call the power of annihilation. Roar. Kuanping roared. Wang Yiquang also began to stimulate his bloodline and violent state, and Jianchuan Yi attacked with great momentum. Lin Chen was not afraid, and fought head-on. The right hand holds the saber, the sword technique mirror bright moon. Blooms for 10,000 months, the bright mirror hangs high, and the left hand fights Qijue Jin in melee combat. The spirit of saint level is crazy. And Lin Chen desperately fights the 3 false gods. The 3 of them had to beware of Lin Chen's penetration secret technique. That could make the attack power skyrocket, and they also had to pay attention to when they would break out that terrifying mental attack, which made the battle hampered too much at one point. If 3 saint-level 3-level powerhouses in good condition were to besiege Lin Chen, he might not even be able to last 300 rounds. But these 3 false gods liberated their strength and were seriously injured, and they had to take care of more desperate life and death talent. Burns life force in exchange for power, making him stronger and stronger with more battles. Lin Chen fights with war, and every attribute light ball dropped by them is very precious and constantly becomes his fighting capital, allowing him to use the extreme returning yuan talent again and again, and his fighting spirit state has never been exhausted. His breath became more and more majestic, making him firm as a rock in the offensive of false gods. It was because of Lin Chen's extreme return to the original talent that the faces of the 3 false gods finally became heavier. This sun's holy power was endless, and it could be replenished in an instant every time It was so weird. If this kind of magical secret can be obtained by the seat. For a time, the eyes of the three of them were fierce, and they had seen too much in Lin Chen's body that threatened them. If they don't kill this son, I'm afraid their future will never be peaceful. It's not enough, it's not enough. My son God talent only lasts for 60 seconds, it's not the best time yet, I have to persevere. The stars and rivers flickered, and they fought with each other for thousands of rounds. Lin Chen was covered in blood, and his sword was like a dragon, and the dragon's strength broke the sky. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and was repelled again and again, the azure blue moon in his hand trembled slightly, and the damaged aura was further expanded. The three false gods tried their best to besiege, even if the enhanced version of the Godslayer, death and the ultimate moment were not enough to watch. Lin Chen was only pressed and beaten unilaterally. The vitality was passing by at an extreme speed, and Lin Chen's body began to float with orange brilliance. The flesh and blood are breaking apart, the spirit is in turmoil, and the fighting spirit is boiling. The world seemed to be completely still, Lin Chen only focused on the battle in front of him. The spirit is devastated, the body is torn apart, and the fighting spirit is shattered. It seems that every attack will result in a more cunning and terrifying offensive from the opponent. As if endless despair shrouded powerlessness, sleepiness, and swept through Lin Chen's whole body. The other side. Dragon Tiger Mountains, bloody rain. The absolute difference in combat power. After a long battle, the Lingzhou alliance will definitely collapse. Yuan Lao, who was lying on the cliff, was on the verge of death and closed his eyes. Brush. The 4 students of the Earth Demon realm swept the edge of the cliff, helped Lao Yuan up, and stuffed him with a life-saving elixir. Senior Yuan, our 4 brothers will not let you have any trouble. The 4 of them drank resolutely, and old Yuan's eyes flickered. These little guys are still fighting hard, how can an old guy like me die so easily? Hold on for a while. Yuan Lao witnessed the students who were retreating on the edge of the mountain range, and a large number of tyrannical Yuan Zun realm attacked, and they were about to be unable to resist. Allowing his arms and legs to be filled with blood like pillars, Yuan Lao was exhausted, and he was drinking. Roar, students. Only those of us who are still alive in the future can decide the meaning of the passing of the ancestors of the 100 saints. Those indomitable saints who defend Kyushu, only us, can give them the value of the road they have traveled. Roar, strong men. Go forward, young darlings. Boom. The roar of Yuan Lao's burning life burst out, making countless students enlightened, as if they were enlightened. That's right, only they can decide whether the passing of the ancient 100 saints is meaningful. If you lose here, everything from the beginning to this point is meaningless. The legacy of the sages and sages is on their shoulders at this very moment. It's up to them, it's up to them. The living inherit the will of the dead and move on, this is the only hope for the continuation of history. Go ahead. Go ahead. For the sake of Kyushu, for the sake of righteousness, for the ancestors of the 100 saints, and for the sages who died on this road, they must win. If we don't win now, what's the point of the sacrifice of our ancestors? The blood of countless students is boiling with enthusiasm, and even the fighting spirit is like igniting a raging fire. The medicinal power that they swallowed and could not finish refining poured into the body, and a large number of powerhouses made breakthroughs on the spot. With tears in their eyes, they rose up in anger, and rushed to the coalition forces of the Pseudo-God Alliance, without fear of death. The 4 Tianjiao students from the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm, standing beside Yuan Lao, broke through to the Tiangang realm on the spot. You immortal, you should die when you deserve to die. The wounded Yuan Zuanjing found Yuan Lao, and seeing that he had affected the battle situation, he raided like a madman. The 4 of them glanced at each other, and for the first time they became the Tiangang realm flying in the air. The 4 of them tried their best, hugged each other, and locked the Yuan Zuanjing. What do you want to do? That Yuan Zuanjing panicked, but found that he couldn't get rid of these 4 teenagers. The 4 of them looked at each other, their bodies were full of fighting spirit, and they laughed at each other in relief. In your next life, you will be brothers. Boom! The battle gas exploded, and the 100 Zhang storm bloomed like a cloud, ravaging the sky. The 4 young students in the heavenly astral realm actually blew themselves up while holding a seriously injured Yuan Zuanjing, and perished with the other party. These 4 young students are already in the heavenly astral realm, before the age of 20. They are the true pride of the heavens, and have a bright future. But they gave their lives here, without batting an eyelid. Although the enemy's Yuanzun realm is endless, millions, this is only a trivial one. But they still sacrificed their lives without hesitation. An inch of mountains and rivers is an inch of blood, and the heart of the heart will be photographed in history. While the troubled times are like knives, and the rain of arrows is like a curtain. What about the broken mountains and rivers, and the ups and downs of heroes? The crisp and beautiful female voice resounds gracefully in the land of Lingzhou, but the sweet and light voice contains a heartwarming, domineering, shocking, shattering all despair. A fairy-like beauty dressed in colorful jade clothes, with ribbons fluttering like clouds, like a fairy in the clouds, stands high in the sky of the 3rd town boundary monument in Lingzhou, singing and singing. My partner, go ahead. Sisters, spread the word. Let the dark clouds cover the sky, let the wind dance in the sky. Don't be afraid of the thousands of troops and horses, and don't be afraid of the huge waves crossing through thousands of armies and breaking the giant waves. No one has died since ancient times, and they will keep their hearts and minds in the history. Push aside the clouds and fog to watch the sky, and sing a legend on the blood. The singing is shocking, pouring into the vast and boundless power, like inspiring the deepest pride in the hearts of the people of Lingzhou, countless momentum that breaks through the bottleneck of the cultivation base lingers around the sky. Layers of colorful holy clouds rose into the void, bathing countless Lingzhou people in it. At this moment, there are more than 1 million people, and at the same time, break through the cultivation base. Their injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 100 saints and sages are showing their power. We haven't lost yet, rush over and fight these bastards to the death. The morale of the Lingzhou alliance has soared, shouting to the sky. By Ruoyan, who was standing above the giant gate of the holy fire realm, stared at the colorful fairy, shook her head and exclaimed, what a powerful method of rhythm, it really is a saint's method. The momentum of the Lingzhou alliance skyrocketed to the highest point in an instant. It's now. Lin Chen's 4 major points are in good spirits in body and mind. As soon as the offensive turned around, he suddenly rushed to the top of the battle. Emperor's Battle Circle. System, activate the Nirvana of 5 thunders. Start to activate the top Nirvana of the youth level, 5 thunders. The enemy with a radius of 100,000 miles with the host clone as the central node locks on those who are hostile, and starts bombarding. Lin Chen's clone activated the nirvana of 5 thunder strikes 4 times in one breath. Boom. Bang. The terrifying 5-color thunderclouds immediately enveloped the war emperors. In 4 different battlefields, all of them were above the 8th-layer war emperor, and they were all the top combat power of the pseudo-god alliance. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful eyes flashed with divine light, her eyes were fast, her hands were slightly open, and the giant door of the holy fire realm suddenly opened. Brush. Brush. Call out. Call out. Call out. In the 4 major battlefields, all the powerhouses of the Lingzhou alliance. A dazzling milky white fire emerged from their bodies, turned into a stream of light like lightning, and were forcibly pulled into the giant gate of the holy fire, and they were all moved to the sacred fire realm. This is the situation that Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan agreed to before, and it is definitely not a situation to play on the spot. When he activated his nirvana, Bai Ruoyan pulled all his war emperors into the holy fire realm. In the battle situation of the top battle emperor, almost no ordinary person can approach, and it is impossible for the low-end battle emperor. As long as the top battle emperor retreats quickly, there is no fear of accidentally hurting the friendly army. Lin Chen wants to take a breath to detonate the opponent's high-end combat power. The 5-color thunderclouds exuding aura of destruction shrouded the heads of each 8-layered battle emperor, and their pupils shrank, finally realizing the seriousness of the problem. But they have no chance to escape. Sigh. Boom. 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 The earth-shattering 5-color thunderbolts came into the world like electric dragons, and they slammed into all the top battle emperors. The battlefields on the 4 sides were all added up, and the 8th battle emperor and above were 400 people. 9-layer battle emperor over 100. This is the top powerhouse with 3/4 of Kyushu and half of the power of the Sky Tower. This is definitely a force enough to control the mid to high-end battle situation. Now all of them have been subjected to Lin Chen's 5 thunders. Nirvana. The terrifying Lei Wei shook the area thousands of miles away, and when it was transmitted to the area where the Yuanzun realm and the Tiangang realm fought in the outermost peripheral area, it even made the powerhouses of the pseudo-god alliance suck in the air. This momentum is too terrifying. It was the Xian Lei Wei that happened at the headquarters that day. In a war, morale is particularly critical, and it can even control the direction of the battle. The law of sound of the sacred monument of the town has awakened everyone's strongest fighting spirit, and has healed the injuries of countless people in Lingzhou, and the people of the pseudo-god alliance have just witnessed the 5 thunders, and their morale has dropped. In this way, the situation is changing, and the Lingzhou alliance has a big advantage and counterattacks back in an instant. Get 400,000 rune energy, 500,000 heavenly Dao value, 400 blank attributes, 300,000 talent points. A large number of attribute light orbs are continuously falling, but due to the talent of Godslayer, only a small amount of non-growth attribute light orbs can be dropped. But 400 top battle emperors, no matter how small it is a large value. This wave of 5 thunders to the top not only increased the attribute value of Lin Chen above the outer starry sky, but also made his other whole card play a key role. Talent combination, King's Landing talent energy accumulation, 500,000 points, 890,000 points, 1.09 million points, 2 million points, 4.9 million points, 6 million points, 10.5 million points. 20.3 million points. The energy accumulation of King's Landing has entered an unprecedented hurricane state. Damn, how many times has this kid made such a strange attack? Damn the holy monument of the town, break it for me. The incomplete will and means left by some low-level holy places, your body is still not afraid, and will you be afraid of you? The two false gods of the Mo family and the Lei family witnessed this scene and were furious. They originally thought about using this group of top battle emperors to break into the inner circle and toppling a town sacred monument, but they didn't expect to be taken by Lin Chen. Quick, spend a few more rounds, and the things left by these ancient saints will disappear. The two false gods accelerated their offensive, seeing that Tiange Academy was about to be destroyed. The sacred monuments of the town are consumed in turn, and they are almost exhausted. Suddenly, a touch of warm sunlight shines on the land of Lingzhou. The sun today is very bright. This sun can actually take one battle and the three old guys liberate their bodies as opponents, and they can't take him down. On the one hand, the pseudo-god of the Long family, who was constantly fighting with the Dean, has a sturdy dragon body, turning the huge dragon pupil from time to time, and staring at the starry sky at the other end. It is difficult to hide the shock in his eyes. How old is this kid? It took them millions of years to get to where they are today. This child is young, and if he is placed in the holy world with the support of top forces, he must be an overlord of the heavens. Ha ha ha. Long Disha, you are worried, it will be your eternal nightmare to have this son in my Kyushu. Although the Dean's life is hanging by a thread, his momentum in the battle is as magnificent as the sun, and his laughter is majestic. Lin Chen's performance exceeded his expectations. Humph. Let's talk after you look behind you, and see if you can still laugh. The pseudo-god of the Long family swung the dragon's tail and swept the starry sky. Every dragon scale was filled with the flowing dragon breath. Looking at the situation again, the Dean's face became solemn again. The two pseudo-gods of the Mo family and the Lei family have also shown their true bodies, and they have to forcefully blast the defense circle of the Lingzhou continent regardless of their injuries. The last cards of many ancient families are about to dissipate. And the light of the three town boundary monuments is also getting dimmer. Approaching the limit. Oops, these guys didn't even make a disguise and planned to break into Lingzhou. As soon as the Dean gritted his teeth, he was preparing for the final holy vain energy of nature, and a domineering aura was like a dragon rising to the sky. The holy light is magnificent, like a cloud bridge opened, and above the cloud bridge, standing proudly in blue clothes, coming with a sword strikes 1,000 feet of brilliance, attacking the two false gods. It's him? The Dean was ecstatic, and the person who came was the tower owner of the sky tower. Secondary holy land, get out of here. The false god of the Mo family turned the heavenly umbrella in his hand, and the sacred light of all things was like a cloud of clouds, condensing and wrapping the colorful net, and the sharp and moving sword light was immediately incorporated into it, and it was annihilated into nothingness. The tower master's face was sinking like water. Since he stood up, he didn't plan to back down. In fact, he had been hesitating before, and it was only when he saw Lin Chen that he blocked 3 with 1 block. He felt real hope and made a strong shot. Not long after he left the Sky Tower, the demons in the eyes of the Sky Tower had already rioted, and now the remaining half of the War Emperor's forces in the Sky Tower, and even the entire battle power in the tower, were blocking the demons' riot. Everything is bet on Lin Chen. The disadvantage has not changed. The tower owner alone cannot stop the two false gods who reveal their bodies. The 4-5 thunders are launched together, and the energy accumulation of the innate talent of King's Landing skyrockets. This is Lin Chen's second trump card. Boom! Lin Chen was repelled once again, with red glow lingering all over his body, orange light flowing, and he rushed forward with a sharp clenched teeth. With these million-year-old creatures in the holy realm as opponents, if they were replaced by ordinary powerhouses, they would have already collapsed and confessed their fate. Lin Chen has fought to this point with his own strength, and the tenacity of this state of mind has already surpassed countless others. This is definitely the toughest battle Lin Chen has ever experienced. Every time you break the opponent's weakness, you will get a more ferocious and fierce offensive, just like a lone wolf facing the siege of 3 lions. Every time Lin Chen felt that it was difficult to persevere, he suddenly remembered the bad deeds left by these false gods in the land of Kyushu, the lives that were ravaged by them, and the people who were worse than animals by them. This breath, like a molten fire burning his throat, Lin Chen couldn't swallow it. "Fuck you, false god!" Lin Chen shouted angrily and waved the knife, and shook the galaxy with his fist. At this moment, his state of mind became more complete, and this knife Mirror Moon Edict was earth-shattering. Tear. The knife light splits the void, cutting Wang Yiquang's Kuanping wings into 2 halves. Roar. Wang Yi was screaming in pain. His Kuanping bloodline was famous for his speed. His wings were chopped off, and his combat power was severely damaged. Lin Chen waited for the opportunity to seize the 4 attribute light balls. He dropped, and flashed in the air with a dark step, sweeping out a mental wave to repel Sol Yin, and at the same time retreated extremely quickly. At this time, the energy accumulation in the system of Journey to the World seems to have reached 200 million points. It seems that the 5th 5 Thunder plan to rush into the enemy's interior has also succeeded. Lin Chen was ecstatic. This is an unprecedented number. You need to kill a large number of war emperors to accumulate energy value. But for the Holy Land, it may not be enough. There is a world of difference between increasing the attack power of the Holy Realm and increasing the attack of the Battle Emperor realm. Lin Chen saw that his own vitality was about to burn to the ground. Due to the enhancement of the enhanced version of Godslayer's talent, it transformed into a holy body. Originally, he could only support the body for 13 minutes to activate despair, and he insisted on it for more than an hour. This kid is getting stronger and stronger as he fighting at the cost of burning his vitality. It's a terrible secret technique. Unfortunately, he's going to die. The 3 of us still have the foundation to compete with him, and no matter how strong we are, we won't be able to recover. Han Yin and Jian Chuan Ye's eyes were sullen, and they locked Lin Chen's position. They were not in a hurry. Now Lin Chen is killing himself. The desperate life and death talent burns vitality and fights. The longer you persist, the stronger the power you gain, but if you can't kill the designated target, the talent will not be lifted. Now, the power gained from the talent of desperate life and death is as high as 60,000 times. In addition to the Godslayer, that is 350,000 times. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Chen burst into laughter. Laugh? I see how you can laugh when you're going to die. Sol Yin laughed in anger, and continued to condense holy energy and instill it on his Heavenly variant crystal. How could Lin Chen not laugh? Up to now, everything has gone according to his plan, and Lin Chen's winning rate is now 30%. The pseudo-god is indeed very powerful, and he fought back the 30% with his life. But Lin Chen still has an ace. In the previous battle, he had never used the Tian hidden rune once. It's time, use it to make up for what is not enough for King's Landing and Destiny's life and death. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth bleed, but he grinned. He stared at the round of blazing sun behind the three false gods. Although the distance was still extremely far, he could already feel the deadly high temperature. Sun. He has been fighting with the three of them and constantly moving, in order to bring the combat area as close to the sun as possible. But now this distance is already the limit. His desperate talent for life and death has caused him to run out of time. The desperate life and death has come to the end, and journey to the world is ready. The host activates the sun god talent and begins to condense the power of the sun and transform it into the sun god power. The moment the system light screen popped up, the faces of the three false gods and even all the holy places in the audience suddenly changed. Boom! A crackling sound resounded through the heavens and the world, resounding across the universe, as if shattering the space-time plane, a scorching hot momentum was released from Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's whole body ignited an infinite amount of sun fire, and every pore glowed with the power of the sun god. Its root bone is like the majestic and endless blazing sun, and the surging sun fire merges into his countless meridians, wandering and merging in his flesh and blood, seamless and flawless. That long divine fire of the sun, like countless giant dragons roaring in Lin Chen's body, tells of the power of the sun and the stalwart of the sun. What a joke, where did this kid get such a strong power? Not good. This child has changed, give up the battle. The pseudo-god of the Lei family had just stopped the tower owner, and the pseudo-god of the Mo family had just been about to enter Lingzhou, but all of a sudden it was horrifying. The power that erupted in Lin Chen's body was extremely terrifying, and even they felt a fatal threat. If abandoned Soul Yin and the other three people ignore them, when Lin Chen turns around, they will be the ones who will die. The tower owner and the dean were equally stunned in place. Lin Chen completely subverted their cognition. Originally thought that Lin Chen, who temporarily stepped into the holy realm with the cultivation base of the seventh layer War Emperor, was already at the level of the sky, but he did not expect that he would be able to reach a higher level. Borrow the sky to move. That heavenly secret umbrella suddenly opened, and three spatial beams of light spanned the starry sky. The pseudo-god of the Mo family incorporated Long Disha and the pseudo-god of the Lei family into the spatial beam of light, and disappeared immediately. When they reappeared, they had already crossed a long distance and arrived at the side of Hunin and the others. As soon as they arrived, Lin Chen's sun god talent was officially activated. Boom! 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 The power of the sun has entered its body, like a new scorching sun, rising slowly. The space trembles, the universe is twisted, and the laws are broken. Rounds of scorching sun rose from the top of Lin Chen's head and turned into thousands of sun wheels. The condensed solar energy turned into 9 spiral tianhe, intertwined and continuous. The violent fiery fluctuations burned all the hundreds of nearby stars into a monstrous fire, bathed in endless yang fire, and the splendid divine power covered the top of Lin Chen's head like a supreme divine crown. Lin Chen stepped out of the sea of fire, and when a pair of divine eyes opened, the endless starry sky was instantly illuminated by the blazing divine Light of the sun. The terrifying temperature reflects the 9 heavens and 10 places, like 2 rounds of scorching sun in the starry sky. The endless scorching sun above Lin Chen's head, the blood-soaked silver robes, are dotted with the vast sun and burning, and the blowing robes are rolling with the flames of hell. Behind Lin Chen, the sun wheel of 10,000 paths revolves, stepping on the endless sea of fire, like hundreds of millions of fire dragons surrendering. To him, the sun fire burns the starry sky and illuminates the galaxy, just like the sun god who opened up the heavens and the earth. His pair of divine eyes swept across all the false gods, and those who were swept by his eyes were all trembling and sweating. Such power is terrifying. It is like the sun god in the ancient times, overlooking all living beings. The dean stared at Lin Chen's godlike back, and couldn't help but burst into tears and cheered loudly. God bless my Lingzhou. This sun, how strong is he? The tower master trembled. From the transformation of the 7th layer war emperor to such a point, I am afraid that even the holy king cannot do such a terrifying method. Oh? It's all gathered together? Well done, ha ha ha. Lin Chen's heart moved, and he burst into laughter. The laughter shook the universe, staring at the galaxy, causing the sea of fire to churn, with endless divine might shaking the entire galaxy. He was worried that the duration of his sun god talent was too short, and he was afraid that the other party would break through Lingzhou, but he didn't expect to gather together. Don't be fooled by his aura. Cultivation is approaching the peak of the triple peak. Let's take action. Together, his vitality is still fading, we will win if we endure it. Hunin and Mo pseudogod said in unison in a solemn voice. At the moment they communicated, Lin Chen waved the azure blue moon like lightning, and a domineering and powerful sword chi moonlight slashed out like a rainbow. The moonlight is as majestic as an abyss, and it splits a terrifying space crack to form a heavenly abyss. The rolling sun's divine power and the water tribulation war energy are perfectly combined, blessing the violent and ferocious billions of dragon power, which is earth-shattering. This style of mirror moon edict actually surpassed its founder, Sword Saint Li Changsheng. Kuan Wuji, swallowing the dragon. Wang Yikong opened his mouth wide, and shot out a beam of light that devoured the heavens and the earth, disillusioning the image of all beasts, swallowing the dragon. The secluded yellow spring is reincarnated. The sword glowed in the sky. And the sword of Jian Chuan slashed the galaxy with one sword, splitting the cold atmosphere of the secluded yellow spring. Tianyin, Great Ice Prison. Solini pointed out, his face was pale. Like the holy power of heaven and earth latitude and longitude rolling. Galloping, the alien crystal ice evil aura that enveloped thousands of miles suddenly descended around Lin Chen, freezing all vitality. Underworldly blood profound dragon, claw. Long Dish's body was filled with the aura of violent dragon blood, turning into a blood dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall and slaughtered and plundered. Boom. 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 Knife cuts through the ages, anger breaks Chonghong. The big bombardment from both sides triggered an earth-shattering collision. This knife clip has the penetrating feature, and the aftermath is so shocking that the pseudo-gods vomit blood. It's not over yet. Lin Chen's offensive seems to be the most terrifying doom between heaven and earth. Countless, moving like a frenzy. A spiritual giant with a height of 100,000 zhang rolled brilliantly, and punched violently, bursting out a spiritual shock that turned the world upside down. This spiritual shock also has a penetrating characteristic, and it is accompanied by a divine might of the sun that burns all things in the world. The mystery of 10,000 miles crashed. Submarine late June hand. The heavenly secret umbrella bombarded head-on, radiating 10,000 gray rays of light, as if covering the infinite heavenly secrets, overflowing with the aura of destruction, and together with the black lightning ball, it collided with the smashing, spiritual sun god fist. Boom! The offensive is surging, and the galaxy is broken. The false gods were repelled again. Lin Chen took a dark step, and the radiance of the sun that was flowing all over his body tore out an extremely fast streamer. He threw a few punches with his backhand, all of which were the strongest 7 lore powers. The dragon body of the false god of the dragon family. Killing gene is the most powerful of the 7 Ju gene. It contains the most powerful force to kill the enemy with a single punch. Once it is released, it is a kill. Pfft. Killing energy penetrated the huge bodies of the two, and they vomited blood frantically. Their original seriously injured bodies were covered with brand new injuries. The sun god increased not only Lin Chen's cultivation, but also his pure power. In addition to the desperate life and death, Lin Chen himself did not know that he now controls more than 100 million dragon power. He only knows that he is now unprecedentedly strong. Strong enough to make his scalp tingle. Ha ha ha. Come on, aren't your pseudo-gods very arrogant? Where did the momentum just now go? Damn, you dare to invade my Kyushu, and you will die. Lin Chen burst into laughter with incomparable domineering arrogance, arrogant and domineering, and his might overwhelmed the sky, as if a god descended to the earth, one person with one knife, and he was attacking the 6 pseudo-gods. In front of him, the dean and the tower owner were stunned. So invincible. Too strong. What a situation this is. The young man who used to be the emperor of war fought fiercely against the 6 great false gods. How to make people not excited? The current Lin Chen, but the existence of the 4 super-powerful talents in 1. Ultimate moment plus desperate life and death plus enhanced version, God Killer, plus Sun God. This state of talent is truly unprecedented. Maybe Lin Chen won't have the chance to reach it in the future. The chance to blast the Holy Land with the Battle Emperor realm may only be this time. The Sun God only has a 60-second time limit, and Lin Chen must play all his strongest cards as soon as possible within the time limit. The Dean's Tower owner and Lin Chen are far away, and they continue to use space movement to support Lin Chen. Annihilation. Boom. The rapidly rotating spiritual light beam overflows with the aura that annihilates everything, bombarding all the false gods. With the help of the divine power of the sun god talent, Lin Chen hit the strongest level of annihilation spiritual attack, which shocked their holy bodies to dull, annihilated vitality, and the penetrating characteristics made them suffer and suffer. Pfft. 6 people vomited blood, and the injuries of the Eucharist became more serious. It was like a weakness at the beginning. Although the pseudo-gods are powerful, their severe injuries caused them to be very inattentive. This is why they often hide behind the scenes to control the situation in Kyushu. If they are bombarded by a large number of sacred monuments, their injuries will cause irreparable damage. It's fine if they don't break their defenses, but once their defenses are broken, they'll be almost invulnerable, and they will be broken through by their opponents. This is how Lin Chen is now. The damage to them was unimaginable before. In just over 100 rounds, the 6 false gods were seriously injured. Lin Chen's condition is not much better. He was injured by the counterattacks of the pseudo-gods again and again, but his life and death has burned him too. This day. Damn, this kid is going to die with us. A madman, this is a madman. Is he going to die with us for the sake of Kyushu? Mo Tianji, hurry up and think of a way. The 6 pseudo-gods were extremely frightened. The talents of the sun god and the godslayer were similar. They were talents that comprehensively increased Lin Chen's spiritual power, pure power, and combat spirit, resulting in the perfect combination of Lin Chen's trinity, pure power and spiritual power. You can share different attack methods in the battle and break their defenses. Again and again. They were even killed by Lin Chen, thinking that Lin Chen would perish with them. I can't keep it any longer. Let everyone do their best. As long as I don't die, I will eventually enter Kyushu and refine the nuclear energy to recover. If the master of the Sky Tower makes a move, I am afraid that the inner demons have already started to riot. This sun is already at the end of the shot, kill him with the strongest blow. Mo Tianji's voice transmission, the 6 pseudo-gods looked at each other. Immediately made up their minds, covered each other, and quickly began to move. The eyes that were flickering with the sun god fire narrowed. Lin Chen felt that unprecedented holy power fluctuations rose within the bodies of these 6 pseudo-gods. At this moment, the 6 pseudo-gods are no longer reserved, and they have to resort to the strongest ultimate move. One move to decide the outcome. Lin Chen glanced at his sun god talent left, 24 seconds. The holy body. Filled with glorious divine power, but at this time, the brilliance of life is about to end, and the talent of death and death has already burned his vitality to the last moment. Sword fury. Jian Chuan Yi snorted coldly, took out the holy sword, and flew out with one sword. The sword light swayed the wind and clouds, and the endless sword chi turned into a storm. The sword light in the center of the storm is the tip of the broken holy sword, like a mad dragon born, stabbing straight at Lin Chen. The sharpness of myriad swords smashed the stars, swept the heavens, and almost blocked Lin Chen's retreat. This is a half-orange sword skill issued by pseudo-gods like Jianchuani. The power can penetrate the Lingzhou continental plate. Blood-eater dragon's breath splits the sky. Long Disha spit out a mouthful of strong blood essence, and the dragon's breath condensed into vast dragon claws. He covered his head from under the vast starry sky, and grabbed the void above Lin Chen's head angrily. Wanmong pear blossom. Mo Tianji poured his blood essence into the heavenly secret umbrella. Countless tiny pinholes formed around the edge of the umbrella, bursting out. Countless needle-pointed edges, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Each needle tip can almost penetrate the defense of the saint, and thousands of needles are like hell descending, covering all directions around Lin Chen. Thundering 9 heavens. The pseudo-god of the Lei family turned into the claws of giant beasts, and energy fluctuations similar to different crystals erupted in the body. Under the rotation of the starry sky, they turned into 2 silver lightning strikes. Like hidden dragons, and one swept Lin Chen's front and back direction, such as Jinglong swimming in the sea, exploding the stars and breaking the sky. Wang Yizong's Kuanping giant body condenses all the power of blood. The strongest Kuanping can swallow stars, and can also convert the swallowed stars into energy and release them. The holy light that runs through the stars blasts straight at Lin Chen. Soul Yin is even more surging with qi and blood. The holy energy fluctuates Like a tide, the Tianyin crystals in the body are constantly stirring, and when it fuses its holy energy, it is shot with one palm. Tianyin frozen palm. The terrifying evil cold was condensed into a giant palm covering thousands of acres, and when he shot Lin Chen head-on, many meteorite fragments were frozen into ice crystal fragments by the evil cold, and quietly turned into powder. The energy in the giant palm contained the energy of destroying the world. Another half-orange combat technique, infinitely close to the unique skill of orange-level combat techniques. Boom! The strongest ultimate move of the 6 false gods was issued almost at the same time, sweeping away. Its power is so powerful that even the dean and the tower owner in the distance behind Lin Chen can't help but change their faces. This is the strongest blow to condense the existing strength of these false gods. These pseudo-gods are not ordinary holy realms, they are criminals of holy prisons, not to mention the rare purple-level top-level exercises. Top-level exercises, and even half-orange level exercises, which are extremely rich and terrifying. Their death-defying Jedi strike is enough to make countless holy realms move. Damn it! If Ling Zhou is hit by such an attack, it will definitely be torn apart, and it will really collapse. Maybe even Tianzhou will suffer as a result. Don't you want to drive these guys away? Why is this Lin Chen kid still forcing them to die? The dean and the tower owner are in a state of urgency. This kind of offensive looks at the entire Kyushu. Except for the ancient times, when the splendid era of the 100 Saints, there is no possibility that anyone can take this attack. At the moment of almost despair, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with brilliant light, standing proudly above the starry sky, like the sun standing there. Come on then. The final blow. Lin Chen was so arrogant that he immediately mobilized all the 9 tribulations of the source of battle energy, and activated the system to activate the ruler of the world talent. The talent combination has been activated, the talent of King's Landing. Accumulated energy, 201.05 million points. Will boost the host's next attack. The host activates the hidden rune, hides the next attack trajectory, and breath, consumes 29.5 million rune energy, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown, 40 seconds. The moment the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the divine light of the sun and the orange life essence, showed a smile. The azure blue bright moon divine light in his left hand flows and shines brightly, and a style of mirror moon edict is brewing in it. The 9 tribulation stars that traverse the heavens and the latitudes are condensed in the palm of the right hand, but only he can feel the destructive fluctuations that are almost destroying the world. In the face of that shocking offensive, Lin Chen rushed up. The offensive of the 6 pseudo-gods is the most powerful thing Lin Chen has ever seen. As far as the eye can see, the field perceived by the saint-level spiritual power is all lore offensive. If it weren't for the blessings of the 4 great talents, it would be impossible for 100,000 Lin Chen to resist 1/10,000th of this offensive. If you attack hard from the front, even if you have the blessing of the ruler of the world talent, you may be able to break through the offensive of the false gods, and you can still deal a certain amount of damage with the 2 attack runes, but it will never kill them. This is definitely not the result Lin Chen wanted. His life and death has reached the end of the time limit, either the other party dies, or his Lin Chen dies. The offensive came very fast, and Lin Chen's holy level mental power was running extremely fast. The moment he rushed over, it seemed that he only took half a breath, and thousands of thoughts emerged in his mind, and he still hadn't shot. Finally, when the momentum of all the attacks was suppressed to a distance of less than 100 miles, Lin Chen, who had stepped on the dark step, rolled the infinite sun's radiance all over his body, and the rays of light burst into the sky one after another, like a round of burning with all his might. Blazing sun. When Lin Chen collided with the offensive that filled the sky, a splendid light curtain of purple light shone through his body. The tower owner and the dean turned pale, and Lin Chen rushed forward without any defense. At this moment, the blood-chi dragon claws, the needles like a torrential rain, the endless sword-chi storm overwhelming the sky, the gloomy and cold giant palm, the beam of destruction flowing with the breath of Kuanping, and the two thunder dragon stigmata, bombarded Lin Chen. When the 6 pseudo-gods showed joy, the next moment their faces changed in shock. Super full counterattack. Accompanied by the flickering purple light, Lin Chen burst into the sky with an angry howl, and all the offensive rebounded alive. Call out! Call out! Call out! The overwhelming attack formed a terrifying offensive that penetrated Chonghong. One counterattacked back to the 6 false gods. The attack trajectory was almost the same as the original road, and the speed was extremely fast. Senseless. All the false gods are stunned. No one expected Lin Chen's move. How did he do that? How can there be such a god-defying skill in this world? It is impossible to rebound the full blow of the 6 holy realms without any damage, even a holy realm that is several levels higher than their 6 false gods. Even in their heyday before they were thrown into the holy prison, at most they could only pick it up hard, and it was impossible to achieve such a perfect rebound. Could it be the legendary orange-level combat skill that turns corruption into magic? In an instant, all kinds of thoughts, such as fear, shock, and astonishment, appeared in the hearts of the false gods one after another, but they didn't care too much at all. Dodge defenses, protect yourself. Oops. Mo Tianji's face was pale, his heavenly move was just finished because of Lin Chen's outbreak of the sun god talent, at least 3 hours before he could use it again. He couldn't avoid it. Late. Ha 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 ha, die for me. Lin Chen laughed loudly, and the frantic laughter shook the world. Boom. 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 Sigh. The storm of destruction that swept through everything was like a dazzling array of flowers, gathering from all directions and colliding in the space near the 6 false gods in an instant, and then the void trembled violently, and an energy mushroom cloud suddenly exploded. Boom. 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 Countless meteors drawn from the sky were shattered by the aftermath. A tornado in the shape of a monstrous storm raged, the sword-chi storm, disturbed the sky, mixed with the cold and ghastly cold air, the stigmata of thunder. Light exploded with thunder, and the sharp needles glowed like flying leaves. Floating flowers, the strong dragon blood energy is chaotic and is smashed and stirred by the fierce Kuanping breath from time to time. Ah ah ah. The power of Lao Tzu's bloodline, Lin Chen, you must not die. Where did this little bastard get such a trump card, this old man's heavenly crystal? The miserable mourning echoed from the storm, and the false gods who were seriously injured were hit with their full force. When they launched the attack, they used all their holy power, but now they have no extra strength to resist. Their severely injured holy body collapsed and fell apart, and even if they didn't die, they were only half a step away from death. Even the tower owner and the dean were stunned by this scene. Lin Chen's move has completely exceeded their understanding. This is not an attack from the heavenly astral realm Yuan Zuanjing, but a full blow from the holy realm, or sent by the 6 false gods. This is a one-time use active talent of Zijia, super full counterattack. Lin Chen once used it to resist a large number of attacks from the battle Emperor realm in the Sky Tower, and perfectly rebounded the opponents offensive, and in the system's talent description, super full counterattack is also fully applicable to the Holy Realm. Even the attacks of the Holy Realm can be perfectly rebounded, which is completely a heaven-defying talent. Lin Chen has been waiting for the most suitable opportunity to use it. The offensive of the 6 false gods is enough to sweep the entire Lingzhou continent, but in Lin Chen's eyes, there is turmoil and madness. It's not over yet. At this point in the plan, Lin Chen has a 50% chance of winning. Go, the 9 robbery stars will determine the 9 provinces, and the 9 robbery stars will determine life and death. Almost between lightning and flint, Lin Chen suddenly threw out the 9 colored stars in his hand. It is dazzling, and the exquisitely carved Shenhua light contains Lin Chen's original power of the 9 tribulations. It is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. No, to be precise, it should be the 9 tribulations' holy origin. And there is a trace of the sun god Wang hidden in it, which makes the power of the 9 robbery stars skyrocket. The host activates level 5 charging, level 5 penetrating runes, and consumes 21.9 million rune energy. The rechargeable rune increases its power by 5 times, and the 200 million energy points of King's Landing increase the attack power by a dozen times. The ultimate moment, desperate life and death, God Killer, Sun God, King of the world. The 5 talents are superimposed, and this time the stars of the 9 tribulations are far more than any other time. A look of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the moment the 9 tribulations star let go, it quickly turned into a 9-colored star and fell into the monstrous storm. This is the light that only Lin Chen can see, and the Tianyin rune perfectly hides its breath, so that the false gods who are under their own attack don't even notice it. At the moment when Lin Chen's sun god talent entered the 10-second countdown, a beam of 9 color beams of light that counted for millions of miles suddenly bloomed, reaching the sky and the earth, sweeping the vast starry sky, running through the entire galaxy, shining with brilliant divine light. Everything in the world. What is this? No, this is not the attack of those false gods, stop it. The dean and the tower owner set off a monstrous wave in their hearts, and their bodies retreated, and they retreated to the top of Lingzhou like lightning, urging the whole body to set up 2 holy light barriers. Hum. At the moment when the 2 holy light barriers, one blue and one blue, were formed, the riotous spiritual energy was like a storm, and the bombardment caused energy ripples on the surface of the barrier, and the 2 of them clenched their teeth. If this aftermath rushes into Lingzhou, the entire Lingzhou will be wiped out. Fortunately, in order to get close to the sun, Lin Chen attracted enough distance to fight with the 3 false gods, and the fluctuations of the 9 robbery stars did not spill over to the direction of Lingzhou. The 9-colored beam of light in full bloom did not roll up the earth, shattering momentum, only the annihilation power that quietly and silently destroyed everything. He actually has a killer move. How is it possible? I'm waiting for hegemony, but it will stop here. What do I hate? I have galloped in the holy world all my life, with countless royal daughters and countless enemies, but I was defeated in the hands of this son. When the 9-color beam of light was spinning, Lin Chen seemed to hear the screams of the false gods. Even if Lin Chen motivated the 3-inch tribulation, the destructive wave of the 9-color beam of light bloomed continuously, and his body continued to die. Lin Chen held on to the azure blue bright moon tightly, and there was one last step left. Lin Chen has never used the Tian hidden rune from the very beginning. In the battle with false gods, he has been hiding this trump card. There is no other reason. If the false gods find that they cannot perceive Lin Chen's attack, they will most likely choose to avoid the battle and flee. Because for their severely injured bodies, the unperceived attack is the most deadly. Therefore, he kept this rune until the end. Save it for his strongest blow, in order to destroy all the false gods together. Brush. I don't know which pseudo-god it is, but it seems that he still has the last whole card, and he escaped from the 9-color beam of light. Die. Lin Chen slashed horizontally, and the mirror moon edict who was ready to go in the clear blue moon burst out. Brush. Under the starry sky reflected by the 9-color beam of light, there seemed to be a moonlight flashing by in an instant. The figure was terrified and shouted, "No, no." Boom. The moonlight slashed down, and the sinister and cold aura burst. The holy body was divided into two, and a large number of attribute light balls were scattered. The orange brilliance that was burning all over Lin Chen's body immediately diminished and dissipated. The one who escaped was actually Henin. However, the moment Henin was beheaded, Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Oops. The limitation of the desperate talent of life and death has been lifted, but the aftermath brought by the stars of the 9 tribulations continues to destroy all the vitality of Lin Chen. System, launch the superdimensional transmission. Before Lin Chen had time to activate the superdimensional teleportation, his whole body was destroyed and annihilated by the terrifying air wave, and the energy of the enhanced version of Godslayer's talent was rapidly lost. In the end, the 9-color beam of light slowly disappeared, and all the false gods fell. Victory! In this battle, Lin Chen tried his best to make arrangements, exhausted everything, prepared and persevered again, and finally killed the pseudo-god. However, the ability to kill this time depends entirely on the super full counterattack at the last minute, and the false god itself is also seriously injured, and finally made the 9 tribulations star the last straw that overwhelmed them. If it were replaced with 6 intact triple holy places, the result might be completely different. Although the battle was won, Lin Chen also paid a heavy price. His whole body shattered into several pieces, floating in the starry sky, and the breath of life became more and more dim. Damn, Brother Chen, am I going to end up being bombed to death by myself? Lin Chen's heart was bitter, and when the breath of life gradually disappeared to nothingness, a faint blue brilliance flickered from the center of his eyebrows. The host is on the verge of death. Activate the passive talent, Destiny. Boom. The azure light is like a pillar. When it blooms from Lin Chen's body, it gathers from his whole body, grows a strong aura of life, and begins to integrate his body. This is. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a new light and faith. Destiny. Unexpectedly, he consumed 3 kinds of attribute values of nearly 10 million to fuse the Godslayer fragments to no avail, but the talent he acquired unexpectedly became his life-saving trump card. The last time he launched, it was the first time he encountered Solmabai, a descendant of the pseudo-god, and this time it still saved his life. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen's body was reborn, and all the Recovery was complete. But the innate status of the enhanced version, God Killer and Sun God, has been lifted, and now Lin Chen is in the realm of the Emperor of War. Huh? I broke through. Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. The mandate of heaven gave him a new lease of life, and what stood behind was the 8th level cultivation level barrier that had been blocking him. Now he is the first 8th level war Emperor. Now is not the time for surprises, it's so hot. Not caring too much, Lin Chen urged the 9 tribulations battle body to defend. Although this space is still a long way from the sun, it is already a very dangerous position for the battle emperor realm. First take away the spoils of the false gods, and then send it back with superdimensional. This vast starry sky contains all kinds of space storms, sky fires, meteorites, ice demons, cracking winds, etc. I can't get out of it. If I encounter it. Lin Chen put away the severely damaged azure blue moon, and broke out the ultimate moment again, urging the dark step at full speed, and swept towards the space where the false gods fell. The outer starry sky is extremely dangerous, even the 9-layer war emperor can't protect himself, and Lin Chen is no exception. If he hadn't fought against the pseudo-god and cleared away any obstructions nearby, Lin Chen couldn't use it in the vast starry sky like he is now. His body moves. Qinglong, take it. Lin Chen released his dragon emperor, 1 person and 1 dragon madly cleaned the battlefield. Qinglong was responsible for collecting the attribute light ball, and Lin Chen took away the spoils of false gods. This time, when Lin Chen was cleaning the battlefield, his heart trembled. Not because of the massive attribute light balls, but because of the treasure chests and loot obtained after killing the false gods. The top ring of the false gods burst open in the battle, and most of the things were destroyed, leaving only a few valuable treasures. First, there was a broken holy sword, which was severely damaged, but the holy power still existed. It's Jian Chuan Ye's sword. A gray stone that restrains the power of infinite space, even less than 1% of the jade slip in the space of holy power. There is also a piece of red satin. This piece of red satin, Lin Chen also had a piece of it from the Dean, and even the Dean could not see through its secrets. A scroll sealed with dark energy flowing like a sea, and 2 fist-sized red blood crystals. With the help of GoldenEye twins, Lin Chen faintly saw 2 dragon marks phantoms flying red blood crystals inside. That is the dragon power that Lin Chen has never felt before. Each of these things is extraordinary. Lin Chen has never seen it before. Damn, I made a lot of money this time. Lin Chen took away these spoils of war at once. He doesn't have time to study it right now, so let's talk about it. In the end, there was a piece of crystal jade the size of a fingernail, suspended in the void. It was terrifyingly cold, as if there were 10,000 icebergs condensed in the shard. Even Lin Chen didn't dare to approach it easily. This is that Daisy crystal? Lin Chen was stunned, his heart beat faster, but his heart sank immediately. No, it's just a fragment of the different crystal. Most of the energy was used by Soul Yin to resist my attack. It seems that there are only less than 20 complete different crystals left. 1/2 of the energy. Hey, what a pity. This Tianyin variation crystal is the top treasure refined by Soul Yin, and it is only owned by the Holy Realm. Lin Chen has experienced the power of the variation crystal, and once forced him into a desperate situation. However, Lin Chen was not too frustrated. If the complete different crystal, Lin Chen might not even be able to take it away. After all, the power of the different crystal is too terrifying. A different crystal can increase the combat power of the Holy Realm several times. This value is probably only comparable to the combat skills above the half-orange rank. After taking away the Tianyin different crystal fragment, Lin Chen turned to look at the void on the other side, where 6 attribute treasure chests were suspended. The things I got just now are the legacy that the pseudo-god holds, and survives in the war. Those 6 treasure chests are the attribute treasure chests that were exploded by Lin Chen when the pseudo-god exploded. 6 attribute treasure chests, 2 orange crystal treasure chests, and the other 4 attribute treasure chests are the first time Lin Chen has seen. Its 4 attribute treasure chests flow with colorful brilliance, exuding a supreme and noble atmosphere. Lin Chen grabbed the 6 treasure chests. His mood has never been so excited. And excited. This is the treasure box that the pseudo-god exploded. What will come out? Open the orange crystal treasure chest and get the passive talent of purple. Order, strike. Open the orange crystal treasure chest and get gold Saint Yuan coins, 10 pieces. Open the Wugwang Supreme treasure chest and obtain the half-orange combat skill, Sword Fury. Open the Wugwang Supreme treasure chest and obtain Bloodline Divine Ability, Vientian Devouring Art. Open the Wugwang Supreme treasure chest and get permanent orange rank talent, Flickering Shadow Fragment, 1/2. Open the Wugwang Supreme treasure chest and get low-grade Chi Luck Spirit, Planting Seeds. Lin Chen's whole person was struck by lightning in an instant, and his mouth was so open that an egg was stuffed. I rely on permanent orange rank talent fragment? The huge surprise stimulated Lin Chen's brain. He almost thought he had read it wrong. Orange rank talents are all at an unprecedented level, and each is Lin Chen's strongest ace. Lin Chen dreams of having a permanent orange rank talent, and that is his life-saving charm. Even if it is a talent fragment, there is still hope. Day and night, I finally hoped for you. Lin Chen opened the system with trembling in his heart, and quickly read the talent of instant light and shadow. Permanent orange rank talent fragment, momentary light fragmentation, 1/2. Consumes the specified talent point, can divide all the host's attacks into 5. The power is not reduced, and is applicable to all the characteristic runes of the host at this stage. After reading this concise description, Lin Chen took a deep breath. All attacks can be divided into 5 and apply to all characteristic runes. That is to say, my phantom runes are also applicable. If I use 4 phantom clones to activate the Mirror Moon Edict at the same time, it will be 5 moves Mirror Moon God. If you activate this talent, it will be. Lin Chen thought deeply and was terrified. 5 people and 5 strokes? If one is divided into 5, it is 25 strokes. 25 moves, Mirror Moon Edict, are played together, and they are blessed with penetrating and charging runes. What kind of situation is that? So fucking perverted. The invincible god killer, the sun god that becomes stronger as the sun shines brighter, and this instant light-splitting shadow that can turn the world around. The orange level talent is really a metamorphosis. This talent is so outrageous. Lin Chen was amazed, his excited smell fragrant, the orange level talent, it really is a series that is powerful to the sky. If Lin Chen had the talent of flickering light and shadow in his battle with the false god, he would not need to use the super full counterattack as his backup at all. Directly throw out the 9 robbery stars with one move, and activate the instantaneous light and shadow to divide into 5 9 robbery stars of equal power. What kind of scene is that? Pseudo-god? Scum can blow you up. However, not all talents are perfect. The sun god has a short time limit, and the godslayer must have enough enemies and the strength of the opponent in order to exert the power of defying the sky. Moreover, the godslayer talent does not apply to the phantom rune, and only the body can truly enter the godslayer talent state when activated. And instant light splitting is not so much a disadvantage, but rather a limitation of Lin Chen himself. Why is Lin Chen able to use 4 clones that are comparable to the main body? The clones can use all of Lin Chen's unique skills, but the 9 tribulations star can only be used once in a short period of time. That is, the stars of the 9 tribulations need to consume the origin of the 9 tribulations, and the ultimate return to the original can supplement the loss of battle energy and spirit, but it cannot make up for the loss of the source of the 9 tribulations. The phantom clone has Lin Chen's 9 robbery fighting spirit, but the source of the 9 robbery is connected to the main body one after another. If the clone casts the 9 tribulation star, it will only consume the source of the 9 tribulations of the main body. To put it succinctly, it is not that the instant light and shadow splitting talent is not suitable for the stars of 9 robbers, but the phantom rune cannot increase the number of uses of the stars of 9 robbers. Therefore, the 9 tribulation star can only be used once in a short period of time in battle. Similar to the unprecedented grand occasion of dozens of 9 tribulation stars, it will probably never appear. However, turning 1 into 5 is extremely heaven-defying. Instant light and shadow plus journey to the world will be a big killer to destroy the world. Although 9 tribulation stars can't use phantom clones, they can use half orange combat skills. Lin Chen was not discouraged. He saw another infinite possibility of flash, light and shadow, that is top combat skills. Even in the future, if he can control the orange level combat skills, the phantom avatar can also use it, and with the flashlight splitting, Lin Chen believes that at that time, he will definitely be able to reach new heights and become stronger. It seems like a lot of associations, but in fact, only a few breaths have passed. Lin Chen looked around and frowned slightly. A large number of meteorites are approaching nearby, you have to withdraw quickly. He bound the only remaining holy bodies of Wang and Hanin. The rest of the false gods had no bones left in the previous explosion, but only these 2 people's holy bodies survived. Although their holy bodies are broken and dim, and the remaining holy energy is less than 1/1000 of the seriously injured state, for Lin Chen's dragon emperor, it is still a great supplement. The premise is to solve the problem of how to refine it. He didn't care to read how many attribute light balls the dragon emperor had obtained, and a large number of meteorite groups approached. Lin Chen hurriedly activated the superdimensional teleportation talent. Move the host to space position number 1. The space beam of light broke open, and Lin Chen disappeared. Lin Chen didn't know that after he left, a ray of red flame ignited in the void not far away, like a dancing elf, beautiful and gorgeous. Amidst the flames, a graceful figure slowly walked out, staring at the shattered void. The beautiful lady flapped her hands, and couldn't help applauding. This son is really a peerless saint in the mortal world. Although he has no special bloodline, he has supernatural powers, but he can't even see through this seat. It's interesting. I didn't expect to come down to the mortal world. And there is such a situation. The flaming red and gorgeous long dress is extremely beautiful, and the femininity is Jiarong Guanyan and Xuanfeng. She turned and stared at the direction where Lin Chen was leaving. Get out. Suddenly, the woman's face was frosty. She grabbed the void with her slender hand and pulled, and a figure with blurred flesh and cracked skin pulled out from the crack in the void. It was actually Mo Tianji, the false god of the Mo family. He is not dead. With the means of his saint-level mathematician, the explosion of the 9 tribulation star did not kill him. How is it possible? Who are you, and why are you able to see through my heavenly secret escape? Mo Tianji was covered in injuries, and stared at the beautiful lady in red in front of him in horror. The sense of oppression revealed by the latter is extraordinary, not to mention the seriously injured body. Even if she was not in the heyday of being thrown into the holy prison, it may not be comparable to the woman in front of her. The name of this seat, you are not qualified to know. Can you recognize this? The lady in red sneered sneeringly. A red flame of red light rose up in her palm, and Mo Tianji's pupils shrank. Are you from Xinyan Palace? The corners of the red-dressed woman's mouth rose. If you have some eyesight, you must be the prisoner of the holy prison with your appearance, and it is also a remnant to keep it. Die. As soon as the words fell, her jade hand slammed on Mo Tianji's Tianling Gai. The latter's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his vitality was slowly dying out. His eyes showed despair, and his cultivation was abolished. No, do not want. Humph. Killing you is also considered dirty for this seat's hands. Seemingly aware of something, the woman in the red dress suddenly focused on the direction of the Kyushu continent. Huh? The breath of demons? Speaking of Lingzhou continent, Lin Chen's 9 tribulation stars broke out, reflecting the 9-color brilliance of the sky, like a round of blazing sun shining over Lingzhou. Everyone stopped fighting. What is this? Could it be that our great Lord True God is coming? The top powerhouses of the 2 camps stopped fighting and were surprised. When the tower owner and the dean were in a hurry, the spatial beam of light suddenly broke open, and Lin Chen returned. Boy Lin Chen, you're fine. Well, you kid, you scared me so much. Didn't you agree to expel them? Why are you still fighting for your life? The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief, and the faces of the top powerhouses from both camps were extremely exciting. Master Lin Chen won? Could it be that those false gods were killed? Impossible. How could our Lord True God fall under the hands of such a common man? The warrior emperors of the Lingzhou camp were all cheering, but the fake god camp was full of disbelief. The ancestors of the 7 dragon clans stopped fighting and looked horrified. Others can't recognize them, but they can't admit their mistakes. The 2 bodies that Lin Chen was carrying were the body of the false god. Even if the Tower Master of the Sky is there in person, it is impossible to kill them. What a joke, we lost? Lin Chen. It's all because of this sun. Those guys are dead. What about the dragon god Marrow Jade? The high level of the dragon clan was in chaos, and the morale of the 7 dragon clan dropped. Bai Ruoyan stared in Lin Chen's direction, tears flashed, and the heart that had been hanging was finally released. When the dean and the tower owner saw the 2 bodies in Lin Chen's hands, their faces were horrified. You killed them? Even though the explosion just now was terrifying, both of them were a little unbelievable. Those are the most vicious criminals in the holy prison. All 6 were killed by Lin Chen? Well, it's all done. It's no use driving these guys out, they'll come back sooner or later, and I'm going to kill them from the start. Lin Chen's words made the tower owner and the dean shake their heads in amazement. Although they already recognized Lin Chen's potential and strength, they still underestimated his ambition. They only thought about how to resist the attack of the false gods. This little guy actually thought about how to destroy the 6 false gods. Shocked. Suddenly, terrifying energy fluctuations began to erupt from the bodies of the 2 false gods. Lin Chen was suddenly startled. Could this thing still explode? The dean's eyes narrowed. Their holy veins are broken and incomplete, and they are about to explode. After looking at the tower master and nodding, the 2 condensed the holy light with their fingertips and cut off the heads of the 2 false gods. The 2 of them pinched the seal, and their fingertips spurted a series of golden light sacred texts, surrounding the pseudo-god's body, forcibly sealing its broken sacred vein energy. After the seal, the body of the pseudo-god was bland and unremarkable, like an ordinary item. Lin Chen easily put it into the collection ring, and couldn't help but sighed at the magical means of the 2. Not caring about the conversation, Lin Chen then looked around the entire Lingzhou, with countless pairs of eyes condensed with fighting spirit, staring at him through thousands of miles. Lin Chen raised his arms and shouted proudly. The war is over. We, Lingzhou, won. The pseudo-god alliance, those who descend, still have a chance to survive. Those who resist, all will be killed. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice was like rolling thunder, and his anger was like a rainbow, spreading throughout the entire Lingzhou. Wow! Lin Chen personally announced the news, and after the space barrier was lifted, it was extremely convincing. The endless waves of voices boiled over the land of Lingzhou. The hundreds of millions of people in Lingzhou wept with joy, and more places stopped fighting. The pseudo-god alliance members are even more defeated, and they are defeated and retreated. It's a long time coming to Japan. We still have a chance. Let's go. Let's go. The other party still has a saint in town. We have no chance. The 7 dragon races fled in despair, and the 3 dragon races did not stop them. The casualties in this battle were too heavy. Both sides paid a heavy price and had no ability to pursue them. Suddenly, the tower owner's face changed slightly. The emergency jade slip is activated. I have to return to the sky tower first. He bowed his hands to Lin Chen and the dean, and Lin Chen clasped his fists. Thank you, senior, for your righteous help. I, Lin Chen, remember this kindness. The tower owner smiled bitterly. You don't want to kill me. Even without me. With your strength and background, the result will not change much. Lin Chen shook his head. If the tower owner resisted the aftermath of the 9 tribulation star, the dean alone might not be able to protect Lingzhou. The support of the tower owner indirectly saved the lives of countless people in Lingzhou. The tower owner left. Although Lin Chen wanted to go to the sky tower to see what was going on, he and the dean still needed to stay here to calm down the scene. Not one of them. I declare that the war is officially over with the announcement of the dean of Tianga Academy. If anyone still wants to fight, then come to me. The dean released the holy artifact fluctuations of Xingwei and Tianling Battle Tower, spreading all over Lingzhou, suppressing all the thoughts of the remnants of the pseudo-god alliance. In fact, the dean is at the end of the battle at this time, and the pseudo-god fights. Although Lin Chen shared his pressure, his physical condition is actually more serious than that of the pseudo-god. Now that he can stand here, he is all supported by one breath. But the majesty of a saint is not comparable to that of a war emperor. Just his aura will frighten the group of emperors, and no one dares to oppose it. Lingzhou cheered Lin Chen's name all over the place. Starting today, Lingzhou's history will usher in a new revolution, rewriting the history of all false gods in Kyushu. And there is one person who overthrew the era of the pseudo-god's rule. Inherited the will of the ancient 100 saints, the first person of all ages. Kyushu, there is no God. With him, Lin Chen, there is no God. This name will be like today's 9-colored light, reflecting the entire Lingzhou and Kyushu land. However, things are far from simple. Everyone thought that when the war ended, the mutation suddenly appeared. Fuck Lin Chen, dare to loot my 10 sects and 9 halls in Mingzhou, today is either your death or my death. Little thief Lin Chen, get out of this emperor, I won't rip your skin today. This emperor is your surname Lin, and your mother has a leg. Lin Chen, don't be a tortoise, if you dare to rob things, you don't dare to stand up, right? Shouting and swearing, covered with majestic fighting spirit, came like a gust of wind and waves, overwhelming the sky and covering the land, covering all directions of Lingzhou. Countless Yuanzun realm and Battle Emperor realm, like densely packed tiny dots, formed a wave of thousands of feet, attacking from all directions. It is the forces and powerhouses of the 8 major states. These forces either did not yield to the false gods, or they were slanderous forces, or they did not care about the situation in Kyushu. They were all robbed by Lin Chen. After 10,000 years and 100,000 years of accumulation, all of them were cleaned up by Lin Chen, and they almost formed a large army equivalent to the pseudo-God alliance. Many of them are hidden families in Kyushu, who ignore the situation on the bright side of Kyushu and have long since died. And because of the robbery, everyone's heart is burning with anger, killing intent is like a tide, and the power is overwhelming, and it's offensive. Momentum is even stronger than that of the pseudo-God alliance. They are equivalent to all the powerful representatives of the 8 states. Almost the entire Kyushu came to crusade against Lin Chen. Let that little bastard Lin Chen get out on his knees and apologize. Damn, don't you dare to show your face if you dare to rob. Why did Lingzhou produce such a rubbish thing? It's a scum. Your mother is an ancestor, get out of your grandfather soon, Lin Chen, you are a fucking sinner who has never been seen before. You have destroyed all the things of the forces, you are a heinous crime. This is delaying the continuation of our Kyushu martial arts civilization. Countless reprimands, insults, questions, and inquiries were overwhelming, and even the countless citizens of Lingzhou felt enormous pressure. This was a strong man representing the 8 major states, with a magnificent momentum. No. Brother Lin Chen is our savior, not a sinner. Some young people shouted for Lin Chen, but they were suppressed by the momentum released by some war emperors. The boys and girls couldn't help blushing. Lin Chen had become the belief of the entire Lingzhou. How could these people be insulted at will? Seeing this, the people of the pseudo-God alliance immediately waited and watched the situation, intending to take a look at the situation first. In the face of the overwhelming abuse, Lin Chen suddenly took a dark step, moved 100,000 miles, and the 5-color dragon light flashed. The center of Lingzhou is high in the sky, facing every questioning powerhouse. The people in Lingzhou stared at Lin Chen, but under the eyes of all the people, Lin Chen's words were astonishing. A bunch of idiots, I robbed you of these things, and I use you to question me. When I do things? What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? Come to me if you have the kind. The wild laughter spread all over Lingzhou, and countless powerhouses suddenly flushed with anger. Damn, so arrogant? Hit him. Shit, I don't believe we can't beat him so much. You are the most stinky rat shit in the history of Kyushu. What about the geniuses in the sky? Do you know that what you destroyed is the martial arts civilization of our Kyushu? The killing intent of countless powerhouses is soaring to the sky, sweeping Lingzhou. Lin Chen decomposed their massive exercises and weapons, medicinal pills, and other countless treasures. These foundations require infinite time to accumulate. Lin Chen's approach completely broke their way back. But if Lin Chen doesn't do this, the God Slayer will not turn on to the strongest state, and he doesn't have enough attribute value enhancement talents to fight against false gods. There is no chance to save Kyushu. All the people of Lingzhou were stunned, and even the powerhouses of Tiange Academy were stunned. Lin Chen defeated the false gods and saved Kyushu, but he became an unprecedented sinner. The dean stared deeply at Lin Chen's back without speaking. At this moment, the back of this young student looks so tall, as if he can carry the world. In order to stop the false gods from invading Lingzhou, he fought with them in the outer starry sky. The powerhouses of these 8 states never knew about the battle between Lin Chen and the false gods. Countless Lingzhou people froze in place, including the powerhouses of the Pseudo-God Alliance. A slanting sun shot slowly printed on the boy's face. The distant sky is full of killing power, and the infinite power is attacking him. The young man's eyes were deep, and the corner of his mouth was smiling. He looked into the distance and didn't care at all. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment, like a historical picture. Scroll of eternal torrent. Everyone in Lingzhou froze in place. What is a hero? Selfless, forget yourself, move forward with a load, defend righteousness, and carry history. What is a strong man? Have the world in mind, fear the world, look down on all living beings, and create civilization. And the young man in front of him is the real powerhouse. He carried history and overthrew the era of false god rule. All the criminals in front of him should have become slaves of false gods or be obliterated by false gods. But Lin Chen saved them and saved Kyushu, but instead became the worst sinner in the history of Kyushu. But he seemed to be so calm. He can take out the body of a false god to prove his achievements. No matter whether anyone believes it or not, this is irrefutable evidence, but he disdains to do so. How about taking it out, and how many people believe it? How many people will stop? Even if one person shoulders the world and is cast aside by the world, he can still move forward with his head held high and live up to his heart. This is the true heart of a strong man. My heart is like a mirror, I do whatever I want. At this moment, in the hearts of the people of Lingzhou, Lin Chen's figure glowed with a dazzling divine light, boundless, as if supporting the world. Like a god, forever imprinted in their hearts. Even the hidden old monsters of the Pseudo-God Alliance who were enemies can't help but marvel in their hearts. This son is truly a peerless talent. After a few short breaths, it seemed that everyone was in a good mood, and roars and shouts resounded through the land of Lingzhou. Protect our savior. Ha ha ha, if you want to move our hero, then pass our level first. All the warriors of the Battle Emperor took to the air once again, facing the hidden world sects of the 8 states who were attacking, without showing any fear. Isn't it an honor to be able to follow a strong person like Lin Chen in life? Bai Ruoyan is like a fairy with fluttering clouds and smoke, floating by the wind, standing quietly beside Lin Chen, and holding Lin Chen's palm with her jade hand. Bai Ruoyan smiled gently, I would like to accompany you to face the whole world, but the sea and the mountains can't stop me. Lin Chen clenched the beautiful woman's soft weed, and said with a smile, although I am the most handsome in Kyushu, why do I always feel that I am so lucky to meet a fairy like Sister Ruoyan? The two looked at each other and smiled, as if remembering the first time they met each other. Ha ha ha, if you want to start a fight, you have to count me, an old guy who was eliminated by the times. The dean's pride is dry, and he smiles with a smile. Dean of Tiangai Academy? This is Xingwei. The legend turned out to be true. He is actually a real holy realm. Countless powerhouses were stunned. If there is a Holy Land town, the scene will be completely different. No wonder even the legendary True God Alliance doesn't dare to move easily at this moment. One wave has not settled, and another wave has risen. At this moment when the three forces are present, the Lingzhou continental plate shakes violently. Without warning, the tsunami set off, the space trembled, and many people were unsteady under their feet and fell to the ground. Something's wrong. Where did the fight start? It doesn't seem to be. It's the continental plate of Lingzhou that is shaking. The powerful warriors of the alliance were in shock, but the dean's face changed drastically. Not only Lingzhou, but also Tianzhou, Shenzhou, etc., the entire Kyushu continent has begun to show signs of such violent space vibrations. Lin Chen's expression also became particularly solemn, and his spiritual power faintly felt that a suffocating aura that destroyed all things, as if his desires were awakened, and he was about to rush out of Kyushu. Is it the 9 demon eyes? Lin Chen was shocked. He had felt this aura in the battlefield of 10,000 demons and in the secret room where the dean was sleeping. It was the 9 demon eyes. How can there be variables in the seal? Even if the states use the holy artifact, it can last for at least 1,000 years before there is a problem. The dean was in a cold sweat. Facing him who was bland in everything, he panicked like this at this time, which shows the seriousness of the problem. A saint who can make a saint panic. I am afraid there are only those above the holy realm. Once the seal of the 9 great demon eyes is torn apart, the Kyushu will truly usher in the end. There are countless demon kings and demon emperors in the magic cave, and there are also a large number of demon kings and holy demon kings. Based on the background of the current Kyushu, it is not comparable to the ancient times. Only the number of demons in one demon eye, Kyushu cannot compete with it. Lin Chen didn't notice that at this moment, the purple-black magic seal in his palm was flickering with a hook-like light, as if it was calling the magic eye. There are complete holy weapons to suppress the evil eye in all the 9 major states. This is another successor left by the sages and sages of the ancient times. The one in Lingzhou is the Tianling Battle Tower. Lingzhou experienced the turbulent changes of the magic eye more than 10,000 years ago. In the end, only the dean joined the power to suppress the magic eye to seal it. Now, the 9 demon eyes of Kyushu are rioting together, and the situation is critical. Could it be that the demons are going to rush out of it? Lin Chen's eyes were sharp. Right now, he didn't have a single orange level talent. If the demons were killed, a few middle-level demon lords would be able to contain him. Doubt and fear began to permeate the entire Kyushu. Only the morale of Lingzhou was still strong. Lin Chen was here, and many people could remain calm, but they were just wondering where the shock came from. It seems that I can only give up my life. The dean stared at the location of Tianling Square and gritted his teeth fiercely. Shen Lianyun seemed to notice his expression, and his pretty face was pale. No, don't. While Kyushu was shaking, a graceful voice carried the slightest surprise and amazement. In the mortal world here, the ancient civilization was born, and there is also a lair of demons, which is interesting. Huh? In addition to this little guy, there is actually a martial saint. Bloodline? No, let's take a look. Dressed in red flames like waves, the long skirt of the beautiful lady in red dress rolled like a fire and descended into the sky of Lingzhou. Dean and Lin Chen's expressions changed again. This woman is strong. At least, it was beyond Lin Chen's existing cognition. Holy realm? No, those false gods are far inferior to her. This is a powerful existence that can dominate Kyushu by itself. Lin Chen realized the gap between the two sides almost instantly, but the dean fell into deep thought. Finally, the lady in red dress turned her gaze, stared at Bai Ruoyan, shaking her head in amazement. It's perfect. There are still people in this world who can control the eternal flame. No wonder it perfectly fits the Xinyan Heart Sutra of my Xinyan Palace. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan both set off a huge wave in their hearts. This woman actually knew Bai Ruoyan's Sacred Flame Heart Sutra? That was Bai Ruoyan's accidental acquisition from the auction in Yunzhou, a genuine orange-level peerless mentality. Even the 6 false gods have never possessed true orange-level combat skills, let alone the orange-level mentality. Xinyan Heart Sutra actually came from the forces behind this woman, Xinyan Palace? When Lin Chen was shocked, the beautiful woman in red dress saw the two. Holding hands tightly, her brows and the corners of her mouth raised a radiance of excitement, she nodded and praised, well, a talented man and a girl, not bad. If these 2 sentences are passed back to the Xinyan Palace and the Holy Realm, it may be an uproar. Because this woman in red dress seldom praises any living being. Little guy, what's your name? The woman in red asked Lin Chen, and he clenched his fists, neither humble nor arrogant. Lin Chen, the younger generation, has seen the senior. Well, Lin Chen, isn't it? I have seen the battle between you and those criminals in the holy prison. It's really good. Practice hard. Lin Chen raised his brows. I have seen him shake the 6 pseudo-gods and even kill them with the battle Emperor realm, and he can still comment so calmly. This woman is really scary. Ha ha ha, little guy, don't be surprised, in the holy world, the most important thing is genius. The holy world has a history of hundreds of millions of epics, and there are too many amazing people. Genius is like a Christian carp crossing a river. People like you may be strong, but they are far from the strongest. Seemingly seeing through Lin Chen's thoughts, the woman in the red dress laughed. Then, she said, I can take action to suppress the riots in the demon's lair on this continent, but she must follow me back to the holy realm and worship in my Xinyan Palace. The woman in red pointed to Bai Ruoyan, then raised her hand in the air, and lightly lifted Shenling Shuang to the void beside her. Lin Chen's heart suddenly sank. Is she going to take Sister Ruoyan away? The negotiation is based on the fact that the 2 sides have equal status and strength. With the strength of the other party, Bai Ruoyan and Shenling Shuang can be snatched away, but she still chose to negotiate with Lin Chen, which shows her sincerity. But Lin Chen also has his own position. Just when Lin Chen was about to say no, Bai Ruoyan took the lead. Senior, I can go with you and ask you to take action to suppress the demons under the Kyushu. Sister Ruoyan. Lin Chen trembled all over. Bai Ruoyan stared at him, her beautiful eyes flowing with blue waves, tenderness, she said softly, brother Lin Chen, I lied to you, My holy fire has already begun to exceed my control. If I don't follow if she leaves, I am afraid that the holy fire will soon go beyond my control and run wild, which will inevitably endanger Kyushu and even you. No. I don't want you to leave. Lin Chen's eyes were red. He grabbed by Ruoyan's wrist and held it tightly. No one knows where the woman in the red dress will take Bai Ruoyan. What if she covets her holy fire or body? Who can guarantee where the Xinyan Palace is? Bai Ruoyan was moved and tangled in her heart, and the woman in red spoke up. Little guy, I know your worries. You can rest assured that with me, no one in the palace will threaten her safety. On the contrary, after your little girlfriend comes to my Xinyan Palace, she will become the top genius in the holy world. Her potential is immeasurable. If you have any doubts about the actions of Xinyan Palace, you can come to the holy world to understand both. Can. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a painful struggle. Just relying on the other party's words can keep Sister Ruoyan safe? No, Lin Chen couldn't believe it. Similar to the experience of the spirit of sacred fire, he really didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. At this time, the land of Lingzhou began to tremble violently again, the wind howled, and the tsunami shook the sky. Lin Chen, we're running out of time. The dean was in a cold sweat. If Lin Chen continued to stay on the seal of the magic, I would be torn apart. Strength, or lack of strength. Even if I don't agree, so what? The opponent can use strength to take away Sister Ruoyan. I'm still too weak. I can't even protect the people around me. It was also the time of the demon race, and it is now. Lin Chen felt ruthless in his heart, and after the ups and downs in his heart, he finally returned to calm. Senior, I hope you will keep your promise. If she has any problems, I will make Xinyan Palace pay enough price. Lin Chen's eyes were calm, as if telling a common thing, but the woman in red was stunned. After a while, the woman in the red dress laughed. Ha ha ha. Interesting, you are really interesting. If it weren't for my Xinyan Palace not accepting male disciples, I really want to see how far your future can go. How many years? There are not many people who dare to threaten themselves like this, not even in the Holy Realm. This subdistrict is a war emperor realm. It is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Well, brave little guy. It seems that our agreement has been established. The woman in the red dress raised her jade hand, and strands of scarlet red flames that were emptied instantly condensed, and then turned into 9 red light mysterious seals, the size of a palm, with the breath of suppressing the eternal universe. It seems that there is a universe hidden in the red light mysterious seal, which makes people feel terrified. The red-dressed woman frowned slightly, and seemed to have spent a lot of time. Go. With a flick of the jade finger, the 9 red light mysterious marks pierced through the sky like a meteor, and disappeared in an instant. One of them slammed into the ground of the original location of the Tianling Battle Tower. The tremor of Kyushu suddenly stopped. The suffocating aura that permeated all things in the 9 demon eyes was like a sea, and the seal was cracked above the eyes. Boom boom boom. The magic eye vibrated, as if a mouse saw a cat, and the evil spirit quickly retracted. After the red light and mysterious seal flew into the sky, and within 3 breaths, all the magic eyes in Kyushu stopped rioting, and everything was silent, as if nothing had happened. These methods are eye-opening for everyone present. The dean was stunned and shocked. Lin Chen's heart is as heavy as a mountain. suppressing the 9 great demon eyes of Kyushu with one's own strength. Such strength is too terrifying. Those war emperors who were trying to find Lin Chen's revenge were even more afraid to take a breath. I don't know who is stronger between her and the mysterious people of the demon race. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Okay, the seal is complete. At least for 100 years, there will be no abnormality. This is the limit of what I can do for you. Nizi, come here. The woman in the red dress waved to Bai Ruoyan. She was reluctant to part with Lin Chen. Her soft lips kissed Lin Chen's cheek like a dragonfly, and flew to the side of the woman in the red dress. Lin Chen frowned. Are you leaving immediately? Naturally, I came here for her, but this little girl is an unexpected gain. Besides, the holy world has a time order created by the gods, which is completely different from the time flow of your mortal world. A year in the holy world is quite ordinary. A month or so in between. As soon as this statement came out, countless people were amazed. The legendary holy world, even the time is completely different from Kyushu. Brother Lin Chen, if you are worried about something happening to me, come to the holy realm to pick me up as soon as possible. Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly, not wanting to see Lin Chen's sad expression. How could he not understand Sister Ruoyan's intentions, pretending to smile as before? Naturally, I am the #1 handsome in Kyushu, and I will make those bullshit geniuses in the holy world feel ashamed. Then Lin Chen looked at Shen Lingshuang again, and said with a smile, little apprentice, you have to keep practicing. Shen Lingshuang pouted, feeling both wronged and unhappy in her heart. Humph, Sister Ruoyan, who has been caring about you just now, you never cared about me. What about my baby's opinion? I worshipped a fake teacher? By the way, Lingshuang, this is what I leave you with. Apart from anything else, Lin Chen handed his jade slip of 9 tribulations of creation to Shen Lingshuang in the air. He had sincerely planned to accept this girl as his disciple, and naturally he would not hide it. The 9 tribulations of creation was recorded by him afterward. It was a top-level purple rank in the mind, and because of its particularity, there was still the possibility of improvement. He didn't want other people to become Shen Lingshuang's masters. This female apprentice of the martial saint bloodline, he is going to make a decision. Shen Lingshuang was still a little girl after all, and Lin Chen immediately amused her with coaxing and laughing. After some explanations, Lin Chen also learned that among the spoils from the previous killing of the false gods, there was a transmission stone that went to the holy world. When the woman in red was about to leave with her 2 daughters, she gave Lin Chen a meaningful smile. Kid Lin Chen, although I can guarantee their safety, there are countless top geniuses in the holy world. If you don't hurry up and become stronger, come to my Xingyan palace to pick up Bai Ruoyan. Maybe she will be picked up by the top one someday. Shunkai has proposed a marriage, and the elder of my Xingyan palace agrees. Maybe she will become a woman of other Tianjiao, because of this. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and cursed loudly, what a fool you are. Ha ha ha, boy Lin Chen, I look forward to your performance in the holy world. After the woman in the red dress laughed loudly, she took the 2 daughters to step into the air and disappeared, leaving a man named Lin with a twitching face. Damn, who dares to touch me, Sister Ruoyan, I'm so full of hammers. In Lin Chen's eyes, a strong fighting intent and anger flashed. Coincidentally, someone Lin, who was in a very bad mood, held the Wulong Dynasty Emperor spear, and suddenly shouted at all the war emperors who came. Come on. A bunch of old bastards, I'm very upset right now, hurry up and hang some idiots out and let me beat them up. The emperor's eyelids jumped wildly. Are you crazy? The dean of Tiange Academy is still there, the sage is in town. Who wants to fight you? In the end, all the incoming war emperors fled, the high-level powerhouses of the pseudo-god alliance were controlled, and the hundreds of thousands of years of pseudo-god history in Kyushu finally came to an end. Lin Chen also immediately ordered the alliance to build the 100 Saints Shrine so that the world will always remember the achievements of the ancient 100 Saints, not Lin Chen's. With such a measure and plan, the inheritors of the sacred monument were moved. Lin Chen's move was entirely to testify for the ancient 100 saints and sages, but he was named a sinner of all ages, but he didn't care at all. This kind of open-minded and broad state of mind, no one refuses. However, Lin Chen, who had not jumped for a long time after the end of the war, immediately passed out. Fortunately, the dean was present. After the inspection, he only found that Lin Chen was overworked and exhausted, and his mental consciousness fell into a state of extreme sleepiness, and he needed to rest for a while. Since Lin Chen sneaked into the Sky Pagoda to recapture the sacred vein energy, for the dean, he has never had a real rest. Before the arrival of the false god, he was trying his best to become stronger and gain more attribute values. The repeated high-intensity battles with the 6 false gods made his mental power reach the limit, and he experienced the blow of Bai Ruoyan's departure, one after another. During this time, no one disturbed Lin Chen, and Ling Zhou operated according to the dean's arrangement, mourning the deceased, recuperating, and dealing with the alliance of false gods. Those who were lucky enough to survive were some hidden old monsters or a few in the Battle Emperor realm, all of which were extracted by the dean from their battle chi life wheel and refined into a special jade slip. This jade slip is connected to the war chi life wheel or war chi yuanfu of those who submit to the false gods, and most of their lives will always be in the hands of the Lingzhou alliance. If they are crushed, their cultivation will drop by 90%, which is more terrifying than killing them. In addition, they have to listen to the alliance for thousands of years to restore their freedom. They need to help Lingzhou and Tianzhou, and even all parties to fight against the forces of false gods and rebuild the power of the family. And 3 days after the end of the war, news came from the Tsang Tower of Shenzhou, hang the head of a false god, and restore the history of the 100 saints. Lin Chen, Fang is the savior of Kyushu. It was the tower owner who did it himself. Because of the woman in red to suppress the 9 great demon eyes, he was finally free to clean up the Kyushu. His prestige is unparalleled in Kyushu. He personally proved it for Lin Chen and led people to discover all kinds of bad deeds of false gods in Kyushu, and made public a lot of iron evidence for the world to know. Some of those true God believers committed suicide, some accepted history, and some wanted to take revenge, but they were uprooted. And the name Lin Chen is truly famous in Kyushu. Some people call him a sinner, some pay him tribute as a savior like 100 saints, and some people think that the history is divided into 2 parts. Different, all of which are the most legendary and brilliant strokes in Kyushu. And the head of the pseudo-god hanging high in the sky tower symbolizes the arrival of a new era. As for whether Lin Chen is a sinner or a savior, it will be left to the judgment of future generations. In short, Kyushu has a new look under the joint management of the alliance and the tower owner. This time, Lin Chen was in a coma for a whole month. When he recovers, it will surely disrupt the situation again. A month after the war, in a certain room, Yang Qinger, dressed in a green palace attire, was like an ethereal and elegant butterfly, sitting beside Lin Chen's bed. It's been a month, you still haven't woken up. If you follow what that senior said, it's been a year since the Holy Realm. Yang Qing'er's beautiful eyes flowed with blue waves, staring at Lin Chen, muttering to himself. Suddenly, Lin Chen on the bed reacted, his brows furrowed, his expression a little struggling, and he even muttered to himself. No, don't leave me. Woke up? Yang Qing'er hurriedly stepped forward to check. Lin Chen on the bed was sweating profusely, as if she was having a nightmare, and subconsciously hugged Yang Qing'er, who stepped forward to check. Well, the beautiful woman groaned, and someone Lin was still shouting in the nightmare. Don't bring a big banana, covered with cream. Yang Qing'er was speechless. What dream did this guy have? Am I okay? After the nightmare, Lin Chen woke up and found that when he was holding Yang Qing'er, the atmosphere was charming and awkward. Cough, cough, that what, it feels so good. Lin Chen didn't even know if his brain was on the wrong line, but when he said such a sentence, Yang Qing'er's face was flushed. No matter what, it's good if you wake up. The dean said that he will wait for you in the Qing palace. With her face burning like a rosy glow, Yang Qing'er was like a frightened little white rabbit, and she quickly ran away from the room in small steps. Lin Chen touched his nose. There was still the fragrance of the beautiful woman's virgin beside the bed. And she took care of her own water basin and towels, and even her own clothes were changed into new white robes. The most beautiful grace is unbearable. Hey, I have broken through the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm de Shang stage. While thinking about it, Lin Chen discovered the unexpected joy. Unexpectedly. After falling into a coma once, his spirit broke through the limit. Without leaving immediately, Lin Chen turned on the system instead. Last time I was in a hurry outside the starry sky, and the clone was also cleaning the battlefield in Lingzhou. He still didn't know how many non-growth attribute light balls he had harvested. Tiandao Pickup System version 5.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation base, early stage 8th stage of the Battle Emperor realm. Intermediate battle chi essence, 35 billion points. Ultimate strength, 9 million dragon power, talent blessing, 9.5 million. Intermediate blood energy, 26.5 billion points. Intermediate spiritual power, 2.41 million points, Tongshanjing Deshang stage. Intermediate cultivation essence, 3.5 billion points. Intermediate rune energy, 2.1 billion points. Heavenly Dao value, 1.4 billion points. Talent points, 2 billion points. Intermediate element energy, fire 8.21 million, earth 7.9 million, wood 7.33 million, gold 8.02 million, water 7.3 million, thunder 7.5 million, wind 7.99 million, light 5.2 million, dark 5.8 million points. Exercise status bar, open or not, blood status bar, open or not. Passive talent bar, open or not, nirvana column, open or not. Active talents, blue rank, omen of stealing, blue rank, deadly bloodthirsty. Purple rank, ultra-dimensional teleportation, purple rank, ultimate moment. Purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank, king of the world, quasi-orange. Rank, life and death, orange rank, fragment of momentum fragment, 1/2. Characteristic rune column, open or not, talent combination skills, deadly. Bloodthirsty, superdimensional teleportation, reigning the world. Desperate life and death. Hold blank attribute, 350,000 points, can be converted into any attribute. Value at will. 3.5 billion Kung Fu essence. As well as 1 billion talent points and 2.1 billion intermediate rune energy. the attribute value dropped by the false god is really against the sky. If it wasn't for the side effect of the Godslayer, I'm afraid the value would be even higher. There are too many spoils this time, and Lin Chen can only check them all. The first is a scroll of dark energy seal, which is the spoils of false gods. The special secret innate shadow technique can lurk into the shadowy void and hide one's own aura. Those with a high realm can't even detect a trace of aura in the holy realm. The sacred sword of Tyrant Mark, unfortunately it is severely damaged and cannot be used for the time being. It's a pity that the half-orange sword skill, Sword Fury, you need to be above the level of the Emperor of One Calamity before you have the qualifications for entry-level cultivation. These two red blood crystals are very strange. They can't be refined or absorbed. They can only be kept first. It seems to be related to the dragon family. This piece of red satin was also obtained from a false god. I have 2 pieces now, and I don't know how to use it. Except for the innate shadow technique Lin Chen can practice, other spoils cannot be moved, and there is only the last piece of Tianine different crystal shard left. This alien crystal has the power of evil, and my strength may not be able to refine it. Secondly, in my creation of the 9 tribulations of mind, the 9 tribulations battle body does not belong to the Yin system. Forcibly refining it, it is possible. Something will happen. Lin Chen frowned, he was really greedy for the energy of this different crystal. However, this is a different crystal, whose main system is Yin and the secondary system is water. It is forcibly refined, and the consequences are unknown. However, I can try the decomposition function. Lin Chen activated the disintegration function and disintegrated the heterogeneous crystal fragments. Consumes 28.5 million Heavenly Dao points, decomposes low-grade heterogeneous crystal fragments, and obtains special attribute values, 5 million points of Yin Sha cold power, and 35 million points of intermediate water system energy. A condensed and substantive attribute value was injected into Lin Chen's body, and his water robbery body frantically poured out infinite power, and there was a breakthrough potential. I rely on 35 million points of intermediate water energy, almost didn't scare Lin Chen to death. The average value of my 9 element attributes is only 7 million. My mother. The power of the water tribulation body has skyrocketed several times, and it is much stronger than other heavenly tribulation battle bodies. The power of the different crystals once again amazes Lin Chen. Hey, Yin Sha Cold Force is a special skill for making blue-level nirvana, the special attribute value of Tianine Frost Storm, can I wipe it? After counting the spoils, Lin Chen began to count the harvest of the attribute treasure chest. Purple rank, passive talent, strong attack. If the host launches a sneak attack, he can get a 100% to 300% attack bonus effect, and if he attacks from behind the enemy, it will steadily increase his attack by 50%. Note, whether this talent has a sneak attack effect depends on whether the sneak attack target finds the host or the host's attack. It can be activated if the same conditions are met. Bloodline divine ability, Vientian devouring art, derived from the power of the ancient Kuanping, it can ignore the difference of grades, devour all things, turn it into one's own power, and consume the spirit of the practice. To inherit low-grade Qi Yun Lingji seeds, Qingyao tree species, which can absorb the Qi transportation of heaven and earth to cultivate spiritual plants. There are also 10 golden Saint Yuan coins, which, and Lin Chen, the tree species of Qingyao, don't know what they are used for the time being. And this time, the harvest is super rich. Strike can be matched with my heavenly hidden rune, and it can almost certainly play a role at a critical moment, and if the innate shadow technique I obtained is matched with this rune, it will be even more powerful. The secrets of the latent class are matched with the attack talent, which is a perfect match. System, I want to learn Vientiane Devouring, innate shadow technique. Consumes 190 million points of intermediate level exercises, and begins to learn the specified exercises and blood magic. Endless memories of inheritance poured into his mind, and Lin Chen easily controlled it with the spiritual power of the Tongtian realm and quickly integrated it. In the past, even if Lin Chen obtained these exercises, it would be difficult for him to cultivate, and he was only able to stop at hope by relying on the essence of this massive number of exercises. Even if he robbed the entire Kyushu, Lin Chen was able to obtain more than 100 million intermediate-level martial arts spirits, but now he has 3.5 billion points. This is all thanks to false gods. The more dangerous the battle, the greater the opportunity for Lin Chen. In less than 2 days, Lin Chen perfectly learned the bloodline supernatural power and innate shadow technique of devouring all phenomena. Bloodline supernatural powers, in fact, Lin Chen was able to learn it because he possessed the powerful Xuanlong bloodline. This bloodline supernatural power was engraved in the bloodline factors, and it was definitely not something that ordinary humans could learn. If I can get the top bloodline attributes of the phagocytic class in the future, I may be able to exert the supernatural power of swallowing all phenomena to the extreme. Lin Chen secretly tasted this magical power in his heart, and then released 2 headless bodies. The headless body sparkles with holy light, and even if it is sealed, the holy light of the treasure still shines. These are the 2 remaining pseudo-god bodies. Lin Chen called out the Dragon Emperor, and his thoughts stimulated the blood and activated the omnipotence to devour the supernatural power. Roar! The dragon head exhaled and spun into a dark acupuncture eye. The Dragon Emperor opened the dragon's mouth and swallowed the 2 pseudo-god bodies into the dark acupuncture eye. Boom! The shocking waves of air surged out of the Dragon Emperor's body, and Lin Chen allowed the Dragon Emperor to activate the Vientiane Devouring magical power. That residual coercion that belonged to the Holy Realm was finally eliminated in the myriad devouring divine ability. If it were not unusual, this remaining holy might would be enough to burst any 7th-order vicious beast. Success! This magical power can devour any energy body regardless of rank. And it really works. Even if the energy of the 2 false gods is broken, there is not one in a 100, but for the Dragon Emperor, it is still a great supplement. After taking back the Dragon Emperor into the body, Lin Chen is very satisfied, and when the 2 bodies are perfectly refined, the Dragon Emperor will definitely take it to the next level. And there is one more cultivation avenue. In the Qing Palace, 1 person kneels and 1 person stands. The kneeler is like that fake god Mo Tianji. He was thrown directly into the academy by the woman in red from the Shenyan Palace when he landed in Lingzhou, and was only discovered by the dean when he was taking care of the battlefield. His inner shock was no less than the seal of the 9 demon eyes. Mo Tianji's cultivation base was abolished, the broken holy body was sealed. And the dean held him here, waiting for Lin Chen to wake up before dealing with him. You don't want to kill me, I know many sacred treasures and sacred treasures. I can take you there, and I can completely help you restore the holy body. How about it? I am a saint-level mathematician and can help you break through the Peak period S cultivation. Mo Tianji bewitched the dean with an almost pleading tone, and the hidden resentment in his eyes did not hide the dean. He knew that if Lin Chen was to deal with him, he would definitely die. Playing against this young man, he already fully knows the strength of this young man's mind and will. The dean sneered at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly, his eyes froze. Who is it? Dare to break into my Tianga Academy? The dean's gaze, when he saw the corner beside the entrance of the Qing Palace, was both startled and suspicious. Ha ha ha, Dean, it's me. A shadow twisted in the darkness, Lin Chen walked out slowly, and the dean was shocked. This little guy has another adventure? Even I can't see his specific whereabouts and aura, and I don't even know when he entered the hall, only a faint sense of aura. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, he still deliberately released a breath. And the dean only discovered him. The innate shadow technique is really amazing. Even the dean didn't find me. It's just that the speed of consuming the dark element's combat energy is too terrifying. With my cultivation, it can only last for about half an hour. Hey, this guy is not dead? When Lin Chen was thinking about it, when he saw Mo Tianji, he glared at him. When Mo Tianji saw Lin Chen, his heart skipped a beat. President, what's the matter? The dean shook his head and laughed, and briefly explained Mo Tianji's situation. Good guy, I almost let your kid run away. Lin Chen was shocked when he heard it. If Mo Tianji ran away, it would be a disaster for Kyushu. A saint-level mathematician, even if he is on the verge of death, Lin Chen has no doubts about his threat level, even more terrifying than the Holy Realm. If it wasn't for him to deduce the general trend of fate, how could the six pseudo-gods know that Lingzhou has the fewest holy monuments in the town boundary? If it wasn't for him to gain insight into the weakest areas of the three town boundary holy monuments, it would be impossible to break through the defense line of Lingzhou so quickly. You can see the threat of the saint-level mathematician. Lin Chen, don't kill me, we still have to discuss, don't we? Mo Tianji hurriedly begged for mercy, but when Lin Chen stepped up, he kicked him in the face. Negotiate your size. Grass. Start a war, unite with the demon race to frame the 100 saints and sages of Kyushu, and deceive the world, cover up history, and create a family of pseudo-gods to play with people's lives. It's not enough for me to kill you 10,000 times. Lin Chen sealed most of his dragon power, and he was a violent beating to Mo Tianji. Beat him into a pig's head, making him scream in pain. Then, he lifted Mo Tianji and left the hall. The dean shook his head and laughed. Under the academy cloud mountain, countless students and mentors gathered. Here are buried the powerhouses who passed away in the war. Some of them are the patriarchs of ancient families, some are the elders and mentors of the academy, and some are young students. Their last wishes, before their death in the war, were surprisingly consistent. If the war can be won, it is to be buried with everyone in the war. A sea of flowers swayed, and Yunshan was covered with white chrysanthemums. Forget-me-nots, light apricots, and countless people came here to pray and express their condolences to these warriors. Suddenly, the quiet Yunshan was shrouded in noise. Everyone looked at it in response, and their expressions changed. It was actually Lin Chen. He dragged a figure covered in blood, with a terrified expression. Countless people along the way saw the person's appearance clearly and dragged him alive to the top of Yunshan Mountain. Standing on the top of Yunshan Mountain, facing everyone, Lin Chen said loudly, "Everyone, this is one of the 6 false gods that endangered our Kyushu. Today, I will use his blood to pay tribute to those who have passed away." Lin Chen's words caused 1,000 waves. This person is actually the famous pseudo-god? No, don't. Lin Chen, what you do is not good for you. I still have many secrets in the Holy Realm. I can give them all to you, help you break through the Holy Realm, or even a higher level. You kill me like this, it's not good for you or me. Mo Tianji still didn't give up, but he was really anxious this time. He has lived for millions of years, but he can't guess what Lin Chen is thinking. Why do you have to kill him? There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Could it be that the value and benefits of a saint-level mathematician are not enough to exchange his life? He doesn't understand, he doesn't understand. This time everyone stared at Lin Chen on the top of Yunshan Mountain. He held the long Yao Dao, his eyes were cold, and his face was determined. In this world, there are things that are more important than interests and power. It's a pity that you won't understand it, because you are no longer human. Lin Chen looked at Yunshan from a distance, stared at this large mountain and river, and he was talking to himself, and he was talking to someone. Everyone, go all the way. I, Lin Chen, are not the savior of the world. It is true luck that Kyushu has heroes like you. Thank you for guarding this continent. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath. Lin Chen raised his sword and Long Li gathered momentum. Mo Tianji's pupils shrank. He regrets it. Why did he launch an invasion of Kyushu? Why did he provoke this son? With his strength as a saint-level mathematician, it should be easy to figure out this fateful trend. It's a pity that Mo Tianji didn't know before he died that Lin Chen didn't belong to this world, or didn't belong to this universe. His fate is nothing. No one can deduce his fate except himself. Boom. Sigh. A terrifying air wave was raised, and Lin Chen slashed it down. Clang. Long Yao slashed off Mo Tianji's head with one knife. The blade cracked a gap, and blood spilled on the top of Yunshan Mountain. Everyone who witnessed this moment was in awe. A tear slid from the corner of Lin Chen's eyes, and he let out a deep breath. Old Yuan, Senior Hanshuzi, you all go well. Lin Chen hung Mo Tianji's body and head on the top of Yunshan Mountain. Bear in mind the history, for thousands of years, to wake up the world not to forget this war. The news of the beheading of Mo Tianji spread all over the Kyushu in just one day, and Lin Chen said his final farewell to everyone in the academy. Little guy, are you sure you want to go to the Holy Realm so soon? The dean asked worriedly. He knew better than anyone in Kyushu about the dangers of the Holy World. It was a world where martial arts civilization flourished to its peak. Compared with Kyushu, it is but a drop in the ocean. From the dean's point of view, Lin Chen's talent is extraordinary, and he can practice in Kyushu for a while, before going up. Time is not waiting for me. Everyone in class 66 has been up for more than 2 months. They are equivalent to more than 2 years in the Holy Realm. I must hurry up. Lin Chen smiled casually, and then got it seriously. What's more, as you said, Dean, the crisis in Kyushu has not been resolved. That's right, Kyushu's life and death are still at stake. The woman from Xinyan Palace only sealed the 9 demon eyes for 100 years. After 100 years, the demons under the demon cave may still rush out of Kyushu. And to permanently suppress the devil's eye, only the special treasure, the 9-bladed nail, which is only available in the holy prison, can only be eradicated forever if you go to the holy prison to get 9 9-bladed nails and put them into the devil's eye. Secondly, the other incomplete part of Lin Chen's Tai Futian art also needs To go to the holy prison, to find the dean's friend Ying Tianya. Only he knows the whereabouts of the other incomplete part of the mind. In order to become stronger, Tai Ifu Tianju Lin Chen is determined to win. Whether it is because of the life and death of Kyushu or the future strength of the background, Lin Chen must go to the holy world and the holy prison. On top of his head, there is a mysterious man of the demon race. Its power is at least comparable to that of the woman in the Xinyan Palace. Besides, Lin Chen's heart was attached to Bai Ruoyan, Ling Yueqi, and the others, and they couldn't wait for a long time. Knowing that Lin Chen was going to leave, everyone couldn't help but feel sad. Especially Ling Ruxue, Mu Qianqiu, Nangong Yuyan, and other women who admire Lin Chen. Their hearts are full of mixed feelings. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat solidified, Lin Chen took out a bronze mirror and said solemnly, "Oops, things could be a little serious." Everyone was heartbroken. Is there anything big to happen before he leaves? What's the matter, little guy? Shen Lianyun asked quickly. I saw that someone. Lin looked at the bronze mirror, touched his chin, and said, seriously? I seem to have become handsome again. Too bad, if I go to the holy world with my handsomeness, how many women will suffer? Everyone is down. Yang Qing'er and other beauties couldn't help laughing, and burst into laughter. Everyone, your boss will definitely come back. Lin Chen crushed the sacred realm passing void stone harvested from the false god, and a space light burst into the top of his head, sucked Lin Chen into it, and disappeared. Hee, let's wait quietly for the return of our legend of Kyushu. The dean sat on the hall and chuckled, because Lin Chen's outstanding performance in the battle against the false gods, he could live at least another 500 years, and the Tower Master of the Sky will take care of Lingzhou, and Kyushu is safe. The void passage was winding like a white dragon, and Lin Chen was pulled by a mysterious force of space and swept out of the starry sky. In the space channel, the starry sky outside is clearly visible. There are flaming fires, meteorites, cracking winds, and some huge planets or continental plates that form a vast star field. These scenery are so beautiful, they seem to be in front of you, but they are actually very far away. Perhaps what Lin Chen sees is only the light they radiated millions of years ago. I'm afraid it will take a while to arrive. Lin Chen is not surprised. The holy realm is extremely far away from the continents of the mortal realm, such as Kyushu, and it cannot be reached in a moment. It's finally time to update the system. Click to open the system, and the light screen is listed. The 6.0 version is expected to open functions, the expansion of the exercise learning function, can be used by others, etc., and the strongest enhancement functions in history have been added: exercise strengthening, weapon strengthening, mental method strengthening, and the highest level can be strengthened plus 13. Increase the consumable attribute value, strengthening points, which can be used for strengthening functions. Required for system version 6.0 update, 200 million points of intermediate level exercise essence, 50 million points of Heavenly Dao value, 50 million points of talent points. Is the host sure to update this attribute value? For today's Lin Chen, I dare not say that I don't care. But it is completely affordable. Lin Chen is not arrogant. He knows that his billions of rune energy and talent points are his life-saving cards for walking in the holy world. Without the 2 major orange-level talents, it is extremely difficult for him to even face the 5 tribulations battle emperor. Sure. Lin Chen issued an order, the system shut down, and a progress bar started to pop up, 0.1%, 0.2%. During the system update, Lin Chen took out a green seed. What the hell is this spirit plant? The green seeds, named Qingyao tree species, are obtained from the Wugong Supreme Treasure Box that Lin Chen killed by killing the false gods. The treasures of this series must be extraordinary. Lin Chen successively tried pouring spiritual water on it, accumulating spiritual crystals to burn spiritual energy, but none of them had any significant effect. What the hell is this? Lin Chen has a big head, and there is a kind of entanglement that he has the treasure in his hand but does not know why the treasure is used. He simply ran his mind at will, sending a ray of wood tribulation and water. Tribulation fighting energy, and the green seeds suddenly flourished. Huh? Is there a reaction? Lin Chen was surprised. This seed is sucking his 9 tribulations battle chi. Lin Chen intensified his efforts and never tired of it. Time passed by minute by minute. During the time when the space channel was moved to the Holy Realm, Lin Chen has been instilling his 9 tribulations fighting chi to the seeds of Qingyao. The speed of Qingyao seeds' absorption of war energy increased as it grew. During this period, Lin Chen even took several medicinal pills because of the exhaustion of war energy, and finally launched the Extreme Return 3 times. Finally, on the 15th day, the seeds of Qingyao sprouted, and a green onion sprout was born. Damn it, I have sucked so much fighting spirit from Lao Tzu, and it has only just sprouted. If it grows into a tree, it will be the year of the monkey, and the month of the horse. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly, and when he was about to continue feeding this prodigal thing, a dazzling beam of light shone in his eyes. When he turned to look around, Lin Chen was stunned. It is an incomparably vast and huge galaxy. No, it is a bit like a rotating astrolabe, to be precise. There are countless space planes, planets, and continents in the astrolabe. With the help of purple gold pupils, Lin Chen can see that there are also some space latitudes and latitudes that connect the infinite planes together. The center of the latitude and longitude is a vast star field. That is, the Holy Realm. Lin Chen was shocked. And in the star field, the limit that can be seen by Lin Chen's cultivation base is the dark ancient pagoda with arrogance and domineering. It seems to go straight to Jiuxiao, like a thing of ancient civilization. Words can't describe its stalwart. The top of the ancient pagoda seems to be engraved with 2 vigorous characters with weeping blood. Holy hell! Above the ancient pagoda, it seems that there are a few phantoms of palaces standing indistinctly. Lin Chen's eyes can still see that occasionally there are some meteor beams falling into the astrolabe. Those are all creatures like him who use the air passing stone to go to the holy world. Almost at the same time as I saw the Holy Realm, a light screen popped up in my mind. The 6.0 version of the Tiandao pickup system has been successfully updated. The system has been opened, and new functions have been launched. The new version of the system has just been updated. The space channel fell at an extreme speed, and Lin Chen lost weight under his feet. He immediately put away the seeds of Qingyao, held Yuan to defend one, and launched a 3-inch robbery. The falling speed is getting faster and faster, and finally, with a bang, the white light dazzlingly illuminates the whole world. Lin Chen's defense was torn, and his robe was broken. Holy Realm, 36 domains. Qiyunantianfu, a deep and elegant palace. The noble lady Nan Qingyun was sitting on the windowsill in the palace. Her face was frosty, and she was very unhappy. Her husband, who was in the door, dared to suspect that she was putting a cuckold on him, and sent people to follow her many times. This time I pretended to go back to my mother's house for 10 days, but I want to see, what tricks can I play with this way? Nan Qingyun specially withdrew the maid, leaving the palace empty, and she calmed down for a while. At this time, in the Bishu garden of Nantianfu, a space beam broke open, and a certain Lin, who was covered in torn robes, rolled out of it and fell into the back garden. He couldn't help cursing and said, "Grandma, the last step of the relationship is actually to use holy energy to move into the holy world." Fortunately, someone from my Lin responded quickly and jumped out of the space channel in time, gone. As soon as Lin finished scolding, he suddenly felt that the space seemed to be compressed a lot, and the pressure on his body was even stronger. But the vision brought by the space did not attract Lin Chen's attention, but the light balls of light all over the ground in the upside-down garden attracted his attention. A lot, so big. I like this green tree. Some attribute light balls in the courtyard are blue and white. The two-color attribute light ball, this is the first time Lin Chen has seen. Lin Chen bent down and picked up the blue and white light ball, and the system popped up a light screen, gained 12 enhancement points. This is actually a strengthening point? Lin Chen was ecstatic, but he immediately realized his situation, and immediately activated the innate shadow technique, which turned into a black shadow and disappeared silently. Ghosts know where this place is. You can't easily release the blue dragon. And you can leave after collecting the attribute light ball. After covering up his breath, Lin Chen quickly collected the attribute light balls in the courtyard. The high attribute value made him ecstatic. Lin Chen picked it up from the courtyard all the way into the palace. Acquired 40,000 fire-type energy, 30,000 water-type energy, 60,000 wood-type energy, 30,000 gold-type energy, 89.99 million battle spirit essence, 39 enhancement points, 150,000 talent points. Get 200,000 points of martial art spirit, 100,000 points of Heavenly Dao, 10,000 points of spiritual power. The quality of these attribute light balls far exceeds the grades harvested in the Kyushu continent. After collecting the attribute light balls in the palace, Lin Chen found that he had arrived in a blue and purple attic. The casting materials of the palace are not ordinary. It should be a big family. When I first arrived in the holy world, it is best to find some information about the holy world. It would be better if there was a map. Lin Chen pushed the door and entered a secret room called Ziyu Room. In the main hall of the palace, a group of menacing figures broke into the palace, headed by a middle-aged man dressed in a green shirt with cold eyebrows. Seeing this, the lady Nan Qingyun sneered, stood up slowly, and walked to the gate of the palace. He came here so soon? And brought so many people? Nan Qingyun also saw that the maid outside the palace was knocked unconscious by him, and sneered again and again. Zhang Yunqi, have you forgotten your identity as a doorstop? Dare to come to my mother's house to be wild? Nan Yunqing's eyes glared angrily, her aura was cold, and the cultivation of the 9-layer battle emperor broke out, and a group of people suddenly stopped. The man in the blue shirt, Zhang Yunqi, immediately put on a smiling face. Madam, am I worried about you? This little maid doesn't know the rules and won't let me in, so I have to take tough measures. Measures? Come in a hurry to see if I'm stealing a man? Send someone to follow the old lady all day long? Nan Qingyun was furious. Zhang Yunqi apologized with a smile and hugged his wife's slender waist. Madam, don't be angry, a husband and wife are blessed for 100 days, right? Let's go back. After speaking, Zhang Yunqi gave a wink to the men in black clothes beside him, and the three men wanted to rush into the palace. "Stop with me." Nan Qingyun angrily reprimanded the three, grabbed Zhang Yunqi's ear, and the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. Nan Qingyun pulled him into the palace's room, tugging at his ears, and sneered, "Don't you like to catch rape? How can you let your hands down? Right? You should come and find out for yourself. Come on, let me tell you, I have a handsome man hiding in my palace, do you know that? That's the male lover I've raised." After that, Nan Qingyun pushed Zhang Yunqi away from the palace room, and couldn't help venting his anger while searching. "You sent someone to follow the old lady for several years, right? Okay, I am today. Just let you see how handsome my little lover is." "Little lover, where are you, little lover? Hey, where is my little lover?" Nan Qingyun will burst out the grievances accumulated over the past few years. She smiled wickedly. "Do you know Zhang Yunqi, this old lady is a lover, handsome and dashing, tall and sturdy for a long time, young and youthful in the face of the wind. Elegant and heroic, but with a bit of romance, handsome and coquettish, young and temperamental. The key, he is still very good at fighting. He is a man who is not one in a trillion. He is a warrior in his early 20s. He is a genius, and he is a body refiner. His physical quality is really good. 3 days and 3 nights without rest, serving me comfortably, tsk tsk tsk, that taste. When a woman loses her temper, she is an unreasonable creature." The corners of Zhang Yunqi's mouth twitched wildly, and the three subordinates who followed behind him frantically held back laughter, but they were professionally trained and would never laugh out easily. Nan Qingyun sneered and talked non-stop, dragged Zhang Yunqi to check the rooms in the palace one by one. Zhang Yunqi took advantage of the situation to check one by one. There was no smell of strangers at all, only then did he know that his wife put this anger. Nan Qingyun pretended to be stunned again. "Hey, where is my little lover? He just played with me with his sexy little chest muscles bare. Why did he disappear? Oh, maybe it's on the top of the palace." Zhang Yunqi immediately held his wife's face and said softly, "Madam, don't make a fuss, generally you don't climb that high." Nan Qingyun sneered strangely, "Who knows, what if he has wings? You quickly climb up and find my little lover for me." Zhang Yunqi waved his hand helplessly and ordered the three men in black, "Go up." "Pa." Nan Qingyun went up with a slap, with a crisp sound. "Zhang Yunqi, you really have a blue face to let people go up, eh?" Eyelids twitched wildly. Zhang Yunqi suppressed his anger, and said with a smile on his face, "Then I won't go up." Nan Qingyun sneered with her hands behind her back, "How can I do it? How can you prove my innocence if you don't go up?" Zhang Yunqi. The professional man in black was expressionless, but his breath trembled. Finally, when the trouble came to the last ZU room left, outside the door of the room, Zhang Yunqi was completely subdued, took his wife's hand and lowered his head. "Okay, ma'am, I was wrong. I was so wrong, I was damned, I was wrong. He is indeed a very suspicious man, but his wife is still the leader of the entire force. If he wants to climb up, he has to look at his wife's face. What's wrong with you? You're right, you didn't even look at this room. How do you know that I didn't steal a man?" Nan Qingyun smiled and said, "You are going to become the mansion master in 2 years. How could you be wrong? I didn't see this room, how would you know that you were wrong? What if my little lover would in this room There was no one in this purple jade room. Zhang Yun had sensed it in advance. When he was 100 feet away, and there was no aura of strangers at all. Seeing that Madame's anger had not subsided, Zhang Yunqi shrugged and apologized. Madame, I really knew I was wrong this time, so please forgive me. This time. Don't be angry, please. Qingyun Mansion is still waiting. You go back to preside over the overall situation. Nan Qingyun's face softened a little, and she sneered, You said, are you wrong? Zhang Yunqi smiled apologetically, My fault is in. Before he could finish speaking, there was a boy's excited shout from inside Ziyu's room. It's so cool. Zhang Yunqi was stunned. The three men in black laughed out loud. Nan Qingyun was stunned as if struck by lightning. The next moment, Zhang Yun's face turned pig shit, gnashing his teeth. It's your fault that I'm wrong, you bastard. Lin Chen sneaked into the Ziyu room, and was surprised to find 3 volumes of the introduction to the power base of the 36 domains of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen was addicted to it after a little reading. The sectarian forces in the Holy Realm are divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 is the worst, rank 9 is the strongest. It also records the 3rd grade sect in Qiyu, Bingxin Palace. Bingxin Palace was one of the forces that sent messengers down to Kyushu at the beginning. This force recruited sisters Ling Yueqi and Su Lan. What made Lin Chen ecstatic even more was an ancient book titled, Cultivation and Generation Conditions of Qi Luck Spirit Plant, which records what Qi Luck Spirit Plant is. Qi and Lingji is one of the most valuable spiritual things in the holy world. There are so many strong people in the Holy Realm, and the entire Kyushu continent is no better than a 2nd-rank sect in the 36 regions. The 4-rank sects and below in the 36 domains of the Holy Realm are all calculated in units of 10,000. What is this concept? According to the common sense of Kyushu, there are not so many resources in this world to support the birth of such a large number of strong men, and Qi Luck Lingji is the key center. It is one of the main roots of the continuation of the martial Dao civilization of the holy world. It can absorb the heaven and earth luck and a small number of energy bodies as nutrients for growth. After growth, the spiritual plant of air luck will produce massive resources, endless treasures of heaven and earth. Top medicines can be produced. Even the lowest level low-grade Qi Luck spirit plant must be possessed by a 2nd-grade sect at least. 2nd-rank sect, there is at least one holy place. Lin Chen's Qingyao tree seed is the seed of the low-grade Qi Yin spiritual plant. As long as it can be nourished and grown, Lin Chen is equivalent to controlling the cultivation resources that can support the development of an entire 2nd-grade to 3rd-grade sect. More than the cultivation resources of the entire Kyushu combined. It's so cool. Lin Chen shouted excitedly. This Nima didn't even dare to think about it. I didn't expect to kill the false god to explode such a heaven-defying treasure. Oops, I got carried away, and I don't know if the dark robbery is exhausted. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the congenital shadow technique was lifted, and there was a monstrous murderous aura outside the room. Bang! The door was slammed open, and a figure was as ill as a light, and it went straight to Lin Chen. Squinting his eyes, Lin Chen mobilized the 9 Tribulations battle body, 9.5 million dragon power poised for a backhand punch. Bang! The fists and palms collided, the palace swayed, and the aftermath overturned a large number of books in the room. The two sides looked at each other. Only then did Zhang Yunqi realize that the robe of the young man in front of him was cracked. Nan Qingyun and the three men in black outside Ziyu's room were stunned at first sight. Looking at it a little, the boy's figure is tall and straight, and the streamlined muscles are faintly outlined under the torn shirt, which is almost perfect. Looking at his face again, his eyebrows are like light feathers, his pupils turn to startle rainbows, his eyes are like bright stars under the starry sky. His eyebrows are hidden with domineering intent, and the corners of his mouth are smiling. It's wild and wild, even men will be jealous when they see it. A battle emperor in his early 20s, and is he really a body refining battle emperor with dual cultivation of battle body? Zhang Yunqi was burning with jealousy. After the previous fight, he had already sensed Lin Chen's pure power as strong as the ancient beast. He was 100% sure that the little white face must be this kid. He really didn't expect that Nan Qingyun would dare to steal men under his nose. Her feelings were so wild just now, and she dared to take him around the entire palace. Did she really ignore him? Nan Qingyun is messy. What's going on? Her palace has clearly rejected anyone. Why is it even more frightening to be mixed in with such a talented young man? It perfectly meets all the conditions she just said. See the hell? The hell in broad daylight? Seeing the heavy atmosphere, someone Lin showed a harmless sunny smile. That what? Don't mind this big brother, I just passed by. Passing by you, come on together, cut off this kid's limbs first. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly, and the purple phoenix wings flapped and rolled purple flames, and immediately stepped on the dark step. Even stepping on the void to move instantly flashed out of the purple jade room. Fuck, it really has wings. The man in black was shocked. Is this the time to admire Nima? Chase it for Lao Tzu. Zhang Yunqi waved his hand and saw Nan Qingyun, a lady who was in a panic, and sneered, you are having a good show, I will clean up you when I come back. Nan Qingyun's face flushed, I didn't. Fuck you, this Nima has wings, and you told me not to. Grass. Lin Chen flew wildly all the way, and the 3 9-layer war emperors behind him were gradually thrown away by him. He has already got the information he wants, and it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Lin arrived at the Holy Realm for the first time, and he is not familiar with the realm, so it is not the time to cause trouble. The location I am in is Chiyu Qinghong City, which is less than 8,000 miles away from Bingxin Palace. First, go to Bingxin Palace to confirm the situation of Sister Yueqi. South of Qinghong City, Bingxin Palace stands in the Tianshuang Mountains, with a unique terrain and abundant spiritual energy. There are many palaces in the mountains. Bingxin Palace is a third-grade sect. There are more than 1 million brothers in the palace, there are countless geniuses, and there are even true disciples nominated for the Holy World Genius List. What, you said that our senior sister, Ling Yueqi, is yours? Grass. Little brother, how many drinks did you drink last night? You won't be so drunk if you eat a single dish. Get out of the way, my urine is yellow, I'll wake him up. You said your name was Lin Chen? Never heard of it. Ha ha ha. Where is this wild boy from? Senior sister Ling Yueqi has 9 extremely cold veins. She is the true successor of our Bingxin Palace rising 2.5 years ago. A wild boy like you is also qualified to know her? I'm afraid not. Do you want to use your name to infiltrate my Bingxin Palace? To conspire? Get out of here, don't fight. At the entrance of the mountain range, several male gatekeepers of the 9th level of Yuan Zuanjing glanced at Lin, who was wearing tattered clothes, with sarcasm. Wait, didn't those bullshit messengers from the Holy Realm say that their forces will always welcome me? How is this different from what they said? Lin Chen was speechless, and was about to defend himself when a cold and heavy voice came. What's the matter? It's noisy. Flowing clouds moved, and Lingyi came by the wind. 3 young men and women stood proudly on Lingyi's back, with a sword in the head of the young man, with cold and handsome faces and arrogant expressions. My God, it's the true disciple returning from the mission, and senior brother. Bing Tianzi. I'm waiting for the named disciple, and I've seen senior brother Bing Tianzi. The gatekeeper disciples immediately clasped their fists respectfully. One of them pointed at Lin Chen, and respectfully reported, Senior brother Bing Tianzi, this person threatened that senior sister Ling Yueqi is his woman, and we are preparing to educate him. Oh? Bing Tianzi raised his brows slightly, and glanced at Lin Chen. His face gradually turned cold, and Lin Chen saw through his depth at a glance. The 8th Battle Queen period within 400 years old, the latter two are not weak. The background of the 3rd grade sect is really as strong as the ancient book records. Lin Chen secretly thought in his heart, Bing Tianzi was carrying a 3-foot Qing Feng and jumped down. Junior sister Ling Yueqi is the true successor of my Bingxin Palace. No one can disgrace her reputation. She can save her life by giving up her arms, cutting her tongue, kneeling and kowtowing to apologize. Bing Tianzi was aggressive. Lin Chen laughed lightly and jokingly. Hey, you don't look as handsome as me, why are you crazier than me? Pucci. This person is quite interesting. The petite beauty on Lingyi covered her mouth and laughed. Hee, this son of heaven, obviously he admires junior sister Ling Yueqi, but he wants to find an excuse to punish others. Another long-haired senior sister shook her head. Senior sister, should we help him? Don't worry, this person is a bit complicated. Bing Tianzi is just trying to test him. In the holy world, being handsome is useless. Don't think that you can come here with a little brute force. Today, I will clear you up on behalf of Junior Sister Yueqi. Choke. With a sword unsheathed, the dragon roars, and the cold light is faintly sealed for thousands of miles. Bing Tianzi's qi runs through Changhong, and the cold is monstrous. The faces of the named disciples changed. No one would have imagined that Bing Tianzi would draw his sword directly. He is a true disciple, and the only person who can make him draw a sword is a true disciple of the same level. Clang! The 5-color dragon light was entangled, and the 5 dragons swung the imperial spear diagonally to block the sword's edge, stirring up the cold wind and waves, and the cold crystals floated around, shocking a group of named disciples to be blown away by the aftermath. Lin Chen TSK amazed, swords as soon as we meet? You are really cheap. Enough. Humph. He really is a body-refining barbarian, dare to insult junior sister Yueqi, die. 14 Bing Ling swords. Bing Tianzi had insight into Lin Chen's extraordinary flesh, but he did not expect that he would be able to use his own sword. The 7th order high grade Qi Bing sword in his hand pulled 5 frost sword flowers in a row, and suddenly picked 5 of Lin Chen's swords. Orientation, one shot is full of tricky murderous intentions. Gorgeous swordsmanship, break it for me. Lin Chen was savage and domineering like a rainbow, the 5-color dragon. Spear slammed down, swept diagonally, and the spear was full of domineering intent, and he blew the ice sword flower alive. Although Lin Chen doesn't cause trouble, he is not afraid of trouble if the other party makes a move. Immediately turned back to the customer, kicked the soles of his feet, like an angry dragon flying into the sky, and rushed towards the Bingtianzi, with a wide range of marksmanship to attack the Bingtianzi. Damn it, it's true, he can actually fight with senior brother Bingtianzi? It's a body-refining emperor. His strength is very strong, and his marksmanship is even more domineering. He is not inferior to many true brothers. The named disciple snorted coldly. This kid looked like a beggar. Apart from being handsome, there was nothing unusual about him. How could he be on a par with the true disciples of the third-grade sect? The sixth-order Lingi was shocked by the aftermath of the battle, and the two goddesses were shocked. Just relying on pure strength and a single shot to be on par with Bingtianzi, that's amazing. It's not that simple. Bingtianzi is one of junior sister Yuichi's ardent admirers. He won't let it go. He may use his top purple swordsmanship in this battle. Lin Chen didn't plan to reveal his trump card, even the 9 tribulations of creation mentality was useless, not to mention the trump cards such as the sevenfold transformation. He wanted to test how extraordinary the battle emperor in this holy world was. Clang. Taking another sword from the opponent, Lin Chen moved in his heart and immediately connected to the system. System, I want to activate the enhancement function, strengthen the weapon. The 5 Dragon Dynasty Emperor Spear. Consume 5 enhancement points, strengthen, +1 Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear. Successfully, power increase, 10%. Consume 8 enhancement points, strengthen, +2 Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear. Successfully, power increase, 10%. Consumes 11 enhancement points. While Lin Chen was distracted to strengthen the 5 Dragons Dynasty Emperor Spear, he fought with Bingtianzi non-stop. For a time, the momentum of this battle attracted hundreds of disciples passing by nearby, and even the elders were alarmed. Hey, what's the origin of this sun? It's interesting to be able to fight against Bingtianzi for hundreds of rounds without losing the wind. Elder Mo Jingyu, who stood at the top of the palace, was very curious while watching the battle. Consume 69 enhancement points, strengthen, +11 Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear. Successfully, power increase, 30%. Consume 78 enhancement points, the enhancement fails, and the enhancement level remains unchanged. Consume 78 enhancement points, strengthen, +12 Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear. Successfully, power increase, 30%. Strengthen 12 success. The rank of the Emperor Spear of the 5 Dragon Dynasty has not been upgraded, and in the lingering 5-color dragon light, the tip of the spear has a tinge of dark blue brilliance. After a long battle, he couldn't take Lin Chen, Bingtianzi's face flushed as if he was humiliated, his sword's edge soared, and he shouted angrily. Ice Dragon Intercepting Sword. The blade slashed horizontally, the cold air suddenly rose, and the flickering ice war air swirled and condensed into an ice dragon head that was more than 10 meters tall. The dragon head glowed with a sharp sword glow, killing Lin Chen. Ice Dragon's Interception, isn't this senior brother, Bingtianzi's, top grade purple rank swordsmanship, second only to that chilling swordsmanship? Is it mine? Even with this level of swordsmanship, how strong is this kid? Some named disciples retreated more than 10 miles, and the ice dragon was majestic and terrifying, making countless people tremble with fear. In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Chen laughed arrogantly. Ice Dragon swordsmanship, broken. Lin Chen stabbed violently with one shot, like a flying dragon piercing through the air. Pure force swayed out the killing energy, attached several dark calamities, and smashed the sword light ice dragon. What? Bing Tianzi's face changed slightly, and his figure retreated. Tear. A shadow of the moonlight flashed as fast as a rainbow, and flashed too. The top of Bing Tianzi's head, Lin Chen shot down with a gun high in anger. Unprepared, Bing Tianzi can only run the ice war and raise his sword to block. Bang! Click! The crisp cracking sound echoed in everyone's ears. Bing Tianzi was blasted away by Lin Chen, destroying the ancient pine trees along the way, and fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a big hole. Hiss! Many named disciples could not help but gasp for air. Brother Bing Tianzi lost to a wild boy of unknown origin? Clang! The Qi Bingjian sword light was scattered, and when it was inserted upside down on the ground, it made the scalps of many disciples go numb. The body of the sword split into a terrifying crack the size of 2 fingers, causing the entire sword to be almost broken and useless. Some disciples who were good at casting utensils couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking they were wrong. I read that right, cracked? That's Brother Qi Bing's sword. The Qi Bingjian of the 7th Order High Grade Blessing Senior. Brother Bing Tianzi's fighting spirit itself is indestructible. That guy's gun seems to be only the 7th grade high grade, right? Qi Bingjian Guanghua was dim, consistent with the appearance of its owner. Vomiting blood. When everyone looked at the Wulong Dynasty Emperor spear again, they saw that the body of the spear had 5 colors of brilliance, and its edge was unparalleled. What the hell is going on here? All the disciples doubted life. The gap between the top weapons is larger for each grade. Even the power difference of 1 grade is nearly double the difference. The 7th Order high grade war gun cracks the 7th grade high grade sword? According to common sense, this situation is completely his mother's nonsense. Even the 2 daughters on Lingyi, who were also the true heirs, were stunned. Only the elder Imo Jingyu at the top of the entrance hall, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen's golden gun. The 5-color dragon light lingering around the gun body is the grade atmosphere that comes with the high-end weapon itself. What caught his attention was the dark blue brilliance on the tip of the gun. This brilliance had grown from nothing in battle, then changed from green to green, and then turned to dark green. Although the level of the weapon has not changed, its power has increased by 2 grades. Witnessing the whole process, Elder Imo Jingyu set off a storm in his heart. Could it be that he can improve the power of the weapon without affecting the grade? I can't see through it, the old man can't see through this child. At the first taste of the power of the strengthening function, Lin Chen was very surprised. The enhancement function is currently up to +13 enhancement. The Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear is strengthened from +1 to +8, and the power of each level is increased by 10%. The strengthening will not change the original rank of the weapon. The increase in power is an additive method. +9-10 increase by 15% per level, +11-12 increase by 30% per level, strengthen. +12 Wulong Dynasty Emperor Spear, the power has increased by 170% compared to the original. Nearly double the power. In addition, Lin Chen can also strengthen the heart method, the exercise method, and even the medicinal herbs and medicinal materials. As long as he has enough strengthening points, all of them can be strengthened. It is indeed called one of the strongest functions by the system. The new version update that I just completed when I arrived in the Holy Realm. There are so many people, I have to find a place with no one to study the functions of the system. When Lin Chen made up his mind, Bing Tianzi stood up in embarrassment, staring at Lin Chen with extremely resentful eyes, and wanted to rush up to fight him again. Monitor Lin Chen? With a coquettish cry, two beauties from Lori came flying from the sky at high speed, their clouds fluttering like white swans. When Lin Chen saw it, he was actually an old friend. Lin Chen. Hearing this name, Mo Jingyu shuddered and said to himself, could he be the true legend of the mortal world? Some named disciples were stunned and shocked. It's senior sister Su Lan and senior sister Su Lan. My God, I read it right, aren't the two senior sisters second only to senior sister Ling Yueqi's two icebergs? It is said that they are not interested in men at all. They actually laughed at this wild boy? The two sisters fell to Lin Chen's side, overjoyed, and swept away the arrogance and frost that they used to be in the Bingxin Palace. The younger sister, Su Lan Gerlin, is cute, and the elder sister's smile is gentle and touching. Squad leader, how did you come up? What's going on in Kyushu? Su Lan is like an energetic bird, chatting around Lin Chen and asking. Bing Tianzi's expression was sluggish, and he froze in place. He once approached Ling Yueqi and was rejected. Later, he learned that the two sisters had an extraordinary relationship with Ling Yueqi, and when he tried to approach them, he didn't have a good face, as cold as an iceberg. There were even rumors that they were not interested in men at all. The two iceberg goddesses in the hearts of countless disciples actually smiled at a strange man, which once made it difficult for the male disciples present to accept the reality. Goodbye to the two daughters. Lin Chen is also happy, they have become the realm of war emperors. And it is still the cultivation base of the fifth layer. War emperor. According to the time of the Holy Realm, they have left Kyushu for nearly 3 months, and they have climbed to this point after only 3 years in the Holy Realm. This speed is second only to Lin Chen's growth rate in Kyushu. Okay, this is the end of the matter. We are all friends, it was a misunderstanding. Elder Mo Jingyu stepped into the air from the hall, and many disciples quickly gave way to salute. Elder Mo. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This old man is very strong, at least above the Three Tribulations Battle Emperor. Little guy, are you Lin Chen? Mo Jingyu stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Exactly. That's right, it really is a dragon and a phoenix. It's no wonder that Nizi will personally tell us that 3 years have passed and the affairs have been busy and forgotten. I hope you don't take the previous conflicts to heart, boy Lin Chen. Mo Jingyu rarely smiled and almost offended this great god. This is a natural talent that can disturb the elders in the palace. He has also heard internal news. It is said that his emperor has alerted several supreme elders to come to the mortal world to recruit this child, but he did not succeed. It is said that there is a holy prison in the mortal world, and those criminals are coveted by the great powers. This son can arrive safely, don't you think? Mo Jingyu, an old fox, immediately noticed the elements, and his face softened to please Lin Chen, and even made him the VIP of Bingxin Palace. Wait a minute. I don't agree, Elder Mo, this is a nameless wild boy, how can he be a guest of my Bingxin Palace VIP? Bing Tianzi was in a rage, and he scolded and questioned. Many male disciples also cast an indignant look. Lin Chen whistled to the two women beside him in a playful manner. You two are so charming, if so many people fight, I can't beat them. Su Lan gave him a charming glance. Su Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Her delicate ears were dyed with a red glow. Seeing Lin Chen and the two iceberg goddesses flirting with each other, all The male disciples couldn't help gnashing their teeth. Lin Chen is the VIP of our Bingxin Palace. This is the decision of the Presbyterian Church. It's not up to you and me to decide, or do you want to fight him again? Let's see who is more embarrassing. Mo Jingyu cast a glance at him, the latter body trembled, gritted his teeth, took his Qi Bingjian and left. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lin Chen won the previous battle with ease. Even if he uses the strongest swordsmanship, it is very likely to bring shame on himself. Little friend Lin Chen, please come here. Elder Mo Jingyu led the way, and sisters Lin Chen and Su Lan followed, but the two daughters on Lingyi's eyes lit up. It turned out to be him, Lin Chen, who was mentioned by the Council of Elders. It's no wonder that he was able to defeat Bing Tianzi so easily. He deserves to be valued by the high-level people. It seems that the palace is going to roll up a huge wave. As soon as Lin Chen entered the Bingxin Palace, the void and the ground were full of attribute light balls. He ignored the abnormal gazes of others, and immediately picked it up, and his attributes were soaring. Mo Jingyu's mouth twitched wildly when he saw that he was madly scratching at the air and the ground as soon as he entered the Bingxin Palace. If he hadn't seen him defeat Bing Tianzi with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a beggar who had entered the palace based on his appearance and behavior. Enter the palace? In the evening, after someone madly picked up Lin Chen, Mo Jingyu had difficulty arranging Lin Chen's residence, and frankly admitted that Lin Chen would stay here for a while, and he would report the arrival of the upper level Lin Chen. Lin Chen's residence. In the room, Lin Chen listened to the two daughters tell about the experience of the holy world for more than 2 years. Teacher Ling Yueqi has become the top true disciple, and she is still in retreat recently, and she will take part in the Tsangyue secret realm trial in a few days. That is the place where top true disciples can go. You may have to wait for a few months, monitor. See the teacher. After listening to Su Lan's story, Lin Chen fell silent. How many months would it take? There is actually a way that is not a solution, that is, the two of us pass the assessment after 3 days and become blue-level true disciples. Blue-level true disciples can not only enter the Tsangyue battlefield, but also choose their own team members, even if they are outsiders. You can also have personnel, and then we will be able to take you to the Tsangyue battlefield with the squad leader. Su Lan giggled, and her sister, Su Lan, immediately gave her a white glance. Don't make trouble. With our possibility, the probability of passing the assessment is less than 20%, so it's too early to say. Oh? Assessment? What kind of assessment is it? Lin Chen was curious. Su Lan explained patiently. 3 days later, Bingxin Palace will hold a disciple assessment. Those who pass the assessment will hopefully improve their status as disciples and enjoy more sectarian benefits. The background of the third-grade sect is terrifyingly strong, with more than 1 million disciples. According to the number of powerhouses in a third-grade sect far exceeds the total number of the entire Kyushu continent and the Sky Tower combined. The Bingxin Palace is divided into 3 levels, name, outer hall, inner hall. True disciple, and true inheritance is divided into 3 levels, blue, and purple. Named disciples can only do chores to help with the low-level chores of the sect, and in any sect, they can only practice open low-level green level 2. Low-level blue level exercises. Only by becoming a disciple of the outer hall or above can you get the initial training of the sect. The evaluation of the disciples is extremely strict, not to mention the evaluation ceremony of the true inheritance. It's not a problem for me and Lanner to sharpen the mind. The problem lies in the cultivation of the mind and the assessment of combat power. These two levels are extremely difficult. At least it is possible to cultivate the mind to the 5th level. The two of us are only now into the 3rd realm. Su Lan shook her head. She didn't expect too much for this assessment. No, I can help you. Suddenly, Lin grabbed the two sisters' catkins excitedly, and the beautiful woman's heart trembled in shock. As long as he can help the two daughters become true disciples, and since he can see teacher Yuichi right away, Lin Chen doesn't plan to keep it. All kinds of new functions of his system are ready to go. Leave it to me this time. I'll let your sisters orgasm together. In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a light of excitement which made the two girls feel ashamed and annoyed. What does he want to do? For the next 2 days, the Bingxin Palace was full of Lin Chen's rumors. In particular, the two legendary beauties, Su Lan and Su Lan, stayed in his resting place for 2 days and 2 nights without leaving, which confirmed the truth of countless rumors. And during this time, Lin Chen really understood the greatness of the civilization of the holy world. Sacred world, saints are everywhere, war emperors are like dogs, Yuanzuan walks everywhere. Babies born in the holy world are nourished by the innate holy energy of the holy world, and they are almost born in the spiritual realm. After becoming an adult, most of them can enter the heavenly astral realm. Because the order of time and space are different, the holy realm needs to reach the Yuanzun realm to initially master the space and fly in the air, but the stability of the space is extremely strong, even the 5 tribulations. Battle Emperor does not have the space crystal wall to tear the holy realm. Tear apart the holy space, only the saint can do it. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon can be as long as 80,000 zhang in Kyushu. It is like a mountain range and can be placed in the holy world. Affected by the spatial order, it may only be a few tens of zhang in size. But there is no doubt that this must be a world with a higher development of martial arts civilization. It's a huge world. The powerhouses in any corner of the holy world are more than all the powerhouses in Kyushu. Inside the secret room, when the two sisters opened their beautiful eyes, a glimmer of light flashed across them, and then they entered the depths of their pupils. When they looked at Lin Chen again, their eyes were full of shock, consternation, and incredible. Squad leader, are you the reincarnation of the legendary Holy King? Su Lan stared at Lin Chen's back with incomparable admiration and longing. Lin pretended to sigh deeply. Holy King can't be as handsome as me, but it's a pity that I can help you. Just a little bit. A little bit? Su Lan was almost laughed at. If this is to let others know what Lin Chen has done to their sisters in the past 2 days, I am afraid that the entire Bingxin Palace will have to explode. At night, outside the secret room, Su Lan seemed to think of something, and asked Lin Chen, by the way, squad leader, do you have silver coins on you? When you first arrived in the holy world? Most of the coins in circulation at the level of war emperors in the holy world. They are all silver coins. Su Lan spread out her delicate palms and handed a few silver coins to Lin Chen. Shimmering silver glows on the silver coins, which contain a unique energy fluctuation. Silver Saint Yuan coin? What is this? Lin Chen's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered that there are no silver coins, but he has 10 gold coins. The squad leader doesn't know yet. Lingjing in the Holy Realm is only Applicable to the currency in circulation below the war emperor. Above the war emperor, everyone uses the silver Saint Yuan coins. The currency tempered by the holy energy has many wonderful uses. For example, adding silver holy yuan coins in the process of refining medicine can increase the spirituality and medicinal power of medicinal pills, and also speed up the efficiency and process of refining medicines. Forging top-level weapons can also increase the success rate, and silver holy yuan coins can repair damaged ones. Weapons, these are the top cultivation resources that are not available in the Kyushu mainland. Su Lan smiled and explained Lin Chen's confusion, and she also sighed. The most important thing is that this silver coin can help warriors break through the bottleneck. People in the holy world no longer need to break through life and death to break through the emperor, as long as there is with enough silver coins and pills. No matter how talented you are, there is a very high possibility of stepping into the realm of the emperor. Even if you fail, you will not die. The words aroused thousands of waves in his heart, and when he heard Su Lan's explanation, Lin Chen was shocked. It can repair damaged weapons, refine pills to speed up and increase the potency, and even resolve the death of a broken life wheel. In the holy world, martial artist practice is to burn money. As long as there are enough huge resources to support, even a pig can be smashed into a top powerhouse. Silver Saint Yuan coins are mainly produced in areas such as Chi Luck Spirit, plants, heaven and earth or veins, etc. It's normal for you to be surprised. We just learned the news when we were in the holy world, and we haven't rested for several days. Su Lan chuckled, staring at Lin Chen's face full of amazement. Silver Saint Yuan coins have many wonderful uses, and the higher-level golden Saint Yuan coins can even improve people's spirituality and comprehension, and double the speed at which people learn combat skills. Of course, and the squad leader you did to us. It is true that the efficiency is not the same grade. Here. If you don't have the silver Saint Yuan coin with you, squad leader, use ours first. My sister and I's monthly donation is 100 silver Saint Yuan coin per person. The outer temple disciple only has 1 monthly donation and the inner temple disciple, 10. Su Lan looked like a little rich man. With one hand on his hips, he threw a dozen silver Saint Yuan coins to Lin Chen very shyly, with the appearance of, "Sister is taking care of you." Lin Chen took the silver coin and looked at it curiously. Then he took out his long Yao war knife. When the knife was beheading Mo Tianji, the edge of the blade was cracked. After all, it was the body of a saint, and even if the cultivation base was abolished, it would not completely change his physique. Lin Chen tried to put a silver holy dollar coin on the crack of the battle knife, and saw a flash of silver light, and the silver holy dollar coin turned into a silver light that enveloped the blade. After a while, the crack was miraculously sewn up automatically. My mom, what an amazing guy. Lin Chen was amazed. This is placed in Kyushu, we need to find the same materials. Please use a high-level caster to repair Longyao's crack. In the holy world, only silver coins are needed. In the silver Saint Yuan coin, there seems to be a kind of origin-like energy of good fortune, which can be converted into all energy, and this good fortune energy is used to mend the gap of the war weapon. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled at the two girls and asked, "How many silver coins can be exchanged for that gold coin?" Golden Saint Yuan coins are more widely used, and the value of one is equivalent to 10,000 silver Saint Yuan coins. Su Lan explained. Lin Chen was shocked. Couldn't he have 100,000 silver coins? in his possession? Silver Saint Yuan coins belong to the consumption resources of the entire holy world, and are in short supply at any time. Lin Chen is considered to be carrying a huge amount of money when he first arrived in the holy world. The two sisters of the Qing level, true inheritance, only add up to 2,400 a year's monthly payment. It turns out that the orange crystal treasure chest is not bad. Lin Chen snickered in his heart, and put away the silver Saint Yuan coin given by Su Lan. The next day, the disciples' assessment was held in the east of the Tianshuang Mountains. In the east of the mountain range, the glaciers are cold and the endless snowstorms are raging, but a giant ice city has been built, which is crystal clear, like a scene in a fairy tale. The vastness of the Tianshuang Mountains is a bit larger than the combined territory of the entire Lingzhou Alliance. Today, the disciples gathered more than 700,000 people, and the momentum was huge. More than 500,000 people participated in the assessment. East, number 3 assessment field. Lin Chen, who was sitting outside the court, put Erlang's legs on the table, waiting for the results of the second daughter's assessment. This is the rumored VIP Lin Chen? Didn't you say he wanted to be a beggar? Why does he look so handsome? Che, don't you know that as soon as he entered our Bingxin Palace, he was frantic, and those who didn't know thought he was a lunatic, and he didn't understand what the elder was doing wrong to actually fall in love with this person. At least they have defeated senior brother Bing Tianzi, so they must have some strength. What are you sour about? The experience of the elders is beyond our imagination, and it is not our turn to question their decisions. There were a lot of chattering voice transmissions, and Lin Chen couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he heard a little bit of eavesdropping. At this time, the two women walked out of the assessment arena, and Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems that the Xinqing assessment has been passed, and the next is the Xinfa assessment. The mentality and combat strength assessment are the key to advancing to the blue level true inheritance. That little guy is Lin Chen? I heard that the human world is related to the holy prison criminal. This child lived and died together with the mortal world. Kyushu at the beginning. Now that he appears, could it be that he can still deal with the holy prison criminal? A very young body refining flesh shell, who controls more than 9 million dragon powers at a young age, and who is a very mysterious young man with a fighting spirit that even the elders can't see through. On the high platform of the number 3 assessment field, there are 6 old men in white robes sitting and standing. Most of them are immortal, and they are not familiar with the world. That kid is Lin Chen? On the other side of the venue, a handsome man in a luxurious robe asked nonchalantly. Yes. It's this kid, and I hope my senior brother will decide for me. A few days ago, he looked arrogant, but now the mighty Bing Tianzi was standing behind the handsome man, like a servant. Because his arrogance is not worthy of carrying shoes, compared to the senior brother next to him. Ji Qingming, a purple-level true disciple. There are more than 1 million disciples of Bingxin Palace, and only 100 people can be promoted to purple rank, true inheritance. What is even more terrifying is that this Ji Qingming has a record and title that most of the purple rank, true inheritances, do not have. There are 3 lists of talents in the holy world: the genius list, the evildoer list, and the saint talent list. It's no wonder that senior sister Lan Xiao can be alerted to come down to earth. It really is a bit of a brush. It's a very good secret technique. It hides the cultivation base very secretly. Ji Qingming's understatement glanced at Lin Chen's details. Seeing through Lin Chen's details, he did not put Lin Chen in his eyes at all. Saint Realm Genius List, every genius is the top existence in the Holy Realm. If you don't enter the Genius List, you will always be the arrogance of everyone. No matter how strong that kid is, naturally he can't compare to senior brother Qingming. When Bing Tianzi agreed, Ji Qingming smiled. No matter how strong your talent is, you have to have forces to support it. What's more, if you die, what's the use of no matter how powerful your potential is? Number 140, number 141, Qing level true disciples, Ling Qiaolon and Ling Qiaoyu have passed the mentality assessment. When an old referee announced, 2 young and beautiful true disciples jumped down from the green steps. The 2 girls have a dignified and beautiful appearance, and they look alike. And they are also twin sisters. The 2 girls passed the assessment and passed by with Sister Su Lan, the former said with a sneer. I didn't think that the cold faces of your sisters in the past were artificial. Your concubine injured Bing Tianzi, he is our brother Ji Qingming's person. This account is not so simple, you 2 sisters better not pass the test, otherwise when I meet Miss Ben in the final assessment, I will make your pretentious faces never recover. The elder sister Ling Qiaolon sneered, and the younger sister, Ling Qiaoyu, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sister, you are too kind. The 2 junior sisters have only just reached the 3rd level of mentality, and passing the mentality assessment is a problem. Why are you qualified to fight against us? Su Lan frowned, and Su Lan responded calmly, our sisters have only spent more than 2 years to cultivate the mind technique to the 3rd level, which is much better than some people who have failed the mind technique test more than a dozen times. Too much. You? Ling Qiaolon's face was like a pig's liver, and the Su Lan sisters ignored the 2 daughters, and the lotus steps moved gently, like dancing butterflies, and stepped onto the secluded green ice platform. Su Lan, start the mental assessment. The old referee next to her saw a gleam in her eyes and announced as usual. The 2 sisters set foot on the icy steps in the assessment arena. The steps are quiet and green, and the light blue chill that pervades the rise is extremely cold, causing heavy snow to fall from time to time in the air, lingering with a chill that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Just stepping on the first step, the dark blue ice mist slowly rose, as if ignoring the defense of the fighting spirit, as if it was pervasive, it entered the body of Sister Su Lan. The 2 women's well-trained hearts and minds disintegrated this cold air, and easily stepped onto the 2nd icy stairs. We're ready to reach the 3rd rank. The minimum assessment requirement is to step on the 4th rank. The next step is the key. The elders and onlookers watched intently. After the time of Lin Chen, many people couldn't help but pay special attention to Sister Su Lan. This ice step is the 9th step of Qianhan, which is specially used to test the spiritual realm of true disciples. Each rank corresponds to the 9 realms of Bingxin Palace's true inheritance. Ayahan Jizongshan. This mind method was adapted from an extension of the half-orange level mind method by a great ancestor of Bingxin Palace. It ranks at the top of the purple rank, and whether it is a top-level low-level or a top-level top-level depends on the cultivation realm. Ayahan 9 heavens is divided into 9 realms. The first 3 are entry, the middle 3 are proficient, the last 2 are great achievements, and the last 9th is complete. The entry is the top low grade, the proficient is the middle grade, the big 1 is the top grade, and if the cultivation is complete, it is the top purple. Mental method. 9-level consummation and 3-level entry are completely 2-level mental methods. Ayahan Zhongshan is only qualified to cultivate as a true disciple. Only. The entry level is the top-level low-level mental method of the purple rank. This is enough to disdain the countless mental method grades. This is the foundation of the third-rank sect. Only those who have cultivated to the 9th level of consummation will have the qualification to cultivate the half-orange level inheritance of the heart. Method of the Bingxin Palace. However, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose, as if he was not worried about this assessment at all. In front of everyone's eyes, the two women stepped on the 3rd floor of ice green steps, and the coldness rose sharply. Many true traditions watched intently, and the performance of the two girls on the 3rd floor of the ice green steps would reveal their understanding of the 3rd level of spirituality. Huh? They seem to have spare capacity. Didn't they just enter the triple realm? How could it be so easy? The dozen or so true inheritances were stunned, and Sister Ling Chaolan was in shock. The bluff must be pretending to be calm and calm. When Ling Xiaoyu sneered, her face became stiff the next moment. Boom! The originally cold venue seemed even more chilly, and the cold wind was blowing, piercing the skin and breaking the bones, and many of the named disciples who were watching couldn't help shivering. 4th stage. Sister Su Lan stepped onto the 4th stage without any pressure. Ayahan's 4th level, heart-to-heart ice spirit. The Su Lan sisters looked at each other and smiled. The surface of her sebum like skin was glowing with cyan radiance. All the real faces outside the venue were very exciting. Sister Su Lan only advanced to the 3rd level 2 months ago. Most of the true heirs of this news know by heart, but in 2 months, how can they advance to the 4th level by leaps and bounds? Mindfulness cultivation is not a cultivation base, each level represents a practitioner's level of understanding and experience of mindfulness, and it cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. Impossible, they cheated, they must be cheating. Aya Qiaoyu was extremely shocked and screamed out of control. After 3.5 years of many trials and hardships, she and her sister failed more than a dozen times before they advanced to the 4th level of mentality. Sister Su Lan's talent is not extreme, how can they make rapid progress in 2 months? Little girl, are you questioning the wife's vision and fairness? The old referee spoke coldly, her eyes as cold as a blade locked on Ling Qiaoyu. She felt like she was in an ice prison, trembling all over. Elder, Qiaoyu didn't mean to offend. Ling Chaolan immediately pleaded guilty. The old woman frowned, put away her cultivation base to suppress, and sneered, whether cheating, many elders present will judge. When it's your turn to speak falsely, ignorant child, step back. The sister suffered a dumb loss, and the sister Ling Qiaoyu looked at Sister Su Lan on the steps with resentment and hatred in her heart. 2 goddamn sluts, it's best not to let us meet in the final trial, just based on your 5-layer war emperor's cultivation, I will definitely abolish you. Stepping into the 4th floor on the spot was not enough to alarm the elders. Suddenly, the unintentional eyes of several elders and old women of Bingxin Palace who were sitting on the podium suddenly became fierce. No, it's not that simple. As soon as the voice fell, a blue light candle shone, the chill suddenly rose. And snow melted into ice in all directions. Countless true legends were stunned, and the 2 sisters and 2 daughters actually climbed to the 5th floor. The elders of the stage stared at the 2 women for a while, and some elder trembled. It seems that they are more than that, they can easily resolve the cold of the 5th order Ayahan. This question is completely different. This proves that the second female cultivator has reached the level of Proficiency in the 5th level realm. Maybe it is the 5th level perfection. Ji Qingming's eyes narrowed. The second daughter was promoted to the 4th level, and he didn't see it at all, but if the 5th level was successful, the problem would be extraordinary. At that time, his grades were only slightly better than the 2 girls. Breaking 2 realms in 2 months, is this possible? This kind of cultivation is so fast, maybe only someone like Ling Yueqi can do it. Unless they use the golden Saint Yuan coin to cultivate their spiritual skills, but the value of the golden Saint Yuan coin is so high that even the palace lord dares not use it easily. When the elders were guessing, only Elder Mo Jingyu looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting in the distance. I saw him light and windy, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if everything was expected. Could it be that? Impossible, this son and sister, Su Lan, have only met for 3 days. Is it possible that such a shocking change can happen in 3 days? There should be another opportunity. Mo Jingyu laughed and shook his head, perhaps because he thought too much. But, next is the main event. Sister Su Lan smiled sweetly and stepped onto the 6th step without any pressure. All the true disciples seem to have seen a ghost. This 6th level corresponds to the 6th realm of the mind, breaking the 3rd level in 2 months. The cultivation of this mental method in the later stage is more difficult than the other. The later stage of cultivation is more than tens of hundreds of times more difficult than the earlier stage. The value of the top-grade purple level mental methods is even more precious than dozens of volumes of the top-grade low-grade purple mental methods. It can be said that the difference in value between the top-level low-quality mental methods and the top-level best mental methods is how difficult it is. However, what everyone didn't expect is that this fucking is just the beginning. The 2 sisters went hand in hand and went straight to the 7th floor. The experienced elders were stunned on the spot. Absolutely true genius. After worshipping the Bingxin Palace for less than 3 years, he cultivated to the 7th level of the mind, and his talent must belong to the level of the true disciple of the purple level. Bang! Ji Qingming crushed the teacup with one palm, and a deep killing intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect the 2 of them to be promoted to this point. It's interesting. The Bing Tianzi next to him was silent and did not dare to make a sound. When he looked at the 9th order of Qianhan, he still showed a bit of shock. My God, it's too deep to hide. In the first 2 months, there was news from the elders that the 2 sisters had cultivated to the 3rd level. How can this be the 3rd level? My day. But, why are they hiding it until now? Wouldn't it be possible to get the monthly payment and training resources of the high-level true inheritance earlier? If they hide it, it won't do any good. There was a lot of heated discussion, and more disciples poured into the venue. At this moment, the Su Lan sisters became the focus of the venue. Even the true disciples were full of amazement, envy, jealousy, and jealousy. At the same time, the elders of the stage are even more frenzy in their hearts. Sister Su Lan's talent may be second only to Ling Yueqi of 9 cold extinction. At this moment, Lin Chen is sitting in the venue, holding a sapphire cup, grinding his specially made coffee beans with fighting spirit, adding spirit stones, and pouring them into the cup together. All very fragrant, as expected of my homemade ground coffee. There are 13 incense. Because the 2 sisters and 2 daughters climbed to the 7th order, the chill of Qianhan 9th order was aroused to the apex, and the vast and condensed ice aura emerged one after another. Heavy snow. Someone Lin got up, holding a steaming sapphire cup. The aroma of coffee permeated the surroundings. Seeing Lin Chen's abnormality, Ji Qingming's eyes narrowed. What does this guy want to do? He walked slowly to the side of the venue and shouted to the sisters with a smile. This snow is not big enough. I want to drink snow-top coffee. It's bigger. What the hell? Many true legends were stunned for a moment. He actually wants the cold to be bigger? Could it be that he still thinks that the two sisters can still reach the 8th level? That is the level that only the top purple level true inheritance is qualified to ascend. But seeing the two daughters of the Su Lan sisters, bowing gracefully, smiling sweetly, her blue eyes filled with autumn water, she replied very well behaved, okay. That appearance and expression are like two tender and sweet maids. The sisters went hand in hand, finished the 7th step with ease, and went further to a higher level. Difficult. Is it really possible to? The elders on the podium suddenly straightened their waists, stood up like a string rebounding, and stared at the 8th order with hot eyes. Boom. Boom. Wow. The cold air has skyrocketed again, and the goose feather, snow has rolled up the entire venue. 8th order. The two girls actually climbed to the 8th level, and no one can do it in the true biography present. Only those few hundred people are qualified to aspire to this level. Sister Ling Xiaolan is even more pale, as if struck by lightning and froze in place. With Sister Su Lan's talent for reaching the 8th rank, they are the gap between the sparrow and the phoenix. This talent seems to surpass that of Ji Qingming back then, and many purple rank true inheritances are incomparable. I can't believe that my Bingxin Palace has won 2 more talents who are expected to enter the genius list. The 2 old women burst into tears and wept with joy. A few snowflakes floated into Lin Chen's sapphire cup, only to hear someone from Lin laugh, "It's not enough, make it bigger." Everyone was trembling in their hearts. What kind of joke is this? Can you go on again? Yes. The 2 girls smiled lightly. Tingli stood in the 8th step, moving fast, riding the wind like a Luyin, so beautiful, broke through the 8th step in one breath, and jumped up to the 9th step. Boom! The snowstorm roared like a giant dragon, and the violent and bitter snow flew like an unprecedented storm, sweeping the entire venue and many of the outer hall disciples withdrew in horror, daring to wait and see. The disciples in the inner hall hurriedly mobilized their fighting spirit to resist with all their strength. Only the true disciples were not affected by the aftermath, but the shock on their faces was rare in 100 years. The 9th level, this is the perfection of the mind, in the contemporary purple level true biography, only 8 people can climb it. All the disciples were stunned. For this Lin Chen to take a few sips, the Su Lan sisters even went to the top floor. That is the realm that countless disciples dream of and long to conquer. Stepping on the 9th rank of Qianhan means that you are qualified to practice the half-orange rank of the most powerful mental method in the Bingxin Palace. If you can cultivate this kind of mental method, the future of the road will be bright. Some disciples are even more terrified. If the 2 girls hide their strength, then the latter Lin Chen is even more terrifying. They are willing to show their strength for Lin Chen, and even add a few snowflakes just for him. To be able to convince these 2 arrogant daughters of the sky, and to be persuaded like a little maid, how much ability does this guy have to be able to do this? Even the old referee was fascinated for a moment, and then hurriedly shouted. Su Lan's disciples have reached the 9th rank of Ayahan, the results are valid. Blizzard is flying, everyone is shocked. Under the storm and snow, there was a person standing in the front row of the Venue, very handsome. But seeing someone Lin holding a snow-topped coffee made of snow, he pursed his lips and took a sip, and said with great satisfaction, "Well, it's 13 incense, very good."